Chapter 1. Beneath humanity, unrivaled strength in the demon domain, within the Wanyu Valley, the lair of the Hook Snake clan. Ice moon's abode enough, my queen. Shall I resort to using my hands instead? The effects are nearly identical. Useless dogman slave, begone. Bang! With an angry exclamation, a frail and emaciated figure was unceremoniously expelled from the pink tent. As he landed, Chen Hao could not help but let out a lament. Bring this dogman slave below to replenish his yang energy. Let him rest for half a stick of incense, and then return to accompany me in my cultivation. Inside the pink tent, although Ice Moon was enchanting and mesmerizing, as a member of the Hook Snake clan, her methods of cultivation were exceptionally unorthodox. She not only required the nourishment of the essence of heaven and earth, but also needed to absorb a substantial amount of yang energy to aid her own being get up. In the next moment, two lithe women, each adorned with a serpent's head, approached Chen Hao. Before long, he was ushered into a chamber suffused with the fragrance of herbs, where a table was laden with an array of rare and potent tonics. For instance, ginseng and captive ox whip, heavenly goji tiger whip soup, lion whip and spirit date broth, among a dozen other sumptuous dishes. These are all exceptionally potent pure yang tonics. Consume them promptly. Dare to leave even a drop of soup? Beware, or you shall suffer tonight. With a wicked smile, the two enchanting creatures closed the door behind them. What on earth have I done to deserve this? Chen Hao lamented, tears welling up in his eyes. In truth, he did not belong to this world. Everything stemmed from 6 months prior, when the elder who had raised him suddenly suffered a cerebral hemorrhage, lying in the intensive care unit post-surgery, racking up exorbitant daily medical expenses with no family to turn to. He found himself cornered. Many urged him to give up hope, yet how could he bear to watch the elder perish? Desperate, he clandestinely slipped into an ancient tomb in the village. Though such actions were fraught with peril, he had no choice but to take the risk for the elder's sake. Fortunately, he soon managed to unearth the tomb, discovering a bronze coffin engraved with celestial motifs within. However, upon prying open the coffin lid with great exertion, he found that aside from a striking golden seal, the bottom of the coffin was shrouded in mist. Driven by a fervent desire for wealth, he leapt into the coffin, only to discover that its interior led to an unfathomable abyss. When he awoke, he found himself in a realm known as the Seven Domains. Moreover, he encountered a group of righteous cultivators claiming to hail from the Seven Immortal Sect. They not only praised his exceptional innate talent, but also sought to introduce him into their sect for cultivation. He believed his fortunes were about to change. Unbeknownst to him, that these cultivators would bring him to this demon domain's Wanyu Valley, ultimately selling him to Ice Moon for a price of 10,000 spirit crystals. In truth, upon his arrival, he did not initially feel out of place. Each day was filled with exquisite food, drink, and merriment. As time passed, he found himself increasingly overwhelmed by the formidable demands of the serpent demon, Ice Moon, who insisted on rigorous training sessions exceeding 10 times a day at times. Even the minor demons of the valley sought opportunities to humiliate him. Once a robust individual, he now felt as if he were a mere desiccated husk. Rather than endure such indignity and be toyed with until my demise, I would prefer to dash myself against a wall, he exclaimed in despair. Suddenly, just as Chen Hao contemplated this drastic action, a resounding roar echoed within his mind. Simultaneously, a seal radiating golden light materialized in his consciousness. What is this? Upon closer inspection, he recognized it as the very seal he had seen within the bronze coffin. I am the Chaos Celestial Seal. To his astonishment, the seal conveyed a clear and resonant self-introduction. Celestial Seal? Chen Hao gasped. How did you come to reside in my consciousness? I fused with your soul the moment you leapt into the coffin of the celestial burial. The seal gently replied. To be precise, from that moment onward, you became my master. My master? Chen Hao queried, bewildered. What utility do you possess? I can bestow upon my master boundless creation. The ancient seal proclaimed. Could this be the legendary Golden Finger? Upon hearing this, Chen Hao's spirits lifted. Then why did you not reveal yourself sooner? Because I too was weak. Had you not consumed such an abundance of restorative elixirs for me to absorb, I would not have awakened so swiftly. No wonder I have been feeling increasingly feeble. It turns out you were siphoning the effects of the medicine. Chen Hao realized with a sudden clarity. You have truly been a good master, the Chaos Celestial Seal remarked. However, do not fret. Although my seals have yet to be lifted and I cannot bestow any substantial creation upon you at present, I possess a cauldron that can aid you in alleviating your immediate predicament. With that, a small cauldron, resembling pure gold, materialized before Chen Hao. What purpose does this serve? He asked, puzzled. This is the Chaos Celestial Cauldron. It not only fuses all things, but also repairs and refines their qualities. The seal elaborated, for instance, the various restorative elixirs on this table, while their effects are mediocre, will yield entirely different results if refined in the Chaos Celestial Cauldron. What kind of difference? You shall find out by trying. Without further ado, Chen Hao poured all the hard dishes on the table into the Chaos Celestial Cauldron. Boom! Successfully fused a great strength diamond pill. Characteristic, unrivaled beneath the realm of humanity. With a flash of light, the cauldron produced a sound, unveiling a silver glimmering pill within its depths. Goodness, this thing can even speak. Chen Hao glanced at the peculiar cauldron, then shifted his gaze to the pill unrivaled beneath the realm of humanity. Does this mean that consuming it would transform me into a superhuman capable of defeating those demonesses? Perhaps that is the gist of it, but it is not about obliteration. Rather, however, before Tianyin could finish his words, Chen Hao swiftly swallowed the pill. Boom! In an instant, Chen Hao's seemingly emaciated figure transformed, becoming robust, with muscles expanding at a visibly rapid pace. Rip! Astonishingly, at that moment, not only did his garments burst apart, but even his trousers were torn to shreds, creating a gaping hole the size of a bowl. Roar! In the next moment, he could not contain himself and let out a soul-stirring, beastly roar, his eyes radiating with brilliant light. He felt as if he were possessed by countless male beasts of spring, his entire being brimming with explosive power. Bang! The once sturdy doors were shattered into pieces by a single kick. How can this servant of the dogs so immense? Witnessing this spectacle, the two small demons were left in a state of shock, particularly when they beheld the transformation of Chen Hao's physique. Their tongues, once agile, now hung limp in awe. This was no mere human. He was akin to a transformed bull demon. You little harlots! Chen Hao's expression darkened, and he exhaled two plumes of white smoke from his nostrils. With a leap, he became akin to a specter slicing through the void, his hands extending to grasp the necks of the two small demons. Cultivation levels are divided into Spirit Sea, Spirit Origin, Spirit Pattern, Spirit Master, Spirit King, Spirit Lord, Spirit Emperor. This is the 7 realms of humanity, each realm further divided into 6 stages. Above humanity, Divine Fire, True God, Celestial Fire, True Celestial, Celestial King, Celestial Emperor, Tao Spirit, Tao King, Tao Master, World Honored. Chapter 2. A fortuitous opportunity against all odds. Human, I advise you to calm down and know. Let me go. Faced with such an unexpected scene, the two snake demons were both astonished and terrified. Although they were Spirit Sea Realm snake demons, at this moment, they found it impossible to escape from this transformed human shatter. With a roar, Chen Hao unleashed a series of frenzied attacks on the two small demons. In a mere 10 minutes, the two small demons met their demise on the spot. Bingyue, it is your turn. The terrifying effects of the potion continued to surge, plunging Chen Hao into a state of rampant frenzy. He was not inclined to escape. Instead, he charged directly towards Binji's chamber. How could you transform into this? Seeing the enormous figure of Chen Hao, filled with fury, even Bingyue, who had experienced countless encounters, momentarily lost her composure. Is this not precisely what you desired? As he spoke, Chen Hao lunged forward with a sudden, swift step. You shall not act recklessly. Bingyue was utterly astonished and instinctively raised her hand to strike. Yet to her disbelief, the strike imbued with her spiritual power was caught effortlessly in Chen Hao's grasp. It is important to note that she was a Spirit Master Realm snake demon, capable of stirring the seas with a mere gesture. In this moment, she found herself subdued by this utterly unrefined mortal, as though a great mountain pressed down upon her, rendering her incapable of even the slightest movement. I shall accompany you in your cultivation to the fullest. With a furious shout, Chen Hao unleashed a powerful punch upon Binji's forehead, subsequently engaging in a wild and reckless display of his pent-up frustrations. Please no, do not, Bingyue cried out, her voice piercing like shards of gold come forth. With each of Chen Hao's fierce strikes, the entire valley trembled, and the surrounding structures crumbled under the force. Time seemed to blur, and eventually, when Chen Hao's body returned to its withered state, he finally paused, clearly having exhausted the potent effects of the elixir. Looking at the motionless Bingyue, one could easily mistake her for lifeless, though she occasionally twitched violently. Master, we must retreat at once. A hook snake at the Spirit King level is approaching. At that moment, Tianyin's voice echoed with urgency. A Spirit King hook snake? Could it be that Binji's sister, Bingqi, has emerged from her seclusion? Chen Hao was no stranger to Bingqi. Having encountered her when he first arrived in this realm, however, at that time, Bingqi had shown no interest in him. for she was a true spirit king, a formidable serpent demon. A mere mortal could hardly capture her attention. It was also known from the little demons that Bingqi typically acquired the yang energy she required for her cultivation by discreetly purchasing it from insiders within various sects. I wonder, little Een, can we concoct another of those Vajra pills? Clearly, Chen Hao wished to assert himself once more, for he had personally experienced the overwhelming power of that concoction, a sensation that was nothing short of intoxicating. That is impossible. The heavenly cauldron has exhausted its last vestige of energy during the fusion of that pill, and is now as weak as I am, Tianyin replied. However, should you manage to forge your qi and become a cultivator, the primordial cauldron will be nourished by your cultivation, allowing it to function normally once more. Furthermore, should you succeed in establishing your qi, the seals upon me will be partially lifted, and the incredible fortuity sealed within me will truly belong to you. What incredible fortuity? It is premature to discuss that now. Tianyin sighed. After all, you are still immortal, and until your qi is established, all of this is mere speculation. How can I establish a qi? Chen Hao asked anxiously. The method is quite simple, though I cannot assist you at this moment. Tianyin advised. I recommend that you seek to join a sect, for only newly admitted disciples have the opportunity to obtain the sea-cutting pill. Very well. Let us first leave this cursed place. Chen Hao did not hesitate in his decision. Wrapping the tattered pink veil around himself, he swiftly fled from the Wanyu Valley. Rumble. Not long after Chen Hao's departure, a menacing serpent with a black, hooked tail suddenly descended upon the seemingly desolate Wanyu Valley. Bingyu! As it landed, the serpent instantaneously transformed into an enchanting woman of unparalleled beauty. The newcomer was none other than Bingqi, the queen of the serpent clan. Buzz, with a gentle touch upon Bingyu's forehead, a flash of silver light enveloped her, and the seemingly lifeless Bingyu slowly opened her eyes. Sister. No need to speak, I have already delved into your memories. Bingqi pondered for a moment, curiosity flickering in her eyes, but I'm quite intrigued. What exactly did you feed that person? Besides the usual potent supplements, there was nothing else, Bingyu replied, her face pale and weak, as if on the brink of fainting once more. How could mere supplements cause such a sudden transformation? Bingqi's expression shifted, and with a flick of her sleeve, she commanded, Enough. Rest for now. I shall retrieve that wretched servant later. Ugh, I can't run anymore. My legs feel like jelly. Having escaped the Wanyu Valley, Chen Hao was already drenched in sweat. Fortunately, the powerful rejuvenating pill had replenished much of his stamina. Otherwise, he would not have been able to run so far in one breath. Chapter 3. Stuck? HM. As he lifted his gaze ahead, he spotted a stone tablet inscribed with the words Spirit Domain. It seemed he had departed from the Demon Domain and entered the Spirit Domain. It is known that the 7 domains consist of Spirit Domain, Demon Domain, Nether Domain, Sea Domain, Wilderness Domain, Source Domain, and Sacred Domain. Each domain is akin to a realm of its own. What is that lad wearing? Does it not resemble a mosquito net? And in pink, no less. Could he be a pervert? Why bother? The disciple selection competition is about to commence. We should hasten our pace. At that moment, a group of 10 or so young men and women, riding peculiar mounts, emerged from the adjacent forest. Chen Hao's unconventional attire drew their curious glances. Disciple selection competition? Upon overhearing their conversation, Chen Hao's brow furrowed slightly. Could it be that a sect nearby is recruiting disciples? Quickly, he rose to follow them and called out, Hello there, handsome gentlemen and beautiful ladies. Where did this filthy beggar come from? A well-dressed youth, riding a black tiger, waved his hand in disdain before his nose. To be honest, I am a refugee from afar, lost in these mountains for several months. Chen Hao forced a smile, then inquired, By the way, did I hear you mention the disciple selection competition? It is the annual disciple selection conference of the 7 Immortal Sect. Not far away, a young woman riding a unicorn-like steed took the initiative to correct Chen Hao. 7 Immortal Sect. Why does that name sound so familiar? As he pondered, Chen Hao was suddenly taken aback. Goodness, wasn't he sold by several self-proclaimed cultivators from the 7 Immortal Sect just 6 months ago? The 7 Immortal Sect is the foremost prestigious sect in this spiritual realm. Even when considering the entire 7 domains, it ranks among the top. The woman enthusiastically elaborated, smiling. It's no surprise that you recognize the name. Even a 3-year-old child would be familiar with it. All right, Yenner, we should hurry on our way. Beside her, a young man, also riding a unicorn, waved his hand towards the woman. Excuse me, miss, may I inquire about the requirements to join the 7 Immortal Sect? Chen Hao quickly asked. As long as one is under 30 years of age and can pass the aptitude test, there is an opportunity to join. The woman smiled sweetly and then swiftly guided her unicorn away. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Hao ultimately resolved to accompany the group to the Seven Immortals sect to explore. Although he harbored no particular fondness for the sect, he prioritized acquiring the sea-cutting pill, which he deemed paramount. This was because the heavenly seal had informed him that should he successfully carve out a chi sea, he would be endowed with boundless fortune, freeing him from perpetual fear. Before long, he found himself amidst the throng at a vast square located at the foot of the Seven Immortals sect. It was evident that the expansive square had already gathered a multitude of over 10,000 people. In the center stood a stone platform reminiscent of an altar, alongside a peculiar monument suspended in midair, emanating a crystalline azure glow. Behind it, a gray-haired elder sat cross-legged, accompanied by two vibrant middle-aged individuals. First, come here to register. Then line up to undergo the aptitude test, declared a middle-aged man in a purple robe, gesturing towards the crowd from beside a table situated at the base of the stone platform. You really came, young man? Suddenly, the girl who had ridden the unicorn caught sight of him amidst the crowd. Yes, I thought I might try my luck, Chen Hao replied, nodding with a smile. You must pay 100 spirit crystals first, and then you can queue for the test, she informed him. Wait, there's a fee for the test? Chen Hao was taken aback as, upon registering his identity, the purple-robed man unexpectedly asked him for payment. Did you think the spirit stones for the test come without a cost? The man retorted. I'll help him pay. The girl unexpectedly returned and volunteered to pay 100 spirit crystals on Chen Hao's behalf. Oh, thank you so much, miss, Chen Hao exclaimed, filled with gratitude. Chen Hao was both surprised and touched, inquiring about the lady's esteemed name. I am Yiyan, as the young girl smiled sweetly. Her beauty resembled a freshly bloomed tianshan snow lotus, pure yet strikingly captivating. However, it is often true that those who are pitiable also possess qualities that are detestable. Why bother with such individuals? At that moment, a youth standing not far away cast a cold glance at Yiyan. The test had commenced. The gazes of the crowd shifted toward the stone platform above, where some individuals had already ascended and reached out to touch the peculiar spiritual stone. Zhao Long, son of the city lord of Lingyu Tongqing, age 16. His energy reservoir remains unrefined. His talent awaits awakening. Potential qualification, 5 points. As a soft halo enveloped the young boy, the spiritual stone echoed the announcement. Not bad. The first qualification reached 5 points, barely passing. The gray-haired elder, seated in midair, stroked his beard and smiled. He was Jiang Daoli, the 5th elder of the Seven Immortal sect. Beside him sat 2 individuals of distinguished bearing, both deans from the external sect. The lady, Zhaoya, was the dean of the Southern Academy, while the gentleman, Bai Eugene, was the dean of the Eastern Academy. Qualification is acceptable. Come to my Eastern Academy. Bai Eugene waved his hand. Simultaneously, a robust youth clad in animal skins ascended the high platform. Wang Taizhu, a commoner from the wilderness, age 14. His energy reservoir remains unrefined. His talent awaits awakening. Potential qualification, 6 points. Goodness. What has this fellow been eating to grow so tall? Observing Wang Taizhu, who stood over 2 meters tall at merely 14 years of age, Chen Hao couldn't help but feel astonished. People from the wilderness often consume raw meat. They naturally possess larger physiques, Yiyan whispered in explanation. Come to the Southern Academy. Zhaoya gestured dismissively. During the subsequent evaluations of the over 10,000 attendees, more than 80% failed to pass. Ultimately, only about 1,200 individuals achieved a potential score exceeding 5 points. Among them, Bai Eugene, the dean of the Eastern Academy, recruited over 1,000, while Zhaoya, the dean of the Southern Academy, accepted only a few dozen, her standards evidently higher than Bai Eugene's. Yiyan, princess of the 9th prince's residence, aged 16. Current cultivation level, 1st stage of the Spirit Sea realm. Awakened 6-star holy fire talent. Potential qualification, 7 points. Heavens! Who would have thought the princess of the 9th prince's residence would also participate in the selection? Her qualification score is remarkably high. Furthermore, she awakened a 6-star holy fire. I heard that last year. A talented girl named Yi Ling awakened a 5-star holy water talent at the selection and was directly admitted to the inner sect. Truly, she is the daughter of the 9th prince. Her qualifications are simply extraordinary. As Yian's test results were revealed, the entire venue erupted in excitement. She is, after all, a princess. Chen Hao was profoundly astonished. He never anticipated that this young woman was not only beautiful and kind-hearted, but also possessed such an extraordinary identity and background. At that moment, he noticed the young man who had accompanied Yi Yin also ascending the testing platform. Yi Ming, The heir of the ninth prince's residence of the Lingyu royal family was merely 17 years old. His current cultivation was at the third stage of the Spirit Sea realm, having awakened the 6-star Divine Vine talent, with a potential score of 7. As this result was announced, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. Not only were the spectators taken aback, but even the elders suspended in the void, along with the 2 external sect leaders, could no longer remain seated. They all stood up in unison. Haha, what a delightful surprise. Truly a delightful surprise. Elder Jiang Daily exclaimed joyfully. He quickly descended to the ground and eagerly extended his hand to the siblings, saying, "No need for further words. From this moment forth, you too shall be my disciples." Within the 7 Immortals sect, there were 5 elders in total, each taking turns to accompany the leaders of the external sect in recruiting disciples each year. Exceptional talents would be selected by the elders to be brought into the inner sect. This year, it was Jiang Daily's turn, and he, who had initially felt disheartened, did not expect to receive such remarkable surprises as the event approached its conclusion. Looking down at the platform, only 2 individuals remained. One was Chen Hao, and the other was the young man who had earlier commanded the Black Tiger. Without hesitation, the young man ascended the stone platform. Yi Xiaochuan, the young master of the Lingyu, Songjin Mountain Villa, was also 17 years old. His current cultivation stood at the 6th stage of the Spirit Sea realm, having awakened the 4-star Heavenly Lion talent, with a potential score of 6. Who would have thought that even the young master of Songjin Villa had arrived? Alas, the score was somewhat low, making entry into the inner sect unlikely. The crowd buzzed with discussions. Heavenly spirits and earthly energies, I earnestly beseech you to grant me passage. Chen Hao took a sudden breath and then swiftly struck his palm upon the spirit stone. Chen Hao, of unknown origins, stands at the age of 21. His energy reservoir remains unrefined. His talent has yet to awaken. What is the situation regarding his potential? Is he stuck? Startled, Chen Hao hastily tapped the spirit stone. Chapter 4. This young man is mine. At the age of 21, he still came to participate in the selection? Isn't this blatantly indicative of a score of 0? Observing Chen Hao, who was incessantly striking the spirit stone while ensconced in a mosquito net, the onlookers appeared reluctant to continue watching. Stop knocking, just go home. Even Mentor Zhaoye showed signs of impatience, shaking her head and preparing to lead the disciples away. The potential aptitude was undergoing a reevaluation. Chen Hao, origin unknown, 21 years old. His energy, remains unrefined. His talent yet to awaken. Potential aptitude, 10 points. Upon this announcement, the once lively square fell into a profound silence. Am I imagining things? 10 points. I heard it too. Indeed, it was 10 points. This was the highest score on the testing platform. Moreover, a score above 7 was considered a once-in-a-millennium genius. 8 points belonged to the very best of geniuses, and 9 points were exceedingly rare prodigies. Yet this individual was appraised with a score of 10? The young lady Yu Yan's eyes widened in disbelief, momentarily frozen in shock. Could it be a mistake? At that moment, even Zhaoye was taken aback, swiftly brushing her hand over the spirit stone to carefully sense it once more. Subsequently, she turned to Chen Hao. Would you mind testing again? Suddenly, Chen Hao's face contorted in pain, and he fell unconscious, darkness engulfing him. Could he be feigning unconsciousness after cheating? Someone speculated. Director Zhao. You must investigate what is happening with him. Elder Jiang Daoli urged urgently. Clearly, he too sought to ascertain whether the recent evaluation was indeed erroneous. If this young man truly scored 10 points, the 7 Immortal sect would surely prosper. He was severely deficient in energy and blood. After a thorough examination, Zhaoye responded. If we forcibly infuse him with elemental energy now, it might harm him further. Perhaps we should wait for him to regain consciousness before retesting? Director Zhao. May I take responsibility for observing this young man? Mentor Eugene, who had already departed, suddenly reappeared at the stone platform. Although Chen Hao's assessment raised doubts. What if the testing stone was accurate? Not a chance. Zhaoye firmly rejected, declaring, even if the test was flawed, I have decided on this young man. Could it be that he genuinely possessed a potential aptitude of 10 points? Impossible, unless he were a prodigy of ancient times or a descendant of a celestial being. It is highly unlikely that even a descendant of a deity would have such aptitude. It must surely be a mistake. Within the square, the crowd remained restless, rife with suspicion. Director Zhao, do not celebrate too soon. By Eugene scoffed. How could a talent rated at 10 points possibly appear here so easily? Even if it did, could you possibly nurture it? Whether I can nurture it is my concern. Zhaoye retorted, not granting Bai Eugene any semblance of respect. I have heard rumors that in recent years, there have been frequent disappearances of disciples in the East Courtyard under your supervision. Is there any truth to these claims? Those are mere rumors, Bai Eugene waved dismissively. Rumors? Zhao Yu replied with a detached smile. I would suggest that you take in fewer disciples, lest you find yourself unable to manage them. If more were to go missing, be wary of the sect master personally coming to investigate the matter. Upon hearing this, Bai Eugene's expression darkened. What do you mean by that? Do I need to spell it out for you? Enough. You two cease your quarrel, until we ascertain the situation. Let that young man be under Zhao Yu's watch, Jiang Daily interjected, raising his hand to declare, this year's disciple selection event concludes here. Everyone may disperse. With that, he soared into the sky alongside the Yi siblings, heading towards Xianzong. Zhao Yu, I advise you not to oppose me. For those who dare to challenge me seldom meet with favorable outcomes, Bai Eugene warned coldly before departing. At Xianzong, in the south courtyard of the outer sect. Where am I? Upon awakening, Chen Hao discovered himself in an elegantly antiquated room, clad in a fragrant white robe. Faintly, he could hear discussions emanating from outside. Senior sister, is it true that the newly arrived Chen Shidi possesses a potential rating of 10? I cannot confirm that yet. Master has instructed me to look after him for now. If his aptitude is indeed that formidable, I doubt Master would be able to retain him. Stop worrying about it. By the way, third Shidi, here is the sea-opening pill from Master. Please take it to the newcomer's dormitory and distribute it to those who have yet to open their spiritual seas. Sea-opening pill? Chen Hao, still groggy, sat upright in bed. He knew that his paramount objective in coming to Xianzong was to obtain the sea-opening pill, not merely to learn from a master. For it had been foretold that once his spiritual sea was opened, the seals placed by the heavenly seal would be partially lifted, granting him a tremendous opportunity. Ah, you are awake. Just then, a young woman in a flowing white dress entered the room, with bright eyes and a radiant smile. She appeared to be in her early 20s, both beautiful and dignified. Who are you? I am Fu Xiaoxiao, the second disciple of the South Courtyard's head. Of course, now that you are a disciple of our South Courtyard, you may call me second senior sister. Indeed, I nearly forgot that you are but a mortal being, and it has been an entire day since you last had a meal. Allow me to procure some sustenance for you. Wait a moment, second senior sister. Chen Hao suddenly rose and called out to Fu Xiaoxiao, directly inquiring, do you still have the sea drilling pills? I have one left, specifically reserved for you. Fu Xiaoxiao replied, nodding gently. She then softly advised, however, Master has instructed that your body is still quite weak and requires at least 2 or 3 days of recuperation. Therefore, you should focus on resting well. Her words warmed Chen Hao's heart, a sensation he had not felt in a long time. He was acutely aware that had it not been for his exceptionally high aptitude score, he would not have been assigned to Fu Xiaoxiao's room by Zhao Yu, nor would she have been tasked with attending to him. In fact, he was quite surprised himself and even questioned the validity of his potential assessment, wondering if the testing stone had malfunctioned. I am grateful for the concern from both Master and Senior Sister. Chen Hao smiled, and then said, however, Senior Sister, could you allow me to keep the sea-cutting pill for myself? I have no objection to you safeguarding it, but please do not act recklessly. As she spoke, Fu Xiaoxiao took out the pill, which emitted a faint purple glow, from her storage pouch and handed it to Chen Hao. Subsequently, Fu Xiaoxiao left the room, intending to prepare some food for Chen Hao. How could Chen Hao possibly restrain himself? Without a moment's hesitation, he promptly swallowed the sea-drilling elixir. A resonant hum echoed within him, as he felt a blazing inferno converge in his abdomen, as if it were on the verge of searing through his lower belly. Crack! Accompanied by a sound reminiscent of tearing fabric, that intense heat dissipated entirely. It was evident that the once murky depths of his abdomen had been unveiled, revealing a silvery expanse. Is this the Qi Sea? Chen Hao was overwhelmed with joy. At that moment, he not only had the ability to introspectively observe his lower abdomen, but he could also distinctly perceive that his power and senses had undergone a remarkable transformation. Clearly, he had successfully opened his Qi Sea, officially becoming a first-tier practitioner of the spiritual sea realm. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed. In the next instant, he was astounded to see a golden eye manifesting at the center of his forehead. To his astonishment, in that fleeting moment, he could see through this eye and perceive everything within a radius of several dozen miles. Not only did he catch sight of a group of disciples meditating in the square, but he also glimpsed Fu Xiaoxiao, who was busily cooking in the distant kitchen. Upon closer inspection, he could even see through Fu Xiaoxiao's alluring figure to the beating heart within her chest. A wave of dizziness washed over him. However, just then, Chen Hao felt a sudden lightheadedness. Shaking his head vigorously, he watched as the golden eye that had appeared in the center of his forehead vanished. My goodness. It seems all of this is destined. Simultaneously, he heard a voice of astonishment emanating from the ancient heavenly seal. What are you exclaiming about? Once he regained his composure, Chen Hao hurriedly inquired about the sudden appearance of the eye. That was the innate talent awakened after you successfully opened your Qi. The heavenly seal responded with palpable excitement, adding, moreover, the talent you awakened is the supreme celestial eye. According to its explanation, the quality of innate talents is typically categorized from 1 to 9 stars, with levels beyond 9, such as peerless, unparalleled, forbidden, and supreme. Generally speaking, 9 stars represent the limit recognized by ordinary people. Talents like peerless, unparalleled, and forbidden are virtually impossible to manifest in this mortal realm. As for the supreme level, even across the myriad realms, it remains a mere legend. No wonder my potential and aptitude rating is so high. Chen Hao suddenly realized, and his heart bloomed with joy. He never anticipated that his talent could be so extraordinary. By the way, why did I feel dizzy just from a glance? It was due to the insufficient elemental energy within the Master's body. The heavenly seal explained, what the Master does not know is that this supreme heavenly eye possesses, apart from the newly awakened ability of X-ray vision, 2 additional extraordinary functions. According to its narration, the supreme heavenly eye boasts 3 remarkable abilities: X-ray vision, illusion vision, and insight. X-ray vision allows one to perceive all beings and objects through the utilization of elemental energy. The higher the cultivation level, the broader the range of perception. Illusion vision permits the arrangement of an illusory realm to confound enemies, using both elemental energy and mental strength within a certain area. The greater the cultivation, the wider and more enduring the realm. Insight enables one to delve into the past and future of an individual through mental awareness. The higher the cultivation, the longer the span of observation into the past and future. Chapter 6. Elevating cultivation. Is it truly that simple? Are illusion vision and insight really that formidable? Chen Hao felt an overwhelming surge of emotion within, even harboring an impulse to immediately test these 2 formidable abilities. They must be extraordinary, however, to utilize the illusory vision. The Master's cultivation must at least reach the spirit origin realm to barely execute it. The heavenly seal continued, stating that in regard to the ability of insight, one must possess a cultivation level of at least spirit emperor or above to wield it, as such a power excessively drains both mental and spiritual energies. It appears that cultivation is indeed of utmost importance. Chen Hao nodded, then inquired, by the way, did you not mention before that after I excavate the Qi, you would grant me an extraordinary opportunity? Master, first relax your mind and focus your consciousness. I shall take you to that place of sealing to acquire your fortune. Chen Hao did not ponder too much and promptly closed his eyes. Suddenly, as he concentrated his consciousness, he found himself in a pitch-black space. Before him materialized a resplendent golden portal. Within that portal sat an elderly man, his hair as white as snow and his figure as emaciated as a desiccated corpse. Behind the old man loomed an enormous black hole, from which emerged colossal black hands and various grotesque faces, struggling and howling as if they were on the verge of breaking free to seize the old man. What sort of place is this? Chen Hao wondered. This is the Master's Sea of Consciousness, and it is also the first entrance to the seal that I have unlocked. The heavenly seal suddenly floated in front of Chen Hao. After a brief introduction, it drifted towards the portal, saying, Ling Tian, the seal has returned. Upon hearing this, the old man abruptly opened his eyes. After 900 billion years, you finally deigned to visit me? I apologize. It is not that I did not wish to see you, but rather I had yet to meet the destined one, the heavenly seal replied. However, I have now brought him back. The old man squinted slightly and glanced at Chen Hao. Are you certain he can bear this heavy burden? Whether he can or cannot, I am uncertain. Let everything unfold naturally, replied the heavenly seal. Since you have made your choice, I too have no option but to comply. The old man named Ling Tian sighed gently. What are you discussing? Chen Hao inquired. You need not worry about it, young man, Ling Tian smiled faintly. Let us instead discuss the matter of nourishment. What nourishment? Chen Hao, in a state of bewilderment, turned to Tianyin and muttered. Did you not bring me here to seize opportunities and fortuitous encounters? I wonder what kind of fortune you seek. Before Tianyin could respond, Ling Tian proactively inquired. What is it that you desire for your advancement? I merely wish to swiftly enhance my cultivation. Chen Hao replied candidly. Is that not a simple matter? Ling Tian scoffed. effortlessly extracting the meditation cushion from beneath Chen Hao. This is the Tao cushion. If you wish to elevate your cultivation, you need only sit upon it for a brief period each day. Are you jesting with me? Chen Hao questioned, perplexed. I assure you, I am not jesting. This is an extraordinary ancient treasure, Tianyin interjected. It not only assists in absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, but also aids in refining that essence directly for the enhancement of your cultivation. Good heavens! Hearing this, Chen Hao was immensely intrigued and exclaimed, is it truly so miraculous? Would you be willing to part with it? However, this place lacks any essence to absorb. It can merely serve as a cushion beneath you, Ling Tian remarked, shaking his head. In that case, I might as well gift it to you. But you cannot expect to receive my possessions without offering something in return. What do you desire? Chen Hao asked. Send me 50,000 Dao medicines each month, Ling Tian suggested. Please, propose something more reasonable, Chen Hao retorted. Before Ling Tian could finish his sentence, the ancient Tianyin interrupted, stating, the finest medicine available in the world you currently inhabit is merely of the saint grade. It is essential to note that spiritual medicines are categorized into 6 grades, with anything above the 6th grade being a saint medicine, the pinnacle of human medicinal materials. Sighing deeply, Ling Tian replied, very well. How about 50,000 saint medicines each month? Do you think that is feasible? Chen Hao asked incredulously. Do you expect to receive fortuitous encounters without any effort? Ling Tian exclaimed, his frustration palpable as he pointed at the black hole behind him. Do you realize that if I were to perish from hunger, the first to be killed by the entity sealed within would be you? Clearly, he had not intended to disclose such matters earlier, but the pressure was becoming overwhelming. What nonsense! Why would I be the one to die? Chen Hao inquired, bewildered. Because the master has merged with me, and I am sealing Ling Tian, who in turn guards the black hole. Tianyin elucidated, should the black hole be breached, a chain reaction would ensue, and we would all meet our demise. Good grief! Chen Hao felt a jolt in his heart, suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of being deceived. Do not worry, master. As long as Ling Tian remains alive, the seal within the first gate will pose no issue. From your words, does that imply there exists a second seal? Chen Hao inquired, astonished. Indeed, however, until your cultivation has reached a certain level, I lack the ability to unlock those sealed gates, Tianyin responded. Naturally, I too hope that you can elevate your cultivation swiftly, so we may explore the other sealed gates. For if those guarding the other seals were to perish, we would similarly meet our demise. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao's heart was tumultuous, akin to being besieged by countless frustrations. After a prolonged silence, he tentatively asked, may I request that you vacate my mind? Not possible, unless you were to perish, Tianyin replied. Rest assured, I would accompany you in death. Fear not, dear friend. We harbor no intention of causing you harm. Rather, we shall exert every effort to aid in your growth. Ling Tian smiled. For only by becoming powerful can you provide us with sustenance, enabling us to survive and perpetually safeguard the seals here. But I am merely a novice disciple. Where am I to find any sacred herbs for you? Chen Hao felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Very well, my friend, just send me some spiritual medicine each month, allowing me to replenish my strength, he proposed. Ling Tian appeared equally helpless. As soon as he finished speaking, he handed a mat through the door. The spiritual medicine should pose no issue. Receiving the mat, Chen Hao nodded and added, but you must hold on. Do not perish. If this fellow were to die, it would spell his own doom as well. And how could he not feel anxious? Chapter 7. This woman is too troublesome. Without further hesitation, Chen Hao withdrew his consciousness. The seemingly tattered mat now appeared in his hands. Would this thing truly be effective? With a mix of skepticism and curiosity, Chen Hao promptly placed the mat beneath him. Buzz! To his astonishment, the moment he sat, the mat radiated a dark luminescence, forming a swirling vortex centered around him. Simultaneously, he could visibly observe streams of milky mist flowing ceaselessly from the windows and doors, nourishing his energy sea and even his meridians. What thrilled Chen Hao was that in merely an instant, his energy sea expanded by a full measure. Clearly, this was a manifestation of his cultivation ascending to the second tier of the spiritual sea realm. Yet, this was merely the beginning. As the influx of elemental energy surged within him, his cultivation skyrocketed. Third tier of the spiritual sea realm. Fourth tier. Fifth tier. Sixth tier. Whoosh. In the next moment, as a crimson light pierced through the crown of his head, an inward gaze revealed a silver point, the size of a fingertip, emerging from the depths of his brow. Was that my primordial spirit? Chen Hao's heart raced in shock. Buzz! Just as he was taken aback, The silver point instantaneously doubled in size. Indeed, it could be described as the initial manifestation of the primordial embryo. The heavenly seal responded, confirming that the master had officially entered the second tier of the spiritual origin realm. Haha, this mat is truly extraordinary. Chen Hao was unusually exhilarated. If he continued to cultivate at this pace, he might achieve divinity in no time. What was happening? However, just as his cultivation soared to the 6th level of the spiritual origin realm, he noticed that the Tao Pu suddenly ceased its operation and transformed into a beam of light that entered his sea of energy. In a mere 10 minutes, the master had transcended from the spiritual sea realm to the pinnacle of the spiritual origin realm. The Tao Pu seemed to intend for him to solidify his cultivation before proceeding further. According to Tian Yin's explanation, cultivation requires a gradual and progressive approach. It is akin to a person who, having eaten their fill, still forces themselves to consume more. Inevitably, this leads to complications. The same principle applies to cultivation. Each advancement in realm necessitates consolidation and digestion. Thoughtlessly striving for continuous elevation will only sow the seeds of significant peril on one's future path of cultivation. Junior brother, you must be starving, right? At that moment, Fu Xiaoxiao entered the room, carrying a wooden food basket, and proceeded to lay out several delectable dishes on the table. It was evident that this young woman was not only graceful and beautiful, but also possessed cultivation at the 3rd level of the spiritual origin realm. Wow, it smells amazing. Chen Hao quickly stood up and smiled. Senior sister, not only are you beautiful, but your culinary skills are also impressive. You certainly have a sweet tongue. Fu Xiaoxiao smiled faintly. In truth, I haven't cooked in quite some time, so you'll have to make do. Ah, the second girl from the south courtyard can cook? Suddenly, 2 tall youths clad in white robes entered the room, speaking in a sarcastic tone. A glance revealed that both possessed cultivation at the 4th stage of the spirit origin realm. Zhangqi Hiyuan. Fu Xiaoxiao's expression changed instantly. Who permitted you to come here? You must be Chen Hao. The youth named Zhangqi disregarded Fu Xiaoxiao and turned his gaze to Chen Hao. And you are? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhangqi, and this is Hiyuan. We are disciples from the East Courtyard. We heard that you scored a perfect 10 in your aptitude test yesterday, so we thought we would come and pay you a visit. What perfect 10? The testing stone must have malfunctioned. Chen Hao chuckled and shook his head. Even if there was an 80% chance of error, does that not leave a 20% chance of hope? Hiyuan stepped forward with a smile. What concern is your hope to us in the North Courtyard? Fu Xiaoxiao expressed her disdain. I advise you to leave here promptly. Bang! Unexpectedly, Zhangqi, who had been standing nearby, suddenly struck Fu Xiaoxiao on the back of her head, rendering her unconscious. What are you doing? Chen Hao's expression darkened. This woman is too much of a hindrance. Zhangqi waved his hand, signaling Hiyuan. Hiyuan then produced a crystal the size of a water bucket, radiating a shimmering blue light from his storage bag. This is the aptitude testing stone exclusive to our North Courtyard, Hiyuan stated to Chen Hao. Come on, let us assist you with a free test. Why should you be the ones to test me? Chen Hao questioned. You will test, and there will be no more nonsense. Zhangqi retorted coldly, reaching for Chen Hao's collar to forcibly pull him closer. At that moment, Chen Hao's expression sharpened. As his gaze met Zhangqi's, he activated the supreme heavenly eye hidden in the center of his brow to cast an illusion. In an instant, Zhangqi stood frozen in place. My heavens! Elder Wu. How can this be? To his horror, Zhangqi realized that the person he was holding was none other than Elder Jiang Daily from the inner sect. This scene startled him greatly, causing his legs to weaken as he hurriedly released his grip, ready to kneel. How could I have transformed into Chen Hao? However, the Jiang Daily, transformed by Chen Hao, coldly smiled and seized Zhangqi by the throat. Spare me, Elder Wu. I have merely come here at the behest of my master. Zhangqi shouted in terror. Chen Hao, already a disciple of the Southern Courtyard. What is the meaning of your inquiry into his qualifications? Speak. Transforming into Jiang Daily, Chen Hao demanded. My master has instructed that if this child possesses exceptional talent, he must not be allowed to remain, and furthermore, we are to render him incapable immediately to prevent future troubles. Zhangqi lamented, pleading for Elder Wu's mercy, insisting he was merely compelled by his master. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. He inquired further, why Eugene bears no grudge against Chen Hao. Why would he send you to eliminate him? Zhangqi quickly responded. It is because my master has always been at odds with Zhaoya, and since my master failed to acquire Chen Hao yesterday, he conceived the notion that if he could not possess him, he would destroy him. Good heavens, it appears that Bai Eugene is indeed quite malicious. Zhang Qi, you treacherous scoundrel, how dare you betray your master? Just then, Bai Eugene's figure unexpectedly appeared behind Zhang Qi. What is the meaning of this, master? Zhang Qi's eyes widened in horror, his expression frozen, as though he had encountered a ghost. Master, Zhang Qi is indeed a traitor. Eliminate him. Zhang Qi's fear intensified as he turned his head to see that the original Zhang Daili had instantaneously transformed into He Yuan's visage. No, this cannot be. Who are you? How can this be happening? Zhang Qi was bewildered, his expression shifting constantly, his mind on the verge of collapse. Clearly, he remained oblivious to the fact that his consciousness was not rooted in reality. Chapter 8. Sister, do not panic. Buzzing. Observing Zhang Qi's consciousness in disarray, Chen Hao decided against further tormenting him and decisively dispelled the illusion. In reality, Zhang Qi still clutched his wrist, frozen in place. Why are you still standing there? Assess him. He Yuan, standing nearby, appeared somewhat impatient. Please don't kill me. I am innocent. Zhang Qi, suddenly jolted awake from the illusion, could not contain a cry of despair and frantically dashed out of the room. Has he been possessed? He Yuan looked on in bewilderment. How could Zhang Qi from the eastern courtyard have come to our southern courtyard? This is bad. He seems to be fleeing from the back courtyard. You too. Hurry to the main hall and report to our master. Let us go take a look. Outside, upon seeing Zhang Qi, several disciples from the southern courtyard immediately grew alert and scattered toward the back courtyard. Boy, wait for me. Sensing others approaching, He Yuan cast a cold glance at Chen Hao, then swiftly seized the testing spirit stone, hastily stowing it in his storage bag. He turned to make his escape. Master, the spiritual power contained within that testing stone is comparable to 500 third-grade spirit herbs. Suddenly, an ominous reminder echoed from the celestial seal in the shadows. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Hao took a decisive step forward and unleashed a powerful punch upon He Yuan's nape. A resounding crack reverberated through the air as He Yuan's neck shattered, and his entire head was sent hurtling through the doorway. In that instant, blood splattered across the ground. Was this a mere fayade of paper? A sudden jolt of alarm surged through Chen Hao's heart. In truth, his intention was merely to render the opponent unconscious, awaiting Zhao Ye's arrival for a thorough interrogation. Little did he anticipate that his single strike would send the man's head flying. That individual was 2 tiers below the master and completely unprepared, Tian conveyed discreetly. Moreover, the master unleashed a punch at the pinnacle of the spirit origin realm. Even if the opponent had been cautious, he would likely not escape unscathed. Thus, it is imperative for the master to solidify his cultivation with each elevation in realm. The notion of solidifying one's cultivation entails not just an understanding of one's own current power, but also a profound comprehension of the realm itself. At that moment, a cacophony of terrified screams erupted from outside the room. It was evident that 2 men and a woman, all clad in flowing white robes adorned with the insignia of the outer sect's southern courtyard, had arrived. The woman leading the group inadvertently stepped upon a severed head, her face paling in horror. Help! There's been a murder! Upon witnessing this, Chen Hao swiftly seized the storage pouch from He Yuan's waist and let out a thunderous shout. He then grasped the head with both hands, crouching beside Fu Xiaoxiao, feigning an expression of utter terror. How could this happen? Junior sister, wake up. The 2 young men rushed into the room, one of them hastening to Fu Xiaoxiao's side. After a vigorous shake, she slowly regained consciousness. Junior brother, are you all right? To his relief, the first thing Fu Xiaoxiao did upon awakening was to look at Chen Hao with concern. How terrifying. Chen Hao feigned a look of panic as he exclaimed, that deviant named Zhang Qi not only knocked you unconscious but also decapitated that fellow surnamed He. Nonsense. How could Zhang Qi possibly have killed He Yuan? The young man cast a cold glance at Chen Hao, then turned to Fu Xiaoxiao, asking, Junior sister, what on earth is happening? It was evident that this young man was the eldest disciple of the southern courtyard, possessing a considerable level of cultivation. Being at the 3rd stage of the spiritual pattern realm, I am not certain. They barely exchanged a few words before knocking me out, Fu Xiaoxiao replied, shaking her head. That is indeed strange. How could those 2 come to the southern courtyard to engage in combat? Another young man, perplexed, glanced at Chen Hao and inquired, Are you certain that what you say is true? 100% true. If you don't believe me, you can capture Zhang Qi and ask him. Chen Hao insisted. There is no need to capture him. Zhang Qi has just committed suicide by jumping off a cliff. At that moment, a tall and striking figure suddenly appeared outside the courtyard. The newcomer was none other than Zhao Ye, the head of the southern courtyard, adorned in a flowing crimson gown. She approached with grace, exuding both poise and elegance. In truth, she had lived for over 200 years, yet time had left no trace upon her. To the eye, she appeared as a young woman in her early 20s, not only stunningly beautiful, but also radiating an aura of regal detachment that repelled those who dared to approach. Through the use of his celestial vision, Chen Hao then noticed that his ethereal and enchanting master had actually reached the pinnacle of the spiritual king realm. Committed suicide by jumping off a cliff? Lin Feng exclaimed in astonishment, hastily pointing to the headless corpse on the ground. I see now. Could it be that Zhang Qi did not intend to kill He Yuan here, but rather sought to frame us in the southern courtyard? What are we to do? Fu Xiaoxiao's face was filled with concern. Sister, do not panic. Chen Hao calmly remarked, we are all our own people here. If we eliminate He Yuan completely, won't everything be resolved? You have quite the imagination. Lin Feng retorted coldly. You must understand that every disciple within the Seven Immortals sect, upon entering and becoming a disciple, has their soul mark implanted by their master. If a disciple dies, their master will immediately sense it and can pinpoint their location. Is it truly that advanced? Chen Hao expressed his astonishment. First, go to the inner sect and summon Elder Wu, Xiaoya said, maintaining her composure as she looked at the young man beside her. This young man was her third disciple, Du Yu, a practitioner at the second stage of the spirit origin realm. Xiaoya, you had better provide me with a satisfactory explanation. However, just as Du Yu departed, Bai Youjin's figure materialized in the air above the residence. His gaze was icy, and the aura emanating from his peak spirit king realm presence seemed capable of collapsing the very void around him. The moment his heels touched the ground, the entire courtyard trembled violently, the oppressive atmosphere palpable. He's shitty. Who on earth is so malicious as to do this to you? Who else could it be but those from the south courtyard? Simultaneously, a group of disciples from the east courtyard stormed into the residence. Upon seeing He Yuan's lifeless body, fury ignited within them. Stop spouting nonsense, Lin Feng shouted. He Yuan's death was clearly orchestrated by your east courtyard. You little wretch. Do you dare threaten me? Bai Youjin's voice rang out sharply, his palm glowing with silver light as he raised it to strike. Although he was still several dozen meters away from Lin Feng, the palm imprint he conjured from the law patterns enlarged dramatically and appeared above Lin Feng's head in an instant. Do you dare? Chapter 9, a disarrayed group boom. At that critical moment, Xiaoya conjured a dazzling purple light that transformed into a sword-like aura, slicing through Bai Youjin's palm imprint, shattering it into fragments. Impressive. The powerful wave from the law patterns surged forth, and even from afar, Chen Hao staggered back several steps in shock. Puff. Meanwhile, the elder brother Lin Feng was violently thrown back, spitting blood. Everyone, cease this at once. Just then, an elderly man with gray hair stepped into the fray from the void, quickly arriving at the dust-laden courtyard. The newcomer was Elder Wu, Jiang Daily. He first cast a cold glance at Xiaoya, then turned to Bai Youjin, asking, what brings you to the south courtyard in such a tumult? Xiaoya not only murdered my disciple He Yuan, but also forced my other disciple Zhang Qi to leap off a cliff in despair. Bai Youjin exclaimed with fury, I have come here solely to seek justice for my two unjustly slain disciples. Xiaoya, can you provide an explanation? Jiang Daily inquired, his expression solemn. According to my disciple, He Yuan was killed by Zhang Qi, who subsequently inexplicably took his own life by jumping off a cliff. Xiaoya replied, in my opinion, this is most likely a scheme concocted by Youjin himself, attempting to pin the blame for his disciples' deaths in the south courtyard on our institute. This tactic is truly remarkable. You are talking nonsense. Bai Youjin shouted angrily. You despicable Zhao, you killed my disciple, and now you dare to turn around and accuse me? I must ask, Director Zhao, is your explanation not rather far-fetched? Indeed, even though it is well known that you and Director Bai have never seen eye to eye, there is no need to concoct such an excuse to absolve yourself, is there? At that moment, two impeccably dressed and imposing middle-aged men suddenly entered the courtyard. To be precise, they were the directors from the west courtyard, Lu Dequang, and from the north courtyard, Yang Wei. I, Zhao, have a clear conscience. Why would I need to find an excuse? Xiaoya replied coolly, why do you not first inquire why Bai Youjin's disciples suddenly appeared in the south courtyard? The four external courtyards are not far apart. It is quite normal for disciples to visit one another, Lu Dequang stated. But do you know that this is the residence of my female disciples? Xiaoya pressed. Surely you are aware that any male disciple who enters the quarters of female disciples without their consent can be expelled from the sect, or worse, executed? Upon hearing Zhao Ya's words, Lu Dequang found himself momentarily speechless. Indeed, within the Seven Immortals sect, there exists a strict rule prohibiting male disciples from intruding into the quarters of female disciples, especially the grave offense of intruding into the quarters of disciples from another courtyard. Truly, it is a difficult situation for the master. Chen Hao could not help but sigh as he realized that he had been residing in the quarters of the female disciples. He also surmised that Zhao Ya had likely anticipated that ill-intentioned individuals would come searching for him, which is why she had thoughtfully arranged for his safety by placing him in such a location, even going so far as to appoint the second senior sister, Fu Xiaoxiao, to attend to him. Now, as the various directors turned their attention towards Zhao Ya, how could he feel at ease knowing he was the principal party involved? Are you suggesting that He Yuan and Zhang Qi trespassed into the quarters of the female disciples, which led to their deaths at your hands? Yang Wei inquired. Even if they did trespass into the quarters of the female disciples in the south courtyard, you had no right to execute them directly, did you? Bai Eugene coldly remarked. Moreover, who have they infringed upon? Chen Hao suddenly interjected. Is it considered an infringement if Zhang Qi knocked my senior sister unconscious? Bai Eugene cast a frosty glance at Chen Hao, momentarily taken aback. After all, was this not the very individual he had instructed Zhang Qi and He Yuan to test? I witnessed it with my own eyes. Chen Hao continued. At that moment, Zhang Qi was utterly frenzied. Not only decapitating He Yuan, but also shouting that it was his master's command, insisting that I should not be blamed. You little bastard. If you dare to speak recklessly, I shall not spare you. Bai Eugene was instantly engulfed in fury. He was not speaking in vain. We, too, heard Zhang Qi's frantic cries outside, claiming he was following his master's orders and asserting his own innocence. I heard it as well, and I swear to the heavens. At this juncture, a group of disciples from the south courtyard chimed in. A band of rabble, cease your slander, shouted the disciples from the east courtyard. Enough. Upon hearing this, Jiang Daily swiftly gestured for silence and declared, I will personally investigate this matter further. I believe it need not be so complicated. Bai Eugene pointed at Chen Hao, saying, Didn't this lad claim to have witnessed everything firsthand? I can simply extract the memory of what he just saw using a mystical inscription, and the truth will be laid bare. Chen Hao felt an overwhelming sense of speechlessness. How could one possibly extract memories? Should anyone dare to lay a finger on him? I, Zhao Ya, vow to confront him to the bitter end. Zhao Ya spoke coldly. You have slain my disciple, and I have yet to utter a harsh word. Do you still have the audacity to threaten me? Bai Eugene remarked. Do you think Elder Wu does not exist? Ah, isn't this the one who was mistakenly deemed to possess a talent of 10 points yesterday? Jiang Daily cast a glance at Chen Hao, as if recalling something. So, the one referred to as possessing 10 points yesterday is this lad? He's rather handsome. Yet his physical condition is appallingly poor, as if he has been utterly drained. This is undoubtedly due to a lack of self-restraint in his daily life. Given his emaciated frame, it would be remarkable if he could even achieve 5 points, let alone 10. At this moment, the crowd instinctively shifted their gaze towards Chen Hao, engaging in a flurry of discussions. In truth, the name Chen Hao had already spread throughout the Seven Fairy sect since yesterday, owing to the shocking nature of his test results. Naturally, no one would believe those results, for such potential simply could not exist in the realm of mortals. Have you had him retested? Jiang Daily inquired with curiosity. Not yet. I wish for him to recuperate for a few more days, so that his body may improve before the next test, Zhao Ya replied, believing this would yield more accurate results. Elder Wu, you must ensure justice for my disciple's death. Bai Eugene hastily reminded. Your disciple brazenly trespassed into the female disciple's dormitory in the south courtyard. How can you expect me to deliver justice for such shameless behavior? Jiang Daily seemed somewhat impatient and added, Rest assured, I will do my utmost to investigate. If it turns out that Director Zhao was indeed responsible for their deaths, I shall certainly reprimand her severely. Reprimand? Upon hearing this, Bai Eugene's face involuntarily twitched. How blatantly biased is Elder Wu in favoring Zhao Ya? Chapter 10. So, this is a worthless individual? Elder Wu, is it not a bit hasty of you to arrive at such a conclusion? Luda, a disciple from the west courtyard, timidly inquired, clearly siding with Bai Eugene. I am merely presenting reason, and you dare call me hasty? Jiang Daily retorted with a stern expression. Consider it from another perspective. If male disciples from the south courtyard were to freely invade the female disciples' dormitory in the west courtyard and engage in all sorts of harassment, I ask you, as the head of your courtyard, would you not contemplate eliminating such scoundrels? Luda fell silent once more. If Elder Wu insists on this line of reasoning, we shall have no choice but to seek justice from other elders. A young disciple from the East Courtyard muttered through gritted teeth. By Eugene, your disciple truly possesses remarkable spirit. Jiang Daily shook his head with a smile, bemused by the audacity of the foolish individual daring to threaten Elder Wu. In that moment, Bai Eugene delivered a resounding slap to the face of the young man, then turned to Jiang Daily and confessed, to be frank, my deceased disciple He Yuan was none other than the biological brother of my second disciple, He Qing. Should there be any offense toward Elder Wu? I hope for your understanding. Why does this person seem so familiar? Just as Chen Hao lifted his gaze toward the youth named He Qing, he couldn't suppress a sudden surge of astonishment. Upon further reflection, a wave of inexplicable anger welled up within him. Wasn't this the very youth who had sold him to the leader of the Wanyu Valley half a year ago? He even recalled that He Qing had taken away 10,000 spirit crystal coins from a little snake demon of Wanyu Valley at that time. Moreover, a glance at the few individuals behind the youth revealed a sense of déjà vu. By the heavens, particularly as Chen Hao turned his attention to Bai Eugene. He suddenly remembered the conversation with Zhaoya from the previous day, wherein she mentioned that disciples frequently went missing in the eastern courtyard. He also recalled Ice Moon's sister, Bing Qi, who often procured disciples through various sections. Could it be that this old rogue Bai Eugene? You had better summon the sect leader to arbitrate. Jiang Daily cast a casual glance at Yi Qing and the others before shifting his gaze to Zhaoya. I see this young man appears to be in good spirits. And since we are all present, why not allow him to undergo an assessment? Very well. With matters having progressed this far, Zhaoya found it difficult to decline. She then retrieved a sizable blue crystal from her storage bag. In truth, each courtyard possessed such a testing stone, intended for the routine evaluation of their disciples' abilities. Heaven's seal. Do you have any means to alter my assessment results? As Zhaoya approached, Chen Hao couldn't help but hastily inquire telepathically. He had no desire for his potential to be laid bare, for this world was far more intricate and perilous than he had imagined. Of course, he also contemplated that once his qualifications were revealed, he would undoubtedly be selected for the inner sect, gaining access to greater resources. Yet, for the sake of caution, he believed it prudent to remain discreet until he fully understood the internal dynamics of the Seven Immortals sect and had matured himself. This is simple, and I can even help modulate your cultivation aura to the Spirit Sea realm. Heaven's Seal responded discreetly, as long as you do not deliberately expose your aura. Even if a powerful figure were to investigate your cultivation later, they would not uncover the true results. Slap. Without hesitation, Chen Hao placed his palm upon the testing stone. Chen Hao, of unknown origins, was merely 21 years of age, currently at the first level of the Spirit Sea realm. He had awakened the one-star Earth Eye talent, with a potential aptitude rated at a mere 3 points. 3 points? Huh. Is this some kind of joke? This is absurdly pathetic. Someone could not contain their laughter and burst out loud. Upon witnessing this result, Zhaoya was momentarily taken aback, her beautiful eyes reflecting profound disappointment. And she swiftly turned to Chen Hao, inquiring, when did you carve your Qi Si? This morning, my senior sister gave me a Qi Si Dan, and feeling rather idle, I decided to use it, Chen Hao replied. So, it turns out he is nothing but a waste? At that moment, Bai Eugene could not help but grind his teeth in frustration. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would never have allowed Zhang Qi and He Yuan to come here. What troubled him further was the fact that the lives of his two disciples had been squandered for the sake of testing such a worthless individual. This grievance was truly difficult for him to swallow. TSK, TSK, TSK. I thought the South Courtyard had genuinely found a treasure, remarked Yang Wei from the North Courtyard with a laugh. It seems Zhao Academy has wasted her sincere efforts, even accommodating this fellow in the female disciple dormitory. Who would have thought it would turn out to be such a triviality? By the way, just yesterday, Zhao Academy had boldly claimed that even if the test were to yield erroneous results, she would still keep this disciple for herself. Rudek from the West Courtyard shook his head in amusement, saying, I can only imagine that Zhao Academy head spirits have plummeted to an all-time low. The test results of Chen Hao brought immense satisfaction to the several deans present, simultaneously offering a rare opportunity to criticize Zhaoya. However, Zhaoya refrained from retaliating. As she found herself utterly speechless, it was simply disheartening. Jiang Daily sighed softly, reflecting the reality of the situation, and he had no desire to cast another glance at Chen Hao. He then addressed the assembly, declaring, All right, let us conclude today's matter here. Additionally, I must inform you that next month, the sect will hold a biennial event, the New Disciple Demon Hunting Tournament. Both the internal and external disciples who have joined the sect in the past 3 years will be eligible to participate. This serves as a trial for the newcomers. And those who manage to secure a place in the top 10 will receive substantial rewards. I will provide further details to the elders, who will relay the information to you all. Therefore, make the most of this time to prepare, especially you new disciples. With that, he soared away from the southern courtyard. I kindly advise you to keep your masters tethered to your waist when you venture out. While Eugene cast a sweeping glance at the disciples present in the southern courtyard before departing with his entourage from the eastern courtyard. Upon hearing his words, the disciples of the southern courtyard were left in a state of shock, particularly those who had only just joined the day before, their hearts racing with alarm. It seems the southern courtyard is in for a tumultuous time. Lu Dequan chuckled, suggesting that some of the new disciples might still have time to switch to his western courtyard. Our northern courtyard is renowned for its generous treatment of newcomers. Yang Wei added, inviting those interested to come and experience it for themselves. Do you two think Xiaoya is easily bullied? Xiaoya, initially disinclined to engage with them, felt provoked by their blatant attempts to undermine her. Who can tolerate such insolence? She thought, brimming with indignation. We would never dare to bully Dean Zhao. Yang Wei hastily shook his head, adding, we're merely trying to alleviate your burdens. Let it go, let it go. Dean Zhao is clearly in a foul mood. We should speak less. Lu Dequan waved his hand, but not before turning back to say, any newcomer who joins my western courtyard will receive 10 first-grade elixirs each month. Chapter 11, Confrontation with Zhao the Widow Begone. Xiaoya's sharp command resonated throughout the air. Even her typically composed demeanor was shaken, her body trembling with pent-up fury, her silver teeth nearly sparking with rage, as if she might lash out at any moment. It is all your fault, you disgraceful wretch, tarnishing the master's reputation. At that moment, her senior brother, Lin Feng, cast a cold and disdainful glance at Chen Hao, his eyes brimming with contempt. What are you still doing here? Hurry up and pack your things. Where am I supposed to go with my belongings? Chen Hao shrugged his shoulders. With your meager talent, you would be disregarded even if cast out onto the streets. Lin Feng retorted coldly, urging, hurry up and pack your belongings and leave. Do not embarrass yourself further here. Is it truly this harsh? Chen Hao was perplexed, for his master had assured him yesterday that regardless of the outcome of his test, he would be accepted as a disciple. Indeed, the master had uttered such words, yet what could he achieve with a mere 3 points of potential? Lin Feng bellowed. Do you intend to linger in this southern courtyard, merely subsisting without purpose? Enough, let him remain. Xiaoya sighed, realizing that she could only swallow her pride. She had no desire to bear the stigma of being untrustworthy. After a moment of calm, she turned her gaze toward the assembled disciples. Listen well, new disciples. You have 1 day to utilize the sea chiseling elixir to carve out your spiritual seas. Tomorrow morning, gather at the plaza of the Southern Courtyard Hall. I shall inscribe the soul patterns for you and guide you to the repository of techniques. Furthermore, all newcomers may visit your second senior sister, Fu Xiaoxiao, to receive 5 first-grade spiritual pills. Thank you, Master. The accommodations are shared, with 3 individuals residing in a single room. You shall proceed to room 7 shortly. It awaits 1 more occupant. Before long, Chen Hao, clutching his bedding, was led by Fu Xiaoxiao to the male disciples' quarters of the southern courtyard. After a brief exchange, she handed him a storage pouch containing 5 pills and a disciple's token. Sighing softly, Fu Xiaoxiao turned and departed. How fortuitous. However, upon entering room 7, Chen Hao was astonished to recognize the 2 individuals seated upon the beds. One was the black-robed youth, Yi Xiaochuan, while the other was the robust lad from the wild domain, Wang Taizhu. Ah, isn't this the refugee brother with 10 points of potential? Yi Xiaochuan could not suppress a smirk. So, you've moved out from the female disciples' dormitory? To be honest, I am quite content simply to have a place to stay. Chen Hao chuckled. How is it that you, the young master of the Cangjin Villa, have found your way to this refugee camp? Yi Xiaochuan's expression shifted momentarily, but he soon smiled again. Everyone has received 5 first-grade spiritual pills. You must have gotten yours as well, right? Why do you ask? I wish to discuss a matter with you, Yi Xiaochuan replied. With your potential of merely 3 points, I believe that no amount of spiritual pills will be of any use to you. It would be wiser to convert the pills into spiritual crystal coins and enjoy a life of leisure. Can spiritual pills be traded? Chen Hao furrowed his brow. Of course, Yi Xiaochuan affirmed. Typically, a first-grade spiritual pill is valued at around 100 spiritual crystal coins, but I can offer you 200 per pill. What do you think? I'm afraid you should seek someone else. Mine still hold great significance. Chen Hao decisively declined. Suddenly, A resounding hum filled the air as Wang Taizhu, seated on the opposite bed, was enveloped in a blinding crimson aura. Ha! I have finally become a cultivator. He laughed heartily. In truth, he had just begun to forge his qi. What talent have you awakened? Yi Xiaochuan inquired with curiosity. I have no idea what talent it is. I just feel that my strength has increased tremendously, Wang Taizhu replied with a naive expression. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao furrowed his brow in contemplation and utilized his celestial eye to scan Wang Taizhu's internal body. What on earth? Why is the blood within him dark golden? The sight left Chen Hao in a state of shock, his heart filled with astonishment. This lad's ancestors must not have been human. At that moment, the celestial seal whispered in the shadows, What do you mean? Because he has awakened the bloodline of the ancient demonic dragon, and judging by its quality, it is at least of 8 stars. The celestial seal responded. If my analysis is correct, this young man is likely related to the ancient demonic dragon lineage. Moreover, his bloodline is still in its nascent state. Should his cultivation improve, the quality and potential of this talent may yet ascend. Goodness, it seems he is quite the prodigy. Chen Hao was astonished, and it was not difficult to deduce why the 14-year-old Wang Taizhu had grown so remarkably tall. Could it be that this fellow's ancestry was a fusion of ancient demon dragons and humans? After the energy sea was carved out, a person's strength would naturally increase severfold. What was there to be curious about? Yi Xiaochuan remarked. Ah, so that is the case. Wang Taizhu grinned innocently, then took the initiative to clasp his fist toward Chen Hao and Yi Xiaochuan, saying, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Wang Taizhu. I hope you two brothers will take care of me in the future. I am Chen Hao. Oh, I just remembered. You are the brother who scored a mere 10 points yesterday, right? Wang Taizhu exclaimed with excitement. I envy you so much, big brother. You must look out for me in the future. What a joke. He's merely a 3-point failure. Yi Xiaochuan could hardly contain his disdain. 3 points? Wang Taizhu was bewildered. How come I was unaware of this? Besides eating and sleeping, what else would a country bumpkin like you know? Yi Xiaochuan shot a contemptuous glance at Chen Hao and Wang Taizhu, growing increasingly displeased. Alas, never mind. I shall seek Sister Fu to arrange a different room for me. Living with you two fools will surely affect my state of mind. In the East Courtyard, Master, your relationship with Elder Four is quite good. Shouldn't we ask him to resolve this matter? Upon returning to the East Courtyard, He Qing reluctantly made his way to the main hall. Without at least 400,000 to 500,000 spirit crystals, do you think that old miser can be persuaded? Bai Eugene retorted coldly. Do not be hasty. I will certainly settle this matter with that Zhao widow. Master, the Ice Chief from the Serpent Demon Clan has a message for you. At that moment, a young man clad in black suddenly entered the hall. His name was Gujin, Bai Eugene's eldest disciple and trusted confidant. What is it? Is she running low on supplies again? Bai Eugene inquired. Not a supply issue. Gujin shook his head. She mentioned that a very important slave escaped from Wanwei Valley the day before yesterday. According to her investigation, that slave is currently hiding within the Qixin sect. If Master can help her capture this individual, she promises a reward of 100,000 spirit crystals. Chapter 12. What a disturbing operation. Isn't Wanwei Valley the territory of her sister, Bingwei? Bai Eugene pondered, wondering who could be of such significance to her. She did not elaborate further, only stating that the person's name was Chen Hao. Gujin replied. Chen Hao? Upon hearing this, Bai Eugene was momentarily stunned. Could it be that worthless individual with a 3-point qualification? He Qing was astonished, then his expression shifted as he recalled something, realizing that the description indeed matched him. What do you mean by that? Bai Eugene inquired. I recall that 6 months ago, while returning with several junior disciples, we encountered an individual named Chen Hao, who claimed to hail from some place called Earth. He Qing interjected, observing his erratic demeanor. We seized the opportunity to sell him to Wanyu Valley. The reason I failed to recognize him just now is due to his gaunt appearance. Previously, he sported short hair and was significantly more robust. Are you certain it is indeed him? Bai Eugene appeared incredulous, pondering how such a worthless person could possibly be valued at 1 million spirit crystals. It is worth noting that even exceptionally talented cultivators typically command a maximum worth of 50,000 spirit crystals. Without a doubt, it is he. Moreover, having recently arrived at the 7 Immortal Sect, Bing Qi has already sent word. Who else could it possibly be? He Qing asserted with unwavering confidence. I suspect that the lad must have pilfered a remarkable treasure during his time at Wanyu Valley, which is why Bing Qi is so concerned about him. That seems plausible. Bai Eugene nodded thoughtfully, narrowing his eyes. He Qing, if you can bring that boy here, I shall reward you with 500,000 spirit crystals and seek justice from the 4th Elder on your behalf. What say you? Absolutely. He Qing, who had previously appeared dejected, suddenly regained his enthusiasm. As night fell, the silvery moonlight blanketed the southern courtyard in a glow reminiscent of shimmering silver. After dinner, Wang Taizhu collapsed onto his bed, snoring like a slumbering beast. Damn it, you country bumpkin, could you keep it down? Yi Xiaochuan, initially contemplating a room change, found himself ultimately denied and reluctantly returned to his previous quarters. At that moment, he felt on the verge of madness. As Wang Tiezhu's thunderous snores sent tremors throughout the room, synchronized with his rhythmic breathing, Chen Hao paid no heed to the surroundings. Instead, he settled into a meditative posture, focusing his consciousness as he approached the first seal's gate. Through the golden portal, a boundless abyss loomed, its depths resonating with chilling, soul-stirring howls that echoed from within. Shadows of colossal skeletal claws danced in the darkness, seemingly yearning to rend the fabric of the void and break free. Ah, you have arrived, the elderly Ling Tian, seated before the black hole, opened his eyes upon Chen Hao's arrival. His emaciated figure resembled that of a long-extinguished candle, yet an intangible aura of authority emanated from him. His piercing gaze seemed capable of consuming one's very soul upon meeting it. Here are 5 first-grade spirit pills and a testing spirit stone. Though they may pale in comparison to the cushion you gifted me, they represent the extent of my current capabilities. With that, Chen Hao presented all his possessions. Your thoughtfulness brings me great satisfaction, Ling Tian replied with a nod and a smile. Wait, master. I believe these items would yield even greater efficacy if combined with the chaotic heavenly cauldron, Tianin interjected. Indeed. I almost overlooked the fact that the chaotic heavenly cauldron is now at my disposal, Chen Hao mused. Chen Hao smiled, and with a mere thought, the chaotic celestial cauldron materialized before him. Simultaneously, he placed several elixirs and a testing spirit stone into the cauldron. Success. 1 holy elixir was successfully fused. Characteristics, none. As the voice of the chaotic celestial cauldron echoed, a radiant purple elixir, exuding a fragrant aroma, emerged within the vessel. Astonishingly, 5 first-grade elixirs combined with a testing stone had produced a holy elixir. What a remarkable feat! One must understand that the true advantage of the chaotic celestial cauldron lies in its ability to transform the most inferior materials into exquisite treasures. According to the information from the heavenly seal, beyond this extraordinary capability, the chaotic celestial cauldron also possesses the functions of refining and repairing. For instance, weapons and armor of inferior quality or those that are incomplete can be restored through the cauldron's refining process, not only returning them to their original state, but also enhancing their quality. As for the repairing function, it is quite extraordinary. In simple terms, disregarding all else, even individuals' missing limbs can be restored to their original condition. Goodness, it seems this cauldron is far more practical than your seal. With a joyful smile, Chen Hao promptly handed the sacred pill to Ling Tian. Master, how could you criticize my ineptitude? The heavenly seal seemed to express a sense of grievance. Ha. Who would have thought that the esteemed chaos heavenly seal could also face discrimination? Ling Tian, upon receiving the pill, couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle, finding it utterly unimaginable. What do you mean I discriminate against it? Chen Hao inquired. Could it possibly possess some extraordinary ability? I cannot elucidate its full extent of extraordinary capabilities. Even I must heed its counsel, Ling Tian replied. I find myself quite intrigued by your origins, Chen Hao remarked. Surely, you have heard of the supreme or perhaps the celestial deity? Ling Tian smiled and confessed to be candid. I was once the celestial deity who maintained balance across the vast realms of existence. Could we discuss something more serious? One could sense that the old man's words were far from credible. Alas, it is futile to explain. However, I trust you will come to understand in due time. With a sigh, Ling Tian swallowed the sacred pill in one swift motion, then shook his head. There was tea even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. I hope you can procure more for me. Witnessing this scene, Chen Hao felt a sense of speechlessness. Are you a devil? Though I have never consumed a sacred pill, I could distinctly sense the overwhelming energy swirling within it. If I were to refine it, my cultivation would surely ascend by at least 2 significant realms. Yet this old man seems entirely unaffected after consuming it. You must understand, young sir, I have been starving for 900 billion years. Ling Tian lamented. To be honest, it feels quite humiliating. Who would comprehend that I, once a celestial deity overseeing countless realms, would ultimately find myself perishing in such a manner? Is this old fellow's mind not functioning properly? Chen Hao found himself questioning the very essence of life, and could not help but secretly inquire of Tianin. There are indeed matters that I am reluctant to disclose to my master at this early stage, as I fear that his current understanding may render him incapable of accepting them. Tianyin communicated discreetly. You cannot possibly mean to imply that this old man is indeed some sort of celestial deity? Chen Hao expressed his astonishment. Chapter 13. The Great Tao of Celestial Medicine. Absolutely true, Tianyin replied. To put it bluntly, even the divine and demonic beings that your master recognizes, such as the Heavenly Emperor, do not possess the qualifications to carry his wash basin. How could he have fallen to such a state? Chen Hao inquired, bewildered. Due to a catastrophic upheaval, the reasons for which are exceedingly intricate, Tianyin continued. And what I can reveal to you now is that the black hole behind him serves as a passageway to the source of this calamity. He is compelled to guard this place for the safety of all beings and realms. Of course, I have previously mentioned that there are numerous sealing passages like this one. The true contributors, who have long been forgotten by the world, are the ancient celestial beings. Are you certain I can support a cadre of celestial deities? Although this notion seemed absurd and almost unfathomable, Chen Hao began to grasp certain aspects. It appeared that this venerable group of seal guardians was in dire need of a logistical aid, and he was the most suitable candidate. I cannot say with certainty, but I can only choose to place my faith in my master, Tianyin responded, for you are not only the hope of me and these guardians, but also the hope and future of all beings across the heavens. What a heavy burden to bear. Chen Hao could not help but sigh deeply. Since I have come this far, I shall accept my fate. The threads of karma are already woven in the tapestry of destiny. I shall not overthink it. Ling Tian remarked. Moreover, I have not left you to toil in vain, have I? Indeed, since I have come this far, I shall find peace in it. Chen Hao nodded and remarked, surely, there must be more to your celestial being than just the Dao Pu? Indeed, Ling Tian replied with a confident smile. And as long as you require, I can bestow upon you anything you desire. Could you perhaps provide me with a set of unparalleled techniques? Chen Hao inquired. That is hardly a challenge. Ling Tian responded resolutely. However, considering your current cultivation, you are not yet capable of harnessing my divine arts and intricate patterns. Even if you could, you would be unable to wield them effectively. According to him, techniques are categorized by ranks: inferior, medium, superior, fine, exquisite, supreme, heavenly, peerless, unparalleled, and forbidden, among others. Most of his techniques belong to the unparalleled class, and without a cultivation level surpassing the divine realm, one cannot manage or contain them. Is there nothing I can learn at my current level? Chen Hao queried. Do not fret, my lord, with the Dao Pu in your possession. Even if you aim to break through to the divine realm, it will be at most a matter of 2 or 3 months, Tianyin reassured him. I am not anxious. Rather, I fear that this celestial being may not endure. If you were to pass away, would I not meet my own demise? Chen Hao cast a glance at the emaciated Ling Tian. Haha, this young man is quite perceptive. Ling Tian nodded appreciatively, then furrowed his brow and said, How about this? I believe you have awakened the supreme heavenly eye. I possess a tome of celestial healing arts, which I can impart to you now. Is it a form of medical skill? Chen Hao inquired. This is no ordinary medicine, Ling Tian replied with a smile. Indeed, my primary intention in sharing this knowledge with you is simply to enhance your understanding of the myriad substances in this world, as well as the various ailments that may arise in your future cultivation. Come, extend your forehead. With a resonant hum, the moment Chen Hao leaned forward, Ling Tian pointed directly at the center of his brow. What the hell? Accompanied by a burst of golden light. Chen Hao felt as if his mind was about to explode, for in that singular moment, an overwhelming influx of the essence of countless medical techniques and the applications and combinations of myriad medicinal herbs and source energies flooded his consciousness. After approximately 3 hours, he gradually emerged from his stupor, his eyes becoming increasingly profound and clear. Though this celestial healing tome may not be a weapon of destruction, the medical art it contains significantly broadened his horizons, especially in terms of understanding various cultivators' realms and the essence of all beings. It utterly transformed all his previous perceptions. It became evident that due to excessive depletion of vital energy and the exhaustion of his soul's reservoir, he had arrived at his current state. Should this condition persist, he would only last another year at most. Upon awakening, Chen Hao immediately discerned the source of the issue through Ling Tian's body. Simultaneously, he grasped just how arduous Ling Tian's path had been. A being of boundless power, he had willingly sacrificed his own essence to safeguard the safety of all living things, severely injuring his own foundation. Truth be told, I fear not death, Ling Tian sighed, shaking his head. What troubles me is who shall guard the seal after I am gone. Rest assured, Senior Ling, as long as I, Chen Hao, draw breath, you shall not perish. In that moment, Chen Hao firmly resolved to protect him. Thus, without further delay, he withdrew his consciousness from the sealed realm. Outside, the sky had brightened considerably. Why do I feel so sore all over after just one nap? Wang Taizhu, who was lying on the bed, attempted to stretch but was instead met with a visage of anguish. A sizable bump, akin to a fist, was visibly swelling on his forehead. What on earth is this bump on my head? Did I do this? Meanwhile, Yi Xiaochuan suddenly awoke from his meditation and interjected, I bear no grudge against you. Why have you struck me? If I hadn't knocked you out, how could I have slept? Yi Xiaochuan coldly advised, I suggest you find somewhere else to sleep tonight. Otherwise, you may not wake up tomorrow. Do you think you can bully me just because I am young? He added, noticing the absence of everyone around him. Just as Wang Taizhu was about to lose his temper, an unexpected gasp echoed from outside the courtyard. Upon opening the door, he found that standing in the yard were his third senior brother, Du Yu, and second senior sister, Fu Xiaoxiao. What on earth is happening? As Chen Hao and the others arrived in the courtyard, they quickly realized that the dozens of disciples who had recently joined and resided in this courtyard had mysteriously vanished. They must have been intimidated by Bai Eugene yesterday, and with the allure of the west and north courtyards, they probably decided to sneak away, Fu Xiaoxiao speculated. What a bunch of treacherous scoundrels! Du Yu exclaimed angrily. To take the elixirs and run away is utterly shameless. If I had known, I would have stayed here last night. Alas, those who wish to leave will always find a way, Fu Xiaoxiao sighed gently. After all, they had not yet established their soul patterns and could not be considered formal disciples of our sect. No one could hold them back if they chose to depart. Over 80 individuals, and now only 3 of us remain? The more he looked, the more disheartened he became. What will Master say when he finds out? He will surely be furious. Well, it's better than having none at all, Fu Xiaoxiao responded, feeling equally helpless. She then led Chen Hao and the others to the South Courtyard Plaza. Chapter 14. Will I also have my day? In the distance, they spotted Zhao Ye, Lin Feng, and around 100 young men and women waiting in the plaza. Why just these 3? Master Brother Lin Feng questioned in confusion. Those shameless traitors sneaked off to other courtyards last night. Du Yu declared angrily. At this moment, not only did Lin Feng and the others feel speechless, but even Zhao Ye could not help but furrow her brow, as the reason became apparent. After a brief pause, she turned to Chen Hao and the others and said calmly, before I have established your soul patterns, if you wish to leave, I will not make things difficult for you. I do not want to bear the reputation of harboring a traitor. Yi Xiaochuan shook his head. I have only just joined the sect with great difficulty. How could I leave? Clearly, Wang Taizhu was still unaware of the unfolding situation. There is no need for further elaboration on Chen Hao, for it is common knowledge what manner of individual he is. Very well, in that case, I shall now inscribe the soul pattern for you. With that, Zhao Ye placed her fingertip upon the center of Yi Xiaochuan's forehead. A surge of silvery light flashed, and thus the soul pattern was implanted. She then directed her finger to the center of Wang Taizhu's forehead as well. However, at the moment the soul pattern was inscribed, Zhao Ye's expression suddenly froze in astonishment. Never did I anticipate that I, Zhao Ye, would receive such an extraordinary disciple. The next moment, the previously icy demeanor of hers transformed into a smile, which she could not suppress. What has the master discovered? Lin Feng was filled with curiosity, as were the others. Although his aptitude score was not high, his innate talent was remarkably exceptional. Zhao Ye sighed with a smile, stating that the future of our Southern Academy is indeed promising. Master, could you share what talent he has awakened? Yi Xiaochuan inquired, puzzled. This is not something you need to concern yourselves with. Zhao Ye waved her hand, and upon turning back to Wang Taizhu, her eyes sparkled with brilliance, as if she had stumbled upon an unparalleled treasure. She then proclaimed, henceforth, you shall reside in the Southern Academy's Great Hall for your cultivation, and I shall devote myself entirely to your training. Thank you, Master. Wang Taizhu was both surprised and elated, never imagining he would experience such a day. Master, could you not reveal even a hint of his talent? Indeed, Master. What talent could possibly bring you such joy? The other disciples were equally intrigued, especially Yi Xiaochuan, who felt a wave of anxiety within. How could someone who appeared as clumsy as this country bumpkin possibly awaken any remarkable talent? The master did not utilize the testing stone. How could she ascertain Wang Taizhu's talent? Chen Hao could not help but softly inquire of the nearby Fu Xiaoxiao. It was quite simple. His master could discern information through the soul pattern. It turned out that any disciple marked with a soul pattern could be monitored by their master, not only regarding their life and whereabouts, but also their strength at any given moment. Enough of the questions. Jiaya hastily gestured with her hand and smiled mysteriously. You will understand during next month's Demon Hunt Conference. In truth, she had not felt such joy in a long time. Since assuming the position of the Southern Academy's head, she had been consistently marginalized and oppressed by the other 3 academies. This was primarily due to the lack of outstanding disciples under her tutelage, which had rendered her unable to hold her head high in front of the other academy heads over the years. Fortunately, Elder Jiang Daily had always supported her. Otherwise, her tenure as head would have likely ended long ago. Now, however, she had received a disciple who had awakened the 8-star ancient demon dragon bloodline, with the potential for further advancement in star rank. Such talent was unparalleled within the entire 7 Immortals sect, and how could she not feel elated? Next month would mark the sect's Demon Hunt Conference for new disciples. In her view, if she could cultivate this disciple to their fullest potential and secure a spot in the top 10 during the conference, she would undoubtedly rise to fame. Moreover, she would have the opportunity to compete with the heads of the other 3 academies for the position of the 6th elder of the sect. It is worth noting that throughout the history of the 7 Immortals sect, all elders have been selected from among the heads of the outer academies. The more extraordinary the disciples they cultivate and the higher their reputation, the greater their chances of being promoted to the esteemed position of elder. Junior brother, it is your turn. Fu Xiaoxiao motioned for Chen Hao to step forward. Chen Hao hesitated for a moment and quickly conveyed in secret, Xiao Yin, is it possible to prevent my strength from being detected by the soul patterns? I'm afraid that is not feasible, Tianyin replied. The soul patterns are embedded within the master's soul, and I cannot interfere with that. What should I do then? He felt a surge of anxiety. If Xiaoyi discovered his innate talent, she would surely go mad. Should he just refrain from using it? At that moment, Lin Feng scoffed. What impact could a person with merely 1/3 of the potential have, even if they were to bear the soul patterns? Indeed, the senior brother is right. Chen Hao nodded repeatedly with a smile, remarking that a waste like him should not squander the master's soul inscriptions. Do as you wish. Jiaya, uninterested in further discussion, turned to Lin Feng and instructed, take Chen Hao and Yi Xiaochuan to the. As for Wang Taizhu, I have other arrangements. Lin Feng glanced at Chen Hao, suggesting that it would be more appropriate to assign him to the servant quarters. After all, since he is a disciple of our southern courtyard, he deserves no less than the standard treatment. Jiaya replied, if he shows no progress after a month, we can consider moving him to the servant quarters then. Understood. These are a 2-story ancient building located at the junction of the outer and inner sections. The first floor belongs to the outer pavilion, housing tens of thousands of texts, primarily comprising low, mid, and high-grade cultivation techniques. Generally, newcomers to the 7 Immortals sect are granted a day to access the outer pavilion for study. Should they demonstrate progress in their cultivation, further opportunities for access will arise. The second floor, reserved for inner sect disciples, primarily features quality techniques, and even some exquisite methods can be found within. At this moment, over 1,000 new disciples had already gathered outside nearly all hailing from the eastern courtyard. Leading them was none other than He Qing, the second disciple of Bai Yuqing. Strangely, He Qing's gaze was fixated intently on Chen Hao. Could it be that this fellow recognized me? Chen Hao's expression darkened, as an inexplicable fury welled up within his heart. The sight of the human trafficker instantly conjured memories of the suffering and torment he endured in the Wanyu Valley. If he did not seize the opportunity to eliminate this scoundrel, he feared he would never find peace in this lifetime. Chapter 15. The True Dragon Fist of Tianba. Remember, you have but a day to comprehend this. How much you can grasp depends on your own fortune. Now, you may enter. At that moment, outside the grand entrance stood a silver-haired, one-armed elder, who announced to the gathered disciples, Thank you, elder. The crowd first bowed respectfully to the elder and then proceeded to enter I have matters to attend to. You too, remember, after you leave tonight, be sure to wait for me here and do not wander off. Lin Feng said with a serious demeanor, addressing Chen Hao and Yi Xiaochuan. Is it possible that the esteemed dean would truly dare to act against us? Yi Xiaochuan queried, bewildered. Outwardly, he would not dare. But that old rogue could commit any act behind the scenes, Lin Feng warned in a hushed tone. In any case, you both should exercise caution and avoid any quarrels with those from the east courtyard. Now, you may enter. With that, he hurriedly departed. Who would have thought that the 7 celestial sect could be in such disarray? Yi Xiaochuan sighed in resignation. I say, little E, are you not afraid, are you? Chen Hao jested with a smile. Who the hell is your little classmate? Yi Xiaochuan replied coldly. From this moment on, you'd best keep your distance from me. I have this nagging feeling that wherever you are, trouble is sure to follow. With that, he stepped into the wait. Just as Chen Hao was about to enter he noticed Yi Qing, who had been waiting at the entrance, suddenly reach out to block his way. Chen Hao, may we have a private conversation outside? What could we possibly have to discuss? Chen Hao cast a glance at Yi Qing, and at that moment, he realized that this fellow's cultivation was surprisingly on par with his own, both standing at the pinnacle of the spirit origin realm. Follow me, and you shall understand. As he spoke, Yi Qing swiftly seized Chen Hao's wrist, seemingly intent on forcibly leading him away from this place. Chen Hao's expression became solemn. In that fleeting moment, he was tempted to employ his illusionary vision to obliterate this individual right then and there. However, the one-armed elder guarding the entrance was not far off, and he had previously observed that this elder was a formidable practitioner who had attained the esteemed rank of spirit sovereign. Should he utilize his illusionary vision here, it would undoubtedly attract the elder's attention, leading to an explanation that would be difficult to provide later. Yi Qing, why are you obstructing the newcomers from the south courtyard? At that moment, the one-armed elder cast a discerning glance in Chen Hao's direction. His ability to easily identify Chen Hao's origin stemmed from the fact that the attire he wore was exclusively designated for the south courtyard. No, I merely feel that he seems familiar, Chen Hao replied. Familiar, my foot. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of the discord between your east courtyard and the south courtyard. Before Yi Qing could elaborate, the elder interrupted him, stating, this is the Hall of Hidden Law. You would do well to refrain from causing any disturbances here. How could a disciple dare to do such a thing? Please. Elder, do not misunderstand. Yi Qing quickly smiled, and then he promptly departed from the pavilion, casting a cold glance at Chen Hao as he left. Chen Hao paid no mind to the situation. However, it was not difficult for even a fool to deduce that Yi Qing had certainly recognized him and intended to silence him to prevent the exposure of their scandal in the future. He soon made his way to the Songfa Pavilion. The interior of the pavilion was remarkably spacious, distinctly divided into 3 areas of varying levels of martial arts, lower, middle, and upper grades. One could observe an array of diverse techniques such as boxing, palm techniques, footwork, and the art of spirit absorption, all intricately depicted on the walls through complex patterns and illustrations, allowing multiple individuals to comprehend them simultaneously. These patterns were the essence of the arts, appearing serpentine and twisted, akin to charms, yet containing profound mysteries within them. Most of the disciples present in the pavilion were concentrated in the lower and middle grade areas, with only a select few seated in the upper grade zone, engaging in contemplation and observation. The reason for this was clear to Chen Hao. In simple terms, those with lower cultivation levels, such as practitioners in the spirit sea realm, could only barely cultivate lower grade techniques. Achieving the second tier of the spirit sea realm or higher permitted entry into the middle grade area. Meanwhile, cultivators like Yi Xiaochuan, at the 6th tier of the spirit sea realm, were fully capable of accessing the upper grade zone. Upon entering the upper grade area, Chen Hao indeed spotted Yi Xiaochuan, who was currently seated in front of a wall mural titled The Art of Cosmic Shifting. Suddenly, to Chen Hao's astonishment, while observing through the supreme heavenly eye, he witnessed the patterns on the wall begin to move miraculously. Not only that, but these moving patterns transformed into strands of azure light, swiftly entering his legs. This wondrous scene was visible only to Chen Hao through his heavenly gaze. Others could neither see nor perceive it. In that moment, Chen Hao felt a surge of bewilderment, for he had never anticipated that the supreme heavenly eye hidden deep within his brow could assist him in comprehending martial arts, and with such immediacy. Most importantly, he could distinctly sense that once he harnessed his primal energy to wield this technique, he could instantly shift a distance of 10 meters in a single step. What brings you here, haunting me like a ghost? Yi Xiaochuan turned his head, visibly irritated. Shouldn't you be content in the lower grade area? Is this realm of the arts something you can comprehend? My potential rating may be low, yet my comprehension is exceedingly high. Why shouldn't I be able to grasp it? Chen Hao cast a glance at Yi Xiaochuan, utterly exasperated. Truly hopeless. Yi Xiaochuan shook his head and remarked, you must remember that newcomers only have a single day to comprehend the principles here. If you continue to wander aimlessly, I fear you will struggle to even grasp the rudiments of basic techniques. How touching, Chen Hao mused. I never imagined that someone as aloof as you, little E, would express concern for me. I care for no one but myself. Yi Xiaochuan retorted sharply, I merely wish for you to keep a distance, understood? Chen Hao refrained from teasing Yi Xiaochuan further and proceeded to the other end. A cursory glance revealed an abundance of various palm and fist techniques. Yet they all consisted of the most rudimentary forms, necessitating long-term practice by the cultivators. Flashy yet utterly useless. It was not until he arrived before a mural depicting a technique named the Heavenly Overlord True Dragon Fist that he paused. Clearly, it was the name of this art that captivated him. With a resonant hum, he did not hesitate. He activated his supreme heavenly eye and began to comprehend this martial art. In an instant, a fragmented golden dragon head surged forth from the mural, transforming into two strands of dark golden light that seamlessly entered his arms. How could it be fragmented? Upon deeper reflection, although Chen Hao could sense the formidable power of this fist imprint, he felt something was amiss with the dragon-shaped patterns within it. It possessed only a head, but lacked a tail. Moreover, even the dragon head depicted in the patterns was damaged. Chapter 16. A glimpse of insight. I never imagined that this legendary true dragon fist would be reduced to such a mundane inferior version. A soft sigh emanated from the Chaos Heaven seal. It continued, I recall that the creator of this art was a five-clawed true dragon known as Tianba, and its pinnacle should encompass 100 layers. Yet now it barely possesses even one. 100 layers? Chen Hao was taken aback. Right. Did you not mention earlier that the Chaos Celestial Cauldron not only possesses the ability to refine and merge all things and spirits, but also has a restorative function? It was evident that even at this initial level, he could feel the power to shatter a mountain with a single blow. If it could be perfected to 100 levels, would it not be truly extraordinary? Indeed, it can. However, to completely restore this martial art, it is likely that the master will need to invest a bit of effort. Xiaoyin reminded him. What kind of effort? Based on the current cultivation level of the master, it appears that the utilization of one realm's power would suffice to restore a single level. Chen Hao was astonished. Was this truly a mere bit of effort? Wait. If I were to sit on the Dao Pu, enhancing my cultivation while simultaneously restoring this technique, would that be feasible? Certainly, it is feasible, Xiaoyin replied with a chuckle, but I would not recommend the master attempt restoration here, as the commotion caused by restoring 100 levels would undoubtedly be considerable. According to its explanation, the Dao Pu facilitates the enhancement of one's cultivation by absorbing the essence of the surrounding world. Should it absorb too much, the environment would undergo drastic changes, leading to the wilting and decay of nearby flora and fauna. Rather than waste time here, it would be wiser to seek a secluded place to restore the true dragon fist. After exploring extensively, Chen Hao had not discovered any suitable martial arts and decided to take his leave. Before departing, he made sure to employ his supreme perspective to discreetly observe the inner cabinet of the loft. To his surprise, he found that the cabinet was protected by a forbidden array. Although the supreme perspective penetrates all barriers, allowing him to see through the array and observe the cabinet, his current mental strength was insufficient to discern the intricate patterns inscribed within. Clearly, this array was designed to prevent outsiders from prying. However, Chen Hao paid it little mind, as his purpose for coming here was merely to seek out a couple of self-defense techniques. At this moment, two thoughts occupied his mind. First, to diligently enhance and perfect his cultivation, striving to reach the divine path as soon as possible. For once he attained the divine path, he could seek out Ling Tian to learn those transcendent celestial skills. Secondly, he needed to devise ways to acquire resources and sustenance. After all, Ling Tian, who was sealed away, along with those yet to be encountered, required his support. This was a matter of utmost importance, leaving no room for negligence. Look at Chen Hao. In less than an hour, he had traversed the entire outer cabinet. Truly deserving of his 3-point aptitude, cultivation was indeed effortless for him. Haha. As Chen Hao made his way toward the outer gate, it seemed the onlookers had taken note and couldn't he help but laugh. In fact, he had already gained notoriety since his first day at the Seven Immortals sect when he tested with a score of 10 points for potential. However, at this moment, he is merely a figure of ridicule in the eyes of others. Why do you emerge without diligently comprehending the cultivation techniques? Just as Chen Hao was about to step out the door, he noticed the one-armed elder standing guard outside and could not help but inquire. Goodness, this old man is truly affluent. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Hao inadvertently cast a glance at the storage bag at the elder's waist. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that it contained not only thousands of 4th to 5th grade spiritual materials, but also over 100 3rd to 4th grade elixirs. Furthermore, there were some tattered scrolls of martial arts techniques and various weapons. In fact, he had observed this elder upon arriving, recognizing him as a formidable being who had reached the pinnacle of the Spirit Lord realm. Unfortunately, despite the elder's high cultivation, his vital energy appeared to be withered, and even the spirit figure residing in the depths of his brow hung its head low. Clearly, the elder had suffered severe injuries to his path and had remained stagnant in his cultivation for an extended period. His survival was undoubtedly reliant solely on his own dwindling life force. "What are you staring at?" the elder inquired. Chen Hao hesitated momentarily, while his mind raced with thoughts. To put it plainly, the old man's bag of spiritual herbs had indeed captivated him, and he found himself contemplating whether to divulge his ailment to this elder and seek a remedy in exchange for some benefits. It is worth noting that he was in dire need of a substantial quantity of spiritual herbs to sustain his companions. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "I wish to offer a word of counsel to you, esteemed elder." Upon hearing this, the elder furrowed his brow, inquiring, "What wisdom do you wish to impart to me?" To be frank, before arriving at the Seven Immortals sect, I had studied a form of enigmatic medical arts under the tutelage of a mysterious old gentleman. Chen Hao solemnly remarked, "I observe that your eyes appear clouded and your complexion is darkened, which I surmise is likely due to the excessive variety of spiritual materials you consume on a daily basis. Can you truly discern such details?" The elder inquired with astonishment. "Such observations are merely fundamental principles of medical reasoning," Chen Hao replied. Chen Hao smiled and said, "Moreover, if my conjecture is not mistaken, you must have suffered from a severe Dao injury. Your cultivation has not only stagnated, but your vitality is also rapidly waning. It is no wonder that you have resorted to using spiritual medicine to sustain your life. If you continue to indiscriminately consume these medicines, it will only lead to the accumulation of toxins within your body. In no more than 3 years, it may become dire for you." Such insight, the old man could not help but exclaim, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Chen Hao from head to toe. "A mere practitioner of the spiritual sea realm possesses such ability? What is your name?" "I am Chen Hao," he replied. "Are you the one who was previously miscalculated to have a potential of 10, yet in reality only possesses a mere 3? The old man questioned, astonished. "Sigh. Had I known that cultivation was not my destiny, I should have followed my wandering master and devoted myself to the art of medicine." Chen Hao feigned a sorrowful expression, shaking his head with a sigh, lamenting the unfortunate absence of his master. Just as he was about to turn and leave, the elderly man hastily rose to call after him, "Please wait. Since you possess the ability to discern the extent of my injuries, might you offer any counsel on how I might properly restore my vitality?" It was evident that the elder held a keen interest in Chen Hao's medical knowledge. In truth, the elder's injuries were not grave. Healing them would not prove to be a formidable challenge. Chen Hao smiled faintly, asserting that a single effective remedy would suffice to eradicate the issue. Was this statement truly credible? The elder's face was filled with astonishment. Chapter 17. It seems fortune is about to change for me. Indeed, it is true, Chen Hao remarked. However, before we proceed, my esteemed senior, you must first acquiesce to one condition from me. The elder, brimming with excitement, replied, "If you can truly heal this old man's injuries, I would not hesitate to agree to even 100 conditions. Speak freely," he urged. "I require 10,000 spirit herbs of grade 5 or above as my recompense." Although Chen Hao was not entirely aware of the elder's true identity, it was not difficult for him to deduce that such a distinguished cultivator of the spirit venerable realm and the guardian of the Tsangfa Pavilion must possess wealth far exceeding what he carried on his person. Upon hearing this, the elder's eyes widened in astonishment. "This young man's audacity is truly remarkable. In comparison to my life, I suppose 10,000 spirit herbs are hardly a trivial matter, are they?" Chen Hao smiled and said, "Furthermore, even if I fail to heal you, you are under no obligation to compensate me in any way. It would entail no loss on your part, would it?" After a considerable pause of hesitation, the elder finally nodded and replied, "Please, share your remedy. Considering the nature of your injuries, 6 herbs should suffice." Chen Hao candidly stated, 3 ounces of ice soul sacred grass, half a piece of blood spirit sacred fruit, 4 ounces of scarlet dragon root, 1 blood-devouring flower, and a single drop of spirit emperor's essence blood, combined with 2 pounds of sacred root dew, should be simmered in a clay pot for 3 hours. Remember, the medicinal broth must be reduced to merely 3 sips before it is removed from the heat. Consume 1 sip per hour to ensure a complete recovery. Is it truly possible to use the spirit emperor's essence blood as a medicinal ingredient? The elderly man's expression became rigid upon hearing this. How exceptionally rare and hard to find is the essence blood of the spirit emperor. It can only be extracted from the heart's blood of a being who has attained the realm of spirit emperor or above. making it worthy of the title essence blood. While it is true that all things may serve medicinal purposes, such use must be dictated by the ailment at hand. Chen Hao smiled and said, "After all, your primordial spirit is in a state of significant decline. Without the essence of the spirit emperor's blood, it cannot be completely restored." The old man was taken aback once more. "Can you truly see through my primordial spirit?" "Ah, no," the younger man replied. "I merely observe through your gaze and countenance." Chen Hao hurriedly clarified, "It appears your abilities are quite remarkable." The elderly man, intrigued, inquired, "Might you share the esteemed name of the master who imparted such medical knowledge to you?" "I am unaware of my master's true name," Chen Hao replied, "but I have heard some refer to him as Heavenly Lord." "Heavenly Lord?" The elder pondered deeply, seemingly having never encountered such a figure within these 7 realms. "Perhaps it is best not to dwell on this matter. I suggest you hasten in your search for these medicinal herbs." Chen Hao remarked, "After all, these medicinal ingredients are not easily obtained, particularly that single drop of the Spirit Emperor's blood, which is the crucial element of this remarkable prescription. Do not fret about that." The elder replied, "As long as your prescription is sound, these sacred medicinal materials and the Spirit Emperor's blood are readily accessible to me. Even the Spirit Emperor's blood can be so effortlessly acquired by you, esteemed elder." Chen Hao was taken aback and, daring to inquire, asked, "May I know your esteemed name and the illustrious background you possess?" The elder replied candidly, "I am Chen Hao, and many years ago, I was destined to be the successor of the 7 immortal sect's leader." He continued, regrettably, "In my efforts to assist the royal family of the spirit domain in fending off the invasions from the holy domain and the demon domain, I sustained severe injuries to my Tao, and I even lost this arm." He recounted that the 7 immortal sect was not only one of the 4 renowned sects within the spirit domain, but also bore the responsibility of safeguarding its territories. 200 years prior, the royal family of the holy domain allied with the 3 tribes of the demon domain to launch an invasion against the royal family of the spirit domain. That battle was exceedingly brutal, nearly leading to the annihilation of the spirit domain's royal family. Even with all the cultivators from the 4 esteemed sects mobilized, they nearly faced total destruction. Fortunately, the later involvement of the royal families of the wasteland and the source domain, along with various sects, aided the royal family of the spirit domain in their struggle against the holy domain and the 3 tribes of demons, thereby barely quelling the ensuing turmoil. It was this very war that inflicted grave injuries upon Chen Hao, leaving him in a state of prostration. Upon returning from the battlefield, he willingly ceded his candidacy for sect leader to his exceptionally gifted younger brother, Qing Mei Shan, and chose to reside in Th, intending to spend the remainder of his shattered life there. Little did he expect that the elder had endured so much. Chen Hao was utterly astonished. He had never anticipated that the elderly gatekeeper would be the elder brother of the sect leader of the 7 fairy sect. It seems that his decision to treat this old man was indeed a remarkably wise choice. Thus, as long as the prescription proves sound, I believe obtaining a drop of the Spirit Emperor's blood from my younger brother should pose no difficulty." Qing Chao smiled, and from his words, it was evident that his sect leader brother, Qing Mei Shan, was a spirit emperor. What is a spirit emperor? Such a being is akin to a divine entity among mortals. Furthermore, once one breaks through this realm, they truly earn the right to ignite the divine fire and embark on the path to ascendancy. Suddenly, I felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Chen Hao feigned a bitter smile, pondering that if he failed to cure the elder's ailment, his own life might be in jeopardy. "Rest assured, even if the treatment proves futile, I shall not hold you accountable. At least you have shown goodwill in assisting me." Chen Hao waved his hand, stating, "Should you truly succeed in curing me, I will undoubtedly remember this life-saving grace." With that, his figure vanished from sight, seemingly eager to begin. In truth, Chen Hao harbored uncertainties about the prescription provided by Chen Hao. Nevertheless, the fact that Chen Hao could discern his affliction at a glance and propose such an astonishing remedy piqued his curiosity. Frankly, he was left with no choice but to adopt a desperate mindset, treating this as a last-ditch effort, if there remained even a sliver of hope for survival. He was determined to pursue it. Could it be that my fortunes are about to change? He chuckled heartily as he beheld Chen Hao's vanishing silhouette. He felt a sense of relief for not having demanded any deposit from the old man. Otherwise, his path would have been considerably narrowed. Subsequently, he swaggered away from the intending to explore the vicinity for a suitable location to utilize the Dao Pu to restore the purity of the true dragon fist. This place is rather splendid. Before long, He traversed a narrow path and arrived at a serene valley shrouded in mist, located just outside the stone tablet at the periphery bore the inscription Heavenly Well Valley. The area was not only rich in spiritual energy and surrounded by mountains, but also remarkably tranquil. Aside from the conspicuously sealed ancient well at the center, there were no signs of human presence. Without hesitation, Chen Hao summoned the Tao Pu with his thoughts. As he settled into a meditative position, he immediately focused his will to control the chaos celestial cauldron hidden within his body. Chapter 18. The suppression of I Ching with a resonant hum. As the Tao Pu continuously absorbed essence into his body, he observed that the chaos celestial cauldron, under his command, began to repair the true dragon fist patterns concealed within his arms. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers, 10 layers. I truly adore this chaos celestial cauldron. Chen Hao exclaimed joyfully. To his excitement, within less than an hour, the true dragon fist patterns had been restored to the 10th layer. What delighted him even further was that upon attempting to wield the true dragon fist patterns, 2 colossal golden dragon heads, as large as houses, materialized above his fists. Though mere phantoms, the intricately designed dragon heads appeared vividly lifelike, exuding both majesty and an overwhelming power. Faintly, he could even hear the resonant roars of dragons emanating from within his fists. I advised the master to cease the restoration promptly. The chaos celestial seal suddenly communicated in a discreet tone. Why must we cease? Little Ian explained, I almost forgot to remind you, master, that the first 10 levels of this martial art are already the utmost you can currently command. In truth, Ling Tian had previously mentioned this. Every technique requires elemental force for its activation and execution. The higher the level or quality of the technique, the greater the elemental force consumed. This was precisely why Ling Tian had insisted that Chen Hao elevate his cultivation to above the divine realm before seeking to learn his unparalleled divine abilities. Does this mean I must first enhance my cultivation before I can mend this technique? Chen Hao inquired. Indeed. However, to further restore this martial art to its 10th level, your cultivation must be elevated by at least 2 realms, Little Ian replied. In any case, the higher your cultivation, the more secure the outcome. And during this process, do not forget to solidify your cultivation. Understood. Chen Hao acted decisively, promptly bringing the chaos celestial cauldron to a halt. It is indeed a rare occurrence to stumble upon you here. However, just as Chen Hao intended to utilize the Tao Pu to further enhance his cultivation, a cold yet familiar voice suddenly echoed from outside the valley. Turning to look, he saw that the newcomer was none other than I Ching. In the blink of an eye, before the words had even left his lips, I Ching had swiftly closed the distance, arriving right before Chen Hao. He had employed the technique of Qian Kuan shifting. Your keen sense is quite impressive, remarked Chen Hao with a faint smile. It seems you recognized me long before. I Ching's expression darkened momentarily before he inquired with a grin. To be honest, I am quite curious about how you managed to escape from Bingwei's grasp. If you wish to eliminate me, feel free to proceed without unnecessary pleasantries, Chen Hao retorted coldly. Oh, no. You mustn't misconstrue my intentions. I Ching wagged his finger with a smile, saying, Bing Qi has placed a bounty of 1 million spirit crystals on your head. Why would I ever wish to extinguish you? Bing Qi has offered a bounty of 1 million spirit crystals for me? A sudden shock coursed through Chen Hao's heart, followed by an enlightening realization. Undoubtedly, Bing Qi had uncovered his whereabouts. As a member of the demon clan, she could not easily tread within the confines of the 7 Immortals sect, which is why she sought the assistance of I Ching. Now, the fact that Bing Qi was willing to offer a bounty of 1 million spirit crystals for him only underscored how much he cared for him. Come now. As long as you obediently comply and remain within my storage bag, I assure you that you will come to no harm. I Ching chuckled coldly. Simultaneously, he removed the storage bag from his waist, expanding it with his spiritual energy, and aimed it towards Chen Hao, seeking death. At that moment, Chen Hao's fury had reached a boiling point. In truth, just a second ago, he had contemplated using an illusion to drive I Ching to madness, prompting him to take his own life like Zhang Qi. However, at this juncture, he had abandoned that thought, focusing solely on annihilating this loathsome scoundrel. With a roar, a brilliant golden flame of spiritual energy erupted from his being. How was this possible? As I Ching sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from Chen Hao, he was struck with profound astonishment. Was he this brat just tested yesterday and found to possess only the first level of the Spirit Sea realm, with a mere potential score of 3? Yet now, how could he suddenly exude the presence of a peak spiritual element realm cultivator? Roar. What terrified I Ching even more was the sight of Chen Hao. As he swung his fist towards him, unleashing a dragon head the size of a house, which let out a soul-stirring roar. The heavenly overlord true dragon fist. Witnessing this scene, Qing felt a shiver run down his spine, grappling with the disbelief of its reality. Setting aside how Chen Hao had mastered such a formidable technique, the very quality of that incomplete martial art should not have yielded such overwhelming power. As the fist mark surged forward, Qing instinctively attempted to evade. But it was too late, for Chen Hao was simply too close. Reacting on impulse, he unleashed his own spiritual flames and raised his arms in defense. Puff. However, Chen Hao's unparalleled true dragon fist obliterated Qing's arms in an instant. Blood and flesh flew in all directions, and fragments of bone could be seen piercing into Qing's cheek. Accompanied by a piercing wail, Qing was sent flying, his face a grotesque mask of blood and gore, as he coughed up blood continuously. With a whoosh, before Qing could hit the ground, Chen Hao employed the cosmic shift technique, swiftly appearing behind him. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand and unleashed another true dragon fist, aimed directly at Qing's head. The decisiveness of his attack was unparalleled. Boom. In the moment when the fist struck down, one could only witness the head of Qing shattering into pieces, akin to a watermelon struck by a meteorite. At that very instant, Bai Eugene, seated in the eastern hall, abruptly opened his eyes and bellowed towards the door. Someone. What has happened to my master? A swift black figure darted in, revealing his eldest disciple, Gujin. There has been an incident. Just now, I sense that Qing's soul lantern has extinguished. Bai Eugene, gritting his teeth in fury, felt his expression shift rapidly, and hastily rose to declare, he is in Tianjing Valley. Follow me swiftly. Chapter 19. How does one grow when in a bad mood? Wasn't my second junior brother taking the new disciples to the? Gujin exclaimed in astonishment. How could he have ventured into that forbidden place, Tianjing Valley? First, we must intercept the murderer, Bai Eugene commanded coldly, then dashed out of the eastern courtyard. I truly wish to slay you 100 more times. Gazing at the shattered Qing, Chen Hao felt no sense of relief whatsoever. Master, do remain composed, though this man deserves 1,000 deaths. Do not forget that Bai Eugene's soul mark is embedded within him. Tianjing quickly cautioned, it is likely that Bai Eugene will arrive here soon. We should depart post-haste. That old rogue will ultimately meet his demise. Chen Hao exclaimed in indignation. How could he forget that he had sent Zhang Qi and He Yuan to deal with the instigator of his woes? However, he was not foolish enough to linger any longer and turned to leave. I say, young brother, I witnessed your actions just now with my own eyes. At that moment, a resounding and clear voice suddenly emanated from the sealed ancient well. As Chen Hao's heart raced, he swiftly directed his supreme heavenly eye towards the depths of the ancient well. What he beheld left him utterly astonished. This was no ordinary well. It was a mystical spring, suffused with rich spiritual essence. At the bottom of this spring, he discerned a ginseng plant, approximately a foot tall, enveloped in a delicate mist. Strangely, the ginseng bore a visage of enchanting features, its roots resembled limbs, and it sat cross-legged, meditating within the spring. Could this possibly be the sapling of the heavenly demon ginseng recorded in the great heavenly physician's tome? Upon recognizing the ginseng's appearance, Chen Hao could not suppress his astonishment. The heavenly demon ginseng is a rare anomaly among ginseng varieties. According to the great heavenly physician's tome, this mutated species is akin to a spirit. It not only absorbs the essence of heaven and earth for growth, but also transforms into a human upon maturity, reaching heights of 2 meters. A mere bite of this ginseng could grant resurrection, prolong life, enhance vitality, and restore those weakened in energy or spirit to their prime. However, its cultivation is notoriously difficult, with a low survival rate and an exceedingly lengthy growth period. Dear brother, could you kindly assist me by removing this well cover? The ginseng implored. Isn't it splendid to be nourished by the spring and grow here? Chen Hao inquired. It was evident that this heavenly demon ginseng had been deliberately sealed away. Nonsense. The ginseng lamented. You must understand. I have been confined here for nearly 1,000 years. 1,000 years, and you have only grown this much? Chen Hao questioned, bewildered. How can I thrive in such a state of despair? The ginseng retorted, exasperated. If this continues, I fear I will succumb to depression. They have no comprehension of the freedom I yearn for. Please, release me. Release you? If anyone discovers this, I cannot bear the consequences. Chen Hao shook his head in refusal. Given your attire, you must hail from the southern courtyard of the outer sect, the ginseng observed casually. While the person you just killed was garbed in the eastern courtyard disciples' clothing. If someone were to come looking for you, do you suppose I might expose you? Chen Hao could not help but feel a moment of speechlessness. Do not be agitated. I harbor no intention of threatening you. The ginseng, with a wicked smile, continued. Of course, I am not one to be ungrateful. If you can help me escape, once I have grown stronger, I shall bestow upon you a root as a token of gratitude. How does that sound? Chen Hao did not ponder for long and soon arrived at the cover of the well. In fact, he believed that if he could acquire this celestial demon ginseng, it would not be a misfortune, for once it matured, it would become an extraordinary elixir of unparalleled potency. Moreover, this ginseng had witnessed his act of violence, and if he did not take it away, the consequences would be undeniably grim. Why was this well cover so heavy? Yet, despite Chen Hao exerting all his strength, even unleashing the entirety of his primordial energy, he found it exceedingly difficult to budge the cover. The runes inscribed by a powerful spirit emperor adorned its surface, and one must first obliterate these runes to free it. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that the well cover was indeed etched with a myriad of intricate symbols. How to destroy them? It's quite simple, the ginseng remarked. You must first procure some fresh urine from a maiden and bring it here to pour upon it. Remember, it must be from a living source. Chen Hao was momentarily speechless, unable to contain his frustration as he exclaimed, Are you jesting with me? I lack the inclination to jest with you, replied Yushin earnestly. You must trust me, I am an expert in breaking laws. Where on earth am I supposed to find such a thing for you? Are there no women in your southern courtyard? Remember, I shall grant you merely the time it takes to burn 3 incense sticks. If you fail to arrive by then, do not blame me for exposing you. Just wait. Without hesitation, Chen Hao swiftly enacted the Qian Kuan flash and departed from Tianjing Valley in a hurry. Simultaneously, Bai Eugene and Gujin arrived in the valley. What a vile method! Who could have done this? Upon witnessing He Qing's headless corpse, Gujin was both astonished and outraged. Bai Eugene swiftly scanned the surroundings. His expression as frigid as if cloaked in frost. He clenched his teeth and declared, Who else could it be but someone from the southern courtyard? Hurry and notify the 4th elder and the 3rd elder. Today, I shall ensure that Zhao, the widow, pays for this transgression. Ordinarily, it would be the 5th elder, Jiang Daily, who handled matters concerning the outer sect. However, Bai Eugene was not foolish enough to seek Jiang Daily's assistance. It is well known that Jiang Daily was initially the head of the southern courtyard before being appointed as an elder in the inner sect, and Zhaoye was once his disciple. This explains why Jiang Daily had favored Zhaoye previously and why she had not been suppressed by the other 3 outer sect courtyards over the years. At this moment, Bai Eugene's decisive choice to enlist the help of the 3rd and 4th elders was entirely due to the extraordinary relationship he shared with them, a connection he had been reluctant to leverage. Yet, in his current state of rage, he found it increasingly intolerable. Before long, the news of He Qing's demise in Tianjing Valley spread widely. Chapter 20. Seeking Justice. What has befallen the eastern courtyard? It was reported that 2 from the southern courtyard perished just yesterday, and now another has met the same fate today? Upon hearing Gujin's words, it was evident that this was likely the work of someone from the southern courtyard. The southern courtyard has always operated discreetly. Why this sudden boldness? At this time, not only had the outer sect received this news, but it had also stirred considerable commotion within the inner sect. The 4th elder, Qin Gui, the 3rd elder, Jiang Duoyu, and even the 5th elder, Jiang Daily, hastened to Tianjing Valley upon learning of the situation. 3rd elder, 4th elder. You must seek justice for me from Zhaoye of the southern courtyard. Upon encountering Qin Gui and Jiang Duoyu, Bai Eugene rushed forward to express his grievances. How can you assert that Zhaoye was responsible for He Qing's death without any evidence? Jiang Daily interjected. It is common knowledge that the southern courtyard and our eastern courtyard have never been on amicable terms, and 2 of my disciples were slain by her yesterday. Bai Eugene remarked, Yet Elder 5, you deliberately show favoritism towards her, proclaiming that my disciples' intrusion into the women's dormitory of the southern courtyard was indeed deserving of punishment. But now, another of my disciples has perished. If I do not suspect Zhaoye, whom else am I to doubt? Elder 5, do you not think your handling of this matter is rather dismissive? Elder 4, Chen Gui, cast a discerning glance at Jiang Daily, well aware that Zhaoye had once been his disciple. However, your bias towards her should have its limits, should it not? I am merely acting in accordance with the sect's regulations, with no intention of favoring Zhaoye in the slightest, Jiang Daily replied. If you insist on believing otherwise, I have no further comments. Why did you not report yesterday's incident to us? Elder 3, Jiang Duoyu, inquired, his expression one of confusion. The 5th elder instructed me not to mention this matter again. How could I then dare to report it? Bai Eugene replied, his face a mask of grievance. Moreover, the fifth elder assured me he would reprimand Zhaoye for her misdeeds, thus I had no choice but to endure. Clearly, he was attempting to suppress Jiang Daili in front of Qin Gui and Jiang Duoyu. Jiang Daili, Elder 3 Jiang Duoyu reprimanded coldly. As an elder of the inner sect, and one who oversees the enforcement of laws in the outer sect's four courtyards, how can you merely criticize Zhaoye when she has clearly committed murder? In response, Jiang Daili chose not to elaborate, fully aware that these individuals were united in their stance. Even if he possessed justifiable arguments, they would bear no weight. It seemed imperative to urgently consult the Grand Elder and the Second Elder regarding the election of the Sixth Elder, ensuring that a person of integrity is chosen. Elder 4, Chen Gui, initially cast a meaningful glance at Bai Eugene before turning his gaze to Jiang Daili, contemplating how many more lives might be lost if Elder 5 continued in this manner. I am amenable to whatever Elder 4 proposes, but matters must be substantiated with evidence, Jiang Daili asserted. The circumstances surrounding He Qing's death are exceedingly suspicious, and there is no evidence to implicate Zhaoye from the southern courtyard based solely on conjecture. That would be exceedingly frivolous. Henceforth, I shall personally investigate this matter thoroughly. Chen Gui's countenance hardened. There is no need for you to interfere, lest we encounter further complications. Let us hope Elder 4 can resolve this matter swiftly. Jiang Daili smiled lightly and departed. This is evidently Zhaoye's doing. The two elders must seek justice on my behalf, Bai Eugene declared. Without evidence, what justice can be sought? Elder 3 Jiang Duoyu coldly interjected. If we were to hastily apprehend Zhaoye, do you truly believe Jiang Daili would remain passive? Should this escalate and he summon the sect master to investigate? What will you say regarding your missing disciples from the eastern courtyard? Bai Eugene found himself at a loss for words. One must remain calm in all situations. The loss of a few disciples is inconsequential. What is there to argue about? Elder Chen Gui interjected, to be honest. I believe it might be for the best if your disciples were to perish, for they possess far too much knowledge. Should they ever divulge any secrets, we might all find ourselves in dire straits. Upon hearing these words, Gujin, who stood nearby, turned pale. As the foremost disciple of Bai Eugene and his trusted confidant, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Rest assured, I speak not of you, and you are indeed the finest among them. Chen Gui chuckled, patting Gujin on the shoulder before turning his gaze to Bai Eugene. By the way, you have recruited over 1,000 newcomers for the eastern courtyard. Have you found any employers? The Tianhu clan and the Yaojiao clan have each signed for 500, Bai Eugene replied with a nod. I intend to sell them during the upcoming demon hunting conference. Indeed, the conference presents an excellent opportunity for trade. Jiang Duoyu concurred. However, exercise caution. For both the Grand Elder and the Second Elder will be presiding over this event. You must ensure they do not take notice of you. Should you manage this well? Once the conference concludes, we will certainly assist you in your bid for the position of Sixth Elder. Ha ha ha. I am grateful to both of you. Upon hearing this, Bai Eugene, who had previously been seething with anger, now found his spirits lifted, seemingly forgetting the death of He Qing. The prospect of ascending to the position of Sixth Elder had been a constant desire of his. His animosity towards Zhaoye stemmed from the fear of her potential competition for the elder position. Let us put this matter to rest for now. Jiang Duoyu gestured dismissively, and he departed with Chen Gui. Master, shall we simply let He Qing's death go unaddressed? Gujin expressed his dissatisfaction. It cannot be overlooked, Bai Eugene replied sternly. However, pursuing justice at the southern courtyard now would be futile, especially with the demon hunting conference approaching. We must bide our time. It seems the third and fourth elders have completely disregarded our master's plight, Gujin remarked. Moreover, I sense they have consistently painted grand visions for our master. Yet apart from distributing profits, they have done nothing substantial for us. You must understand that one must sacrifice to gain, Bai Eugene retorted. The more benefits those two old foxes accrue, the greater the opportunity for our master to secure the elder position. As long as our master can contest for the elder role, what do these minor gains truly matter? Bai Eugene scoffed. Master, you are indeed wise. Gujin nodded in agreement. By the way, Master, not long ago, Bing Qi sent word through an intermediary, urging us to swiftly apprehend that brat Chen Hao. And the reward has now escalated to 2 million. 2 million? Bai Eugene was taken aback. What could that useless boy possibly have done to warrant such attention from Bing Qi? Chapter 21. Have they stolen the night pot? It is likely that when he escaped, he had stolen a treasured artifact from the Serpent clan, speculated Gujin. For now, observe his movements in secret. When an opportune moment arises, capture him. I shall examine his memories then. Understood. In the south courtyard, within the women's dormitory, Chen Hao anxiously pondered, why has no one arrived after all this time? Concealed behind the lavatory, a tumult of emotions surged within him. He could scarcely fathom that he would find himself in a women's dormitory, seeking a clandestine moment for relief. Moreover, the absurdity was compounded by the fact that the day prior, the demon ginseng had insisted that only fresh specimens would suffice. Dear sisters, please wait for me outside for a moment. At that moment, a young maiden with flushed cheeks suddenly dashed towards the lavatory from outside the courtyard. This was none other than Chen Hao, the girl who had screamed in fright upon encountering He Yuan 2 days ago. She held the 4th position among the female disciples in the south courtyard. Why have all the chamber pots been replaced with new ones? Upon entering the lavatory, Chen Hao couldn't help but feel a spark of curiosity. Unbeknownst to her, just moments prior, Chen Hao had surreptitiously cleaned all the pots. After a brief moment of exhilaration, she swiftly exited towards the courtyard. Judging by the fragrance and appearance, it appears to be a fresh specimen. Chen Hao thought as he stealthily retrieved a chamber pot, relying on his knowledge gleaned from the divine medicine record. He promptly covered it with his sleeve, intending to make a hasty exit. Junior brother. However, before he could reach the courtyard gate, he was startled to see his senior sister, Fu Xiaoxiao, standing at the entrance. Isn't that Chen Hao? What on earth is he doing in the women's dormitory? At the same time, Chen Xiaobei, who was about to depart with several female disciples, turned at the sound, her gaze drawn towards the commotion. In an instant, Chen Hao found himself paralyzed with anxiety. What on earth am I to do now? Are you not supposed to be in the law repository practicing? How did you end up here? Fu Xiaoxiao inquired, her face a mask of confusion. I just came out of the law repository and got lost, he stammered. Chen Hao stammered, explaining how he inexplicably found himself in this peculiar place. With an air of secrecy, he concealed something in his hand. Chen Xiaobei approached with a face full of skepticism and, without warning, lifted Chen Hao's sleeve. What are you holding a night pot for? Chen Xiaobei exclaimed in astonishment. Wait. Isn't that the one designated solely for my use? What on earth? Chen Hao felt an unsettling chill run down his spine, for at that moment, he noticed a character engraved on the chamber pot. Chen. Goodness, these women truly possess an extraordinary level of cleanliness, to the extent that even the chamber pot bears a mark. His junior brother, Yuan Ti at this moment, even Fu Xiaoxiao, who stood nearby, was left utterly speechless. Who would have thought that not only was this lad lacking in potential, but he was also a pervert? How revolting, even stealing a glance at a chamber pot. Behind them, several female disciples wore expressions of disdain, their gazes filled with disgust. Senior sisters, please allow me to explain. I was in urgent need just now, and in a moment of desperation, I rushed in to resolve the situation. Chen Hao hurriedly explained, and then added, I will clean it thoroughly right now and return it shortly. Without waiting for the girls to respond, he dashed out of the courtyard. Wait a moment. I just exited the restroom. How could he have come out already? Chen Xiaobei thought increasingly that something was amiss. Oh no. Could it be that the young lad had been lurking behind the restroom, watching? Unexpectedly, her junior brother turned out to be such a person. Fu Xiaoxiao shook her head with a sigh. I must eliminate this wretched pervert. In an instant, a furious roar that could shatter stone reverberated throughout the skies of the southern courtyard. Outside Tianjing Valley, goodness. It seems that not even a plunge into the Yellow River would suffice to cleanse this. Chen Hao, having rushed into Tianjing Valley, felt an immense sense of regret. Hey, brother, it seems you are quite the man of your word. Observing Chen Hao, who was holding a chamber pot, the celestial spirit in the spiritual spring couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Chen Hao stood by the ancient well, momentarily speechless. After a considerable pause, he inquired, what transpired here after I left? Rest assured, they did not seize any incriminating evidence against you, replied Tian Yao Can. However, I must admit, I attentively listened to the discussions, and overall, the internal affairs of the Seven Immortals sect are rather intricate. Tian Yao Can then candidly recounted its observations, detailing the relationships among the third elder Jiang Duiyu, the fourth elder Chen Gui, and Bai Yujing. It also mentioned that these individuals intended to sell disciples to the Tianhu clan and the Yaogao clan during the upcoming demon hunting conference. By the heavens! Chen Hao exclaimed, shaken by this revelation. Are even 2 elders from the inner sect involved in human trafficking? Aside from that, I couldn't discern what else was said, Tian Yaocan continued. Now, please, release me swiftly. I have truly had my fill of this wretched place. Chen Hao uttered no further words. He proceeded to pour the contents of the chamber pot upon the well's cover. With a resonant hum, the rune-engraved lid of the well suddenly trembled violently. As a surge of silvery light enveloped it, the intricate runes swiftly evaporated, and the seemingly substantial cover shattered into pieces. Astonishingly, could this contraption truly unravel the runes of the Spirit Emperor? Chen Hao was utterly astonished, his horizons undoubtedly broadened. Suddenly, a beam of white light shot out from the depths of the well. Woohoo! I am finally free. Ha! What are you doing? However, before the entity could finish its laughter, Chen Hao swiftly grasped it and promptly placed it into his storage pouch. I suggest you keep a low profile and refrain from making any public appearances for the time being, Chen Hao advised. The ginseng, taken aback, protested. Is it really necessary for you to confine me in your storage pouch? What difference does that make from imprisonment? I crave freedom, do you understand? Of course I understand. But for your own safety, it would be best for you to stay here with me for now. With that, Chen Hao sealed the pouch. Well versed in the heavenly physician's record, he was acutely aware of the speed of this creature and its exceedingly timid nature. If released at this moment, it would undoubtedly vanish without a trace, making it exceedingly difficult to recapture. You deceitful scoundrel! I curse you to have a son with no rear end. Though the heavenly ginseng was confined within the storage pouch, it still managed to vociferously insult Chen Hao through a covert transmission. Chapter 22, The Second Seal. Ancient annihilation. Chen Hao paid no heed to his surroundings, aware that the day was still young. He promptly produced a Daopu, intending to enhance his cultivation in this tranquil space. With the continuous infusion of primordial energy from the Daopu, he swiftly transcended from the pinnacle of the spiritual origin realm to the first tier of the spiritual pattern realm within a mere moment. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. It was only when his cultivation soared to the peak of the 6th stage of the spiritual pattern realm that he decided to pause and consolidate his newfound power. The spiritual pattern realm, also known as the fusion law realm, allows those who reach this level to engrave law patterns onto their primordial consciousness, resonating with their spirit. This resonance enables them to wield law pattern techniques with heightened speed and exponentially increased power. Evidently, that young man's origins are far from trivial. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of eyes lurked in the shadows, secretly observing Chen Hao from afar. This individual was Gu Jin. In fact, he had quietly followed Chen Hao the moment he dashed out from the women's dormitory in the south courtyard. To Gu Jin's astonishment, not only had Chen Hao unsealed the long-buried ancient well and retrieved a ginseng of unknown origin, but he also sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from Chen Hao, one indicative of the peak of the spiritual pattern realm. This revelation shattered Gu Jin's previous perceptions of Chen Hao. This was no mere waste. He was evidently a concealed prodigy of cultivation. Surely, his master would find it hard to believe all of this. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Jin chose not to linger any longer and carefully departed. As a cultivator of the 3rd stage of the spiritual pattern realm, he was wise enough not to alert anyone to his presence. Master, the next seal gate has been opened. Shall we proceed to investigate? At this juncture, with Chen Hao's cultivation rising once again, the chaotic heavenly seal quietly prompted him. Let us go. Without hesitation, Chen Hao focused his thoughts and transported himself to the dark space concealed deep within his consciousness. Before him, aside from the first seal gate orchestrated by Ling Tian, a golden portal materialized beside it. Gazing through the portal, he immediately discerned the imposing figure of a robust man standing in midair, clad in tattered battle armor. His long hair cascaded down, obscuring his features. Behind him loomed an enormous, menacing black hole, from which giant skeletal claws, wreathed in dark flames, writhed as if ready to seize anything from the abyss. Who could this formidable being be? Chen Hao pondered. His name was Gumia. Once a celestial being in a grand universe. The heavenly seal introduced, like Ling Tian, he too chose to stand guard here in order to resist the source of chaos. As he spoke, the chaos heavenly seal projected a golden phantom of a seal from the center of Chen Hao's brow, manifesting in the air above the second portal. The chaos heavenly seal? At that moment, the long-haired figure, seated above the black void, seemed to sense the arrival of the chaos heavenly seal. He not only awakened from his slumber in an instant but also raised his head. Upon catching sight of this ancient being, Chen Hao could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. For the left side of this man's face was already in a state of decay, while the right side bore a visage resembling a golden skull, both grotesque and terrifying, especially when peering into the depths of the man's brow. Chen Hao could not help but draw in a sharp breath, for he discovered that this man possessed no primordial spirit within his primordial ocean. Only a flicker of golden flame danced, as if it could extinguish at any moment. I apologize for returning late. The Chaos Heavenly Seal responded, subsequently introducing, "This gentleman is my master, Chen Hao." Upon hearing this, the ancient being cast his gaze upon Chen Hao. Though the left side of his face was deformed beyond recognition, a chilling flame flickered in his left eye, exuding an aura that was both captivating and fearsome. His potential was not only astonishing, but also awakened the supreme heavenly eye. After a moment of appraisal and admiration, the ancient being could not help but rise. Placing one hand upon his chest, addressing Chen Hao, "Ancient Mia, at your service, esteemed seal master." Witnessing this, Chen Hao quickly waved his hand with a smile. "You may simply call me Chen Hao. There is no need for such formality." It should be noted that the old master Ling Tian from the previous seal did not regard him with such esteem. "To wield the Chaos Heavenly Seal signifies that one is our leader," Ancient Mia remarked, "and our lives now rest in the hands of the seal master. You are not only our hope for survival, but also the hope for this vast world in the future." Clearly, compared to Ling Tian, Ancient Mia placed greater emphasis on Chen Hao's identity, for in his eyes, the one who could command the Chaos Heavenly Seal was the only one who could offer them hope. "The more you speak, senior, the heavier the pressure becomes." Chen Hao chuckled wryly. "Pressure is the key to becoming a formidable force," Ancient Mia stated. "I believe that with the Seal Master's extraordinary potential, you will inevitably create a boundless brilliance that belongs solely to you. If you continue to praise me like this, I fear I might be unable to contain my pride." Chen Hao waved his hand with a smile and said, "Let us return to the matter at hand. I noticed that within your sea of consciousness, there is no trace of your primordial spirit, only a flickering spark of fire. What could this possibly mean?" Although he had mastered the great heavenly medical record, it seemed that even this ancient tome did not document the state of one without a primordial spirit like Gumye. Unbeknownst to the Lord of the Seal, the path I cultivate is not solely reliant on the primordial spirit, hence my sea of consciousness lacks such a presence. According to Gumye, the methods of cultivation in this world are myriad, with the most prominent being primordial cultivation and physical cultivation. Generally speaking, individuals like Chen Hao tread the path of primordial cultivation, while Gumye practices a dual cultivation of both the primordial spirit and the physical body, placing greater emphasis on the latter while the former becomes secondary. To elaborate, he does not lack a primordial spirit. Rather, it has long since resonated with his physical form in a supreme realm, transforming into soul fire. This process is exceedingly intricate, one that Chen Hao at his current level cannot fully comprehend. In summation, the soul fire serves as his primordial spirit, and in his earlier years, he possessed not merely one but a total of 9 flames. However, due to a battle long past, 8 of those flames were extinguished. Subsequently, he relied on this solitary flame, along with his severely injured body, to guard this seal. Presently, my blood essence has waned, and this lone soul fire can only persist through my will." Gumye sighed deeply, expressing his relief at having awaited their arrival. Otherwise, the despair and torment he felt were palpable. The brutal battle from countless eons ago may have concluded, yet the once mighty figure he was now stands eroded by the passage of time. Particularly within this resource-deprived seal, it is truly remarkable that he has managed to endure until now. Chapter 23. The indestructible Chaos Scripture Senior has endured much suffering. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao could not help but offer a fist salute to Gumye, a gesture born from profound respect. He then added, "Should you require any resources, do not hesitate to speak. I shall do my utmost to assist." "It has been a long time since I partook of wine." Gumye chuckled with a hint of nostalgia. "Wine?" Chen Hao queried in surprise. "What kind of wine?" "Ordinary wine would not suffice. It must be of at least saintly quality to have any effect on my injuries," Gumye clarified. "Of course, if you wish to restore the soul fire, it would likely require a significant amount of precious herbs or the flesh and blood of formidable beasts. I will find a way to procure these for you, Senior." Chen Hao nodded in agreement. "Then I thank you, Lord of the Seal." Just as Chen Hao was about to depart, Gumye hurriedly interjected, "Forgive my excessive words, but while your potential and talent are impeccable, your physical constitution is rather frail. Might I inquire if you have any guidance? Given the potential of the protagonist, it is entirely feasible for them to embark on the path of dual cultivation of the primordial body." Gumye remarked, "Of course, this is merely my personal suggestion." "How does one cultivate the physical body?" Chen Hao inquired. "There are myriad methods for cultivating the physical form, such as weight-bearing and pressure resistance, all forms of excessive tempering," Gumye explained. "In certain sects and academies with favorable conditions, such facilities for body tempering should be readily available. According to his account, the most orthodox path of cultivation initially leads all true practitioners towards dual cultivation of the primordial body. It is well known that primordial cultivation emphasizes the elevation of one's spiritual realm and the comprehension of the laws of nature. Furthermore, one can wield various mystical techniques through primordial energy and nurture the primordial spirit with the essence of heaven and earth, facilitating its gradual transformation and ultimately embarking on the quest for immortality. This is the reason why most individuals gradually lean towards primordial cultivation. The higher the cultivation of the primordial spirit, the longer the lifespan. On the other hand, physical cultivation focuses on the enhancement of the body and the amplification of tangible strength. However, in the nascent stages of humanity, physical cultivation did not possess clearly defined realms. It was often merely a concept derived from the hidden realms excavated from within the Qi Sea. The initial first hidden realm corresponds to the 7 realms of humanity, progressing from the first hidden realm to the 7th. For example, the first hidden realm corresponds to the spirit sea, the second to spirit essence, the third to spirit patterns, the fourth to spirit masters, the fifth to spirit kings, the sixth to spirit lords, and the 7th to spirit emperors. Upon the unification of the 7 hidden realms, one can ignite the divine body. If one's cultivation can advance alongside the physical form, that constitutes true cultivation. Gumye continued, for instance, a typical practitioner of dual cultivation can easily suppress an adversary whose primordial cultivation level surpasses theirs by 1 realm. It appears that the benefits of physical cultivation are indeed numerous. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao couldn't help but feel intrigued. The advantages are undoubtedly beyond question. Gumye added, yet, the difficulty of tempering the body is certainly far greater than that of primordial cultivation, which explains why most people are reluctant to engage in body tempering. To be frank, I am currently situated in a relatively well-endowed sect. Chen Hao remarked, however, I have yet to delve into the topic of physical cultivation that you mentioned. In fact, within the great Tao of heavenly medicine recorded in Ling Tian Chuan, there are references to physical cultivation, but they primarily concern the treatment of injuries, lacking any detailed techniques for body tempering. Thus, I find myself entirely ignorant on the matter of physical cultivation at present. Nevertheless, I possess a method that may assist the seal master in body tempering. Gumye chuckled, adding, I also wish to present it as a token of our first meeting, as a gift for the seal master. What method is that? The eternal chaos scripture. Gumye declared, I kindly ask the seal master to extend your forehead, and I shall impart this technique to you. Hearing the name, it certainly evokes a sense of grandeur, does it not? Chen Hao, being quite forthright, stepped forward and pressed his forehead against the resplendent golden gate. A resonant hum echoed as Gumye's finger touched the center of Chen Hao's brow, and in an instant, a dense array of silver runes enveloped his entire being. It was only when these runes were thoroughly imprinted into his very bones that Gumye withdrew his hand. Is that all there is to it? Chen Hao pondered, bewildered by the absence of any sensation. What I have imparted to you is merely the initial runic imprint from the indestructible chaos scripture, Gumye explained. You have yet to commence the refining process, which is why you feel nothing. Once you begin to temper your body, these runes will set into motion. How does one refine? Chen Hao inquired. You may employ various methods of self-infliction to temper your physique, such as entering a pressure chamber, Gumye elucidated. Of course, the most direct and effective method is to endure blows. The harsher the impact, the more pronounced the effect. Are you suggesting I engage in self-harm to refine my body? Chen Hao was taken aback. Rest assured, with the blessing of this indestructible scripture, as long as your primordial spirit remains intact, no one can bring about your demise. Gumye reassured him. According to Gumye, the indestructible chaos scripture is dedicated to the enhancement of the physical form, a rather brutal and merciless technique for body refining. In simpler terms, the greater the harm one endures, the more rapidly one's strength will escalate. Crucially, regardless of the extent of physical damage sustained. As long as the primordial spirit remains unscathed or unshattered, one will remain unharmed. The runes within the indestructible scripture are capable of absorbing injuries and transforming them into a peculiar force to bolster one's physique. Once one's body attains a certain level of strength, the opportunity to carve out a secret realm will arise. Furthermore, this indestructible chaos scripture comprises 3 tiers. Gumye added, the first tier consists of the silver runes currently within you, the second tier is dark golden, and the third tier is pure gold. The stronger the physique, the greater the metamorphosis of the tiers, enhancing the capacity to absorb damage at an accelerated rate. I suppose I shall first ascertain whether there is a pressure chamber available in the outer sect, Chen Hao concluded. Chen Hao found himself both amused and perplexed. In truth, he held a keen interest in the refinement of his body and the excavation of secret realms, as these endeavors could significantly enhance his strength. However, when it came to enduring punishment, he believed it prudent to first experience the trials of the pressure chamber and ascertain the benefits that the Eternal Chaos Sutra could bestow upon him. By the way, Master Yin, if you truly seek to cultivate both the primordial body and spirit, there is one thing you must not overlook. Gumia advised, it is best if the cultivation level of your spiritual essence does not exceed that of your physical form by more than 3 realms. If the disparity is too great, it becomes exceedingly difficult for the body to progress. Are you suggesting that if I wish to cultivate both the primordial body and spirit, I must first excavate 3 portals to the secret realm? Chen Hao inquired. Indeed, if your physical training can keep pace with your spiritual cultivation, progressing in a harmonious cycle, that would be the most prudent approach, Gumia replied. Chen Hao nodded, not delaying further, and withdrew his thoughts. As he noticed that it was getting late, he cast a glance towards the direction of the Tsangfa pavilion, pondering how Elder Qing was faring. Deep down, he had been preoccupied with the thought of the reward he was expecting from Elder Qing. With the second seal now lifted, he was in urgent need of substantial resources to support the 2 celestial beings. He contemplated that if he could acquire the 10,000 fifth-grade spiritual herbs from Elder Qing, he could employ the Chaos Celestial Cauldron to refine them, potentially yielding dozens or even hundreds of sacred herbs. In the East Courtyard, was this statement truly credible? In the Grand Hall, upon hearing Gujin's account, Bai Yojin's face stiffened in disbelief. It was absolutely credible. Gujin asserted, I suspect that the potential aptitude tested when that lad entered the 7 Immortals sect was a perfect 10. Thus, the enchanting Bing Qi would be so concerned about him. How could the testing stone possibly be erroneous? Bai Yujin was baffled. He had personally witnessed Chen Hao's assessment that day. The lad's origins remained a mystery, and he likely had practiced some unique secret technique beforehand. Gujin continued, otherwise, how could he have released the Tian Yaoshan sealed within the Heavenly Well Valley? It is said that this seal was planted by the first ancestor of the 7 Immortals sect and is inscribed with the seal runes of the Spirit Emperor. If he could decipher the Spirit Emperor's runes, concealing his own strength to evade the testing stone's scrutiny should not be too challenging. Wait, upon hearing this, Bai Yujin furrowed his brows in curiosity. How did that lad manage to venture into the Heavenly Well Valley? I'm not entirely sure. As I couldn't clearly hear his conversation with the Tian Yaoshan, Gujin replied, why do I feel that He Qing was killed by Chen Hao? Bai Yujin squinted, questioning. Even if he did commit the act, we possess no evidence, as we have not caught him in the act, Gujin stated. In my view, if we wish to apprehend this lad, the best approach would be to have the 3rd elder or the 4th elder intervene, extract the Tian Yaoshan from him, and then apprehend him openly. Are you foolish? Bai Yujin retorted coldly. That lad's current value is extraordinary. If others learn of this, wouldn't that money be equivalent to giving it away for free? However, capturing him now is not an easy task. Gujin shook his head. Moreover, I am not his opponent. I will find a way to deal with him. Bai Yujin sneered coldly, then added, hastened to respond to Bing Qi. If she desires to obtain Chen Hao, she must prepare at least 100 million spiritual crystal coins. Otherwise, this matter cannot be accomplished. 100 million? Gujin was taken aback. Master, is this not excessive? Excessive? Bai Yujin inquired with a smile. Putting everything aside, considering Chen Hao's potential of 10 points, do you believe that 100 million is excessive? If Bing Qi is unwilling, you may inform her that both the Yao Jiao clan and the Tianhu clan would certainly not refuse such a remarkable talent. Disciples shall attend to this matter immediately. In the southern courtyard, upon Chen Hao's return to the entrance, he found his senior brother, Lin Feng, already waiting outside. Though the night was deep, it did little to conceal the murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. Senior brother, has something happened? Chen Hao asked. I instructed you to wait for me at the... Why did you wander off? Lin Feng questioned through gritted teeth. Do you realize that Master just gave me a severe reprimand? Is Master truly concerned about me? Chen Hao chuckled. Concerned? Nonsense. Lin Feng retorted angrily. I suspect Master currently wishes to flay your skin. Why? Enough with the nonsense. If you wish to avoid meeting your demise at my hands, come with me to see Master at once. Lin Feng shot a fierce glare at Chen Hao. Soon, the two arrived at the grand hall of the southern courtyard. From within, they could see a robust young man sitting cross-legged to one side of the hall. This was Wang Taizhu, who had awakened the bloodline of the 8-star ancient demon dragon. Clearly, he had already taken residence in the grand hall. In any case, You must handle this matter with utmost caution. In the rear courtyard of the hall, Elder Zhang daily wore a solemn expression as he imparted instructions to Zhao Ye, before swiftly taking to the air and departing. Master, I have brought this shameless pervert back. Upon reaching the entrance of the hall, Lin Feng raised his voice to announce. Pervert? Chen Hao was momentarily taken aback. Undoubtedly, Zhao Ye must have summoned him here due to his earlier visit to the female disciples' dormitory. You may leave now. Zhao Ye approached gracefully, clad in a fiery red gown, resembling a blazing sacred lotus, exquisite and commanding in presence. Yes, Lin Feng nodded, casting a glance at Chen Hao before departing, perhaps wishing him good fortune in his predicament. Master, you must allow me to explain. No need for explanations, Zhao Ye interrupted, waving her hand dismissively. I came to inquire what you practiced at the Tsangfa Pavilion today. The disciple is foolish and accomplished nothing, he replied. Is that so? Zhao Ye smiled faintly, her enchanting smile captivating. Then she continued, to be honest, having lived for over 2 centuries, you are the first man to make my heart race 3 times in succession. Master, what do you mean by that? Chen Hao was bewildered. You need not call me master, Zhao Ye replied, shaking her head. After all, I have yet to inscribe the soul mark upon you, so I cannot truly be your master. Surely, you are not considering expelling me from the south courtyard simply because I visited the ladies' restroom? I have no intention of dismissing you, Zhao Ye stated. On the contrary, I am quite eager to inscribe the soul mark upon you, to uncover the hidden depths that you possess. What depths could I possibly have? Do you think to deceive me? Zhao Ye chuckled softly and added, I imagine you are quite curious about why I felt stirred 3 times, are you not? Chen Hao remained silent, yet within him surged a tide of inexplicable emotions. The first instance was when you initially entered the sect for testing. The second occurred when you publicly demonstrated your potential, scoring a mere 3 points. Zhao Ye continued. And this third instance is what was recently revealed in the scene projected by the law pattern mirror sent over by Elder Wu. The law pattern mirror? Chen Hao's mind raced with confusion. The law pattern mirror is one of the 5 revered artifacts of the 7 Immortals sect, capable of glimpsing all events that transpired within a specific area over the past 5 hours. Zhao Ye elaborated. This artifact was traditionally held by the Grand Elder. But just an hour ago, Elder Wu borrowed it to investigate certain occurrences in Tianjing Valley. Chapter 25, Suspicion. Can you guess what we witnessed? At that moment, a profound smile graced Zhao Ye's exquisite visage. Chen Hao's expression stiffened, his heart surging with turmoil. How could he have anticipated that an unexpected law pattern mirror would emerge during this critical moment, if what Zhao Ye claimed were true? And the mirror could indeed observe any events that transpired over the past 5 hours. It was evident that all of his actions today had been laid bare. Let us momentarily set aside the matters of killing He Qing and stealing the celestial demon ginseng. Zhao Ye stated, what I wish to ascertain now is your true origins and the reasons behind your decision to conceal your abilities and join the 7 Immortals sect. Since Master has witnessed everything, I shall speak candidly. Chen Hao nodded and said, in truth, I am merely a commoner. However, 6 months ago, I was sold to the Goshi clan. Recently, I found an opportunity to escape and fortuitously encountered the 7 Immortals sect, which was recruiting disciples. Thus, I thought it prudent to seek refuge here. Since you have come seeking sanctuary, why then did you attempt to kill He Qing today? Zhao Ye inquired. Because the very person who sold me, the trafficker, is none other than He Qing, the second disciple of Bai Eugene. Chen Hao candidly expressed. Moreover, what you may not be aware of is that the Serpent King, Bing Qi of the Hook Snake clan, has been relentlessly pursuing me with a bounty. In pursuit of this reward, He Qing intends to capture me and return me to the Hook Snake clan. I suspect that had it not been for this bounty, neither Bai Eugene nor He Qing would have spared me, for I am perceived as a lingering threat in their eyes. That old scoundrel Bai Eugene. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ye could not help but draw a sharp breath, as if in that moment, she comprehended the entirety of the situation. She then inquired, why didn't you tell me this sooner? Because just a couple of days ago, He Qing failed to recognize me. So I thought it best to evade capture for as long as possible. And what of your cultivation? Zhao Ye's brows arched slightly. Just days ago, you had only just entered the Spirit Sea realm. Yet moments ago, Elder Wu and I discerned that your cultivation has astonishingly reached the pinnacle of the Spirit Pattern realm. This is because, before I escaped from the Hook Snake clan, I secretly consumed 3 of their clan's precious medicinal pills. Chen Hao elaborated. Initially, I had no particular reaction. But in the past couple of days, my cultivation has inexplicably surged. And this miraculous treasure, the Dan? Even someone as well-versed as Zhao Ye is momentarily taken aback. I still feel as though I am ensnared in a dream, yet the reality is indeed as such. Chen Hao feigned a bitter smile, pondering that the reason the serpent demon king, Bing Qi, had placed a hefty bounty on his head was likely due to these precious elixirs. Have you consumed all 3 of those pills? Zhao Ye appeared to be somewhat intrigued. Indeed, Chen Hao nodded and remarked, I find myself ascending to a new realm almost every day. I wonder if this upward trend will continue tomorrow. Zhao Ye felt a wave of speechlessness wash over her. After a prolonged moment of silence, she finally spoke. That day, the demon ginseng has been sealed in the Tianjing Valley for 1,000 years, and it has been suppressed by the Spirit Emperor's runes. How did you manage to break the seal? Chen Hao countered. Did you not witness everything through the law pattern mirror when you communicated with Elder Wu? Indeed. The law pattern mirror can lock onto a specific area and reveal all that has transpired over the past 5 hours. Zhao Ye responded, however, its greatest flaw is that it cannot capture the sounds within the images, and even the visuals are not particularly clear. Alas, this matter must trace back to the time when I killed He Qing. Chen Hao sighed, stating succinctly, to put it simply, that day the demon witnessed my act of slaying He Qing. Subsequently, it threatened me, insisting that I assisted in escaping. Otherwise, it would expose me. The method to decipher the Spirit Emperor's runes was also imparted to me by it, which involves the use of a maiden's urine. Thus, I clandestinely ventured into the women's restroom today. No wonder you entered Tianjing Valley twice? Zhao Ye suddenly comprehended, then inquired, and the demon, where is it now? Clearly, although Zhao Ye had observed everything transpiring in Tianjing Valley through the law rune mirror, she seemed to have overlooked the scene of Chen Hao seizing the demon for herself. Chen Hao sighed deeply, lamenting the speed at which he had fled. Master Zhao, I am here. That wretched being has imprisoned me in a storage pouch. The celestial demon repeatedly shouted, even attempting to discreetly transmit a message to Zhao Ye. Unfortunately, Chen Hao had already employed the celestial seal to render the storage pouch impervious to anyone else's auditory perception besides his own. What a pity. Zhao Ye also sighed. By the way, Master, since Elder Wu is aware of my situation, why hasn't he come to inquire personally? Chen Hao asked. It is not that he is disinclined to question you. Rather, he is utterly pressed for time, Zhao Ye replied gravely. For he harbors suspicions regarding the 3rd and 4th elders and their clandestine dealings with Bai Eugene. Moreover, with less than 3 days remaining until the demon hunting conference, he must return to confer with the Grand Elder and others. So you mean to say that you and Elder Wu have long harbored suspicions about Bai Eugene? Chen Hao inquired. What purpose does suspicion serve? Zhao Ye shook her head. That old rogue is exceedingly cunning, and with the backing of the 3rd and 4th elders. Without tangible evidence, it is impossible to threaten them. Rather, it would invite trouble. According to her account, Jiang Daily had been secretly investigating the disappearances of disciples from the Eastern Courtyard and even those from the inner sect. Although he had previously uncovered some traces through the law pattern mirror, these clues were insufficient to substantiate claims against Bai Eugene, especially with the obstruction posed by the 3rd and 4th elders. Jiang Daily had faced numerous setbacks, even narrowly escaping assassination during his investigations. Is it common for disciples of the inner sect to go missing? Chen Hao questioned, bewildered. Let us not dwell on that. Knowing too much is not beneficial for you. Zhao Ye interjected, waving her hand. Let us instead discuss you. Are you willing to allow me to inscribe a soul pattern upon you? Clearly, her intention was to secure Chen Hao, as his sudden surge in cultivation had genuinely astonished her. Furthermore, she sought to delve deeper into Chen Hao's foundation, for she sensed that he harbored many secrets. I am unwilling. Chen Hao resolutely declined, for in my perspective, such an action was entirely unnecessary, and I harbored a distaste for being subjected to unwarranted scrutiny. You must understand that each individual possesses a unique constitution and innate talents. Thus, the resources required for cultivation and the methods suited to oneself vary greatly. Zhao Ye remarked, if you do not inscribe the soul patterns, how can I guide you more accurately in your cultivation? Chapter 26, Worth a Million. As the saying goes, a master leads you to the door, but the cultivation ultimately lies within oneself. Chen Hao chuckled and remarked, if I require anything or am perplexed, wouldn't it be simpler to speak directly with you, master? For a moment, Zhao Ye found herself at a loss for words. To speak candidly, rather than harboring suspicions about me, it would be far more prudent for you to contemplate strategies for dealing with Bai Eugene. Chen Hao deliberately shifted the topic. From what I have heard, After this demon hunting conference, the third elder and the fourth elder will propose by Eugene to assume the position of the sixth elder. Where did you hear that? Zhao Ye inquired, filled with suspicion. In truth, these matters are of little significance. Chen Hao smiled mysteriously, for I currently possess a piece of significant information. What news? Zhao Ye inquired with great curiosity. It is said that during this demon hunting convention, the Baiyu Guild will sell the over 1,000 newly recruited disciples to the Tianhu clan and the Yaogao clan. Chen Hao replied. Zhao Ye was taken aback. Is this truly the case? If it is real, my master will secretly follow along to find out. Chen Hao deliberately yawned and said, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Wait, rest assured, I shall keep tonight's matters tightly under wraps. Before Zhao Ye could finish her sentence, Chen Hao waved his hand and departed. Observing his retreating figure, Zhao Ye felt a tumult of emotions, predominantly curiosity. Yet, she chose not to dwell on it and turned, striding towards the night sky, heading directly to Jiang Daily's courtyard. In the demon realm, among the Go royal clan, by Eugene, that scoundrel. At this moment in the grand hall, the enchanting snake demon queen, Bing Qi, crushed the magical rune letter in her hand with fury. Sister, what has transpired? In that instant, Bing Yu, who happened to arrive at the hall's entrance, exclaimed in surprise. In my haste to capture that brat Chen Hao and seek retribution for you, I recently raised the bounty to 2 million, Bing Qi declared angrily. But now, that fellow claims Chen Hao possesses an extraordinary background, achieving a perfect score of 10 in his potential test. Moreover, he demands 100 million to even consider the risk of capturing him? What utter nonsense! It is clear he seeks to oppose me. Please, sister, calm down. Bing Yu quickly stepped forward to offer comfort, though her steps were somewhat unsteady, as the wounds Chen Hao had inflicted upon her days prior were still fresh. She continued, Bai Eugene usually maintains relations with several major demon clans, and we hold all the leverage. I doubt he would be foolish enough to act rashly. Are you implying that Chen Hao genuinely possesses a potential score of 10? Bing Qi nearly laughed in disbelief at such absurdity. Such outrageous conditions for a bounty, it's remarkable that Bai Eugene concocted them. I suspect he has at least a score of 7 or 8, as we have never assessed him ourselves. Moreover, Bing Yu added, the last time that boy's body underwent transformation, I still cannot fathom how that occurred. Perhaps he truly is a prodigy with the innate talent to metamorphose. Otherwise, how would Bai Eugene dare to raise the stakes so recklessly? Well, since you put it that way, I have no further arguments. Bing Qi replied coldly with a smile. To be frank, regardless of his potential, the mere fact that he transformed last time makes that 100 million worthwhile. I am already eager to meet him. Clearly, in the eyes of these two demonesses, Chen Hao's ability to transform last time likely indicated the awakening of some extraordinary talent. Naturally, this talent for transformation was precisely what Bing Qi yearned for at this juncture. The next day, bright and early, Chen Hao sought out his third senior brother, Du Yu, and inquired whether there were any body tempering facilities within the southern courtyard. Du Yu informed him that the body tempering facilities were exclusively located in the central district of the sect. This so-called central district was essentially a designated area for both inner and outer disciples to procure various goods and indulge in leisure activities. In addition to the most reputable body tempering pavilion, there were also spirit medicine hall, artifact refining pavilion, elixir room, and even taverns. Come. A variety of wild spirit herbs are available at low prices. The freshest Bai Ling fruit not only nourishes yin and replenishes yang, but also enhances beauty. Recently unearthed ancient divine jade, brimming with boundless transformation, is available for those interested. The price is negotiable. The central district was bustling with activity. Aside from the various pavilions established by the sect, numerous disciples could be seen setting up stalls to sell their wares. Wait, please present your disciple token. However, just as Chen Hao was about to enter the body tempering pavilion, he noticed a middle-aged man meditating at the entrance suddenly rise and block his path with an outstretched hand. The man stood at least 2 meters tall, his muscles rippling, with arms as thick as Chen Hao's thighs, exuding an imposing aura. Chen Hao presented the token, only to notice the middle-aged man slightly furrow his brow upon glancing at it. What business does a newcomer to the outer sect have in refining their body? Is it forbidden for novices to undergo body refinement? Chen Hao inquired. You must comprehend that the body refinement pavilion contains gravity chambers ranging from the 1st to the 5th level. Even the 1st level's gravity is sufficient to crush you into a pulp, the man replied with a smile. I would recommend you practice lifting stones and similar exercises first. When you can lift 1,000 pounds with one arm and bear 3,000 pounds on your back, then it would be an opportune time to return. I am quite eager to attempt it, Chen Hao chuckled. Should you wish to give it a try, that is permissible, the man nodded. To activate the first level of gravity, you must first pay me a starting fee of 100 spirit crystal coins for 1 hour. Is there a fee for body refinement? Chen Hao exclaimed in astonishment. The equipment in the gravity chambers is crafted from precious crystals, and each activation incurs a cost. The man explained. If everyone were to refine their bodies for free, how could the body refinement pavilion sustain itself? Alas, Chen Hao sighed, his heart heavy with disappointment. He never anticipated that even within the confines of the sect, one would still require additional fees for cultivation. How utterly pragmatic this world has become. Lady Yi. This is a delightful surprise meticulously prepared for you by senior brother Yao. Please accept it. Just then, a familiar and enchanting figure of a woman suddenly graced Chen Hao's line of sight. It was Yi Yan, clad in a delicate white gauzy gown. Her figure was not only alluring, but her beauty transcended the ordinary, drawing the fervent gazes of numerous young talents as she passed by. In just a few days, she has remarkably reached the 6th level of the Spirit Sea realm. Chen Hao couldn't help but furrow his brow upon glancing at Yi Yan. Truly, she was a rare genius with a potential score of 7, 1 in a million. Chapter 27. The disciple shall depart, Brother Zhang. I kindly ask you to return this gift. At that moment, Yi Yan cast a displeased glance behind her at the young man holding an exquisite wooden box. Hoping that Brother Zhang could convey her message to senior brother Yao, requesting him to cease his unwelcome advances. Look at how the lady speaks, Zhang Li chuckled awkwardly. Senior brother Yao is the second son of the 7 kings of the source domain. His gift to you is clearly an expression of admiration. How can it be deemed harassment? Admiration? Yi Yan was almost amused by her anger. Then may I ask why he did not present it personally? Instead of sending you in his stead? Because senior brother Yao had an appointment with your elder brother at the heavenly immortal tower to discuss matters. Zhang Li replied with a smile, thus he entrusted me to deliver this gift to you. No wonder my brother asked me to come to the heavenly immortal tower. Yi Yan's expression froze momentarily, her beautiful visage instantly revealing an unmistakable disdain. She turned to leave. Wait, my lady. Zhang Li hastened to intervene. Senior brother Yao and your brother are still waiting for you at the heavenly immortal tower. You cannot leave. And what if I insist on departing? Yi Yan retorted, her demeanor resolute. My lady, please do not be upset, Zhang Li implored swiftly. You must understand, the resources in today's spirit domain largely depend on the source domain. As both you and senior brother Yao belong to the royal aristocracy, fostering a good relationship between you would bode well for the future development of the spirit domain. Wouldn't it? Can you not see that she is unwilling? Standing a short distance away, Chen Hao could no longer bear to listen and interjected. He had initially intended to approach Yi Yan for some spiritual crystal coins for the body refinement pavilion after Zhang Li finished his incessant chatter. But it seemed the latter was far from concluding. Ah, Brother Chen, what brings you here? Before Zhang Li could collect his thoughts, Yi Yan exclaimed in surprise. To be honest, I had planned to come to the body refinement pavilion for some refinement myself. Chen Hao shook his head with a sigh, realizing that in his haste to leave in the morning, he had inadvertently lost his purse. How much do you need? Yi Yan replied generously, promptly retrieving her own purse. Oh dear, this is rather inappropriate, isn't it? Chen Hao feigned a foolish grin, scratching the back of his head. I haven't returned what I borrowed last time. It's fine. I won't need it in this sect anyway, Yi Yan replied with a smile, shaking her head as she handed the money pouch to Chen Hao. There should still be some left. You can keep it for now. Wait. Suddenly, Zhang Yu, who had been frozen in place, snatched the pouch from Yi Yan's hands and glared at Chen Hao. Who do you think you are? In a fleeting moment, Chen Hao's expression hardened. His gaze fixated intently on Zhang Yu's eyes. At the same time, he cast an illusion on this bothersome individual. Buzz, Fifth Elder, how could you? The next instant, Zhang Yu was taken aback as the figure of Elder Jiang Daily materialized before him. He rubbed his eyes and turned to glance at Yi Yan. Coach Qi? However, when he turned back, he nearly lost his wits as he realized that the person beside him was not Yu Yan, but the burly middle-aged man guarding the body refinement pavilion, Qi Dongqiang. Kid, don't you think my muscles are quite alluring? In the most absurd twist, Qi Dongqiang flexed his rippling bicep and shot a flirtatious wink at Zhang Yu. What on earth is happening? Zhang Yu's stomach churned as a wave of terror washed over him. You have quite the audacity to steal my money pouch. Before he could process the situation, Elder Jiang Daily raised his hand and slapped Zhang Yu on the forehead. I didn't mean it. It was a misunderstanding. Zheng Yu hastily admitted his fault, immediately handing the pouch back. Then hurry up and leave. The disciple will take his leave right away. Zheng Yu, still in shock, bolted out, furiously rubbing his eyes, glancing back once more as if trying to confirm whether he was hallucinating. Why are you running? Just admit you're infatuated with me, and I guarantee you'll develop an 8-pack. Qi Dongxiang tossed another flirtatious wink in his direction. Impossible. How could Coach Qi transform into this? Am I cursed? In that moment, panic consumed Zheng Yu, compelling him to flee the scene. How could he mistake me for Coach Qi? And why would he think of you as Elder 5? Seeing Zheng Yu's terrified expression and his rambling as he fled, Yi Yin felt a sense of bewilderment. While she could not perceive the scene Zheng Yu had witnessed, she could hear his nonsensical mutterings. I don't know. Perhaps that fellow's mind isn't quite right? Chen Hao shook his head with a smile and then inquired, by the way, how have you been faring in the inner sect recently? Sighing deeply, Yi Yin lamented, I am nearly driven to exasperation by that Yao Chan. According to her account, during her time in the inner sect, Jiang Daily had treated her and her brother as if they were his own flesh and blood, particularly in terms of their cultivation. With meticulous care, this was the reason she had swiftly elevated her cultivation from the first level of the spiritual sea realm to the pinnacle of the 6th level in just a few short days. However, the vexatious aspect was that Yao Chun, the eldest disciple of the 3rd elder, had been persistently visiting the gate of Yi Yan's courtyard over the past couple of days. Of course, Yi Yan was well aware that Yao Chun harbored intentions towards her. Yet she harbored a deep-seated aversion to him. Just moments ago, she heard from Zheng Li that Yao Chun was the 2nd son of the 7 Kings Mansion in the Source Domain, holding a status comparable to her own, making them somewhat of equal standing. Chen Hao chuckled. Why not grant him an opportunity? Ah, dear brother Chen, you are unaware that this individual possesses a duplicitous nature. Ostensibly, he presents himself as a paragon of virtue, yet in the shadows, he reveals himself to be a vile brigand, preying specifically upon young maidens under the age of 16. Yi Yan's expression was one of profound disdain, were it not for his unique status and the unwavering protection afforded to him by the 3rd elder. He would likely have been reported and expelled from the sect long ago. It would be prudent for you to maintain your distance from him. Chen Hao nodded, then weighed the pouch of money in his hand. Speaking of which, had it not been for your financial assistance last time, I would likely still be wandering aimlessly outside. And now, I find myself indebted to you once again. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. Brother Chen, if you insist on repaying me, Yi Yan said, her eyes glinting with mischief, perhaps you could assist me with a small favor? What kind of favor? I had previously informed Yao Chun that I have already found my beloved, Yi Yan said, deliberately stepping closer. Would you be willing to pretend to be my sweetheart for a while? Accompany me to Tianjin Tower and put on a little performance in front of Yao Chun? Chapter 28. Who is your uncle? No way, that's far too perilous. Chen Hao repeatedly waved his hands, deeming this ludicrous idea utterly unfeasible. Even if he were to voice it, Yao Chun would surely dismiss it, for I am notorious for my ineptitude. What does that have to do with being inept? Yi Yan inquired. What's wrong with reveling in the pleasure of being with you? I retorted, Miss, you can't possibly be serious, can you? Chen Hao was taken aback, almost convinced. Of course, it was a fabrication. I merely wished to express this to Yao Chun. Yi Yan smiled. Ultimately, as long as it could dissuade him, it would bring me great solace. I fear I cannot assist you with this matter. Chen Hao waved his hand once more, declining the offer, stating that he would consider other means to repay you in the future. With that, he dashed towards the refinement pavilion. Miss Yi, I see you are still here. At that moment, Zhang Li, who had earlier fallen victim to an illusion spell, appeared, accompanied by a tall and fair-skinned young man. He greeted Yi Yan with a nod. This young man was none other than Yao Chun, the eldest disciple of the 3rd elder, Jiang Duoyu. Beside Yu Chun stood another young man, who was none other than Yi Yan's brother, Yi Ming. However, Yi Yan merely cast a cold glance at Yao Chun and the others before hastening towards the refinement pavilion, deliberately calling out, Brother Chun, wait for me. In an instant, Chen Hao felt a tingling sensation coursing through his entire being. What was particularly striking was that Yi Yan had unexpectedly wrapped her arm around his. Brother Chen, could you please indulge me in this little act? The pitiful yet captivating gaze of Yi Yan left Chen Hao feeling utterly helpless. However, upon reflection, it was indeed remarkable that a princess of such a prestigious royal family would lower herself to embrace someone she deemed a worthless individual in public. This only served to highlight her profound fear of Yao Chun. Just who was that young man? Upon witnessing this scene, Yao Chun's expression grew serious, his eyes narrowing with an icy glare. Isn't that Chen Hao? Yu Ming, taken aback, recognized him immediately. Chen Hao? Zhongli pondered. Could he be the one who was previously misjudged with a potential score of 10, only to later be accurately assessed at a mere 3? Who else could it be? Yiming added. Moreover, he was a fugitive who sought refuge at the Seven Immortals sect. If it weren't for Yi Yin lending him 100 spirit crystals, he wouldn't even have had the opportunity to participate in the sect's assessment. What is the meaning of all this? Yao Chun directed a questioning gaze at Yiming, as if seeking clarification. Isn't it obvious? Yiming replied with a nonchalant smile. Yi Yin is undoubtedly putting on a show for our benefit, Brother Yao. There's no need for you to take it to heart. Darling, come give me a kiss. However, to everyone's astonishment, Chen Hao abruptly pulled Yi Yin closer by the waist and planted a kiss directly on her cherry lips in front of the crowd. Yi Yin's body jolted, her beautiful eyes widening in shock, her mind momentarily blank. It seemed she had not anticipated Chen Hao's boldness. Most importantly, this was her first kiss. Why are you trembling? Chen Hao hastily conveyed a silent reminder. If we are to perform, should we not make it more convincing? Goodness, have the youth of today become so audacious? My heavens. Is that not Princess Yi Yin? And the man appears to be the worthless Chen Hao from the Southern Academy of the Outer Sect, does it not? How on earth did they end up together? Just a couple of days ago, I heard that Yao Chun was pursuing Yi Yin. What would happen if Yao Chun were to witness this scene? Brother, keep your voice down. Yao Chun is right over there watching. At this sight, the crowd erupted in astonished discussions, particularly as some recognized the pair, causing the street to buzz with excitement. In that moment, Yao Chun's face turned a deep shade of green, and he coldly addressed Yiming. Do you still dare claim they are merely acting? Yiming was utterly speechless. He had not anticipated that Chen Hao would be so brazen. If he does not eliminate this scoundrel today, what face would the young master have left? Yao Chun was seething with rage, his aura brimming with murderous intent. Although he was still several dozen meters away from Chen Hao, with a single step, he appeared before Chen Hao and Yi Yin like a specter. In truth, the technique he employed was a secret method of the inner sect, covering 100 feet in a single stride. Moreover, from the aura surrounding him, it was evident that he was a cultivator at the pinnacle of the 6th stage of the spirit pattern realm. In an instant, the air around them felt as though it had solidified. Before Chen Hao could react, Yi Yin unexpectedly pulled him behind her and coldly addressed Yao Chun. What do you mean by this, senior brother Yao? You dare ask me? Yao Chun retorted coldly. A dignified royal princess associating with this good-for-nothing. Do you not feel that it is disgraceful? Disgraceful? Yi Yin replied with a serene smile. I simply enjoy being with this good-for-nothing, and I cherish the moments we share. As long as I do not feel ashamed, I care not how others perceive me. You, Yi Yin. Before Yao Chun could unleash his fury, Yiming rushed forward. Have you had enough of this commotion? Oh, brother-in-law, you seem to have become even more handsome in just a few days. Chen Hao couldn't help but wave his hand at Yiming. Who is your big brother? Yiming retorted angrily. I believe you are simply courting disaster. How am I courting disaster? Chen Hao shrugged his shoulders and earnestly declared. While it may be true that my cultivation potential is somewhat lacking, rest assured, my esteemed brother-in-law, I shall strive diligently in my training and will cherish Yinner for a lifetime. Yinner? How utterly revolting. Zhang Li, standing nearby, seemed unable to tolerate this any longer. He reached out, attempting to seize Chen Hao, as if to drag him over for a good thrashing. The Central District is a public space. Refrain from causing disturbances here. Just then, a deep and commanding voice suddenly resonated from the body refining pavilion. Turning to look, they saw the imposing figure of Qi Dongqiang, the instructor overseeing the pavilion. If you wish to engage in combat, take it to the martial arena. Anyone who dares to cause trouble here shall face my wrath. As he spoke, Instructor Qi cast a chilling glare at Zheng Li, causing him to feel a shiver run down his spine, instinctively retreating a few steps. However, to his surprise, Qi seemed even more formidable than before. I assure you, young man, you will not see the light of tomorrow. Yao Chun ground his teeth at Chen Hao, his eyes glimmering with murderous intent. Instructor Qi, here is 100 spirit crystal coins. I would like to test the first layer of gravity for 1 hour. Chen Hao paid no heed to Yao Chun, instead extracting 100 spirit crystal coins from his pouch and handing them to Coach Qi. Chapter 29. It would be wise for you to mind your own business since you are so determined to try. Then follow me, Coach Qi declared, accepting the coins without further ado and leading Chen Hao into the body refining pavilion. Yi Yin, are you not coming back with me? Yiming inquired, his expression stern. If you do not sever ties with this Yao Chun, do not expect me to acknowledge you as my brother anymore. Yi Yin cast a glance at Yiming before following Chen Hao into the body refining pavilion. Is this the gravity room? Upon entering the pavilion, Chen Hao realized that it encompassed merely a space of less than 40 square meters. The interior walls and ceiling were adorned with thousands of brilliantly shining peculiar crystal stones. At the entrance, there was a control panel resembling a grinding wheel, equipped with pointers ranging from 1 to 5 layers. Remember, once the gravity is activated, you must not use your elemental force for protection, as this will only amplify the gravity exponentially and could swiftly end your life. Coach Chi warned solemnly. Moreover, if you find it unbearable, do not hesitate to call out to me. Understood, Chen Hao replied. Chen Hao nodded and promptly entered the gravity chamber. Just as Coach Chi was about to manipulate the stone plate to close the gravity chamber door, Yao Chun suddenly approached, stretching his neck with a smile, saying, "It's been a while since I last tempered my body. I too wish to stretch my limbs." Concurrently, Yi Ming, Zheng Li, and a throng of onlookers surged into the body tempering pavilion. You have already unlocked 2 secret realms of the cave. The gravity tempering at this level is not suitable for you, Coach Chi remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Yao Chun. You should wait for him to try first before entering for your own tempering. 2 secret realms of the cave? Upon hearing this, Chen Hao was astonished and quickly used his supreme heavenly eye to peer into Yao Chun's body. To his surprise, he discovered 2 fist-sized silvery caverns suspended above Yao Chun's sea of qi. Upon closer inspection, he could even sense an exceptionally dense aura of blood energy swirling within Yao Chun's being. This was a unique essence transcending that of ordinary qi practitioners, a tangible manifestation of formidable power. Although Yao Chun's cave realms did not align with his spiritual cultivation in terms of current comprehensive strength, he was certainly not a match for Chen Hao. I merely wish to stretch my limbs. There is no need for separate tempering. Yao Chun waved his hand, simultaneously signaling Zheng Li. Understanding the cue, Zheng Li quickly produced a pouch and handed it over. Coach Chi, here is 10,000 spirit crystal coins. Please allow senior brother Yao to partake as well. Stretching your limbs is permissible, but should you dare to act recklessly, I shall not show mercy. Though Coach Chi's words were stern, his manner of accepting the pouch was remarkably deft. Elder brother Chen, Yi Yin quickly signaled Chen Hao to exit. It was clear that Yao Chun intended to seize this opportunity to teach Chen Hao a lesson. One must understand that while the levels within the gravity chamber could be adjusted, should someone recklessly unleash their qi inside, the gravity would automatically multiply beyond the control of the external manipulation plate. Moreover, those outside would remain oblivious to the events unfolding within. What is there to fear? I won't devour him. Yao Chun shot a cold smile at Yi Yin before stepping into the gravity chamber and blocking the entrance. Let the games begin. Chen Hao merely smiled and gestured for Coach Chi to close the door. You? Yi Yin exclaimed in astonishment, quickly glancing at Coach Chi. She intended to say something, but was unexpectedly pulled aside by Yi Ming. With a thunderous sound, as the door to the gravity chamber shut, Chen Hao could not suppress a muffled groan, his entire body trembling violently. At that moment, the gravitational force within the chamber commenced its operation. Although it was merely a single layer of gravity, it was far more formidable than Chen Hao had anticipated. It felt as though an immense stone, weighing tens of thousands of pounds, had enveloped his entire being, threatening to crush him at any moment. At this instant, he found himself utterly immobilized, even struggling to breathe, which was excruciatingly uncomfortable. Kid, quite impressive, aren't you? You actually dare to stay? Observing from the side, Yao Chun appeared completely at ease, as if nothing were amiss. Die, you fool. Suddenly, his expression darkened, and he raised his fist to deliver a powerful blow to Chen Hao's chest. Poof! Already suffocated by the gravity, Chen Hao was sent flying from the impact. 3 of his ribs shattered, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. As he landed, he nearly lost his breath, engulfed in agony. He even began to doubt the authenticity of the chaotic immortal scriptures passed down by Gumye, as he felt on the brink of death. Yet the runes of the scriptures inscribed within him remained eerily silent. How dare you publicly court the woman of this prince? Damn it! Yao Chun gritted his teeth, especially incensed by the earlier image of Chen Hao kissing Yi Yin. His rage surged uncontrollably. He then raised his leg and delivered a vicious kick to Chen Hao's face. Bang! The ferocity of the kick was such that it tore away a substantial portion of flesh from Chen Hao's left cheek, blood instantly staining his neck. You better kill me, otherwise, do you still dare to talk back? Yao Chun's expression hardened as he relentlessly stomped on Chen Hao's head and back. Each blow was ruthless, imbued with secretive powers, revealing his murderous intent. It seemed he sought to trample Chen Hao to death, believing that only through such violence could he quell the fury raging within him. However, just as despair enveloped Chen Hao, he turned his gaze inward and noticed that the immortal runes etched within him suddenly emitted a blinding silver light. This brilliance coalesced within his energy sea. In an instant, a silver vortex, roughly the size of a fist, appeared above his energy sea. Within him lies boundless power, akin to an incessant flow of vitality and strength, swiftly nourishing his very being. It actually worked. In that moment, the previously despondent Chen Hao felt an exhilarating rush within his heart. What thrilled him even more was the sensation that the oppressive weight of the gravity chamber seemed to have vanished entirely. Clearly, this was a remarkable effect resulting from his successful excavation of the first secret realm, leading to a profound enhancement of his physique. Most importantly, the wounds on his body and even on his face began to mend autonomously under the illumination of the indelible runes. Chapter 30. The more he fights, the more energized he becomes. Can he truly still laugh? Observing the sudden smile that graced Chen Hao's face, even Yao Chun could not help but feel a moment of astonishment. It was hard to fathom that this seemingly fragile waste could endure so much punishment. Each of his strikes was infused with the power of 2 secret realms. With each step, he exerted at least 10,000 pounds of force. Logically, this wastrel should have long since succumbed. Yet here he stood, not only alive but smiling. What, has he not eaten? Chen Hao did not rise to resist. Instead, he continued to mock, questioning whether such meager abilities could truly bring about his demise. The indelible runes had already begun to manifest their effects, and he was unwilling to forfeit this invaluable opportunity for tempering. Yao Chun was, at this moment, his most effective tool for refinement. Although the pain of being struck was considerable, the prospect of gaining strength through adversity made it seem worthwhile. Damn. As anticipated, the enraged Yao Chun unleashed a relentless barrage of fists and feet upon Chen Hao's form, while the indelible runes incessantly mended Chen Hao's wounds. The ferocity of Yao Chun's assault was utterly terrifying, rendering any semblance of healing nearly futile. Are you merely scratching my itch? Chen Hao spat out another mouthful of blood. Yet he did not forget to mock Yao Chun. I swear, I will not rest until you are reduced to a puddle of mud. Yao Chun roared, growing increasingly vigorous with each strike. Thus, half an hour passed. Boom. Just as Yao Chun was panting heavily from exhaustion, a remarkable transformation occurred within Chen Hao's body. Upon introspection, he discerned a brilliant silver vortex coalescing above his energy sea. The second cave of the secret realm had been successfully excavated. At that moment, he could distinctly feel his physical form and strength advancing significantly. Has that newcomer managed to endure for half an hour? Outside the gravity chamber, Coach Chi's voice suddenly inquired. That kid has perished in there, has he? I wouldn't be surprised if he were crushed by the gravity or beaten to death by Yao Chun. Why provoke Yao Chun of all people? I fail to comprehend how someone could be so foolish. The crowd murmured amongst themselves. I believe I can hold on a little longer. However, at that moment, a voice unexpectedly emerged from within the gravity chamber, responding with Chen Hao's words. Is his body truly that resilient? Did Yao Chun refrain from attacking him? The crowd was utterly astonished. Not only the onlookers, but even Yao Chun began to question his own existence. How could it be that this boy, bloodied and bruised, with a head swollen like a pig's, had not succumbed despite enduring thousands of punches? Wasn't he supposed to be turned into a pulp? Continue to strike. Though Chen Hao's visage was unrecognizable and his body was a canvas of bruises, he felt an exhilarating thrill within. He sensed that soon the third cave of the secret realm would be refined into existence. Are you even human or a ghost? Yao Chun hastily rose, seemingly bereft of any will to continue. Yet a strong impulse to distance himself from Chen Hao surged within him. At that moment, he realized that this lad was anything but ordinary. A normal person would have perished countless times over. What's wrong? Are you starting to feel fear? Chen Hao couldn't help but chuckle, his swollen cheeks causing his eyes to squint into mere slits, creating a most peculiar appearance. Gradually, he rose from the ground, the sound of cracking bones echoing within him. Damn! Witnessing this scene, Yao Chun felt his heart leap into his throat. Confronted by this monstrous figure, he dared not linger any longer. He hurried towards the entrance of the gravity chamber, shouting, "Open up." However, before he could finish his plea, Chen Hao stepped forward and forcefully covered Yao Chun's mouth, declaring, I warned you, it would be best if you let me beat you to death. Bang! Before his words had fully escaped, Chen Hao summoned the power of the hidden realm and forcefully drove his knee into Yao Chun's back. A sharp crack resounded as a segment of his vertebrae shattered instantly. In that moment, Yao Chun, his mouth muffled, felt the veins on his forehead bulging, his eyes widening in sheer terror and despair. Realizing that this was no mere waste of space, but rather a hidden genius of extraordinary caliber. Boom. To Chen Hao's utter astonishment, Yao Chun, despite having a segment of his spine broken, began to emanate a terrifying silver flame from his surface. Clearly, Yao Chun intended to resort to a desperate, all-or-nothing gambit. Unleashing his innate power, it was crucial to understand that within this gravity chamber, any release of such power could disrupt the gravitational pressure, potentially causing it to multiply uncontrollably. Yao Chun's objective was undoubtedly to exploit this chaotic pressure to free himself from Chen Hao's grasp. In an instant, the air within the gravity chamber began to warp and twist ominously. Terrifyingly, the intensity of the pressure escalated from its initial level to the fourth level in an instant. The fourth level was designated for those who had excavated for hidden realms, and the weight it bore was no less than several 100,000 pounds. In that fleeting moment, both Chen Hao and Yao Chun simultaneously spat out a mouthful of blood, their bodies collapsing under the immense pressure. Yao Chun, wishing to cry out for help, found himself voiceless in this chaotic gravitational chamber, his flesh contorted like waves under the tremendous force, blood gushing from his mouth and nose. Damn it! Meanwhile, Chen Hao, lying on the other side, was also in excruciating pain. His already swollen face now bore multiple horrifying fissures. Yet, in the next heartbeat, the indomitable runes hidden within him began to radiate a brilliant, blazing light. Evidently, this signifies that the damage he has endured has reached the threshold necessary to excavate the third hidden realm. Buzzing. Indeed, in the very next moment, a silver portal to the hidden realm coalesced once more above his energy sea. Although the pressure within the gravity chamber continued to torment his body, he felt a profound sense of relief compared to before, for he had successfully opened the third hidden realm, making the challenge of the fourth layer of gravity considerably more manageable. Chapter 31, Annihilation. Observing the radiant smile on Chen Hao's face, Yao Chun felt his heart plummet to the depths of despair. What sent shivers down his spine was the sight of that monstrous figure slowly rising from the ground. Wait. If I unleash my energy once more, will the gravity in this chamber escalate directly to the fifth level? Chen Hao could not help but furrow his brows and mutter softly. Although he had successfully excavated the third celestial secret realm and achieved a balance with his own primordial energy cultivation, he was not content with the status quo and yearned for further breakthroughs in his physical prowess. Please, don't act recklessly, Yao Chun, with a pallid face, interjected, his expression darkening. It was evident even to a fool that should Chen Hao unleash his primordial energy once more, the consequences would be utterly terrifying. Buzz. How could Chen Hao possibly feel compassion for someone who sought to bring about his demise? Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned his innate energy. Boom. However, what sent chills down Chen Hao's spine, even causing him to emit a wretched howl, was the fact that at this very moment, the gravity within the gravity chamber not only surged violently to the fifth level, but also transcended it. In an instant, an overwhelming and terrifying force of gravity assailed him. The entire gravity chamber trembled incessantly, as if it were on the brink of explosion. Simultaneously, the figure of Yao Chun, lying on the ground, had no time to utter a cry before being crushed into oblivion by the inexorable force of gravity. What transpired? Was this an earthquake? Outside, everyone was struck with astonishment. For at that moment, not only was the gravity chamber violently shaking, but the entire body refinement pavilion was swaying uncontrollably. Damn it! This must surely be the result of their unleashed energy within. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Coach Chi was both horrified and enraged. He quickly pressed down on the control panel, twisting the dial to the position that would open the gravity door. Boom. Yet, even Coach Chi could not have anticipated that the very instant he opened the door, the gravity chamber would erupt in an explosion. Accompanied by a powerful shockwave of residual gravity, the robust figure of Coach Chi was sent tumbling, his hair standing on end as he was engulfed in swirling black smoke. Meanwhile, the onlookers outside, including disciples like Yiming and Yi Yin, were also propelled out of the body refinement pavilion by the force of the shockwave, though fortunately, they escaped with only minor injuries. What in the world was happening? The people in the central district were completely stupefied by the scene before them. Above the body refinement pavilion, a small mushroom cloud had suddenly erupted. What are you waiting for? Hurry inside and save him. Senior brother Yao is still inside. Zheng Li, who had been thrown out, reacted quickly and shouted towards Yi Ming and the others. No need, Yao Chun is gone. Before anyone could rush into the now-ruined gravity chamber, they beheld Coach Qi emerging from the thick dust, his face covered in soot, cradling the mangled form of Chen Hao, who was barely alive. How could he be gone? Zhongli gasped in disbelief. His body had been shattered into pieces. Even reassembling him would be a daunting task. Coach Qi shook his head with a sigh, then gently laid Chen Hao on the ground, remarking that this lad had been fortunate enough to survive against the odds. Brother Chen, upon witnessing the situation, Yi Yan hurriedly rushed forward, attempting to awaken Chen Hao. Coughing and feeling dizzy, it was astonishing that Chen Hao, who had previously been knocked unconscious by the explosion, suddenly opened his eyes. In truth, that explosion had nearly claimed his life. However, fortunately, his primordial spirit remained intact. The reason for his swift awakening was entirely due to the indestructible runes within him, which were diligently repairing his internal injuries. Damn it, Zhongli bellowed. How could this useless Chen Hao not be killed in the explosion, while Senior Yao was completely obliterated? Indeed, it was widely acknowledged that Yao Chun had opened 2 celestial secret realms, and his physique should surely surpass that of this waste. Someone chimed in with a question. Kid, the only person who knows what transpired inside is you. Coach Qi leaned down to gaze at Chen Hao, insisting, you had better come clean. What exactly happened in there? The death of Yao Chun is no trivial matter. Qi Dongqiang was eager to comprehend the situation thoroughly. Otherwise, he knew he would be held accountable. After all, Yao Chun had died under his purview at the Body Refinement Pavilion. He wanted to kill me. Chen Hao feigned a pained expression as he responded. Behold the multitude of injuries upon my body, all inflicted by Yao Chun. Alas, he continued, moreover, it was he who unleashed the force of primordial energy, intending to crush my form beneath an immense weight, thereby providing himself with the pretext that I perished due to the gravitational force rather than by his hand. Then how in the world did you survive? Zhongli interjected sharply. I was rendered unconscious by the sheer weight, and to this day, I remain unaware of how I escaped death, Chen Hao replied. Chen Hao shook his head and remarked, perhaps my fortune is simply better. To which Yu Yen retorted, in my view, this is not merely good luck for Brother Chen, but rather the retribution that Yao Chun deserved. Do not speak nonsense. Yu Ming swiftly interjected, signaling Yi Yan to cease her words. The demise of Yao Chun indeed left him astounded. However, even though the individual was deceased, it was certainly not their place to speak recklessly, lest they bring calamity upon themselves. After all, Yao Chun hailed from the esteemed second young master of the Seven Kings Manor in the Source Domain. There must be some hidden intricacies to this matter, Zhongli coldly stated. Let me inform you, Chen Hao, this incident is inextricably linked to you. And you. He cast a pointed glance at Yi Yan, adding, were it not for you, senior brother Yao would still be alive. Brother Zhong, one may indulge in reckless eating, but words must be weighed with care. Before Yi Yan could retort, Yi Ming stepped forward and declared, if you falsely accuse and incite conflict between the Yi and Yao clans, the repercussions are not something you can bear. Are you threatening me? Zhang Li's expression darkened. Enough. Let us not quarrel any further. I too cannot evade responsibility in this matter. Coach Shi interjected, stating, I shall now report to the sect leader regarding how to address or penalize this situation. We shall await the leader's judgment. Upon finishing his words, he soared into the air, heading towards the inner sect. Useless fool. Get up. At this moment, Zhong Li suddenly turned and seized Chen Hao's wrist. What do you intend to do? Yi Yan rushed forward, only to be blocked by Yi Ming, who admonished, are you still causing a scene? If it weren't for me, Brother Chen would not have sustained injuries. Through gritted teeth, Yi Yan exclaimed, I cannot allow him to be taken away and mistreated. Yi Yan, if you wish to avoid trouble, it would be wise to remain compliant. Zheng Li warned coldly, adding, as for senior brother Yao's death, once I capture this fool and probe his memories, the truth will be revealed. Chapter 32, The Holy Herb Valley Probe His Memories? Chen Hao was filled with suspicion. He had caused his own demise, so what was there left to investigate? Simultaneously, he forcefully shook off Zheng Li's hand. Do you dare to strike back? Zhang Li's expression darkened, and he retaliated with a punch aimed at Chen Hao's forehead. However, Chen Hao swiftly sidestepped, seizing Zheng Li's wrist in the process. In that moment, he truly wished to crush this despicable wretch with a single blow, to publicly showcase his prowess without pretense. This is a public place. Do not act recklessly. Just then, a cold reprimand echoed from above, and a beam of violet light surged forth, causing both Chen Hao and Zheng Li to stagger back. Upon glancing back, they saw the one who intervened was Elder Jiang Daily. Master? Yi Yin was taken aback, quickly exclaiming, "Your arrival is fortuitous. Please save Brother Chen." What transpired here? Jiang Daily surveyed the refinement pavilion before casting a glance at Zheng Li and his companions. Elder, Brother Yao was killed by this useless fool. Zhang Li pointed at Chen Hao in pursuit of the truth. I wish to take him to see Elder San to probe his memories. How dare you slander Brother Chen? Yi Yin retorted angrily. It was clearly Yao Chen who sought to harm Brother Chen during his training at the refinement pavilion. His death was entirely due to his reckless release of elemental force, which triggered the gravity chamber. Jiang Daily furrowed his brow. Yao Chen belonged to the inner sect. So why would he suddenly wish to harm Chen Hao? It is because Yao Chen was envious of the closeness between his disciples and Brother Chen, which led him to enter the refinement pavilion with the intent to eliminate him. Yi Yin candidly explained. Ultimately, isn't Yao's death the result of your own actions? Zheng Li coldly remarked. This was clearly due to his narrow-mindedness and self-inflicted misfortune. It has nothing to do with me. Yi Yin countered. Enough. Jiang Daily interjected. Where has Qi Dongqiang, the guard of the refinement pavilion, gone? Instructor Qi went to the inner sect to find the sect master, Yi Ming replied. The sect master just left the inner sect. Where would he go to find him? Jiang Daily shook his head. He then looked at the crowd and declared, I believe we all understand the circumstances surrounding Yao Chen's death. Let us refrain from further speculation or complicating matters. I trust that upon the sect master's return, this matter will be addressed appropriately. You may all disperse. I am unconcerned with how the sect master will account to the Yao family. But I must take Chen Hao to meet Elder San today to uncover the truth of his memories. Zheng Li insisted coldly. I have serious doubts that this fool is not as simple as he appears. In truth, all present shared Zheng Li's suspicions. The explosive force that had erupted in the gravity chamber was extraordinary. Even someone as formidable as Yao Chen had been reduced to nothing. How had Chen Hao, this so-called fool, managed to emerge unscathed? It is unlikely that even a fool would believe that he has survived solely by chance. You lack the authority to apprehend him. Jiang Daily decisively waved his hand, assuring, rest assured, I shall personally investigate him shortly. If your master, the third elder, has any inquiries, he may approach me later. Clearly, Jiang Daily would not permit Zheng Li to take Chen Hao away, for not long ago, he had observed Chen Hao's cultivation process through the law pattern mirror. Furthermore, just last night, Zhao Ye had gleaned some extraordinary information from Chen Hao, which she conveyed to him. One can imagine that if Chen Hao's memories were to be probed by the third elder, Jiang Duyu, the sole opportunity to capture this band of traffickers would be irrevocably lost. Upon hearing this, Zheng Li, although reluctant, found himself at a loss for words. Listen well, especially those disciples who have joined in the past 3 years. With less than 2 days remaining until the demon hunting conference, I advise you all to prepare diligently. Jiang Daily cast a sweeping glance over the crowd before turning his gaze to Yi Yin and Yi Ming, you too as well. Subsequently, he grasped Chen Hao's arm and, with a single stride, they traversed into the void. Where is the fifth elder taking me? Chen Hao could not help but timidly inquire. Someone specifically asked me to find you and take you to meet him. Jiang Daily chuckled softly. Who is it? Chen Hao asked, puzzled. You will understand once we arrive. Jiang Daily replied, deliberately slowing their flight. I have a few questions I would like to pose to you. You must be curious about how I came to know of Baiyou-Jin's plan, Chen Hao remarked with a smile. That is but one aspect. Jiang Daily nodded in acquiescence. I am far more intrigued by your true origins. I already explained everything clearly to my master last night. Did she not mention it to you? Chen Hao responded. She did, but I suspect you have not been entirely truthful with her, Jiang Daily countered. For instance, regarding your cultivation level. She claimed it was due to your consumption of 3 precious elixirs from the Goshi clan. You might have been able to gloss over that with her. But you cannot deceive me. Such elixirs do not exist in this world. Even if they did, they would never appear in this mundane realm. This is a fact. If Elder Wu does not believe me, there is little I can do about it. Nonetheless, since you have your reasons, I shall refrain from pressing further. Jiang Daily shook his head with a smile and ceased his inquiries. Before long, the two arrived at a mountain range shrouded in mist and cloud. What an intense aroma of medicinal herbs. At that moment, Chen Hao was also enveloped by the rich fragrance wafting towards him, as if the very air had been infused with the essence of spiritual herbs. Inhaling deeply, he felt a refreshing clarity wash over him. Through the haze, a breathtaking valley came into view, suffused with a mesmerizing array of multicolored lights. The The potent scent of spiritual herbs emanated continuously from that very valley. As Jiang Daily and Chen Hao descended at the valley's edge, a massive silver-white stone emerged into view. The sacred medicine valley. It was evident that they had arrived at the forbidden medicinal garden within the back mountains of the Seven Immortals sect. Elder Wu, why have you brought me to this valley? Chen Hao asked, bewildered. Could it be that this old man suspects I am a hidden talent? And thus brought me here for focused cultivation? I am merely acting on someone else's behalf and am unaware of the underlying circumstances, Jiang Daily replied, shaking his head. He then turned to face the valley, cupping his hands respectfully, and declared, Elder Qing, I have brought the person you requested. Ah, let him enter. Came a slightly hoarse yet gentle male voice from within the valley. Elder Qing? Chen Hao was filled with astonishment, as if he had encountered something entirely unheard of. The esteemed Elder Qing, also known as the Medicine King, had been safeguarding and tending to the medicinal fields since the inception of the Seven Immortals sect, holding a position of unparalleled prestige, rivaling even that of the founding ancestors. Jiang Daily spoke in hushed tones, expressing his curiosity as to why this reclusive Elder Qing, who typically remained aloof from worldly affairs, would suddenly seek out Chen Hao. Chapter 33. Swearing Brotherhood with the Qin Chao? I hope, Elder, that you Haven Tea informed Elder Qing about my encounter with that demon ginseng. Chen Hao inquired with concern. Shoo, keep your voice down. If Elder Qing were to learn of this, you might find yourself dismembered. Jiang Daily hastily warned, clearly indicating he had kept the matter to himself. Let us proceed inside first, came the sudden telepathic reminder from Elder Qing. Very well. Jiang Daily hesitated for a moment, then nodded at Chen Hao. I shall wait for you outside. It was evident that he was eager to enter, driven by an intense curiosity regarding Elder Qing's intentions towards Chen Hao. With a heart full of curiosity, Chen Hao ventured into the valley, refraining from uttering further words. If he could harness the Daopu for cultivation in this place, attaining divinity would likely be within reach. As he traversed deeper into the valley, he found himself utterly captivated by the rich fragrance of medicinal herbs and the abundant spiritual energy surrounding him. Indeed, to describe this locale as a sacred ground for cultivation would be an understatement. However, just as he passed through the ethereal mist and arrived in a grove of bamboo ahead, to Chen Hao's astonishment, he discovered that outside a quaint cabin nestled within the bamboo grove, alongside a venerable elder with a head of white hair, stood a one-armed middle-aged man with flowing black locks, whose visage struck him as profoundly familiar. Could it be Elder Qing? Upon closer inspection, Chen Hao's heart skipped a beat in recognition. Indeed, it was none other than Elder Qing Chao, the guardian of the. It was evident that Qing Chao's injuries had healed remarkably. Otherwise, how could he have transformed from a frail old man into a vigorous middle-aged figure? Just moments ago, Qing Chao had been unable to personally greet him upon his arrival, and now he humbly sought Chen Hao's forgiveness, requesting to pay his respects. In the next instant, Qing Chao took a step forward, his figure shimmering as he appeared before Chen Hao. What took Chen Hao by surprise was not only Qing Chao's direct address of him as benefactor, but also the profound respect he displayed by bowing deeply and clasping his fists in a grand gesture of reverence. Simultaneously, he bent his knees, preparing to kneel in homage. Wait a moment, Elder Qing, this is utterly unnecessary. Chen Hao hurriedly stepped forward to assist, exclaiming, as a mere nameless junior, how could I possibly bear such a profound gesture of respect from you? Qing Chao, with a sincere expression, responded, were it not for the benevolent remedy provided by my benefactor, I would not have been granted a new lease on life. This existence of mine is a gift from you. Thus, even if I were to bow 1,000 or 10,000 times, it would scarcely suffice to repay your immense kindness. Dear Senior Qing, there is no need for such formalities, he continued. I implore you not to refer to me as senior any longer, for each time you do, it pierces my heart like a needle. Qing Chao quickly replied, if my benefactor does not find it objectionable, how about we forge a bond as brothers? Ah, dear Senior Qing, please do not jest. Chen Hao could not help but smile wryly, saying, as a mere novice disciple, how can I dare to be sworn brothers with you? Others would surely mock you. Qing Chao, with an earnest expression, replied, I, Qing Chao, do not jest. I genuinely wish to forge a bond of brotherhood with you, benefactor. Should anyone dare to ridicule us, I, Qing Chao, shall ensure they are the first to face destruction. It was evident that Qing Chao was a man of strong convictions. Upon hearing these words, Chen Hao felt a surge of elation. In truth, he had been troubled by the thought that Elder Jiang Duoyu might seek to trouble him due to the demise of Yao Chun. Yet, He had not anticipated that Chen Hao would wish to become his sworn brother. It is worth noting that the current leader of the Seven Celestial Sect, Qing Mingshan, is none other than Chen Hao's brother. Should he form a brotherly bond with Chen Hao, what tremendous fortune would befall him? One must wonder, in the Seven Celestial Sect, who would dare to provoke him? With this in mind, I shall graciously accept. Chen Hao nodded with a smile. Excellent, Chen Hao exclaimed, clapping Chen Hao on the shoulder. Let heaven and earth, along with the venerable Qing Lao, serve as witnesses. Today, in this sacred medicine valley, I, Chen Hao, and Chen Hao hereby officially become sworn brothers. From this day forth, we shall share both fortune and adversity, with heaven and earth as our witness. I, Chen Hao, and Chen Hao, today formally bind ourselves as sworn brothers, sharing in both blessings and tribulations, with heaven and earth as our witness. Chen Hao declared. Ha ha ha, good brother. Chen Hao laughed. If you ever require anything within this sect, do not hesitate to approach me or your second brother. Between brothers, there is no need for formality. As he spoke, he produced a storage pouch from his robes and handed it to Chen Hao. This contains 20,000 fifth-grade spiritual herbs. Consider it a token of my goodwill as your brother. Take it. Chen Hao was taken aback. After all, we are brothers, so why engage in such antics? Brotherhood is one thing, but my previous commitment to you regarding the 10,000 spirit herbs is an entirely different matter. Chen Hao insisted, you must accept this medicine, otherwise, it would imply a lack of respect for me as your elder brother. Since it is a heartfelt gesture from my elder brother, I shall not be courteous in this instance. Chen Hao was rather candid, directly accepting the storage bag. In truth, he was elated, nearly unable to contain his excitement and laughter. Yes, I feel much more at ease now. Chen Hao smiled with satisfaction. But to be honest, my brother, the medical skills you have mastered are truly astonishing. He then turned his gaze to Elder Qing, who was equally astounded upon reviewing your prescription. Junior Chen Hao pays his respects to Elder Qing. Chen Hao hurriedly bowed to the Elder Qing. Simultaneously, he unconsciously cast a glance at the elder's brow and was taken aback to discover that this being, who had lived for over 1,000 years, was still at the realm of a spirit master. Young friend Chen, can you discern the ailment within my body? Before Chen Hao could examine further, he noticed Qing Qiong smile faintly, as if aware of Chen Hao's scrutinizing gaze. The younger generation's vision is clouded. I dare not speak presumptuously. Chen Hao replied with a shake of his head and a smile. Why must you be so modest? Qing Qiong waved his hand dismissively. To speak frankly, I have lived for over a millennium, largely secluding myself due to significant issues with my own body. Just a few days ago, upon witnessing the prescription you provided to Shao Qing, I was profoundly shaken and gained considerable insight. However, regrettably, the cause of my ailment differs greatly from that of Shao Qing, and I am hesitant to replicate that prescription indiscriminately. Hence, I instructed young Jiang, who came here to collect medicine, to invite you to the Holy Medicine Valley, hoping you could examine me. Could the elder elaborate on the source of your affliction? Chen Hao inquired. This tale begins 1,000 years ago, Qing Xiong recounted. In truth, he and the founder of the Seven Immortal Sect, his senior sister, Chu Qixian, had once emerged from the same lineage. However, that sect was obliterated by the Academy of Gods from the Holy Domain at that time. To preserve their sect's legacy, he and Chu Qixian established the Seven Immortal Sect, intending to rebuild their influence and ultimately restore their sect's honor. Yet, over 900 years ago, Chu Qixian broke through to the pinnacle of the Spirit Emperor and accidentally ignited the divine fire, thus tearing through the void and embarking on the path to ascendancy. The so-called accident was, in fact, an action she felt compelled to take, as she wished to settle old scores with those who had destroyed their sect once her strength reached its zenith. Regrettably, she overlooked the fact that igniting the divine fire would bind her to the celestial order, rendering her unable to remain in the mortal realm. Consequently, only Qing Qiong was left to manage the Seven Immortal Sect. 1 month from now, I shall ascend to the Spirit Emperor. Qing Qiong, adept in herb cultivation and alchemy, finally achieved the pinnacle of the Spirit Emperor 500 years ago, having relied on a plethora of sacred elixirs. However, it was then that his body suddenly underwent a transformation. His primordial spirit began to weaken gradually, and his cultivation inexplicably plummeted. I have explored countless methods over the centuries to salvage my condition, yet all have ended in futility, Qing Qiong lamented, his heart filled with profound dissatisfaction. For he could no longer avenge the annihilation of his sect alongside his senior sister, Chu Qixian. Have you considered that your eagerness for success may have led to this condition, perhaps due to the excessive consumption of elixirs? Chen Hao queried. Indeed, I have contemplated that. Yet in my previous understanding, it should not solely be attributed to an overconsumption of elixirs, Qing Xiang responded. The elder shook his head and remarked that throughout history, numerous formidable beings have ascended to the pinnacle of the Spirit Emperor through the refinement of elixirs. Moreover, they subsequently embarked upon their journey to the heavens with great success. Although I am merely a novice in cultivation, my former master, who imparted the art of medicine to me, once conveyed that every medicine carries a measure of poison. Chen Hao furrowed his brow and remarked, while the consumption of medicinal substances may provide certain auxiliary benefits, it is imperative that one does not become overly reliant on them. At first, the consequences may not be evident, but as time progresses, particularly when the toxic essence from these substances accumulates to a significant degree, it will begin to recoil upon the individual. The condition of Elder Qing, I suspect, is primarily a result of his dependency on these drugs. One could even say he has succumbed to the obsession of their use. In truth, these terminologies originate from the Grand Tao medical treatise. Chen Hao is merely adhering to the prescribed methods. Do you have any suggestions, my young friend? Elder Qing inquired. The essence of medicinal substances had long since corroded his vital energy, leading to a decline in both his spiritual essence and cultivation. Chen Hao remarked, if one wishes to rekindle the qi, there is but a single path to tread. Pray, enlighten me, my young friend Chen, came the inquiry. To sever the qi and reconstruct the primordial spirit. Chen Hao replied. Upon hearing this, not only did Elder Qing gasp in astonishment, but even Qing Tiao, who stood nearby, could not suppress his widened eyes. Wouldn't severing the qi equate to rendering oneself utterly devoid of power? Indeed, from a conventional perspective, it would appear to be a complete forfeiture. Chen Hao nodded and remarked, however, if we do not eradicate the old and release all the toxic essence, it will be challenging to attain something entirely new. How can one achieve the completely new? Inquired Elder Qing. Surely, the master does not intend to employ the chaos celestial cauldron to mend his qi, does he? At that moment, a voice of skepticism emanated from the chaos heavenly seal. Is that not feasible? Chen Hao countered with a covert transmission. Indeed, within the grand medical treatise he had studied, there existed a documented remedy for the affliction caused by the excessive consumption of elixirs beyond the celestial realm. However, this solution was singular in nature. It entailed the obliteration of the qi, the release of toxic essence, followed by a restoration through the application of formidable runes. This was an exceedingly perilous approach, for without an extraordinary level of skill, success in restoration would be virtually unattainable. Nevertheless, in Chen Hao's perspective, Elder Qing was merely a mortal. If the chaos celestial cauldron could be harnessed to assist in the restoration, the endeavor should not pose significant issues. It is not that it is impossible, but rather that, with the master's current cultivation, he lacks the requisite strength to utilize the chaos celestial cauldron for the restoration of his qi, explained the heavenly seal. As it stood, although Chen Hao was the only one capable of manipulating the chaos celestial cauldron, to truly harness its capabilities, the master must be willing to pay a price. This was akin to the previous restoration of the heavenly tyrant True Dragon Fist, which demanded substantial cultivation to empower the cauldron. Elder Qing's qi had already reached the realm of the Spirit Emperor. Thus, attempting to utilize Dao Pu to provide primal energy to assist the cauldron was evidently impractical, as it would not only require years but also consume considerable resources. The most prudent course of action now would be to enlist two powerful practitioners of the Spirit Emperor realm to simultaneously infuse primal energy into the chaos celestial cauldron. I understand now. Chen Hao first responded to the heavenly seal in silence, then turned to Elder Qing and said, I possess unique methods to attain rebirth. However, I require you to summon two powerful beings of the Spirit Emperor realm to assist me beforehand. Two beings of the Spirit Emperor realm? Elder Qing's brows furrowed in concern. Aside from the sect leader, who else can I seek for aid? Although Spirit Emperors are not rare in the 7 domains, there exists no one, apart from the current sect leader, Qing Mei Shan, who can genuinely assist him. Elder Qing shook his head repeatedly, sighing deeply. Furthermore, not long ago, the sect leader sacrificed a drop of his vital blood to save this Qing nest, resulting in significant depletion of his energy. He has since entered seclusion to recuperate. Wait, I am merely a step away from attaining the Spirit Emperor realm. Qing Nest suddenly glanced at Chen Hao and smiled, saying, Brother, with me joining forces with your second brother, we should be able to manage a collaboration, shouldn't we? How could that possibly suffice? Chen Hao decisively shook his head and then suggested, "How about this? Since the sect master requires some time to recuperate, you might as well take this opportunity to enter seclusion for a while. Once your cultivation reaches the realm of the Spirit Emperor, we can assist Elder Qing in restoring his energy sea. I have long contemplated breaking through during seclusion." Chi Chao nodded in agreement and then turned to Elder Qing, stating, "Rest assured, Elder Qing, within a month at most, I shall ascend to the Spirit Emperor level." Clearly, now that he had fully recovered, he brimmed with confidence. After all, he had once been a renowned prodigy among the 7 domains. "I trust you, and I have even greater faith in you, my young friend Chen." Although Elder Qing found Chen Hao's proposed treatment perplexing, he could only choose to wait at this moment. "By the way, my brother, regarding our brotherhood today and my recovery, it would be best to keep these matters confidential for now." Chi Chao suddenly turned to Chen Hao, adding, "I do not wish for the outside world to know. Especially that pack of rogues from the Holy Domain. Will they come to trouble you once they learn of this?" Chen Hao inquired. Previously, Chi Chao had mentioned his deep-seated enmity with the Holy Domain 200 years ago. Had it not been for the Holy Domain's royal family allying with the 3 clans of the Demon Domain to invade and unify the Spirit Domain, he would not have suffered such grievous injuries and lost an arm. "My brother, you may not be aware, but the Holy Domain has long coveted the territory of the Spirit Domain." Qing Chao shook his head, especially after the battle 200 years ago. "The other 3 major sects in the Spirit Domain, aside from my 7 immortal sect, have gradually declined, with some even disbanding. Now, the only true guardians of the Spirit Domain are the 7 immortal sect." He continued, "Just recently, the Divine Academy of the Holy Domain unexpectedly sent a letter of challenge. Although it ostensibly speaks of friendly sparring to promote communication and development between the 2 factions, in reality, the Holy Domain merely seeks to probe the current foundation of the 7 immortal sect. As the saying goes, knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. If the foundation of the 7 immortal sect is thoroughly investigated, the Holy Domain could launch a full-scale invasion of the Spirit Domain once more." Chapter 35, The Decline of Genius, the Divine Academy? Upon hearing this, Chen Hao was taken aback. Wasn't that the academy Elder Qing had just mentioned? The Holy Domain's audacity was indeed rooted in this very institution. Elder Qing nodded. Moreover, throughout history, they have consistently used the guise of sparring to challenge the various sects within the 7 domains. If they manage to defeat them, those sects must submit. Should anyone dare to breach this agreement, dire consequences await. In recent decades, all 5 major sects in the Source Domain have yielded to their authority. It is even said that the royal family of the Source Domain has grown particularly close to the royal family of the Holy Domain, which bodes ill. It is important to understand that 2 centuries ago, the Spirit Domain was able to withstand the invasion of the Sacred Domain not merely due to the efforts of the 7 celestial sects, but rather through the alliance forged with the imperial families of the Wasteland and Source Domains. Today, if the Source Domain were to forge a friendship with the Sacred Domain, it would signify a significant loss of support for the Spirit Domain. The reason I refrain from exposing the matter of revival at this moment is to preserve a strategic advantage. Qing Chao remarked that this would allow me to maintain a semblance of dignity even after our disciples are bested by the Sacred Domain during the contest. This would undoubtedly disrupt the Sacred Domain's assessment of our sect, or at the very least, postpone their plans to invade the Spirit Domain. How can you be so certain that the 7 celestial sects will inevitably lose before the contest has even begun?" asked Chen Hao. "The system of cultivation at the Academy of Divine Beings differs from ours," Chi Chao replied, shaking his head. "I have fought against them before and am well aware of their prowess. Judging by the current disciples of our sect, it is highly unlikely we will achieve victory. Would defeating their disciples suffice to quell this conflict?" Chen Hao inquired further. "As long as the Academy of Divine Beings exists, the Sacred Domain will never relinquish its ambition to invade the Spirit Domain," Qi Lao interjected, waving his hand. "For once they conquer the Spirit Domain, they will effectively dominate the entirety of the human race across the 7 domains. At that point, all beings from external realms will become the chosen slaves of both them and the demonic domain for generations to come. Isn't that just sheer tyranny?" Upon hearing this, a surge of inexplicable anger welled up within Chen Hao. This is nothing short of authoritarianism, a manifestation of malevolent forces. For now, we can only proceed one step at a time. All right, my brother, I shall retreat to seclusion now. We shall meet again in a month. With that, he soared toward the rear of the Medicine Valley. Chen Hao opened his mouth, yet hesitated to speak. He initially intended to inform Qing Chao about the demise of Yao Chun, subsequently seeking his assistance in dealing with the third elder. "What troubles you, my young friend Chen?" inquired Elder Qing. Elder Qing was aware of the collusion between the third and fourth elders of the inner sect, as well as their alliance with the demons in the scheme with Bai Eugene. Chen Hao tentatively inquired. This matter had been mentioned to me by Xiao Jiang. However, he lacked conclusive evidence and dared not jump to conclusions. Elder Qing nodded and replied, "Of course, I am currently unable to intervene in this matter. I believe that once the sect master emerges from seclusion, this issue will be thoroughly investigated." "Very well, if that is the case, I shall take my leave." At this point, Chen Hao refrained from saying more. In truth, he had contemplated proposing conditions to Elder Qing, suggesting that he might reside in the medicinal valley on the back mountain for a while. Yet, he ultimately dismissed this thought, as he felt it was not the appropriate time. "Wait a moment, young friend Chen. Should anyone within the sect dare to trouble you, just present this, and it shall ensure your safety." The next moment, Elder Qing retrieved a palm-sized token from his waist and smiled as he extended it toward Chen Hao. The token bore the inscription Qing Ancestor. It was evident that Elder Qing had sensed something amiss and, as a precaution, chose to bestow such a precious item. "Thank you, Elder Qing." Chen Hao hurriedly clasped his fists, feeling a surge of uncontainable joy within. He soon departed from the sacred medicine valley. "What did Elder Qing seek you for?" Upon seeing Chen Hao emerge, Jiang Daily swiftly approached him. "Just now, I seem to have heard the voice of Elder Qingga. What did he convey to you?" It was evident that Jiang Daily remained unaware of the fact that Elder Qing Chao's injuries had improved, which was still attributable to the matters concerning Bai Eugene and others. Chen Hao shook his head and said, "They merely wish to ascertain the source of my information. I surmise they are inquiring about this matter." Jiang Daily nodded thoughtfully. "And how did you respond?" Without concealing the truth, Chen Hao continued. "The reason I was privy to such news is that it was the demon ginseng that informed me before its escape from the ancient well." Chen Hao replied, for he had indeed heard the conversation between Bai Eugene and the third and fourth elders with his own ears. "So that is the case." Jiang Daily paused for a moment. "By the way, fifth elder, I just heard Elder Qingga mention that the Academy of Gods in the Sacred Domain will host a competition with our sect." Chen Hao inquired, "May I ask when it is set to commence?" "There is no definitive schedule. It should be after this demon hunting assembly," Jiang Daily replied candidly. He continued, "The purpose of hosting this demon hunting event is to select 5 qualified participants from all the newcomers over the past 3 years. With so many talents in the inner sect, couldn't we simply choose any 5? Chen Hao pondered, perplexed. "Ah, it is not as idyllic as you imagine," Jiang Daily sighed deeply. According to him, there were indeed dozens of outstanding individuals in the inner sect years ago. However, in recent years, many of these prodigies have chosen to withdraw from the 7 Immortal sect. Currently, there are fewer than 50 remaining, with only 2 or 3 displaying remarkable aptitude. Among these individuals is Yao Chun, the disciple of Elder Jiang Duiyu. Additionally, there is Yi Ling, a disciple of Elder Fan Tong, who was accepted just last year, and Xiao Xiong, the carefully nurtured disciple of Elder Chen Gui for 3 years. Originally, there were not many disciples capable of contending with the Academy of the Gods, and now, with Yao Chun's demise, only Yi Ling and Xiao Xiong remain. Jiang Daily lamented that, to be precise, Xiao Xiong is the only one of any real caliber left in the inner sect. How could a prominent sect in this region have just one worthy disciple? The most critical point is that this Xiao Xiong is a disciple of that old trickster, Chen Gui. This explains why the Qin Xiao is lacking confidence regarding the upcoming competition. What were the reasons for the previous prodigy's withdrawals? Chen Hao asked with curiosity, even suspecting that these talented disciples might have been sold off. Various reasons and excuses, Jiang Daily shook his head. Some left without even a word, sneaking away. In short, they no longer wish to remain in the 7 Immortal sect. Could it be that there are traitors from the Holy Domain lurking in our sect, secretly threatening them? Chen Hao speculated. If the Holy Domain seeks to invade the Spirit Domain, their first target would be to undermine the 7 Immortal sect. This thought led Chen Hao to suspect that the loss of talent within the sect was indeed orchestrated by spies from the Holy Domain. Chapter 36. An alternate outcome. The sect master and the Elder Council had naturally entertained suspicions. However, Jiang Daily remarked, until we have tangible evidence against these traitors, any further discussion is superfluous. Now, it is not far from the southern courtyard. You may return on foot. With that, Jiang Daily rose and stepped into the void. Where is Elder 5 headed? Chen Hao inquired. The death of Yao Chun was of great significance. I must inform the Grand Elder and the Second Elder. So we may discuss this matter with the Third Elder and determine how to report to the Yao family, Jiang Daily responded. I merely intended to repay a favor. But it seems I have stumbled into a considerable predicament. Chen Hao could only let out a gentle sigh. Undoubtedly, Jiang Duoyu, that old rogue, would not let him off easily, for the death of Yao Chun was significantly tied to him. Of course, he never held any blame against Yi Yan. For had he not acted impulsively and kissed her, Yao Chun would likely not have harbored such a desire to kill him. Moreover, he genuinely wished to repay Yi Yan. Had it not been for her granting him the opportunity to enter the Seven Immortals sect and obtain the sea-drilling pill, his growth would not have been nearly as smooth. Perhaps this is what they call cause and effect? Not dwelling on it further, he set off towards the central district where he had initially arrived. Intending to purchase a fine selection of wines, for the ancient demon within the second sealed gate had been yearning for a drink. Within the residence of the Third Elder in the inner sect, the events unfolded thus. Had it not been for Chen Hao, Master Yao would not have met such a tragic end. Boom. Upon hearing the grave news brought back by Zheng Li, Third Elder Jiang Duoyu could not contain his fury and shattered the jade table before him with a single strike. His aura of Spirit King surged forth, causing the surrounding void to resonate with a thunderous sound. Third Elder, please remain calm. Just then, three figures appeared out of thin air before Jiang Duoyu. The foremost was the Grand Elder of the Seven Immortals sect, Yun Mingfei. Following closely were the Second Elder, Fan Tong, and the Fifth Elder, Jiang Daily. Calm. Jiang Duoyu merely offered a cold smile, seemingly too enraged to utter many words. The death of Yao Chun at the Body Refinement Pavilion is news we have only just received, Yun Mingfei stated. It is said that he unleashed his own yuan power, leading to the explosion in the gravity room. Had it not been for that waste Chen Hao stirring trouble, Master Yao would not have perished. Before Yun Mingfei could finish, Zheng Li interjected, You know he is a waste. Does Yao Chun not know this as well? The Second Elder, Fan Tong, furrowed his brow and asked, To be concerned over a waste, and ultimately be the cause of one's own demise. What do you think others will think if this spreads? Zhang Li was rendered speechless by Fan Tong's words. With the demon hunting conference approaching, and with the possibility of the Divine Academy sending challengers to our sect, Yun Mingfei remarked, What we must consider now is the selection of disciples who can contend against the Divine Academy. Are you suggesting that Yao Chun's death will simply be brushed aside? Jiang Duoyu inquired. The facts are clear. He acted arrogantly and ultimately brought about his own downfall. Yun Mingfei waved his hand dismissively. You need not concern yourself with this matter. The sect master will handle it. Do you truly believe the Yao royal family will readily accept this outcome? Jiang Duoyu coldly remarked. The relationship between the source domain and the spirit domain has never been particularly amicable. If Lord Yao were to learn that his young son perished due to Yi Yan's demise at the Seven Immortals sect, what do you suppose his reaction would be? Do you truly intend to apprehend Yi Yan and bring her to the Yao residence to atone for her supposed sins? Fan Tong inquired. I dare not entertain such thoughts. Jiang Duoyu replied. I am merely contemplating the future. Should the holy domain invade our spirit domain, and the source domain choose to ally with the holy domain instead of assisting us, what would be the outcome? What do you believe we should do about this matter? Yun Mingfei asked, furrowing his brow. If we wish to absolve Yi Yan of any blame, we must find a scapegoat, Jiang Duoyu stated coldly. If we could capture the involved party, Chen Hao, to take the fall, it might yield a different result. This has nothing to do with him. He should not be apprehended. Jiang Daily retorted decisively. The death of Yao Chun is indeed closely linked to him. Apprehending him would be entirely justified. Jiang Duoyu inquired with a serious expression. What is causing you such agitation, Elder 5? Jiang Daily had intended to speak the truth. Yet he restrained himself at that moment. Revealing Chen Hao's currently soaring cultivation level in public would surely complicate matters further for him. This 500 pounds of spirit wine should suffice for Elder Gu to enjoy for a while, wouldn't you agree? Chen Hao, having roamed the streets, clapped his storage bag with a beaming smile. He had nearly exhausted all the spirit crystals Yi Yan had given him, purchasing an abundance of exquisite spirit wines and a substantial quantity of cooked beast meat, all to bolster Elder Gu's frail health. Little did he know that upon returning to the southern courtyard in high spirits, he was met with a throng of individuals awaiting him at the entrance. Among the crowd of disciples from the southern courtyard, alongside Zhao Ye and Jiang Daily, was none other than Zhang Li, who had also come to greet him. Standing beside Zhang Li were three elderly men with grave expressions. Clearly, trouble had come knocking. You truly are fortunate, young man. Zhongli sneered, then pointed at the three aged figures. Look, even the Grand Elder, the Second Elder, and my master, the Third Elder, have come personally to await your arrival. If you were to meet your end now, it would be a fitting conclusion, wouldn't it? May I inquire what brings you all to seek me? Chen Hao asked. You still have the audacity to ask? Master Brother Lin Feng thundered. Who among us does not know that Yao Chun met his demise because of you? If I were in your position, I would have fled long ago. Yet, you dare to return brazenly? In the crowd, Yi Xiaochuan could only shake his head and sigh. Clearly, the news of Yao Chun's death had spread, and now everyone was aware that Chen Hao was implicated in the matter. Director Zhao, I now seek to take this youth to the source domain's Yao residence to face justice. I trust you have no objections? Jiang Duiyu cast a glance of indifference towards Zhaoya, only to find her completely engrossed in staring at Chen Hao. Her gaze was imbued with a perplexing complexity. As if silently communicating, oh, you foolish boy, why must you provoke Yao Chun of all people? A deep sigh escaped Jiang daily at the side. Though he yearned to rescue Chen Hao, it was far too late to utter any words of comfort. Even the esteemed elder Yun Meng Shan was rendered speechless at this moment. You wish to take me into custody for my crimes? Chen Hao replied with a dispassionate smile, nonchalantly raising a finger to gesture dismissively at Jiang Duiyu. Apologies. But I fear you may not possess the qualifications. Chapter 37 Kneel. To be so brazen in the face of imminent demise. Zhongli, seething with anger, stepped forward, his hand reaching out to seize Chen Hao in a bid to capture him. Dare to lay a finger on me and see what happens. With a chilling shout, Chen Hao displayed the token gifted to him by Elder Qing for all to see. The Qing ancestor token? Upon witnessing this scene, Zhang Li was so startled that he retreated a considerable distance. Good heavens! How did the Qing ancestor token come into his possession? Could it possibly be a counterfeit? The crowd was equally astonished. Particularly, the several elders present had their eyes wide open, intensely scrutinizing the token in Chen Hao's hand. Disciple Yin Mingfei pays homage to Elder Qing. In the next moment, the Grand Elder unexpectedly knelt down on the spot, bowing 3 times with profound reverence. This was indeed the personal token of the founding ancestor, Qing Xiong. It was genuine. Not only the elders, but even the sect master, upon encountering such a token, would be akin to meeting the true Elder Qing, necessitating 3 prostrations in homage. Disciple pays homage to Elder Qing. Simultaneously, everyone present also knelt in reverence. What do you mean? Kneel down. Before Jiang Duiyu could retort, Chen Hao shouted at him with fervor. In truth, he had not realized the immense power of the Qing ancestor token. However, seeing the Grand Elder and the others kneel before him infused him with newfound confidence. Little rascal! Jiang Duiyu's fury surged, nearly erupting, but under the influence of the Qing ancestor token, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and kneel as well. Have you encountered the Qing ancestor? While bowing, the Grand Elder Yun Mingfei finally raised his gaze toward Chen Hao. It was evident that he held the Qing ancestor in high esteem, hence his initial act of worship. Yet, like everyone else, he was engulfed in a complex array of emotions and was eager to discover how Chen Hao had come into possession of the Qing ancestor token. If I were to say I had seen him, you would undoubtedly not believe me. With a nonchalant smile, Chen Hao then cast a glance at Jiang Daily, stating, I presume you do not doubt the words of Elder Wu, do you? Indeed, I did meet with the Qing ancestor today. Jiang Daily replied, furthermore. It was the Qing ancestor who specifically dispatched me to invite him into the sacred medicine valley. A mere waste, would the Qing ancestor truly invite him? Zhongli questioned. Filled with suspicion, that is none of your concern. With that, Chen Hao raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap across Zhang Li's cheek. Though the strike lacked force, it echoed with remarkable clarity. How dare you strike me? Zhang Li exclaimed, both astonished and enraged, as he clenched his fists, a brilliant and soul-stirring silver flame erupting from his entire being. It is you I intend to strike. Chen Hao shouted, turning his hand to reveal the token once more. If you are unconvinced, feel free to come and test me. Although Chen Hao's demeanor was undeniably infuriating at that moment, Zhang Li was seething with rage, yet dared not act, for he lacked the courage to confront the situation before discerning the origins of the token. Do you think that wielding the Qingzu token grants you unbridled freedom? Jiang Duiyu's expression darkened, as if 2 blades were about to spring forth from his piercing gaze. Enough. Yun Mingfei cast a cold glance at Jiang Duiyu before turning his attention to Jiang Daily. Why did Elder Qing summon you? Forget the pretense. I shall lay my cards on the table. Before Jiang Daily could respond, Chen Hao waved his hand dismissively and boldly proclaimed, in truth, Elder Qing seeks to recruit a medicinal apprentice, and thus summoned me. Fortuitously, he has taken a liking to me. The ever-reclusive Elder Qing would not suddenly seek an apprentice, especially one with merely 3 points of potential like him, leading to widespread skepticism. Such fabrications. Jiang Duiyu retorted coldly. Let me make myself clear, Chen Hao. You are inextricably linked to Yao Chun's demise. Even with the Qingzhou token in your possession, I, as the elder, shall not let you off the hook. Desist from your nonsense. Just then, a resounding male voice echoed from the heavens. It is the sect master. Disciples, pay your respects. Upon hearing his voice, the Grand Elder and the others once again bowed to the ground. The death of Yao Chun has already been investigated by our sect. Sect Master Qing Meishan conveyed. This was purely a consequence of his own actions, as he unleashed his elemental force in the gravity chamber with no regard for others. You all fail to discern right from wrong and wish to send the victim to the Yao clan for punishment? This is for the safety of our sect and the spiritual realm. Jiang Duiyu interjected. Surely the sect master understands the dire consequences of failing to provide an explanation to the Yao royal family? Do we need your instruction on this matter? Qing Meishan responded. Enough. This matter ends here. Our sect will provide an answer to the Yao royal family in due course. What you ought to concern yourselves with now is the upcoming demon hunting conference. Is that clear? Understood. The elders replied in unison, nodding their heads. Well then, since the sect master has spoken, let us refrain from further discussion on this matter. Grand Elder Yin Mingfei declared. There is one more thing to note. All disciples who have entered our sect within the past 3 years are eligible to participate in this demon hunting conference. As for the rewards and rules, I shall announce them in the inner sect plaza in 2 days. Kid, you better not fall into my hands. As he departed, Zhang Li lowered his voice to threaten Chen Hao, clearly marking the beginning of a bitter rivalry between them. As for Jiang Duiyu, she merely cast a fleeting glance at Chen Hao before the other elders gradually departed from the southern courtyard. Pray, do reveal the truth. What did Elder Qing summon you for? As the crowd dispersed, Yi Xiaochuan was the first to approach. He was soon joined by Lin Feng, Fu Xiaoxiao, and Wang Taizhu among others. He truly wishes to take me on as an apprentice in herbalism. Although I feel fortunate, I cannot shake the feeling that tasks such as weeding and watering are rather ill-suited for me. Chen Hao shook his head and said, in an attempt to retain me. He presented this token and urged me to contemplate my decision before responding. The crowd was left speechless, likely believing that only a fool would take his words to heart. If I were in Brother Chen's position, I would undoubtedly choose to become an apprentice alchemist without hesitation. Wang Taizhu, however, remarked earnestly, Brother Chen, you are truly foolish. How could you refuse such a golden opportunity? Spending time with these 2 simpletons is bound to drive one mad. With those words, Yi Xiaochuan turned on his heel and departed. The demon hunting tournament is just 2 days away. Let us return and prepare. From a distance, Zhao Ye cautioned the disciples before also taking her leave. In truth, she was quite curious as to how Chen Hao had acquired the token from Elder Qing. Yet she refrained from inquiring further, fully aware that 9 out of 10 statements from this lad were fabrications, making any questions futile. Chapter 38. For the sake of survival as night fell, Chen Hao returned to his dormitory and sat cross-legged, channeling his consciousness into the realm of seals. Before him loomed 2 magnificent golden gates. However, he did not hasten to awaken Ling Tian from the first sealed gate. Instead, he summoned the chaos cauldron and deposited all 20,000 fifth-grade spiritual herbs into it. With a resounding hum, a singular mutated divine herb successfully merged. Characteristic, none. As the sound echoed from the chaos cauldron, a dazzling burst of multicolored light erupted from within. Upon closer inspection, a peculiar plant resembling a 3-foot-tall thorn emerged from the cauldron. Its body shimmered with a dark luster. Though its appearance was bizarre, the fragrance it emitted was utterly intoxicating. Goodness, a mutated divine herb? Chen Hao was taken aback. Despite his mastery of the Grand Medical Codex and knowledge of countless precious herbs, he had no recollection of this particular specimen. Master, you must understand that this herb was fused using the chaos cauldron, not grown in the ordinary world. The chaos seal reminded him. However, the potency of this mutated divine herb far surpasses that of a typical divine herb. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao suddenly realized and felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. He had initially thought that with 20,000 fifth-grade spiritual herbs, he could merge only a handful of sacred herbs. Never did he expect to create a mutated divine herb. Remarkable, young man, you have even obtained a divine herb, he exclaimed with glee. At that moment, Ling Tian, sealed within the first gate, could no longer contain himself and hastily approached the entrance. Though he appeared as emaciated as a mere skeleton, his eyes sparkled with a fervent intensity. This was refined from 20,000 fifth-grade spiritual herbs combined with the Chaos Cauldron. Esteemed Lord Een, might you grant me that divine elixir to tide me over in this moment of need? Yet, just as Chen Hao extended the sacred potion towards the first gate, an unexpected voice echoed from the second sealed door, heralding the arrival of the formidable Gu Mie. Clad in tattered armor, it was evident that he too coveted the anomalous herb. What shall I do if you bestow it upon me in my hour of need? Before Chen Hao could respond, Ling Tian cast a sidelong glance at Gu Mie. My solitary soul flame is nearly extinguished. Gu Mie mirrored his action, glancing at Ling Tian, and remarked, I observe that Brother Ling appears to be in fair condition. Perhaps you might relinquish it to me for the sake of preserving my life? Which of your eyes perceives me to be in good condition? Ling Tian retorted, then turned to Chen Hao, extending his hand. Do ignore him, young sir, and quickly hand the potion to me. Were it not for the barrier of the sealed door restraining Ling Tian, he would have undoubtedly made a forceful attempt to seize it. Observing the exchange, Gu Mie hastily proclaimed, If the Lord could grant me the potion to revive my soul flame, I would immediately bestow upon you an unparalleled martial technique. Pray tell, Gu Mie. What do you mean by that? Ling Tian scoffed. To invoke an invincible technique for the sake of a mere herb? Do you presume you alone possess such extraordinary legacies? Gu merely seeks to preserve his life. Nothing more, Gu Mie replied earnestly. I hope Brother Ling will consider allowing me the elixir. As if I am not concerned with my own survival, Ling Tian countered. Is there not a sense of precedence in such matters? What do you mean by precedence? Gu Mie frowned. Is there an inscription on that sealed door declaring you the first? Are you intentionally seeking to provoke me? Ling Tian responded coldly. Might we not pause for a moment of calm? Chen Hao interjected, bemused by the spectacle. Who would have thought that these once mighty celestial beings would bicker over a divine herb? Yet, considering their past glories, it was a stark reminder that those days were long gone. Now, both had fallen from grace, their vitality waning, even their very lives hanging by a thread. In the face of survival, who would still concern themselves with decorum or dignity? With a decisive crack, Chen Hao bifurcated the divine herb in two. Young sir, do you not realize, Ling Tian exclaimed, his expression momentarily stunned, that breaking the elixir will cause it to lose part of its divine essence? Such a waste. Gu Mie sighed as well. For the sake of fairness, what does losing a fraction of its divinity truly matter? Chen Hao smiled gently, declaring that both of them were unparalleled heroes in his heart. If he were to show favoritism towards either, his conscience would not allow him to rest easy. As he spoke, he handed the two divine herbs through the respective doorways. How shameful. Gu Mie managed a bitter smile, reflecting that not only had his strength diminished, but his state of mind seemed to have faltered as well. Once a figure of celestial authority, who could have anticipated that he would one day find himself in such a dismal plight? At this moment, he discovered a long-suppressed desire arising for a single divine herb. Are you attempting to regain some semblance of dignity before Chen? Ling Tian scoffed with disdain, emphasizing that they were no longer celestial beings. Rather, they were merely custodians of the seal, old and decrepit, with no need for such trifling notions of dignity. No sooner had he spoken than he swallowed the divine herb whole, adding, Survival is the only truth. Senior Gu, this is the wine you requested. Chen Hao carefully transported the jar containing a remarkable 500 pounds of exquisite spirit wine from his storage pouch into the second sealed portal. Without a word, Gu Mie tossed a fragment of divine medicine into the wine jar, and then lifted it with eagerness, indulging in hearty gulps. What a delightful experience it was. In one continuous effort, he drained the entire jar, a potent concoction of wine infused with the divine elixir. How astonishing it was that he could contain such a quantity within him. However, what was truly remarkable occurred when Gu Mie, in a moment of contemplation, noticed fresh flesh miraculously sprouting on the golden skeletal visage of his left cheek. This was evidently the effect of the fragment of mutated divine medicine. It was also apparent that Gu Mie seemed somewhat reluctant to cease, as he continued to raise the jar to his lips, not sparing even the last few drops of the precious liquid. Truth be told, watching Gu Mie in such a state stirred a pang of bittersweet emotion within Chen Hao. Next time, he vowed to bring several jars of wine for his esteemed senior to enjoy. That would be immensely appreciated. Gu Mie chuckled, then cast a glance at Chen Hao. Indeed, you have already excavated 3 secret realms of the cave heavens. Chapter 39, The Invincible Fist Technique, the 9 Styles of Annihilation. Last time you mentioned that the realm of yuan cultivation should not exceed 3 levels above that of body cultivation. If body cultivation surpasses the realm of yuan cultivation, could it lead to adverse effects? Chen Hao inquired. In truth, he found body cultivation far more intriguing than yuan cultivation, although it was indeed a painful process. Ever since he carved out 3 cave heavens and felt his own burgeoning strength, his perspective had shifted. There are no detrimental effects whatsoever, Gumya responded. On the contrary, the realm of the physical body can infinitely surpass that of yuan cultivation. Moreover, the greater the strength of the body, the broader your path to cultivation will become in the later stages. Does this imply that if my yuan cultivation remains at the human level, my body cultivation can continuously progress, even breaking through to the divine level? Chen Hao queried. Indeed, Gumya affirmed with a smile. Once the physical body ignites the divine fire, you too can transcend the mortal realm and embark on the path to ascension. This is what is referred to as achieving divinity through the physical form. However, do not forget to appropriately enhance your yuan cultivation, as the vast majority of divine abilities and patterns require yuan power for manifestation. Of course, in the unparalleled fist technique I have devised, there is no need for any yuan power to wield it. What is this invincible fist technique? Chen Hao asked with curiosity. The 9 styles of annihilation, also known as the 9 fists of annihilation, Gumya elaborated. The reason I have named this technique as such is that each punch is derived from the understanding of annihilating an entire universe. Moreover, these imprints of the fist encompass an infinite array of profound principles. If one could harness them in conjunction with the mystical realms of the cave, their power would undoubtedly be deemed invincible. Chen Hao felt a wave of speechlessness wash over him. Goodness! To think that a single punch technique could arise from the understanding of annihilating an entire universe. Did this mean that his self-created 9 styles of annihilation had squandered the essence of 9 universes? After a brief moment of astonishment, he hurriedly inquired, Senior, could you please teach me even a single move? Imparting to you this 9 fists of annihilation is not particularly difficult, Gumya responded. But if you wish to execute the techniques within it, you must first ensure that your physical cultivation reaches the divine fire realm. Only then might you be able to barely perform the first punch. Only in the divine fire realm could one manage to execute the first style. Chen Hao felt a chill in his heart, surprised by the lofty requirements of the extinguishing heaven's 9 styles. Indeed, even with a physique at the divine fire realm, one could only execute a single punch of the first style in a day. Gumya continued, explaining that this martial art was exceedingly taxing on physical stamina. However, the power of this punch could directly transcend the divine fire realm and obliterate an opponent who also practiced dual cultivation of the primordial body. In simple terms, as long as Chen Hao could refine his physique to the divine fire realm, he would be capable of vanquishing beings of true divine status. Moreover, this true divine being would also possess a true divine physique and primordial cultivation. One can only imagine the sheer terror unleashed when the first style of extinguishing heaven is executed. Gumya elaborated that if the future physique of the punch's master could reach true divinity, an additional punch could be unleashed beyond the first style. Furthermore, with each elevation in the realm of physical cultivation, one could unleash an additional style of the punch. Chen Hao has come to a profound understanding. The 9 punches of destruction, in essence, comprise merely a single punch. Should one wish to employ multiple strikes, it is imperative to gauge this against their own corporeal realm. Senior, might you impart this knowledge to me? Although my physical capabilities may currently fall short, Chen Hao firmly believes that acquiring this martial art is the most prudent course of action. Please, extend your forehead. The ancient master, being forthright, proceeded to impart the 9 techniques of destruction into Chen Hao's spiritual consciousness through the imprints of his fist patterns. Who is it? At that moment, however, within the confines of his awareness, Chen Hao suddenly perceived a chilling shout emanating from outside the dormitory. The voice seemed to belong to Yi Xiaochuan. Without hesitation, he retracted his thoughts. What is happening? Chen Hao hurriedly stepped outside the courtyard. A menacing aura had just swept over him. Did you not sense it? Yi Xiaochuan shot a cold glance at Chen Hao. A menacing aura? Chen Hao questioned in astonishment. That individual was targeting you. Yi Xiaochuan remarked indifferently. Had I not shouted just now, you would likely have already become a corpse. Could it be Zhengli? Chen Hao furrowed his brow. Just moments ago, his consciousness had delved into the sealed area, rendering him less perceptive to the movements outside. I did not clearly discern another's presence, Yi Xiaochuan replied, shaking his head. However, I sensed that this individual's cultivation level should not be beneath that of a spirit master, perhaps even a spirit king. Surely, you cannot be mistaken? Chen Hao was taken aback. If the other party truly were the spirit king, would he still be intimidated by a mere roar? I cannot fathom why he chose to flee. Xiaochuan shook his head and then turned to Chen Hao, saying, however, I firmly believe he will return to seek you out. With that, he turned and made his way towards the courtyard exit. Where are you going? Anywhere but here. As I cannot bear to remain in the presence of someone as ill-fated as you. Who could it possibly be? Chen Hao fell into a deep contemplation. Could it be that old fellow Jiang Duoyu? Yet, just yesterday, Jiang Duoyu's cultivation was at the first level of the spirit sovereign realm. I have discovered the truth, master. Just a moment ago, the one secretly observing you was by Eugene, the dean of the East Courtyard. At that moment, the chaos celestial seal suddenly conveyed a reminder from the shadows. By Eugene? Chen Hao was taken aback. How did you find out? Tianyin replied. I forgot to inform you earlier, but I possess the ability to probe into the past as well. To be precise, this ability was unlocked when your cultivation reached the pinnacle of the spiritual pattern realm. However, the scope of my current application is rather limited. I can only delve into events that occurred within the last half an hour, and I can survey the geographical surroundings within a 100-mile radius. Now, do tell me, what other abilities do you possess? Chen Hao inquired curiously. There are many abilities at my disposal, but until they are unsealed, revealing them would be of little significance. Tianyin chuckled. As long as you diligently cultivate, my abilities will gradually be revealed. Moreover, these abilities will evolve in tandem with your strength. Evidently, Chen Hao had underestimated the chaotic Tianyin. It appeared that the old rogue by Eugene still harbored intentions of continuing his apprentice He Qing's legacy by capturing me to sell to that Ice Qi. He Qing had mentioned in Tianjing Valley that Ice Qi had placed a bounty of 2 million for his capture. This led Chen Hao to surmise that Bai Eugene had refrained from acting against him earlier, likely due to Yi Xiaochuan's loud outburst. If all goes as expected, I suspect that old rogue will seize the opportunity to capture me during tomorrow's hunting tournament. Chen Hao furrowed his brow momentarily before breaking into a smile. To be honest, I truly wish to fulfill the desires of that old rogue. Chapter 40. The first test flight. How could the master entertain such a thought? Tianyin inquired, perplexed. The Demon Hunting Conference is undeniably an event where participants are tasked with vanquishing demon spirits, and those who achieve the greatest success will reap the most substantial rewards. Chen Hao chuckled. Is the master contemplating the eradication of the lair of the Hook Snake clan? Tianyin suddenly understood. Indeed, Chen Hao nodded and declared. Even if they do not seek me out, I will inevitably confront them to settle the score. This is a profound shadow lingering in my heart. A disgrace for any man. If I do not return and obliterate those 2 enchantresses, I fear I shall never find peace in this life. But, given the current strength of my master, should he venture alone into the Serpent clan, it would be perilous, wouldn't it? Perilous? Today, I shall ascend to the pinnacle of the Spirit Master realm. In Chen Hao's eyes, he had already carved out 3 secret realms. With the added strength of a peak Spirit Master, he was entirely confident in annihilating the Serpent clan. Without a moment's hesitation, he focused his thoughts and summoned the Dao Pu, settling down to meditate. In the grand hall of the eastern courtyard, Master, what news? Upon seeing Bai Eugene return, Gujin hurriedly approached. I was so close to success, only for an unfamiliar young man to disrupt my plans. Bai Eugene shook his head. No matter. If all goes as anticipated, that young man should also attend the hunting tournament tomorrow. By the way, have you informed the Demon Dragon clan and the Celestial Fox clan of the location for the tournament as given by the third elder? Yes, and they responded as well. Gujin replied. Tomorrow's demon hunting location is in the western domain of the demon realm. While the Demon Dragon clan and Celestial Fox clan have requested we facilitate their arrival at Tianluo Valley in the northern expanse of the western region. They will come to apprehend the targets then. Bai Eugene nodded and added, How proficient have you become with the disguise technique I taught you? Rest assured, Master. Even the sect leader would find it difficult to discern. Good, then let us proceed according to our plan. Boom. Meanwhile, in the southern courtyard, Chen Hao's body was enveloped in a series of dark golden flame auras. Unsurprisingly, with the assistance of the Dao Pu, his cultivation had transcended the peak of the spirit pattern realm, advancing into the spirit master realm. He smoothly leaped 6 tiers, reaching the pinnacle of the 6th tier of the spirit master realm, mere steps away from becoming a spirit king. Such a pace of cultivation was undeniably unparalleled. In truth, should he so desire, attaining the level of spirit king instantly would not pose a challenge. However, for the sake of caution, he chose to pause. As the chaotic heaven seal had repeatedly advised him that each significant advancement requires consolidation. Consolidation, in essence, involves mastering one's own essence and recognizing the various transformations one has undergone. The Spirit Master Realm, also known as the Transcendence Realm, is marked by the expansion of the Qi Sea, which swells several times larger, akin to a vast lake. Moreover, one's primordial spirit transforms from an embryonic form to that of an infant the size of a fist. Most crucially, any cultivator who reaches the Spirit Master Realm can harness their essence to soar through the skies. As he consolidated his power, Chen Hao, yearning to take flight, summoned his essence and, in an instant, stepped into the void. Boom. However, due to his overwhelming excitement and excessive release of energy during this initial test flight, he collided headlong into an ancient tree outside the courtyard, his body stiffening before gradually sliding down the trunk. It seems you are indeed a novice in cultivation. At that moment, to his surprise, Zhao suddenly appeared behind him. When did you arrive, master? Chen Hao exclaimed, startled. In the early hours. Xiaochuan came to inform me that someone intended to harm you. Thus, I sought the Great Elder to borrow the law pattern mirror. Planning to uncover the identity of this individual, Zhao responded with a smile. I did not expect to find you meditating to enhance your cultivation. And I ended up waiting for several hours. Clearly, she had arrived long before and had been quietly observing. Rest assured, master, aside from myself and Elder Wu, no one else knows about your situation. Zhao smiled faintly, yet she mused, however. I suspect your rapid advancement in cultivation is not merely due to consuming the treasures of the Goshi clan, is it? Forget it. Your silence is of no consequence. She waved her hand. I am curious about your thoughts on tomorrow's demon hunting tournament. Surely, you wish for me to participate, do you not? Chen Hao inquired with a smile. Now that Zhao was aware of his cultivation, if he were to attend the tournament, not only would entering the top 10 be a certainty, but securing a position in the top 3 would likely be within reach. Should he achieve fame in this event, Zhao's chances of being elected as the 6th elder would significantly increase. No, I actually hope you do not attend. Zhao shook her head. For just now, using the law pattern mirror, I discerned that the individual attempting to harm you is Bai Eugene. Although he was unsuccessful, if you dare to participate in the tournament tomorrow, he will undoubtedly devise other methods to capture you. Thus, I advise against your attendance. Evidently, Zhao held high expectations for Chen Hao. Even if he did not speak the truth, she could surmise that his potential far exceeded previous assessments. How could she allow this yet to fully mature talent to take such risks? I previously warned you that Bai Eugene would take the opportunity during the tournament to sell the over 1,000 disciples he has collected. Chen Hao inquired. Could it be that Master and the 5 elders have yet to devise any plans to capture him? Bai Eugene is exceedingly cunning. Apprehending him on the spot would not be an easy feat. Zhao responded with a shake of her head. Even if Bai Eugene intends to negotiate with individuals from the demon realm regarding disciples, he would not personally attend. This is due to the stipulation that prohibits any high-ranking members or veteran disciples from intervening within the designated demon hunting area during the conference. In essence, as long as we are unable to seize Bai Eugene in the act, all discussions are mere conjecture. The loopholes in this conference are indeed plentiful, Chen Hao remarked. Have the higher-ups not contemplated directly suppressing Bai Eugene to probe into his sea of consciousness? It's futile, Zhao replied. A desperate individual like him would undoubtedly choose to self-destruct his primordial spirit if forcibly subdued. In any case, you need not worry about this matter. The Grand Elder and others have their arrangements. Just focus on your cultivation, and feel free to ask me for any resources you may require in the future. Why is my master suddenly being so kind to me? Chen Hao chuckled. You feign ignorance. Zhao shot him a glance before continuing. Come. Let me teach you how to fly using qi. First, regulate your breath, broaden your vision, then channel a layer of primordial energy beneath your feet. And try stepping into the void. Oh, I'm flying. Don't get too excited. Take it step by step. Master the turning and diving before attempting to hover in the void. As she spoke, Zhao not only soared into the air, but also took Chen Hao's hand delicately, embarking on various attempts together. Chapter 41. The Demon Hunting Conference. The next day, early in the morning, Chen Hao arrived at the Intersex Plaza. By then, thousands had already gathered there. Apart from the heads of the 4 outer sects and their disciples, 5 elders were also seen whispering amongst themselves atop a high platform. The most striking sight was the silver portal suspended beneath the platform, which served as the entrance to this demon hunting conference. Is that the 4th elder's prized student? Xiao Xiong? Wow, he is incredibly handsome, even more so than the rumors suggest. What else looks to him? I heard that Xiao Xiong not only possesses extraordinary talent, but also broke through to the third tier of the Spirit Master realm last month. Truly deserving of being our sect's foremost prodigy. It would be wonderful to join his team, even if it means tagging along as a mere follower. With your looks, how could you possibly catch Xiao Xiong's eye? Stop dreaming. At that moment, all eyes in the plaza were fixated on a remarkably handsome young man. The fervent gazes of the young women from the outer sect were particularly intense. Yet, what made them envious was that Xiao Xiong was engaged in conversation with two exceptionally beautiful women. Isn't that Yiyan? Chen Hao frowned as he observed the scene. Among those conversing with Xiao Xiong were Yiyan and her brother, Yiming. The other woman, equally stunning and exuding an air of elegance, was unknown to Chen Hao. However, it was reasonable to infer that she must be the second elder Fantong's disciple, Yiling. Big brother Chen, are you participating in the conference as well? Unexpectedly, Yiyan spotted Chen Hao in the crowd and approached him eagerly. Yes, I intend to join in the excitement. Chen Hao nodded with a smile. For such opportunities are rare. However, I just noticed that Zhengli has also arrived. Yiyan glanced around, and then said, since you wish to join, Brother Chen, I shall speak to Brother Xiao and request that you be included in his team for added safety. I apologize, but my team is already at full capacity. At that moment, Xiao Xiong suddenly approached from behind, casting a glance at Chen Hao and inquiring with a smile. Are you the one responsible for the demise of Yao Chen? Chen Hao did not respond and turned to leave. Wait a moment. Xiao Xiong coldly inquired. Did I permit you to leave? What do you intend to do? What do you mean? Chen Hao asked. What do I mean? Xiao Xiong sneered. Do you not realize that you are in serious trouble? Xiao Xixiang, what exactly do you mean by that? Yiyan asked, her expression suddenly becoming alarmed. I merely wish to advise him out of goodwill. I harbor no other intentions, Xiao Xiong chuckled. Yao Chen was killed because of him. If you wish to avoid trouble, it would be wise to keep your distance from him. If that is the case, then I am unqualified to join your team. Yiyan shook her head. Initially, she had felt a slight fondness for Xiao Xiong, but upon witnessing his cold demeanor towards Chen Hao, she was instantly filled with disdain for him. For she knew better than anyone that had it not been for Chen Hao's assistance, he would not have been unjustly burdened with the blame for Yao Chen's demise. Yiyan, what nonsense are you contemplating? Yiming reprimanded sharply. I am not being foolish, Yiyan replied calmly. I have no interest in this demon hunting conference. I would prefer to team up with Brother Chen and simply join in the festivities. It seems that in Miss Ye's eyes, even this waste is preferable to Xiao Xixiang, observed Yiling with a shake of her head and a smile. Miss Yi, you must think this through. The hunting grounds are within the demon domain, and once involved, life and death are uncertain. Thank you for your concern, Sister Yi, but I have made my decision, Yiyan stated. She was well aware that Yiling was attempting to incite Xiao Xiong's disdain for her. As expected, Xiao Xiong's expression darkened. If that is your resolve, then do as you wish. With that, he cast a cold glance at Chen Hao before turning away with a flourish of his sleeves. You are truly beyond redemption. Yiming, who stood nearby, felt a surge of anger and shot a fierce glare at Chen Hao. He then followed Xiao Xiong, as he would not be foolish enough to withdraw from Xiao Xiong's team. After all, Xiao Xiong had promised that anyone who joined his team would undoubtedly secure a place in the top 10 of the upcoming conference. What were you thinking? Xiao Xiong has not wronged you. Why withdraw from the team? Chen Hao looked at Yiyan with a bewildered expression. I don't know either, Yiyan replied, shaking her head. In any case, if anyone dislikes you, I shall disdain them as well. Chen Hao was momentarily speechless. At this point, he had discerned that Yiyan must have felt indebted to him due to the death of Yao Chen, which had caused him to bear the blame. However, to be honest, Yiyan's innocent demeanor truly brought him a sense of comfort. Yet, beyond that solace, there seemed to be an elusive feeling that words could scarcely articulate. All right, everyone, please settle down. At that moment, the Grand Elder, Yun Minfei, waved his hand toward the assembly, declaring, I shall refrain from unnecessary chatter and announce two matters before the official commencement of the conference. The first pertains to the location and rules of the Demon Hunting Conference. This time, the hunting grounds will be established in the Demon Domain's western region, within the Magic Spirit Mountain Range. Your task is to hunt the spirits dwelling in the mountains and acquire their demon cores, with a time limit of 5 days. Subsequently, the sect will evaluate your rankings based on the number of demon cores obtained and the cultivation level of said cores. The second matter concerns the rewards. Any disciple who ranks in the top 10 will be granted the opportunity to enter the inner sect for focused cultivation. Furthermore, the third place will receive a reward of 10,000 fifth-grade spiritual herbs. The second place will be awarded 50,000 fifth-grade spiritual herbs. As for the first place, not only will they receive 100,000 fifth-grade spiritual herbs, but also 10 sacred herbs, along with the sect's ultimate treasure technique, the Hunyuan Dragon Capture Hand. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. While rewards were enticing, the demon hunting conference also posed a risk of death at any moment. This would serve as a trial and test for all you newcomers. The second elder, Fan Tong, interjected, "Of course, you still have the option to withdraw at this moment. For once you enter the Magic Spirit Mountain Range, you must remain there for 5 days without any protection. We have made our decision. Fate governs life and death. And entering the intersect is my lifelong dream. How could I miss this opportunity?" The collective resolve of the crowd soared. "Very well. Let us commence." With the Grand Elder's command, everyone surged into the silver portal at that instant. "All disciples, follow closely behind me, and do not stray." The senior disciple from the eastern courtyard, Gujin, waved his hand, and over 1,000 disciples, seemingly well-trained, followed in an orderly fashion. Huh? Observing this, Chen Hao's brows furrowed sharply. He noticed that Gujin's gaze appeared somewhat different from usual. What on earth? However, just as Chen Hao utilized his supreme heavenly eye to scan Gujin's figure, he nearly found himself rendered speechless. Chapter 42, The Magic Spirit Mountain Range. At this moment, it appeared that Gujin was transformed from Bai Yujin. Looking at the periphery once more, the individual known as Bai Yujin, who is associated with Ruduan and others, has been disguised by Gujini. It appears this old fellow is rather cunning, managing to infiltrate the venue of the conference in such a manner. "What troubles you, Brother Chen?" Yiyan inquired, perplexed. "It's nothing." Chen Hao shook his head and said, "I simply feel that your presence alongside me is unnecessary. Perhaps you should join your elder brother and the others instead?" "I have already withdrawn from their ranks. I would have no face to return," he continued. Yiyan replied, "Moreover, I harbor no desire to accompany that group of self-righteous nuisances." At that moment, the robust Wang Taizhu passed by Chen Hao, his expression one of surprise and suspicion. Accompanying him were Yi Xiaochuan, Lin Feng, Fu Xiaoxiao, and Qin Xiaobei. "What brings you here, brat?" Lin Feng first cast a glance at Chen Hao, then turned to Yiyan and inquired, "Princess Yi, were you not with Xiao Xiong? Why have you not entered yet?" "I have left Xiao Xiong's group and intend to accompany Brother Chen." Yiyan smiled. With him, the crowd was taken aback. How could a royal princess choose to associate with a reputed failure? This lad was notoriously inept. Was she not inviting ridicule by aligning herself with him? Lin Feng expressed his astonishment. Moreover, this boy is also known for his peculiar nighttime habits. Qin Xiaobei exclaimed, both indignant and astonished. "I am genuinely curious as to how the princess came to be with him. Regarding the death of Yao Chun, had it not been for my request for Brother Chun to serve as a scapegoat, he would not bear such a heavy burden," Yiyan explained. "It matters not how others perceive Brother Chen. In my heart, he is truly a good person." Upon hearing this, the crowd finally understood why Yiyan maintained such closeness with Chen Hao. It was due to Chen Hao's willingness to take the blame for her. "I can't help but feel that you seem to attract all the good fortune," Yi Xiaochuan remarked, filled with envy. Just yesterday, Elder Qing even made him an apprentice and gifted him a protective token. And now, this princess from the esteemed Yi clan of the spirit domain was showing such favor towards him? It was a mystery how this lad stumbled upon such fortuitous circumstances. Brother Chun is indeed impressive. Wang Taizhu couldn't help but give Chen Hao a thumbs up, feeling a genuine admiration from the depths of his heart. Given the situation, "Master Brother, why not allow Chen Hao and Princess Yi to join us?" Fu Xiaoxiao suggested hastily. "After all, Princess Yi is with our junior brother. If anything were to happen to her, it could implicate us in the southern courtyard. You truly have a knack for complicating matters." Lin Feng shot a cold glare at Chen Hao, then turned to the others, saying, "Stay close to me, and do not stray." With that, he was the first to step through the portal. "I wonder where Master is gone?" Chen Hao cast his gaze outward, eager to inform Zhao Ye of the identity swap between Bai Yujin and Gujin, so she could relay the news to Jiang Daily and others, allowing them to prepare in advance. Unfortunately, despite his prolonged search, he could not spot Zhao Ye's figure. The Demon Spirit Mountains, a perilous range situated at the intersection of the Western Demon Domain and the Eastern Spirit Domain. Raising his eyes, he beheld the undulating peaks, ancient trees reaching skyward, mists of toxins mingling with ethereal vapors, enveloping the entire expanse. A chilling roar erupted from the depths of the distant mountains, the sound akin to thunder. reverberating through the valleys and seeming to threaten the very fabric of the heavens. These so-called demon beasts could also be referred to as spirit beasts, though they are the most primitive of the demon spirits, subsisting on flesh and blood. They possess the ability to augment their strength by absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Those with superior qualities may even revert to ancestral forms, awakening ancient bloodlines and mystical patterns without any guidance. They can not only evolve into true demon spirits but also take on human forms, establishing their own clans and powers. For instance, the current Yao Zhao clan and Tianhu clan stand as the two mightiest factions within the demon domain. Conversely, the Goshi clan is but a lesser offshoot of the Yao Zhao clan, a lineage lacking purity. Look, there lies a crimson blood demon bull. Let us take it down. Be cautious, though. While its cultivation may be merely at the spirit origin realm, its physique and strength are remarkably formidable. Upon entering the mountains, a massive, blood-red bull was spotted, and its intelligence was not lacking, as it promptly turned and dashed into the depths of the ancient forest. Hurry, pursue it. We must not let it escape. In that moment, hundreds of cultivators from the outer sect's northern courtyard swiftly drew their swords and plunged into the ancient woods. Let us go. Not far off, Xiao Xiong gestured to Yi Ming and others from the Yiling domain, signaling them to follow. It's merely a demon bull. Does Brother Xiao truly need to compete with them? Someone questioned. What do you understand? The crimson blood demon bull is a gregarious creature. It will undoubtedly retreat to its lair. If all goes as anticipated, dozens, if not hundreds, of demon bulls will soon emerge, Xiao Xiong replied with a cold smile. Once those fools have perished, the demon bulls will be sufficiently exhausted, and we shall simply collect the spoils. Brother Xiao is astute. Yiling beamed, her admiration for Xiao Xiong evident in her eyes. Those from the western courtyard are nearly upon us. There are numerous two-headed demon pigs in that valley. Ha ha. There must be at least several hundred spirit sea realm demon pigs. We are set for prosperity. Meanwhile, disciples from the western courtyard had made their own surprising discovery. What are you looking at, southern courtyard? This area has been claimed by us from the western courtyard. You best vacate immediately. Otherwise, there will be no mercy. At this moment, a disciple from the west courtyard coldly warned Lin Feng and Chen Hao, we shall proceed ahead. Lin Feng could only swallow his indignation, for they were in the wilderness, and the south courtyard was vastly outnumbered, leaving him with little confidence to contest the spoils with the west courtyard. Oh dear. My stomach hurts terribly. I can hardly bear it. At this juncture, Chen Hao suddenly clutched his abdomen, his face contorted in agony. However, his gaze was fixated on Bai Eugene, who was leading 1,000 individuals into the ancient forest to the north. Upon recognizing Bai Eugene as the leader, Chen Hao resolved to annihilate Bing Qi and his allies while simultaneously seizing the first place in this tournament. It is worth noting that the rewards for the first place, aside from the coveted martial arts technique, included a staggering 100,000 fifth-grade spiritual herbs and 10 sacred herbs, an offer too tempting to resist. Naturally, he had prepared himself to reveal his true strength. The reason he feigned a stomach ache was merely to find an opportunity to slip away from Lin Feng and the others in pursuit of Bai Eugene. Only then could he successfully infiltrate the Goshi clan and launch a surprise attack on Bing Qi. Chapter 43. Truly a vixen, the portal has yet to close. You still have time to return. Lin Feng, already seething with frustration, found Chen Hao increasingly infuriating with each passing moment. You all go ahead. I will catch up shortly. With that, Chen Hao ran towards the distant woods, clutching his stomach. Let us go. We can wait for him as we walk. Fu Xiaoxiao smiled at Yi Yin and then took her hand, leading her away. Chen Hao stealthily followed northward until he arrived at a mist-shrouded canyon, whereby Eugene gestured for everyone to halt. Brother Ge, where are we? Did you not promise us a surprise? Where is it? The crowd was filled with confusion, oblivious to the fact that Gejin before them was, in truth, their human trafficker master. The surprise is about to commence, Bai Eugene said with a cold smile, his hands dramatically spreading apart. Suddenly, 2 storage bags, enveloped in purple flames, materialized within his palms. With a thunderous hum, the bags swiftly expanded, radiating a violet aura that engulfed the disciples present. What are you doing, Brother Ge? The air was thick with astonished shouts, and in a mere moment, over 1,000 disciples were all sucked into the 2 storage bags, as if their capture had been meticulously planned in advance, each bag containing over 500 men and women. As Bai Eugene withdrew the bags, he revealed his true appearance and called out into the canyon. You should have a clear view of the goods I've brought this time, Shun Tiyu. Let us just say they are passable. At that instant, A tall young man adorned with two horns on his forehead suddenly appeared. Oh, Bai Yuan's audacity is indeed growing. He dares to come personally for a transaction? Simultaneously, a stunning woman with 5 fluffy white tails gracefully approached. Clad in a sheer blue dress that accentuated her fair complexion and enchanting figure, her eyes were particularly captivating. My goodness, she truly is a vixen. Even Chen Hao, who was hidden in the shadows, could not help but swallow hard. The fragrance emanating from the vixen permeated the entire canyon, intoxicating and dreamlike in its allure. Through his supreme vision, he discerned that she was a fox spirit at the 5th tier of the Spirit King realm. Looking at the horned youth, he realized his true form was that of a gray dragon. Though his cultivation was a tier lower than that of the fox spirit, he had carved out 5 secret realms within him. Clearly, this young dragon demon was immensely powerful, adept in dual cultivation of both body and spirit. This transaction is extraordinary. It is prudent to come in person, Bai Eugene remarked with a smile. He would certainly not disclose to these two that he had another billion-dollar deal to attend to. Here are 30 million. Please accept it, Bai Yuan, the young man stated straightforwardly, handing Bai Eugene a storage bag. I must say, young Master Chen Yu, this seems a tad insufficient, does it not? Bai Eugene remarked. 500 cultivators above the Spirit Sea realm? Surely, that must equate to 50 million, right? While the quantity is considerable, the overall quality is rather lacking. The young man named Chen Yu shook his head, and then turned to the enchanting fox, Meng Ku. If you believe these slaves are worth 100,000 each, why not procure them all for yourself? Don't look to me. I can only offer 25 million. Meng Ku responded with a shake of her head. Miss Meng Ku, surely you jest? Bai Eugene's expression turned serious. What jest is there to entertain? Meng Ku replied with a smile. The royal family of the source domain has recently sent a substantial number of slaves for the benefit of our clan. Thus, we do not particularly require these 500. How could the royal family of the source domain send people to you? Bai Eugene questioned, astonished. The royal family of the source domain has long since formed a clandestine alliance with the royal family of the sacred domain. It is quite natural for them to befriend our demon clan, Meng Ku explained. Allow me to be forthright. Once the competition between the Academy of the Gods and your 7 celestial sect concludes, I suspect the days of the spirit domain being governed by the sacred domain are not far off. Should the sacred domain eventually dominate both the spirit and desolate domains, our demon realm will no longer be restrained from entering the human territories, and we shall no longer lack for slaves. Thus, I can offer you 30 million. You should consider yourself fortunate. Chen Yu flashed a smile at Bai Eugene, adding, moreover, you must understand, this may well be our final transaction. At this, Bai Eugene could only grit his teeth and proceed with the transaction, forcing a smile as he added, if the sacred domain unifies the spirit domain in the future, I hope you both will take good care of me, Bai. That will depend on your performance alongside Jiang Duoyu and the others, Meng Ke replied with a seductive smile. If your performance is commendable, I believe the future royal family of the sacred domain will not neglect you. We are indeed striving diligently, Bai Eugene sighed. Especially with the talented disciples from the inner sect. Most have been driven away by us, and now the 7 celestial sect lacks fresh blood. Ah. So the loss of those talents from the inner sect was indeed their scheming? Chen Hao's expression turned grave. It appears these old scoundrels have long been traitors to the sacred domain. As long as Qing Mengshan remains alive, the 7 celestial sect cannot entirely collapse. Chen Yu chuckled. If you can find a way to eliminate him, that would be a significant achievement. With that, he departed alongside the enchanting fox, Meng Ke. Those 2 little demons truly think me a fool, do they? Watching their retreating figures, Bai Eugene could not contain his fury. If I possessed the ability to eliminate Qing Mengshan, would I come here to sell disciples? Cough, cough. What? At the sound of the cough, Bai Eugene's expression darkened instantly. The next moment, he shot forward like an arrow released from its bow, swiftly darting to Chen Hao's side. Director Bai, please spare me. I have seen nothing. Chen Hao feigned a look of terror, retreating while waving his hands. How could it be you, kid? Upon realizing the person before him was indeed Chen Hao, Bai Eugene could not help but be startled. I was just passing by. Where do you think you're running off to? Just as Chen Hao attempted to flee, Bai Eugene swiftly grasped his neck, twisting it with ease. Ah ha ha. It seems I have stumbled upon you without any effort at all. In truth, he had planned to complete this transaction before returning to seize Chen Hao and earn a fortune of 100 million. Little did he expect this lad to deliver himself right to his doorstep. Chapter 44. The Lair of Ice Chi. President Bai, spare me. I am but a useless wretch. Useless? Bai Eugene sneered. You truly excel at pretense. Do you think you can deceive others and me in the same breath? With a low hum, Bai Eugene extended his other hand, placing it directly upon Chen Hao's crown, evidently intending to probe into his consciousness. Little seal, quickly seal off my consciousness. Chen Hao hastily communicated in secret. In truth, his current strength was more than sufficient to resist. Even suppressing Bai Eugene would not pose much of a challenge. However, he refrained from acting, as he wished to have Bai Eugene lead him to the lair of the Hook Snake clan. It is important to note that the lair was not in the Wanyu Valley where he had previously resided, but rather in a different location altogether. Otherwise, he would not have so foolishly put himself in a position to be captured. Rest assured, Master, he is not qualified to probe your consciousness. Indeed. After probing with his spiritual sense for quite some time, Bai Eugene failed to glean any results, even missing the essence of Chen Hao's cultivation. Old thief Bai. At that moment, a cold voice suddenly erupted from behind. Turning around, he beheld none other than Zhaoye, who was wielding an ancient brass mirror in her hand. Master, you. Chen Hao was taken aback. However, upon noticing the brass ancient mirror in her hand, it was not difficult to deduce that it must be the infamous Fa1 mirror. Zhaoye's purpose for being here was undoubtedly to covertly gather evidence against Bai Eugene. How did you know I was here? Bai Eugene's eyes flickered incessantly, especially upon seeing the Fa1 mirror held by Zhaoye, his expression shifting dramatically. Clearly, even a seasoned individual like him could not have anticipated such an outcome. This transaction was known only to him, Gujin, Jiang Duiyu, and Chen Gui. No outsiders were privy to it. Do you think tracking your whereabouts would be a challenge? Zhaoye scoffed. I advise you, old thief, to surrender promptly. Otherwise, today shall mark your demise. Is that so? Bai Eugene's expression darkened as he seized Chen Hao's neck, lifting him high. Then I too have a piece of advice. You would do well to hand over that Fa1 mirror to me. Undoubtedly. The mirror had recorded the incriminating evidence of his recent dealings with Meng Ku and others. If you have the capability, release him and face me in combat. Zhaoye declared with a grim expression. Should you manage to defeat me, the Fa1 mirror shall be yours. Enough of your nonsense. Bai Eugene bellowed, simultaneously exerting force in his grip. A sharp crack echoed from Chen Hao's neck. Being as cunning as he was, he could hardly overlook Zhaoye's intention to deliberately buy time for the elder's arrival. Wait, Zhaoye shouted in desperation, I will give it to you. Chen Hao swiftly conveyed through secret sound transmission, Master, do not concern yourself with him, quickly depart. I will be fine. You foolish boy. I have already instructed you not to meddle in this matter, yet you refuse to heed my counsel. Zhaoye gritted her teeth and continued to communicate discreetly. Remember, as soon as he lets his guard down, unleash your full power. I have faith that with your peak cultivation at the Spirit Master realm, you can undoubtedly break free from his constraints. There is no need for that at all. Chen Hao was in a state of frantic urgency, yet remained oblivious to the circumstances. Zhaoye, intent solely on rescuing him, decisively cast the enchanted mirror into the void. Simultaneously, Zhaoye prepared to dive, evidently aiming to launch a surprise attack on Bai Eugene the moment Chen Hao unleashed his elemental power. However, to Zhaoye's utter astonishment, Chen Hao deviated entirely from her anticipated strategy. Instead of erupting with power, he reached out and seized the intentionally misthrown enchanted mirror into his grasp. The most exasperating part was that he directly presented the mirror to Bai Eugene, as if to say, look how astute I am. Bai Eugene nodded repeatedly in approval, seemingly taken aback by the boy's sheer fear of death. With a resonant hum, a blue talisman materialized in Bai Eugene's palm, revealing itself as a teleportation charm. Upon witnessing this, Zhaoye's expression tightened, but before she could act, Bai Eugene shattered the charm in his hand, growling, Zhao Widow, just you wait. As his cold voice echoed, the talisman transformed into a sphere of blue light, enveloping both him and Chen Hao, causing them to vanish from sight. This boy is infuriating, Zhaoye exclaimed, a mix of anxiety and anger threatening to overwhelm her. She simply could not fathom what was going through Chen Hao's mind. He had a clear path to salvation, yet he chose to act contrary to reason. In the wake of the dissipating blue light, Chen Hao found himself confronted by a grand archway. Beyond it lay a magnificent array of ancient towers and palatial structures amidst a picturesque gorge. Clearly, this was the lair of Bing Qi. That wretched Zhao Widow dared to deceive me. Bai Eugene seethed with indignation, shattering the copper mirror in his grip into countless fragments. It dawned on him that Zhaoye had presented him with a counterfeit, conjured from mere stone. It seems my master is quite the cunning one, Chen Hao mused inwardly. He quickly deduced that Zhao Yu had wielded the mirror to placate Bai Eugene, ensuring he would not harm her, while intending to use the fake as a bargaining chip for his release. Now it was all over. He was undoubtedly going to be reclaimed by the cunning Zhao widow. Bai Eugene's expression shifted erratically, revealing his inner turmoil and panic. Even a fool could surmise that if he wished to return to the Seven Fairies sect, such a desire was utterly unattainable. For once the genuine Dharma pattern mirror was taken back by Zhao Yu, his guilt would be irrevocably confirmed. It is all your fault, you wretched brat. My future has been utterly ruined because of you. Regaining his composure, he could not restrain himself from seizing Chen Hao once more, as though he longed to devour him whole. How can this be blamed on me? Chen Hao spread his hands in exasperation. Had it not been for my intention to personally capture you, how could I have allowed Zhao Yu to gather evidence against me? Bai Eugene was both furious and remorseful. All his plans lay in ruins for the sake of Chen Hao's mere 100 million. Who goes there? At this moment, two serpent-headed beings suddenly appeared at the entrance of the valley. Chapter 45, The Heart of the Spirit King, quite delightful. I am Bai Eugene declared. I have come to deliver to your master. Oh, so you are the esteemed director Bai? One of the serpent beings paused in surprise. Why do you come personally to deliver? Enough of your nonsense. Hurry and inform Qi. I have brought Chen Hao. Bai Eugene continued, moreover. Have her prepare 200 million before she comes to collect him. 200 million? The serpent being was initially taken aback, then nodded. Very well, please wait a moment. Director Bai, please do come into the residence. Before long, a resonant and melodious female voice echoed from within the valley. The Ice Queen's goodwill is well noted. But you should quickly bring the money to retrieve him. Bai Eugene remained exceedingly cautious, as this was indeed within the territory of the serpent clan. Humph. You think you can command me? With a cold snort from Qi, an intense azure light suddenly surged forth at the edge of the canyon. Simultaneously, this azure light instantly formed into a massive, transparent lid, enveloping the entire valley. What in the world is this? Chen Hao's heart raced in alarm. This is a killing formation. Judging by the array patterns within this domain, it must have been set up by a peak spirit sovereign from long ago. Tian-Yin explained quietly. This formation not only defends against external intrusions, but the controller can also utilize the array patterns to annihilate and bind any enemy below the spirit sovereign realm that enters this formation. Do you have a method to break the formation? Chen Hao couldn't help but feel a surge of trepidation. Before arriving here, he had not envisioned the existence of such a deadly array within the lair of the icy Qi, although this formation is utterly flawed, as you are aware. My current capabilities are limited, the Chaos Celestial Seal remarked. However, I do possess a method to dismantle the array. If you can subdue the one controlling it, the icy Qi, and seize the controlling talisman from her, then everything will be manageable. She not only commands the killing array, but can also bind me at will. How could I possibly subdue her? Chen Hao questioned, perplexed. It seems you have yet to grasp the true intentions behind the icy Qi's elaborate scheme to reward you. The Celestial Seal chuckled softly. If my conjecture is correct, the icy Qi likely wishes to personally experience the wildness you inflicted upon Bingwei last time. What a vile thought you possess. This is not a matter of depravity, but rather a straightforward assessment, the seal continued. In any case, if you wish to eliminate the icy Qi, you must first conquer her with your wildness. Only then will you have the opportunity to claim her talisman and extinguish her stronghold. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao felt utterly speechless. What is the icy Qi truly implying? At this moment, the formidable Bai Eugene, witnessing the deadly array, was equally astonished and enraged. This insufferable old wretch, I have tolerated you for far too long. With a cold command, the icy Qi ordered, bring them all in. Do you dare? In an instant, before Bai Eugene could mount any resistance, 3 chains of azure light surged through the void, ensnaring his body tightly. These chains, composed of formation patterns, though intangible, surpassed any physical restraint by 100-fold. Despite Bai Eugene being a spirit king, within this spirit-respected killing array, he felt as insignificant as an ant, with no chance to resist. Do not bind me. I am quite obedient. I shall enter on my own. Chen Hao hastily gestured. Huh, do you think the cautious icy Qi would ever trust you? Unsurprisingly, in the next moment, Chen Hao found himself bound like a rice dumpling. Soon, the two were lifted into the grand hall by a group of serpent demons. Upon looking up, they beheld the icy Qi reclining gracefully on a chaise lounge above, her figure not only enchanting, but her beauty astonishingly exquisite. Standing beside her was a strikingly beautiful woman. Ah, Queen Bingwei, it has been a while. How have you been? Chen Hao greeted the woman with a smile. How can you still smile when your demise is imminent? You wretched human slave? Bing Yue ground her teeth, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. In truth, the moment she laid eyes on Chen Hao, her body involuntarily shivered with dread. The shadow left by that man during their last encounter was indeed profound, causing her to remain unsettled to this day. My lord, please temper your anger. Let us converse calmly. Chen Hao deliberately twisted his waist, proclaiming with confidence, You should understand better than anyone. I am indeed a true man of unparalleled caliber. If you were to slay me, would that not be a tremendous loss for you? Go to hell. Bing Yue's frustration intensified with each passing moment, especially upon witnessing Chen Hao's provocative movement. Unable to restrain herself, she advanced a step, raising her leg to aim for Chen Hao's groin. Stop! Bing Qi interjected hastily, casting a curious glance at Chen Hao. I am rather intrigued to discover just how genuine you truly are. It seems Bing Qi indeed aligns with the words of Tianyin. Chen Hao could not help but let out a silent sigh. The reason he had adopted that grotesque, twisting posture earlier was to observe Bing Qi's reaction. To his surprise, this female demon seemed to genuinely relish it. I say, Ice Queen, you cannot treat me this way. Noticing the unfavorable turn of events, Bai Eugene wore a troubled expression. Though my asking price may be rather steep, you must understand that I have laid bare my foundations in order to capture this young man for you. No wonder you chose to come in person. Bing Qi nodded with a smile, as if she comprehended everything. Rising gracefully, she approached Bai Eugene. It appears you have mistaken me for an easy target, hoping to profit handsomely from me before making your escape. Am I right? Absolutely not. Bai Eugene hastily shook his head. I merely. However, before he could finish his sentence, Bing Qi unexpectedly reached in and grasped his chest. In that instant, she directly extracted a heart, still pulsating and drenched in blood. As blood spurted forth, Bai Eugene stood frozen in place, his eyes wide with shock. Although his heart was ripped out, he did not immediately perish, for he was a spirit king cultivator. As long as his primordial spirit remained, he would not easily meet his end. Indeed, the heart of a spirit king possesses a delightful flavor. What sent chills down the spine was the next moment when Bing Qi not only devoured the heart but also savored the bloodstains at the corners of her mouth with an air of enjoyment. Witnessing this scene, Chen Hao felt a cold shiver run down his spine, his stomach churning violently. How could this seemingly alluring woman possess such terrifying capabilities? Chapter 46. Master. You must brace yourself. You demon, you shall not meet a good end. Bai Eugene was consumed by fear and rage to the utmost degree. To watch one's own heart devoured before their eyes. What a harrowing sensation that must be, knowing full well that I am a demon, yet you dare to associate with me. How foolish can you be? Bing Qi first shook her head with a smile, then her expression darkened. With a swift motion, she unleashed a palm strike upon Bai Eugene's forehead. Blood and brain matter splattered as she effortlessly extracted a silver-white miniature figure, no larger than a fingertip. Upon closer inspection, it resembled a tiny, radiant infant. Indeed, it was Bai Eugene's primordial spirit, his second life. If this primordial spirit could survive, he would have the chance to reconstruct his flesh and blood. However, it was a pity that Bing Qi would not grant him the opportunity to live. Without hesitation, she swallowed his primordial spirit whole. A low rumble echoed through the air. What astonished Chen Hao was that Bing Qi, who was originally at the third stage of the Spirit King realm, now radiated an intimidating azure flame after devouring the primordial spirit of Bai Eugene. Moreover, her cultivation had ascended 2 stages in succession, unexpectedly propelling her into the 5th stage of the Spirit King realm. To think one could consume another's primordial spirit to enhance one's cultivation. Chen Hao was struck with shock, an icy chill coursing through him. Master, you must understand that consuming human hearts and devouring the primordial spirit and essence of cultivators are customary practices among demonic spirits, the Chaos Heavenly Seal discreetly elucidated. According to its account, bloodthirst was inherently part of the nature of demonic beings, especially when targeting highly skilled cultivators. Their primordial spirit and heart could be likened to a miraculous elixir for these entities. This also explained why they procured human cultivators in such abundance. Furthermore, during their cultivation, they required a sufficient replenishment of rich yin and yang essence to fortify and balance their inherent deficiencies. Naturally, female demonic spirits sought yang energy, while their male counterparts required yin energy. There were various methods of absorption, but the most effective was rather, shall we say, intimate. The heart and essence of the Spirit King were indeed extraordinary. After a brief moment of contemplation, Bing Qi finally smiled with satisfaction. She then lifted Chen Hao's chin with her finger, a cold smile gracing her lips. Boy, do you wish to live? For reasons unknown. Chen Hao noticed that Bing Qi's originally pristine face and body had turned a deep crimson. Of course, I want to. He nodded vigorously. Then you had better answer me honestly. How did you manage to transform so suddenly last time? Transform? Chen Hao was taken aback for a moment, then quickly nodded. Oh, you mean this? It is due to the awakening of a rather extraordinary talent. It seems my guess was indeed correct. Beside him, Bing Yu furrowed her brow slightly. But I recall that at that time, you hadn't yet opened your qi, had you? In truth, I must express my gratitude to you, my lord, for those potent tonics you provided. Chen Hao earnestly remarked. Otherwise, I would not have been able to excavate the qi and awaken such a wild transformation talent. To think that I have inadvertently enabled you to become this canine servant. Ice Moon suddenly grasped the situation and firmly believed it. Indeed, she had previously bestowed upon Chen Hao a plethora of rare and potent supplements, including several spiritual herbs. Now that this canine servant has been captured, I shall ensure he is subjected to severe torment. She waved her hand dismissively. All right, you all may leave for now. Sister, you do not intend to engage with him, do you? Ice Moon inquired, her voice laced with suspicion. Just moments ago, I ascended 2 levels in cultivation, and the fire within me has swelled to its utmost limit, becoming somewhat difficult to contain. I urgently require a means to regulate it. With a face flushed crimson, Ice Chi replied, I am indeed curious to see just how formidable this canine servant becomes after his transformation. But, what is it? Ice Chi retorted coldly. Are you still reluctant to part with this canine servant? Upon hearing this, Ice Moon chose not to pursue the matter further and departed the grand hall with the other snake demons. Come here at once, Ice Chi commanded decisively, swiftly dispelling the magical chains binding Chen Hao. Simultaneously, she proactively tore away her veil of azure gauze and reclined upon the lounge chair with an air of confidence. Indeed, she is a seasoned serpent demon. Her movements and posture are nothing short of exquisite, although Ice Chi's beauty and allure are captivating. Chen Hao found himself utterly disinterested at this moment, especially when he recalled the image of that ancient demoness devouring the essence and heart of Baiyu. He nearly retched. Master, you must gather your wits. Tianyin subtly urged. This is a rare opportunity to seize the array patterns. I shall gather your nonsense. Chen Hao cursed inwardly. How can I stand firm without the support of the diamond pill? Moreover, just look at this old witch's wild demeanor. I fear that even if I consumed the diamond pill, I would still struggle to cope. Wait, Master, do you not possess a celestial demon ginseng? Tianyin hastily communicated. Quickly extract a root from it and refine it using the chaos heavenly cauldron. I estimate that the result will be far more potent than the diamond pill you consumed last time. Indeed, I almost forgot about that. Without further hesitation, Chen Hao turned aside and decisively reached into his storage bag. What are you up to, you rascal? Oh, you treacherous scoundrel. The celestial demon ginseng wailed in agony as one of its roots was forcibly uprooted, causing it to convulse in pain. Fortunately, its cries could not escape. I apologize. Dear ginseng, once this endeavor is complete, I promise to restore your freedom. Chen Hao quickly transmitted a word of comfort. With a subtle movement of his mind, the chaos celestial cauldron transformed into a size resembling a fist, floating in his hand, as he placed the roots of the celestial demon ginseng inside. Dogman slave, what are you doing? Why haven't you transformed yet? Ice Chi, reclining on a lounge chair, seemed rather impatient. My queen, do not rush me. Allow me a moment to gather my strength. Chen Hao smiled sideways. What do you mean by turning your back to me while gathering strength? Ice Chi questioned. A look of confusion on her face. Is my beauty not compelling enough to inspire your thoughts? Your Majesty, do not misunderstand. I shall transform at once. Successfully refine the millennium-old celestial demon ginseng roots, acquiring 1 great restoration pill. Feature 1. Instantly restores divine essence and vitality. Feature 2. As this item nourishes both yin and yang, any being below the divine level consuming it will immediately transform into a libertine demigod. Caution: if the powers of the demigod are not fully expended, the consumer will inevitably suffer a backlash from divine energy, resulting in explosive demise. Chapter 47. I can barely hold on a libertine demigod? Hearing the warning from the chaos celestial cauldron, Chen Hao's heart jolted with surprise. Clearly, even just the name far surpassed the earlier diamond pill in terms of potency. Without hesitation, he swallowed the pill. Boom. However, before Ice Chi could urge him again. A terrifying blaze erupted from his body, causing his form to swell dramatically. With a ripping sound, his trousers were torn, leaving a gaping hole the size of a basin. And his garments exploded into tatters. In the blink of an eye, he surged to a height of 3 or 4 meters. His imposing figure radiating an overwhelming crimson light from his eyes, instilling fear in the heart. Seeing this transformation, Ice Chi was momentarily rendered speechless. Her previously flushed cheeks turning pale in an instant. She was so startled that she fell from her lounge chair. This transformation was completely different from the Chen Hao she had witnessed in Bingyue's memories. By the heavens, even the ancient horned beast could not be so terrifying. Roar. In the next moment, Chen Hao let out a roar akin to that of a dragon. With that single roar, the entire ceiling of the Grand Hall was violently ripped away. What is happening? Such a terrifying aura. Outside, Ice Yue and the others looked on in astonishment as the roof was torn asunder. Before they could gather their senses, a heart-wrenching and soul-piercing scream echoed from the now roofless hall. This is not good. Something has happened. Hearing that voice, Ice Yue's expression darkened, and she quickly turned back. Meanwhile, upon hearing the commotion, the serpent demons immediately darted out from various halls. Good heavens! How could that creature have grown so immense? However, as Bingyue and the others reached the entrance of the Grand Hall and beheld the monstrous figure relentlessly pinning Bingqi to the ground, they were utterly paralyzed with fear, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Spare me. I was wrong. I was wrong. Even the already battered Bingqi could not help but beg for mercy, blood spilling from her lips. In truth, she had initially intended to resist, even attempting to manipulate the formations within the deadly array to obliterate Chen Hao on the spot. Yet, to her horror and despair, despite her formidable powers, she could not budge the creature even slightly, and the Spirit Lord's killing array proved completely ineffective against it. However, Chen Hao would hardly feel pity for this ancient demoness. Moreover, he dared not pause, for the chaotic divine cauldron had made it abundantly clear, if he did not vent this divine power in a reckless manner within the hour, he would suffer the consequences of divine backlash. You wretched beast, cease at once, Bingyue commanded coldly. With a flick of her hand, a long stream of azure sword energy erupted, decisively slashing toward Chen Hao's back. Boom. Though her strike, infused with the might of a spirit master, held the power to shatter mountains, upon colliding with Chen Hao, the sword energy shattered instantaneously, creating a backlash wave that sent her and the surrounding serpent demons soaring through the air. This creature is no mere human. Bingyue, thrown back, was engulfed in despair and regret. In fact, she had harbored a foreboding sense of doom the moment Chen Hao was brought into the Grand Hall, even contemplating his immediate destruction. Alas, her arrogant sister Bingqi had disregarded her counsel and sought to utilize this monster to consolidate her own powers. The most terrifying aspect was that this transformed Chen Hao was exponentially more fearsome than before. This king cannot hold on any longer. Quickly, summon the master. In that instant, the blood-soaked Bingqi, on the verge of collapse, seemed to regain some strength and shouted towards Bingyue. Simultaneously, the Spirit Lord's killing array shrouding the canyon dissipated in an instant. You wretched beast, I shall inevitably slay you, Bingyue cried out in wrath, resolutely choosing to flee. Clearly, this creature was beyond the capabilities of ordinary beings to confront. No one is escaping. As Bingyue attempted to flee, Chen Hao unleashed a thunderous roar. He decisively struck down upon Bingqi's forehead. Thud. The force of his blow utterly crushed her skull, obliterating her in an instant. In the fleeting moment when the ice demon Dan was taken, he suddenly leaped and dove toward the palace entrance. He resembled a hellish deity, exuding an overwhelming aura that seemed to proclaim, "God shall fall before me, and Buddhas shall perish in my wake." Stop him, Ice Moon bellowed, her heart racing as she realized that Chen Hao's next target was none other than herself. Kill him. Avenge our queen. With that, she resolved to confront him. In the next instant, hundreds of serpent demons surged forth, swords drawn, ready to strike. The atmosphere became charged with the sharpness of their blades and the palpable aura of impending death. Clang, 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 to the astonishment of the serpent demons. When their sword strikes collided with Chen Hao's form, it was as though they were striking an impenetrable diamond. Chen Hao paid no heed to them, for in his eyes, there was only Bingyue. Moreover, he yearned to unleash the remnants of the semi-divine, unruly demonic power that resided within him, directing it all towards Bingyue. Suddenly, in the next moment, he witnessed Bingyue burst forth from the Grand Hall, a blue talisman shimmering in her hand. In an instant, she crushed the talisman. This was not good. Chen Hao's expression suddenly tightened, instinctively sensing impending danger. Clearly, it was a teleportation talisman, as he had previously encountered such paper charms used by Bayujin. Dogman slave, just you wait. The azure light of the talisman cascaded down, instantly enveloping Bing Yue within its grasp. Where do you think you're escaping to? Just as the majority of Bing Yue's form began to vanish, Chen Hao had already surged towards her, and with a sudden grasp, he firmly seized her long, snowy white left leg. Bing Yue, who had been on the brink of being teleported to another realm, felt an overwhelming surge of terror. Come back here. However, what Chen Hao could never have anticipated was that his forceful grip would result in him ripping Bing Yue's left leg clean off. With a piercing shriek from Bing Yue and a spray of crimson blood, the violet light abruptly vanished from Chen Hao's sight. I was careless. Chen Hao, holding the severed leg, couldn't help but feel a wave of frustration wash over him. Chapter 48, Striking it Rich. Master, there is less than half an hour left. If you do not exhaust the dissipated power within you, it may lead to peril. Tianyin promptly whispered a warning from the shadows. Though this semi-divine demonic power was undoubtedly useful, it possessed a significant and rather absurd drawback. Chen Hao could distinctly sense that the divine power within him was surging uncontrollably. If he did not release this energy soon, it was likely that his meridians, and indeed his entire body, would be overwhelmed and burst apart. He could only reluctantly let a portion of it flow. In the next moment, his fiery red eyes locked onto the hundreds of serpent demons before him. Deep down, he felt a sense of unwillingness, for he had intentionally preserved some divine power for Bing Yue, only to find her escaping at this critical juncture using a teleportation talisman. What was she thinking? Run already. In the presence of that formidable creature, the serpent demons trembled in fear, not daring to linger. Escape? There was no chance of that. Boom. With a fierce roar, Chen Hao leaped into the air, delivering a powerful punch that shattered a mountain on one side of the canyon, effectively blocking the entrance. It is important to note that the Gowang Valley is surrounded by mountains on three sides, leaving only the entrance as an escape route. The serpent demons, lacking the cultivation of spirit masters, were unable to flee and found themselves trapped within the canyon. No. The ensuing half-hour would undoubtedly be a storm of blood and carnage. Over 300 serpent demons not only alleviated Chen Hao's burdens, but also had their demon cores collected into his satchel. Although these serpent demons had not yet fully evolved, their cultivation levels were notably high, most residing in the spirit origin realm. After all, those remaining in the Gowang Valley had undoubtedly been meticulously chosen by Bing Qi. Chen Hao, however, felt no mercy for these creatures, for they were ruthless predators with a natural inclination for brutality. Countless innocent lives had surely been lost at their hands. While their power was formidable, the threat they posed was equally significant. Once all divine and demonic energies were depleted, Chen Hao let out a deep sigh. Realizing that his body's veins and numerous capillaries had sustained varying degrees of damage during the transformation process. The most discomforting revelation was that he seemed to have lost sensation in a certain part of his body. He came to understand that one must be strong oneself to forge strength. Such an extreme method of inflicting damage on oneself while vanquishing enemies should be approached with caution. Master, it is unwise to linger here, Tianyin discreetly cautioned. Undoubtedly, Bing Yu had gone to seek assistance. One could only wonder what kind of person the master she mentioned would be. Surely, there must be numerous treasures hidden within this lair of serpents. Chen Hao did not rush to leave. Instead, he retraced his steps back into the grand hall that had long since been reduced to ruins. Regrettably, despite his keen observations through the supreme heavenly eye, he discovered no hidden treasure troves in the vicinity. However, his gaze soon shifted to the storage bag of Bing Qi. Could it all be contained within? Upon opening it, Chen Hao could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. Inside lay a dazzling array of colors. Not only were there over 10,000 4th to 5th grade spiritual herbs, but also a mountain of glimmering spiritual crystal coins. By rough estimation, there were at least 20 billion. Additionally, a plethora of rare treasures and an assortment of brilliantly colored crystals awaited him. Astonishingly, there were even teleportation talismans. Chen Hao was particularly elated to find 3 sheets of talisman paper, each emanating a faint blue glow. Clearly, Bing Qi had not had the opportunity to utilize these talismans. Otherwise, she would have surely fled by now. This bounty was indeed extraordinarily abundant. After thoroughly collecting the contents of Bing Qi's storage bag, Chen Hao immediately turned his attention to the corpse of Bayujin. Not long ago, this old fellow had acquired 55 million spiritual crystal coins from Qianyu and Mengku. How could Chen Hao let this opportunity slip away? This old ghost is exceedingly wealthy. Yet, as he opened Bai Yojin's storage bag, he found that, although it contained few herbs, the number of spiritual crystal coins far surpassed that of Bing Qi. A cursory glance revealed at least 30 billion. What a windfall. Haha. With a radiant smile illuminating his face, Chen Hao found joy in the fact that in this world, wealth could procure anything one desired. Having just acquired over 5 billion, how could he not be elated? Without hesitation, he retrieved a teleportation talisman for safety. As he crushed the talisman, a brilliant blue aura enveloped him instantly. However, he was met with a disorienting blankness around him. As a novice user of such a device, he seemed a bit bewildered by its operation, regardless of whether it is a high-level or low-level teleportation talisman. It requires a mental focus to lock onto a person or location for transport, the heavenly seal elucidated. In reality, there are various types of teleportation talismans. The blue one is classified as a low-level teleportation talisman, which can be crafted by those of the Spirit Master realm or higher who are proficient in runes. It allows instantaneous transport within a radius of 100,000 miles. The purple one is a mid-level domain-breaking talisman, only forgeable by rune masters who have attained the celestial path. This talisman can transport one across 1,000 billion miles, hence its name. The golden one is an advanced interdimensional talisman, exceedingly rare, with stringent crafting requirements. Only cultivators above the immortal emperor level and those versed in spatial order techniques can successfully create it, enabling instantaneous travel across any location in myriad realms. In simpler terms, mid-level domain-breaking and high-level interdimensional talismans simply cannot exist in this mortal realm. After absorbing the heavenly seal's explanation, Chen Hao felt enlightened. Concurrently, he envisioned the path leading to the Demon Spirit Mountains. Suddenly, the once blank space before him revealed a blue portal. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped through it. However, just as Chen Hao entered, a thunderous roar erupted in the skies above Go Wang Valley, shaking the very heavens and earth. The sound was akin to a dragon's roar, instilling fear in the surroundings. Simultaneously, a colossal demon serpent, stretching hundreds of feet in length and shrouded in a gray mist, surged through the void with immense power. Upon this serpent sat a bloodied, pale-faced woman, none other than Bing Yu, whom Chen Hao had recently injured by severing her left leg. In the next moment, the giant demon serpent transformed amidst a surge of gray fog into a middle-aged man clad in a flowing blue robe. He swiftly carried Bing Yu towards the mangled figure of Bing Qi. How dare a mere human harm my disciple, Qiansheng? Upon witnessing this scene, the middle-aged man's expression darkened to an extreme, his teeth nearly grinding to the point of drawing blood. He was utilizing his spiritual awareness to swiftly probe the area within a 100-mile radius. Unfortunately, the thief had already vanished beyond the reach of his senses. Master, you must avenge us, Bing Yue exclaimed, filled with indignation. In truth, prior to returning to this place, she had conveyed the entirety of the events that transpired here through vivid memories to Qiansheng. I swear, I shall consume that wretched Chen Hao alive, Qiansheng roared, his voice echoing with fury. Instantly, the once clear sky became tumultuous, dark clouds swirling ominously, and thunderous roars resonated continuously. Roar! Hurry, run! Meanwhile, as Chen Hao arrived at the Demon Spirit Mountain range, he was taken aback to see a colossal beast, resembling a truck in size, rampaging through the ancient forest. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a blood-red, serrated tiger, a creature of formidable prowess at the spirit pattern realm. Its two fangs, each nearly 2 meters long, jutted menacingly from the sides of its mouth, and its eyes gleamed with a chilling silver light, evoking terror. Is that my senior brothers? Chen Hao felt a jolt of fear as he observed that the individuals being pursued by the serrated tiger were Lin Feng, Yi Xiaochuan, and Yi Yan. At that moment, Lin Feng was drenched in blood, a horrific wound marring his chest. As he ran, he shouted to Yi Xiaochuan, Yi, Wang, hurry and take Princess Yi away. Don't look back, I'll hold off this beast. Before his words could fully escape his lips, he propelled himself off a nearby ancient tree, using the rebound to leap into the air, thrusting his sword with the intent to strike the serrated tiger squarely on its forehead. Yet, the seemingly massive and cumbersome serrated tiger exhibited remarkable agility. Before Lin Feng's sword could make contact, it swiftly swiped its paw, landing a crushing blow on Lin Feng's left arm. The impact was devastating. Not only did it leave Lin Feng's arm a mangled mess, but it also sent him flying several dozen meters away. As he struck the ground, Lin Feng coughed up a mouthful of blood, yet he forced himself to rise again, only to collapse once more, shouting at Yi Xiaochuan and the others. What are you two fools waiting for? Run. Cough, cough. Just moments ago, he had thought of the beast as merely a minor threat. Chen Hao couldn't help but sigh, astonished that the elder brother, who often berated him as a useless fool, could embody such true masculinity. If we are to perish, let us face our fate together. I shall fight to the end. As he witnessed the serrated tiger charging towards Lin Feng, he noticed the hulking Wang Taizhu abruptly turn back into the fray. Boom. Although Wang Taizhu was merely at the spirit sea realm, his physique suddenly swelled, emanating an awe-inspiring aura of dark energy. Behind him, a colossal phantom of a demonic dragon materialized, revealing that he had activated his bloodline talent, the ancient demon dragon. In the blink of an eye, he transformed from a height of 2 meters into a towering giant of 5 meters, muscles rippling across his form. Without hesitation, he leaped and delivered a powerful punch aimed squarely at the rear of the serrated tiger. To Chen Hao's surprise, he realized that Wang Taizhu's talent was the enhancement of his physical body. A wave of astonishment and even envy washed over Chen Hao. For Wang Taizhu's transformation was undeniably authentic, unlike his own reliance on medicinal enhancements. Though his talent is commendable, his cultivation level is insufficient, and his physical constitution is lacking. It is merely superficial, a fade to intimidate, the chaos seal mused silently. However, if he were to master the Master's Chaos Immortal Sutra and pursue dual cultivation with his essence body, his future would undoubtedly be boundless. Are you suggesting I impart the Chaos Immortal Sutra to him? Chen Hao inquired, puzzled. That was not my intention. I merely believe his talent aligns perfectly with the Chaos Immortal Sutra, the seal replied with a secretive smile. Nevertheless, if the Master were to take him as a subordinate, it would certainly be a wise choice. Boom. Yet, in the next instant, the serrated tiger, struck on the rear, retaliated with a swift claw swipe to Wang Taizhu's chest. The force of the blow slammed Wang Taizhu onto the ground, creating a long, deep groove in the earth. You fool. Do you not realize where to strike for maximum effect? From a distance, Yi Xiaochuan couldn't contain a shout of exasperation. Where's the vital point? Wang Taizhu scrambled to his feet, only to see the serrated tiger lunging at him. He shouted urgently, Yi Gu, for heaven's sake, speak up. You idiot, just run. Yi Xiaochuan bellowed, his impatience palpable. As if unable to hold back any longer, in the next moment, he transformed into a specter, dashing back into the fray. Clearly, he was employing the Qiankuan shifting technique. Though this technique allowed for a mere 10-meter leap, at this moment, Yi Xiaochuan executed it with remarkable finesse, appearing instantaneously behind the serrated tiger. Boom. Simultaneously, his entire being erupted in primal flames, and a phantom of a blue-maned lion materialized behind him. Before the serrated tiger could turn around, he had already leapt into the air, aiming for the creature's head. In a fleeting moment, a luminous violet sword materialized in his grasp. With a deft twist of his wrist, he gripped the sword with both hands and plunged it downward towards the tiger's crown. Truly, as the heir of the sword-hidden villa, his skill was remarkable. Yi Xiaochuan's sequence of movements left Chen Hao in profound admiration. In truth, he was even more impressed by Yi Xiaochuan's actions. For ordinarily, Yi Xiaochuan was a rather selfish individual. Yet, at this critical juncture, rather than fleeing for his life, he opted to return and fight during Wang Taizhu and Lin Feng's moment of peril. This demonstrates that individuals like Lin Feng and Yi Xiaochuan, who appear aloof, can unite in times of crisis. Even when faced with death, they would not abandon their comrades. Crack. However, just as Yi Xiaochuan's sword struck the tiger's crown, it unexpectedly shattered into several pieces. Did you perhaps strike the wrong spot? Wang Taizhu questioned, his face a mix of astonishment and confusion. Or perhaps this beast lacks a vital spot altogether. Chapter 50. Saved by a waste. Before Yi Xiaochuan could regain his composure, the serrated tiger violently swung its head, sending him hurtling through the air. Simultaneously, it leapt forward, its claws slicing through the air, aiming directly for Yi Xiaochuan's forehead. Faced with this relentless assault, Yi Xiaochuan felt a profound sense of despair, with no opportunity to evade. The serrated tiger was not only fearsome but also possessed a speed that was astonishing, far beyond what cultivators of their level could contend with. Boom. In this moment of dire peril, a figure suddenly surged through the air, striking with a dragon-headed fist that landed forcefully upon the tiger's brow. Puff. The might of this punch was overwhelming. Not only did it send the tiger flying, but it also left a gaping hole the size of a bowl in its forehead, as blood sprayed forth. The massive creature emitted a low groan before collapsing to the ground. Chen Hao? Upon realizing that the individual who had vanquished the beast with a single punch was none other than him, Lin Feng, Yi Xiaochuan, Wang Taizhu, and even Yi Yin, who was not far away, were all left in stunned disbelief. My heavens, it turns out Brother Chen is a hidden master, Wang Taizhu exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. Especially for Yi Xiaochuan, who had narrowly escaped death, his emotions were in turmoil. He never imagined that in his moment of impending demise, he would be saved by someone he had always looked down upon. Most astonishing of all was the revelation of this person's immense strength. Lin Feng intended to rise and utter a few words, but at that moment, he instead expelled a copious amount of blood from his mouth and fell back, lifeless. Do not move recklessly. Chen Hao hurriedly stepped forward, simultaneously selecting a fifth-grade spiritual herb, which radiated a blood-red glow from his storage bag. With a surge of elemental flames, he refined the herb into a small, fingertip-sized essence of crimson vitality. Moreover, he infused this essence directly into Lin Feng's chest and the gruesomely mangled left arm. He had already observed that the serrated tiger had not only torn Lin Feng's arm with a single claw, but had also inflicted a crack upon his heart. If the wound was not swiftly mended and the vital energy safeguarded, he would undoubtedly perish within half an hour. But, indeed, the very next moment, Lin Feng's previously pallid face regained some color, particularly his left arm, which, nourished by the essence of the heavenly blood grass, was visibly regenerating flesh at an astonishing rate. Are you all right, senior brother? Wang Taizhu, Yi Xiaochuan, and Yi Yin quickly gathered around. Earlier, I was rather harsh toward you and expressed my disdain. Did you not harbor any resentment? Lin Feng gazed at Chen Hao, his expression remarkably complex, filled with an awkwardness that was palpable. In truth, even a fool could discern at that moment that Chen Hao was no mere weakling. The so-called ineptitude was undoubtedly a fade he had intentionally crafted. Your words can indeed be rather irksome, yet you harbor no ill intent towards me. So what reason do I have to resent you? Chen Hao chuckled lightly. However, you seem to have concealed your true self rather deeply, don't you think? Yi Xiaochuan, with a puzzled expression, pressed on. Honestly, is the earlier revelation of your 10-point potential genuine? What 10-point potential? Do not jump to conclusions in reality. I have merely received some guidance from Elder Qing recently. Chen Hao waved his hand with a smile, still pretending. Yi Xiaochuan continued. You struck down a serrated tiger of the spiritual pattern realm with a single punch, and yet you have not revealed even the slightest hint of your true cultivation? The most crucial point is that you have only mastered half of the incomplete technique, the heavenly tyrant true dragon fist. How could you possibly execute it with such finesse? Then you may as well consider me a genius. Chen Hao waved his hand and then turned to Lin Feng, asking, by the way, where are master brother and sister Fu? They didn't he come with you? When we were being chased by that saw-toothed tiger, we got separated. Lin Feng sighed, then rose to his feet, saying, I believe they haven't gone far. Let's head back to find them. This is a great opportunity. Wang Taizhu chuckled and quickly dashed towards the saw-toothed tiger. This beast was of the spirit pattern realm, even without considering its demon core. The value of its flesh alone was immeasurable. Suddenly, a sword aura sliced through the air, landing just before Wang Taizhu. Startled, he broke out in a cold sweat, for that strike had nearly severed his nose. Turning around, he saw three figures simultaneously wielding a massive spirit-grade sword, coming into view. The newcomers were none other than Xiao Xiong, Yi Ling, and Yi Ming. The one controlling the great sword was none other than Xiao Xiong, a favored disciple of the fourth elder from the inner sect, Chen Gui. In fact, with Xiao Xiong's cultivation at the third level of the spirit master realm, he could easily fly on his own. However, it appeared he chose to ride the sword to accommodate Yi Ling and Yi Ming. What is the meaning of this? Xiao Xiong? Lin Feng shouted angrily, having witnessed Wang Taizhu's near demise. I came to slay the saw-toothed tiger. What do you think it means? Xiao Xiong replied with a smile as he guided his sword to the front of the beast. Clearly, he was unaware of how the saw-toothed tiger had met its end. But it was evident that he intended to seize the opportunity. This is our kill. You'd best keep your distance. Wang Taizhu retorted angrily. You think you can slay it? Yi Ling scoffed coldly. I believe this prey was slain by someone else. You are merely here to pick up the scraps. Don't you find your words rather childish? Yi Yin nearly exclaimed, stopping short of directly insulting her. Xiaoyan, how can you stoop to their level? Yi Ming admonished, his expression serious. Shouldn't you hurry over here? I can't be bothered with you. Yi Yin shot a scornful glance at Yi Ming. TSK. I really can't fathom what kind of enchantment that useless Chen Hao has cast on you to make you so infatuated with him. At that moment, Zheng Li suddenly appeared, stepping onto a flying sword and hovering in the air. Wang Shidi, come back. Lin Feng, sensing the impending danger, immediately called out to Wang Taizhu. He also exchanged glances with Chen Hao and the others, signaling them to leave the area. Even a fool could tell that Zhang Li was here to settle accounts with Chen Hao. Although Lin Feng had just witnessed Chen Hao's prowess and could even surmise that Zhang Li was no match for him, he was acutely aware that should Zhang Li engage in combat with Chen Hao, the opportunity would undoubtedly be seized by Xiao Xiong, a staunch ally of Yao Chen who had always harbored disdain for Chen Hao. Chapter 51. The Void Battle Spear. It is important to note that Xiao Xiong was, without a doubt, a formidable third-tier spirit master. In Lin Feng's estimation, even if Chen Hao had previously concealed his strength, he would still not be a match for this individual. You may all depart for now, Zhang Li declared, pointing a finger at Chen Hao. You shall remain, as I have some matters I wish to discuss with you privately. Let us not squander any more time. Xiao Xiong chuckled and proceeded to retrieve his storage bag to collect the serrated tiger. Should anyone dare to touch my quarry, I shall shatter their hands. Chen Hao spoke indifferently as he stepped toward the serrated tiger. Don't be foolish. Lin Feng hurriedly whispered, advocating for caution. That simply won't do. Chen Hao did not even turn his head as he waved his hand dismissively. This was a prize we had fought fiercely to obtain. How could we allow another to take it without effort? You worthless fool, you must be tired of living. However, before Yi Ling, who stood beside Xiao Xiong, could finish her harsh words, Chen Hao had already executed a swift movement, appearing right before her. With a sudden and fierce slap, he struck her delicate face. The ferocity of the blow not only distorted Yi Ling's visage, but sent her flying through the air. As she landed, 2 bloodied teeth were expelled from her mouth. In that moment, time seemed to freeze, for no one could have anticipated that Chen Hao would act so wildly, daring to strike the esteemed Yi Ling of the inner sect. The most crucial factor was that Yi Ling was currently on the same team as Xiao Xiong. This slap was not merely aimed at Yi Ling, it was a direct affront to Xiao Xiong himself. You seek death. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Xiong's expression darkened. As if shrouded in frost, his gaze turning icy with fury. In a roar of anger, he unleashed a powerful strike aimed directly at Chen Hao's forehead. If his palm, imbued with the essence of a spirit master, were to connect, it would shatter not just a person's forehead, but even a mountain into fragments. Yet, Chen Hao countered with a punch directed at Xiao Xiong's palm. With a thunderous crash, their strikes met, and shockingly, Xiao Xiong was propelled backward by Chen Hao's seemingly dull fist, stumbling back 7 or 8 steps. The onlookers were left in utter astonishment. You have indeed refined 3 portals of the celestial realm? Xiao Xiong was taken aback. Although he found it hard to believe, the reality was undeniable. For those with even a hint of sharpness in their eyes would easily notice the 3 strands of milky energy swirling around Chen Hao's right fist. They were manifestations of the power from the celestial realm, each strand representing a portal. This fellow has truly hidden his depths well. Upon witnessing this scene, Yi Xiaochuan could not help but exclaim in wonder. I believe his true strength far exceeds this. Lin Feng, while making this statement, deliberately raised his voice. For it was clear that the power of 3 portals from the celestial realm could not possibly have repelled Xiao Xiong. His loud proclamation served to intimidate Xiao Xiong, urging him to cease his harassment of Chen Hao. Nevertheless, his claim held merit. It was well known that the power of 3 portals could at most rival a spirit pattern realm cultivator. Yet, Chen Hao's punch had managed to push back Xiao Xiong, a spirit master, indicating that Chen Hao's own cultivation level must have reached at least the spirit pattern realm. In simpler terms, even without exerting any primordial energy, Chen Hao can rely solely on the secret power of the 3 mouths of the cave heavens to engage in a battle with Xiao Xiong across realms. Naturally, if Chen Hao were to unleash his primordial energy, the outcome would be all too predictable. It is no wonder that Brother Chen was able to slay the serrated tiger with a single punch. Yian was struck by a sudden realization. He had been pretending to be ineffective all along. Yi Ming furrowed his brow, clearly perplexed. Can you still claim that Yao Chen was not killed by your pretentious antics? At this point, Zhang Li had firmly concluded that Chen Hao is indeed the mastermind behind Yao Chen's demise. What need is there for so much idle chatter? Chen Hao cast a glance at Zhang Li and remarked, Did you come here solely with the intent to kill me? If you possess the courage, then bring it on. With that said, Xiao Xiong's gaze sharpened. So, it was indeed you who killed Yao Chen? I have no desire to kill you just yet, but it would be wise for you to refrain from challenging my limits. Chen Hao cast a cold glance at Xiao Xiong, then reached out to seize the serrated tiger. What audacity! Did he truly believe that having excavated 3 secret realms, he could act with impunity? As the words left his lips, a blinding flame of primordial energy suddenly erupted from Xiao Xiong's body. An overwhelming aura of a spirit master emanated, pressing heavily upon the hearts of those nearby. Simultaneously, behind him, a massive halberd enveloped in swirling violet radiance materialized. This was the manifestation of his innate six-star talent, the Void Battle Halberd. Though the halberd appeared illusory, it exuded an undeniable sense of intangible intimidation. Boom! As Xiao Xiong formed his hand seals, the surrounding void began to tremble violently. In an instant, the ethereal halberd anchored behind him pierced through the fabric of time and space, unleashing a dazzling violet beam that surged toward Chen Hao with explosive force. Be careful! At this sight, Lin Feng and Wang Taizhu gasped in unison, their voices filled with alarm. Yet, what sent chills down their spines and left them utterly incredulous was Chen Hao could have effortlessly evaded this strike using the Qian Kuan shifting technique, yet he chose to withstand the terrifying blow with his chest. Brother Chen, Yi Yin was utterly astonished, her once beautiful visage turning pale in an instant. Yi Xiaochuan, too, stood in dismay, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. Initially, he had anticipated that Chen Hao would surprise them, but to his shock, this fool stood there to be struck down. The gaping wound on his chest was large enough to fit a bowl, rendering him utterly vulnerable. Was he truly seeking death? Did he believe that having excavated 3 realms of hidden potential, he could withstand my attack? Xiao Xiong sneered repeatedly, thinking Chen Hao to be more astute than he truly was. In the end, he was merely a reckless fool. Zhang Li, witnessing this scene, could not contain his laughter. However, his mirth quickly transformed into a rigid expression of disbelief. For at that moment, from the gaping wound in Chen Hao's chest, an astonishing silver radiance erupted. Upon closer inspection, it revealed a dense array of silver runes. What in the world was that? Not only did Lin Feng and Yi Xiaochuan widen their eyes in astonishment, but even Xiao Xiong was momentarily taken aback. In the next heartbeat, as Chen Hao exhaled a sigh of relief, the gaping wounds on his front and back astonishingly vanished. He extended his arms and offered an enigmatic smile to Xiao Xiong. Though he was in agony, within that pain lay an unparalleled sense of relief. If only he could experience it a couple more times. Witnessing this, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. The sensation was even more terrifying than when Xiao Xiong had pierced through Chen Hao moments earlier, evoking an eerie feeling. Are you human or a ghost? At that moment, even Xiao Xiong instinctively took a step back. Although he understood that those with profound cultivation could regenerate their flesh through their essence, Chen Hao's regeneration did not appear to stem from mere vitality. Clearly, they were oblivious to the true nature of Chen Hao's actions. Had they known that he was deliberately employing Xiao Xiong to assist in his body refinement, and that with a couple more instances, he could directly excavate the 4th realm of hidden potential, Xiao Xiong would likely be driven to madness or meet his end in frustration. Whether I am human or ghost is of little consequence. Chen Hao shook his head and then remarked, however, I can tell you that from the moment you pierced me, you were destined to become a ghost. I do not believe that even if I sever your primordial spirit, you could survive. With a swift sound, the next moment revealed Zhang Li, who stood not far behind Chen Hao, unexpectedly unleashing a stream of sword qi directed at him. The blade of energy surged towards the back of Chen Hao's head with a speed akin to a lightning bolt. Yet, before the sword qi could close in, Chen Hao's figure had vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he had teleported right in front of Zhang Li, seizing the latter's neck with a firm grip. Dare to move an inch. You must understand, my master is crack. Before Zhang Li could finish his sentence, Chen Hao had already snapped his neck, while simultaneously delivering a powerful punch to Zhang Li's forehead. The strike was both decisive and domineering, akin to a meteor colliding with a watermelon, resulting in an explosive shatter. This is a catastrophe. Observing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but shake his head in bitter resignation. Yet inexplicably, he felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration within. You madman, you are doomed. Xiao Xiong bellowed, his entire body ablaze with primal flames, erupting to their utmost limit. However, to everyone's surprise, after delivering this fierce declaration, he chose not to launch another assault on Chen Hao, but instead soared off in a different direction. Yet you shall perish before me. With a decisive step, Chen Hao soared into the air. His murderous intent was resolute. How could he possibly spare this wretch? At this juncture, he held nothing back, unleashing the full force of his aura. In a matter of strides, he had swiftly maneuvered to dive behind Xiao Xiong. Had he truly achieved the status of a spirit master? This was utterly monstrous. Upon sensing the overwhelming aura radiating from Chen Hao, Not only Lin Feng and the others were left dumbfounded, but even Yi Ming, standing nearby, could not help but draw a sharp breath in astonishment. What was this? This was far from a mere waste. Yiling, who had lost 2 front teeth, seemed to finally regain her wits at this moment. Die. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. On the other side, despite Xiao Xiong's awareness of the gravity of the situation, his pride would not allow him to bow to Chen Hao. At the moment he formed his hand seals, he conjured 3 ethereal war spears that thunderously lunged towards the relentlessly pursuing Chen Hao. Though these spears were not tangible, their terror surpassed that of physical weapons by countless degrees. Thud, thud, thud. What on earth was this boy up to? Yet what baffled Yi Xiaochuan and the others was that, in the face of the 3 war spears, Chen Hao once again chose to block with his chest. Most perplexing of all, one of the spears had veered off course, yet he still employed the Qin Kuan flash to deliberately dash over and intercept this fearsome strike. Ouch! What the hell? Instantly, Chen Hao's face contorted in agony as he could not suppress a torrent of fresh blood from gushing forth. The 3 gruesome wounds on his chest were enough to make anyone's scalp tingle with horror. Buzz. However, it was not long before a dense array of silver runes materialized above those ghastly wounds. In just a brief moment, his bloodied chest had returned to its former state. This was beyond monstrous. Witnessing this, Wang Taizhu could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Unbeknownst to everyone, within Chen Hao's energy sea, a 4th secret realm had already begun to take shape. Where are you running? At this moment, the aura emanating from Chen Hao seemed to have intensified severalfold. With 4 secret realms, combined with his peak cultivation as a spirit master, it was not just Xiao Xiong who would struggle. Even a peak spirit king would find himself at a disadvantage. Of course, this applied only to those who cultivated solely their essence, not those who practiced dual cultivation of essence and body. You monster! Confronted with the overwhelming might of Chen Hao, Xiao Xiong's emotions were indescribably complex. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly extracted a blue talisman from his storage bag and shattered it. A teleportation talisman? Chen Hao's expression suddenly turned grave as he formed a fist seal. Unleashing a thunderous shout directed at Xiao Xiong, 10 layers of celestial tyrant true dragon fist. With a fierce swing of his fist, a golden dragon head, as large as a house, soared into the air, accompanied by a soul-stirring dragon's roar. Junior brother, cease at once. This man cannot be killed. At this sight, Master Brother Lin Feng could not help but let out a thunderous cry. However, before Lin Feng's words could fully resonate, Xiao Xiong, who had been enveloped in swirling blue sigils and was on the verge of escaping, transformed into a cloud of blood mist, dissipating into the void without leaving a trace. He seeks to end my life. Why should I not do the same? Chen Hao composed himself and assured, rest easy, senior brother. The death of Xiao Xiong shall not bring any harm upon you. Lin Feng sighed deeply. I did not imply that this person is beyond harm. Rather, it is simply not the right time for such actions. Why? Yi Yin inquired. You are unaware that the Divine Academy of the Holy Domain will soon arrive to engage in a friendly competition with our sect's disciples, Lin Feng replied. On the surface, it appears to be a sparring session, but in reality, it is an opportunity for them to probe the depths of our sect's capabilities. Should we lose this tournament, it would not merely be a matter of lost face, but would significantly impact our realm's defense against the encroachment of the Holy Domain. Xiao Xiong is currently our only formidable disciple. Chapter 53. What is inevitable will eventually come. The Holy Domain dares to invade our realm. Yi Ming's brow furrowed at this revelation. If we lose this challenge, it seems that a conflict between the Holy Domain and our realm is not far off. Lin Feng stated, the ultimate objective of this demon hunting tournament is undoubtedly to select a group of elite disciples to confront the challenge posed by the Divine Academy. It's pointless to dwell on it further. That lad has been utterly defeated, Yi Xiaochuan remarked, shaking his head. One Xiao Xiong's demise is hardly significant, Wang Taizhu chuckled. What of my invincible brother Chen? If they dare to come, we shall simply overwhelm them. It is precisely because Xiao Xiong has died that I now worry for brother Chen, Lin Feng lamented. You must understand that if word of today's events escapes, not only will Chen Gui and Jiang Duiyu seek him out, but the Yao royal family will also likely not let this matter rest. Chen Hao not only eliminated Chen Gui's disciple, Xiao Xiong, but also took the life of Jiang Duiyu's disciple, Zhang Li. Should the truth of his concealed strength come to light, even the most naive among us would deduce why he was able to exit the gravity chamber unscathed while Yao Chun met a grim fate. We might keep his secret, but the same cannot be said for those 2 individuals. As he spoke, Yi Xiaochuan cast a glance at Yi Ming and Yi Ling present. Let us deal with them. Wang Taiju remarked candidly. Rest assured, I will never betray Chen Hao. Yiming immediately stepped forward, asserting, after all, I am a member of the royal family of the spirit domain, wholly dedicated to its interests. Individuals like Chen Hao are invaluable. I would not dream of betraying him. Clearly, Yiming was a mere fence-sitter, yet this encapsulated his true sentiments. As a scion of the spirit domain's royal lineage, he would certainly not wish to witness the sacred domain's encroachment upon the spirit domain. In truth, his purpose for visiting the Seven Immortals sect was to forge alliances with talented individuals for the benefit of the royal family. Otherwise, he would not have forged such close ties with Yao Chun, Xiao Xiong, and others. Eliminate that woman. Wang Taiju then directed an intense glare at Yiling. Although his cultivation was inferior to hers, his fierce demeanor and menacing gaze caused beads of cold sweat to form on Yiling's forehead. Do not kill me. I swear to heaven, should I ever betray Chen Hao, may I be struck by 5 thunders and meet a wretched end. Yiling, quick-witted, hastily made a deadly vow before the assembly. Boom. Yet, in the next instant, the sky erupted with a thunderous roar. This must be mere coincidence. Yiling trembled in fear. Chen Hao, you must believe me. Clearly, she feared Chen Hao more than the ominous thunder, for he was a hidden, ruthless killer. You must make him believe in you. Chen Hao pointed to the sky above, then waved his hand dismissively, indicating for her to leave. How could Brother Chen possibly believe her absurd claims? As he watched Yiling swiftly make her escape, Wang Taiju couldn't help but feel a twinge of unease. Given the circumstances, there is indeed something I might as well reveal to you all. Chen Hao shook his head. It appeared that Chun Gui and Jiang Duyu had long been entangled with the sacred domain, and moreover, they had clandestinely engaged with the demon domain, trafficking numerous disciples from within the sect. Trafficking disciples? The moment these words were uttered, those present were struck with astonishment. Not only were they involved in the trafficking of disciples, but they had also surreptitiously absconded with many talented individuals. Chen Hao remarked. Their objective is undoubtedly to gradually undermine the Seven Celestial sect, facilitating a future unification of the spirit domain by the Holy Realm. No wonder so many prodigies from the inner sect have inexplicably vanished. Lin Feng, as if struck by a revelation, promptly inquired, How do you know about these matters? The means by which I acquired this knowledge is of little consequence. What truly matters is that once this conference concludes, the 2 old scoundrels, Chen Gui and Jiang Duyu, will inevitably meet with disaster. Chen Hao smiled lightly. Thus, even if Yiling were to rush to report now, it would matter little. For what is destined to arrive will inevitably come. What manner of person are you? Yi Xiaochuan gazed at Chen Hao with a look of bewilderment, eager to glean more. Indeed, Yi Yin, Lin Feng, and the others present shared this sentiment, all profoundly curious about Chen Hao's origins. The events that transpired today were astonishing, even overturning their previous perceptions of him. Are you not weary of this? Everyone harbors their own secrets. Why must one pry into another's privacy? Wang Taiju spoke earnestly, saying, If I were to inquire into your private matters, would you not find me quite distasteful? Though Wang Taiju appeared simple-minded, he seemed to possess a clarity of understanding that surpassed that of anyone else. His words left Yi Xiaochuan and the others momentarily speechless. In the next moment, Wang Taiju scratched the back of his head and smiled at Chen Hao, saying, To be honest, your method of achieving an indestructible body truly impressed me. I would very much like to learn from you. Let's discuss it further after the demon hunting conference. Are you truly willing to teach him? Yi Xiaochuan asked, taken aback by Chen Hao's enthusiastic nod. He quickly added, Then I too wish to learn. Furthermore, I seek to understand the profound essence of the 10-layered heavenly tyrant dragon fist. I recall that someone frequently berated me and Brother Chen as fools and idiots. Wang Taiju shot Yi Xiaochuan a disdainful glance, incredulous that he had the audacity to seek knowledge now. What a shameless fellow. It seems you've also learned to sow discord. Have you? Yi Xiaochuan retorted, You ungrateful wretch. Had I not returned to save you, you would surely have been devoured by that sawtooth tiger. However, at that moment, a thunderous roar from a monstrous beast erupted from the distant mountains. Accompanying this terrifying roar was an overwhelming aura of malevolence that instantly enveloped the surrounding realm. Chen Hao's expression suddenly changed. As he peered through the supreme heavenly eye towards the source of the voice, he was astonished to see an exceedingly familiar figure. It was none other than Qianyu, the talented young disciple from the Demon Dragon clan, who had previously engaged in trade with Baiyu Jin. This individual was remarkable. Having reached the 4th tier of the Spirit King realm and excavated 5 hidden realms within his Qi Si, at that moment, he noticed that 2 fearsome gray demon dragons, each over 10 feet in length, followed closely behind Chen Yu. What astonished Chen Hao further was the sight of Bingwe, who was now perched atop one of the demon dragons, trailing after Chen Yu. It seemed evident that Bing Qi and Bing Yue's sect hailed from the demon dragon clan. Undoubtedly, this pack of demon dragons had come seeking vengeance against him. Chapter 54. All must descend into hell. What a terrifying aura of the Spirit King. Lin Feng's expression also shifted, although he had not yet seen Chen Yu and the others. The overwhelming malevolent presence made it clear to him that a fierce demon had descended upon this place. The northern border of the demon realm was a boundary shared with our spirit realm, and by rights, no demon beasts above the Spirit King realm should be permitted here. Yi Ming remarked with a serious tone. Could it be that those brutes truly intend to breach the treaty and wage war against our spirit realm? In truth, following the last battle, not only had the spirit realm signed a ceasefire agreement with the Holy Realm, but it had also established a prohibition with the demon realm, particularly in the northern region of the demon realm, regardless of whether they were cultivators among humans or spirit beings among demons. Any being reaching the Spirit King realm was forbidden from entering this area. Those who dared to violate this would face collective retribution and punishment from all realms. This was precisely why no higher-ups from the Seven Immortals sect had come here. Of course, although Zhao Ye had visited not long ago, she had concealed her cultivation and did not dare linger. Engaging in a treaty with a pack of brutes was nothing short of a farce. Lin Feng shook his head. This place was unsuitable for prolonged stay, and we should hasten our departure. You all go ahead. As he spoke, Chen Hao took a step towards the void's other end. It was evident that the demon dragons and Bing Qi had caught his scent. If he remained with Lin Feng and the others, it would only bring them disaster. Brother Chen wouldn't abandon us to go solo, would he? Wang Taizhu wondered aloud. If you wish to perish, then come along. With that declaration, Chen Hao's figure vanished from their sight. All of you from the Seven Immortals sect, heed my words. At that moment, a chilling male voice echoed from the sky. Whoever can inform us of Chen Hao's whereabouts or personally capture him, our demon dragon clan shall reward you with 10 billion spirit crystals. I know you plan to stay here for 5 days. If by noon tomorrow we have not received any news of Chen Hao, then you shall all descend into hell. The sound resonated powerfully, nearly enveloping a radius of several hundred miles. To think, how could Chen Ge have provoked the Serpent clan? Wang Taizhu was momentarily taken aback. That fellow certainly has a knack for stirring trouble. Yi Xiaochuan's face was etched with bitterness, on the verge of tears. That rascal had just slain Zheng Li and Xiao Xiong, and now the Serpent clan was after him? As a fellow disciple of Chen Hao, an unprecedented sense of crisis washed over everyone. It is well known that the Serpent clan is among the most prestigious and formidable families in the demon domain. Not only are there numerous experts within the clan, but it is also rumored that their leader, Qian Shaodian, entered the Spirit Emperor realm a century ago. Anyone who entangles with this clan is destined for a grim fate. Although the specifics remain unclear, I suspect Brother Chen must have chosen to leave alone to spare us from trouble. Yi Yin pondered. I hope he remains unharmed. Let us first regroup with the others, and then devise a plan to swiftly escape this cursed place. As the eldest disciple, Lin Feng could only silently pray for Chen Hao at this moment. Why would the Serpent clan spend 1 billion spirit crystals to find that useless Chen Hao? Who knows what transpired? There is no time for doubts. You must understand that the Serpent clan has issued a severe warning. If we do not deliver Chen Hao by tomorrow, we shall all meet our demise. Where in the world could that wretched fool have gone? I saw him enter with Lin Feng and the others, and Princess Yi was also among their ranks. If we can locate them, we are sure to find Chen Hao. Once we capture that brat, we must divide the billion evenly. Spare me your nonsense. If we don't find him, we're doomed. Hurry and seek help. In the depths of the Demon Spirit Mountains, the crowd was both anxious and furious, their original intent to hunt demons now forgotten. The threat from the Serpent clan was no idle matter. The most pressing issue was that they had lost the opportunity to withdraw from the tournament, as the portal back to Xianzong had long since closed and would not reopen for 5 days. How peculiar! Why has the aura suddenly vanished? On the other side, the ethereal figure of Bing Yue sat upon a serpent, her gaze intently fixed on the ancient forest below. Remarkably, the beautiful leg that Chen Hao had severed had now grown back. Rest assured, he cannot escape this mountain range. By noon tomorrow, I am confident he will be captured. Not far away, the serpent Qian Yu floated serenely, his expression remarkably composed. The young master's personal presence is something Bingwei cannot adequately express her gratitude for. I am here on the orders of the 2 clan elders to apprehend this individual. There is no need for thanks. Qianyu spoke indifferently. Moreover, you and Bingxi originate from my lineage of the Jiao dragon. Although your bloodline is tainted, it is merely a matter of time before the ancestral traits resurface. Regrettably, Bingxi met her untimely demise at the hands of that human lad. I shall certainly seek retribution for this. In the distance, at the edge of the mountains, he pondered. This should be a safe place, right? Despite having distanced himself over 100 miles from Chen Hao and Bingyue, he could still perceive their every movement through his supreme eye. In truth, his vision had significantly enhanced since he reached the pinnacle of the Spirit Master realm. Within a radius of 100 miles, he could easily see through anything. After calming himself for a moment, he summoned the Daopu with his mind. The reason he had sprinted 100 miles away was not out of fear, but rather to evade the pursuit of those demon spirits and to find a suitable place to elevate his cultivation. He was acutely aware that if he fled in such a manner, everyone remaining in the demon spirit mountains would inevitably face his wrath. Thus, he resolved to elevate his strength before noon the following day. Only then could he contend with Qianyu. With a rumble, he wasted no time and utilized the Dao Pu to launch himself towards the Spirit King realm. Unsurprisingly, having already stepped into the half-step Spirit King stage, he successfully advanced to the first tier of the Spirit King realm within just an hour. Upon entering this realm, he discovered that his nascent soul had not only grown, but his energy sea had also expanded considerably, marking a profound transformation in his overall strength. In a flash, the night passed. Boom. By the time of the Chen hour the next day, a dark golden flame of essence erupted from his body, and his cultivation had ascended from the first tier of the Spirit King realm to the 5th tier. Chapter 55. Do you dare to challenge me one-on-one? Although his abilities had significantly improved, he found himself far from joyful. His initial plan was to elevate his cultivation to the peak of the Spirit King realm before noon. It is crucial to note that while the demon Jiao Qianyu was merely at the 4th tier of the Spirit King realm, he had excavated 5 hidden realms. In Chen Hao's view, if he could raise his cultivation to the peak of the Spirit King realm, he would be able to suppress Qianyu by 2 tiers, thus giving him a fighting chance. However, plans often go awry. The spiritual energy within these mountains was exceedingly thin, insufficient to sustain his cultivation any further. It was evident that the ancient forests surrounding him for dozens of miles had all turned a desolate yellow. Just then, a series of roars from Demon Jiao echoed from over 100 miles away, causing Chen Hao's heart to sink. A large group of cultivators from the 7 Immortals sect had captured Lin Feng, Fu Xiaoxiao, and Yi Yin, binding them tightly. They were surrounded not only by these practitioners but also by 2 monstrous serpents. At that moment, the figures of Qianyu and Bingyu, who had assumed human forms, descended from the heavens, arriving before them. "Where is that dog slave Chen Hao?" Bingyu inquired coldly. "Speak up, damn it. If you don't, we might not live to see another day," Lin Feng retorted, his voice laced with urgency. "You better be sensible, Lin Feng. Our lives depend on you." The disciples from the 7 Immortals sect urged him insistently from behind. "I already told you, he parted ways with us yesterday. How would I know where he went?" Lin Feng responded icily. "If that is the case, then you shall all descend into hell." Qianyu's eyes glinted with murderous intent, his patience evidently wearing thin. In truth, he had never intended to release these human cultivators. "Wait," Yiming shouted desperately, "I am the heir of the 9th prince from the spirit domain. If you dare harm me, the royal family will not let you go." "Are you threatening me?" Qianyu sneered coldly, his expression darkening as he swiftly grasped Yi Ming's throat, twisting it with ease. "Let my brother go," Yi Yin instinctively screamed in horror. Crack! In a mere tremor of Qianyu's arm, Yi Ming's neck was reduced to a gruesome pulp, blood spraying forth as his head fell lifelessly to the ground. "Brother! No! No!" Yi Yan's voice broke as she howled in anguish, her sorrow rendering her almost voiceless. She struggled to comprehend the horrific scene before her, collapsing to the ground, her spirit teetering on the brink of despair. "So, you are the princess of the spirit domain royal family?" Qianyu observed Yi Yin with a calm demeanor, advancing toward her. "You beast. If you have the guts, face me one-on-one." Wang Taizhu bellowed, glaring at the unflinching Qianyu. Boom. A surge of primal energy erupted as his body swelled dramatically, transforming into a towering giant nearly 5 meters tall. Bloodline of the demon dragon? Qianyu stood frozen, taken aback by Wang Taizhu's transformation. The overwhelming aura of bloodlust emanating from Wang Taizhu, along with the massive shadow of a black dragon looming behind him, sent a shiver through even Qianyu, a powerful figure, causing him to involuntarily gasp. He felt an inexplicable sense of dread, a primal suppression resonating from the depths of his soul, akin to a monstrous serpent facing the invisible terror of a demon dragon. How could this clearly human figure possess the true blood of a demon dragon within him? Bingwe was equally taken aback, retreating a couple of steps involuntarily. As a demoness, she felt a profound sense of oppression even in the presence of a mere demon serpent, let alone the overwhelming force of a demon dragon. Fortunately, the bloodline within Wang Taizhu had not yet fully awakened. Otherwise, Bingwei might have found herself prostrated on the ground. His ancestry surely harbored some connection to the demon dragons. Regaining her composure, Qianyu seemed to have pieced together a revelation, casting a glance at Wang Taizhu. Do you realize you are not human? You are the one who is not human. Your entire family is nothing but beasts. Wang Taizhu spat vehemently, declaring that even if you were to die and become a ghost, he would not spare this creature. In truth, he was well aware of his disadvantage against this demon serpent, for it was a spirit king. Yet, in his eyes, facing death meant he might as well do so with defiance. Boom. In the next instant, Qianyu's figure flickered, and with a speed that was nothing short of astonishing. A fist struck Wang Taizhu squarely in the chest. Though Wang Taizhu's physique was robust, he was sent flying by the spirit king's blow, and his formidable form was instantly reverted to its original state. Before Wang Taizhu could gather his wits, Qianyu appeared before him as if materializing from thin air. A luminous glow emanated from his palm, forming a rope crafted from arcane symbols that ensnared Wang Taizhu. If you have the guts, just kill me, Wang Taizhu challenged. Kill you? It seems you are unaware of your own worth, Qianyu replied with a cold smile. Allow me to enlighten you. While you may not stand out among humans, you are a tremendous treasure among our demon kin. Your awakening of the demon dragon bloodline is of great significance. If I could obtain a drop of your heart's blood for refinement, I could hasten my transformation from serpent to dragon. Do you understand? This fool is actually a descendant of the demon dragon. Yixia Chuan was taken aback upon hearing this revelation. Lin Feng shared the sentiment, letting out a soft sigh. No wonder the master had said he stumbled upon a treasure. It turned out that Wang Shidi was no ordinary person. Who would have thought that young Master Qianyu could achieve such an unexpected gain? Congratulations to young Master Qianyu. Bingwe smiled at Qianyu, her eyes brimming with envy. Then she sighed, lamenting, regrettably, that wretched dog servant Chen Hao has escaped my grasp. Let the souls and hearts of these humans serve to compensate for your temporary regret. Qianyu scoffed. I assure you, next time, that brat will not be so fortunate. There shall be no next time. Just then, a slender figure suddenly pierced through the air. It was Chen Hao. Who would have thought this waste would possess a shred of conscience? Ha ha ha. We are finally spared from death. Upon the arrival of the newcomer, all the cultivators were struck with a profound sense of astonishment and joy, as if they had suddenly glimpsed a ray of new life emerging from the depths of the abyss of death, for the malevolent creature sought this individual, rather than the innocent bystanders entangled in its grasp. How truly surprising, indeed. Mingyu raised an eyebrow in disdain. Do you even dare to consider yourself a person? With an expression of indifference, Chen Hao cast a fleeting glance at Bing Wei before approaching the dismembered form of Yi Ming and Yi Yan. In a discreet whisper, he conveyed to Yi Yan, do not grieve, for he is not dead yet. Quickly secure his body and head. I possess a method to save him. Chapter 56. Such overbearing power. In truth, during his return, Chen Hao had already assessed Yi Ming. Although his body and head were severed, a faint trace of his primordial spirit still lingered. While to the untrained eye Yi Ming appeared irrevocably lost, Chen Hao perceived it merely as a superficial wound. Before Yi Yan could voice her shock, Chen Hao gestured for her to comply with his instructions. He then turned his attention to Qianyu, asserting, if you still consider yourself a man, you must honor your promise and release them. Otherwise, my respect for you shall diminish. You dare presume to negotiate with us at such a critical juncture? One of the serpentine demons coiled in the void issued a chilling reprimand. Bing Yue's countenance darkened. You cursed dog slave. Today, all of you shall accompany my sister to the grave. If you choose to flee now, you might still have a chance. Chen Hao cast a sweeping glance at Bing Yue's two slender legs. Go to hell, you dog. Bing Yue, filled with inexplicable anger, immediately unleashed a gust of sword energy towards Chen Hao. If you wish to live, disperse and flee at once. Chen Hao took a bold step forward and let out a thunderous roar towards Lin Feng and the others behind him. The crowd, not lacking in wit, immediately scattered and fled with all their might. They were all destined to perish. Qian Yu's expression hardened as he coldly shouted, and a gray sword aura, stretching an impressive 5 zhong, surged forth from his palm. With a swift swipe, the last 2 female disciples were instantly transformed into 2 bursts of crimson mist. Roar. Simultaneously, The two monstrous serpents coiled in the void unleashed a fierce roar and opened their gaping maws, clearly intent on not letting this bountiful feast slip away. How could Chen Hao possibly be challenged by mere demon serpents whose cultivation barely reaches the spirit master realm? In an instant, he leapt forward, his hand forming the true dragon fist seal, and struck fiercely at the head of one demon serpent, with a resounding thud. Despite employing less than 50% of his spiritual energy, he smashed a gaping hole the size of a barrel into the serpent's skull. Not only that, but the serpent's very essence was obliterated, reduced to a mist of crimson, utterly annihilated. The aura of a fifth-tier spirit king? In that fleeting moment, although Chen Hao concealed his own presence, the instant he shattered the serpent, Qian Yu's expression froze in sheer disbelief, while others might struggle to perceive it. As a spirit king, how could he possibly remain unaware? How could this be? At these words, the complexion of Bing Yue shifted dramatically, recalling yesterday, when Chen Hao was merely at the pinnacle of the spirit master realm in Hook King Valley. How could he have ascended to the fifth tier of the Spirit King realm in such a brief span? Run! Just as Qian Yu and Bing Wei were momentarily stunned, they witnessed Chen Hao, while bellowing at the fleeing crowd, leap forth once more, delivering a crushing blow to another demon serpent's head. With a heart-wrenching howl, that malevolent serpent collapsed instantly, lifeless on the spot. Goodness, Brother Chun is formidable. I implore you, you fool, to cease your frantic movements. I can barely manage this. In the distant ancient forest, Yi Xiaochuan was seen hauling the massive Wang Taizhu, bound by magical ropes and twice his size, as they fled, grumbling all the while. Boom. Meanwhile, Qin Yu had already regained his composure from the shock and crouched low, launching a punch aimed squarely at Chen Hao. Though his cultivation was 2 tiers beneath Chen Hao's, having carved out 5 secret realms, his speed and the force behind his strike were nothing short of terrifying. Crack! Despite Chen Hao's attempts to evade, that lightning-fast punch still slammed into his right shoulder. Accompanied by the sickening sound of cracking bone, he was sent sprawling to the side. Such overwhelming power. In Chen Hao's heart, a tumult of emotions surged. Fortunately, his physique was robust enough, had he been an ordinary spirit king cultivator. The consequences would have been far graver than mere fractures, perhaps half of his body would have been obliterated. Simultaneously, he gained a deeper understanding of the extraordinary nature of body cultivation. Even with the mere addition of a single cave of secret realms, in terms of overall strength, it could not merely be compared to the realms of elemental cultivators. It was truly astonishing. As he was sent flying by a single punch, Qian Yu felt no satisfaction. Instead, her brows furrowed in concern. It seemed she had begun to realize the formidable strength of Chen Hao's physique, although she had yet to fully comprehend its depths. Encountering a mere human capable of enduring her blow, resulting only in fractures, was exceedingly rare. He had to be eliminated. It was imperative to eradicate him. Bing Yu hastily interjected, warning that if this canine servant were to grow stronger, he would undoubtedly become a significant threat to our demon clan. Clearly, Bing Yu had come to a complete realization. Chen Hao was an anomalous existence. She even felt that allowing him to survive for even a second would disturb the peace of mind. His rate of development was astonishing, surpassing even the legendary prodigies. Even in death, he must drag this wretched being down with him. With a furious roar, Chen Hao clenched his fists and charged towards Bing Wei. However, before he could close the distance, he felt Qian Yu's fist land forcefully upon his back. This was no mere surprise attack. Qian Yu's movements were remarkably elusive, his speed almost unfathomable. Despite Chen Hao employing the Qian Kuan flash to evade, he still found himself lagging behind Qian Yu by a considerable margin. The force of that punch was so devastating that Chen Hao immediately spat blood. Before his body could even touch the ground, Qian Yu reappeared, delivering a fierce kick that struck Chen Hao squarely under the chin, sending him soaring into the air. I shall see whether your bones are tougher than my fists. Qian Yu declared coldly, his fist raining down like a relentless storm upon Chen Hao's chest and abdomen. In that moment, Chen Hao was rendered incapable of retaliation, let alone finding the opportunity to land and catch his breath. The scene was utterly brutal. Throughout this ordeal, Chen Hao clutched his head tightly with both hands, allowing Qian Yu to unleash his unrestrained assault. Though the experience was excruciating and profoundly humiliating, even bordering on unbearable, he discerned that his only chance to defeat Qian Yu lay in one course of action: to protect his core with all his might and endure the onslaught. Chapter 57. Thank you for your facilitation. Damn it, Chen Gu is simply no match for that guy. In the distance, Wang Taizhu watched the horrific scene unfold, his heart filled with anxiety and despair. although he was aware that Chen Hao possessed an indestructible physical technique. The current situation suggested that Chen Hao had no opportunity to utilize such skills. If he cannot withstand this, returning would be tantamount to seeking death. Yixia Chuan, burdened with Wang Taizhu, felt a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. Even more frustrating was the realization that escaping this mountainous region to return to the Seven Immortals sect seemed an insurmountable challenge. It was crucial to note that while the northern territory of the demon domain bordered the spiritual domain, it was still several 100,000 miles away. Without a teleportation portal, it was impossible for them to depart this mountain range in a short time. Moreover, most of the individuals present were neophytes from the outer sect, lacking even the ability to fly with swords. At that moment, Chen Hao, having endured hundreds if not thousands of blows, was left devoid of any clothing. What remained was a bloodied and mangled body, as if he had been flayed alive. Why bother to toy with him, young Master Qianyu? Just annihilate his primordial spirit. Bingwei, seemingly growing anxious, could not refrain from urging Qianyu. Do I require your instruction? Qianyu shot a cold glance at Bingwei. In truth, he had been seeking an opportunity to annihilate Chen Hao's primordial spirit. However, this tenacious human had not afforded him a single chance, relentlessly defending his head with unwavering determination. He then commanded, "What are you still doing here? Hurry and capture that demon dragon descendant for me." Without further hesitation, Bingwei swiftly pursued the target. Goodness, how can this fifth cave's secret realm be so excruciating? At that moment, Chen Hao, whose body was drenched in blood, was on the verge of breaking down. The hellish ordeal of enduring merciless blows for the purpose of body tempering was unbearably painful and torturous. Initially, he had believed that enduring thousands of punches and kicks from Qianyu would allow him to carve out the secrets of the fifth cave. Yet after sustaining thousands of blows, his body was nearly shattered, and he found that he had not yet succeeded in the tempering process. Fortunately, the indestructible runes within him continuously absorbed and healed his injuries. Otherwise, he would not have been able to endure until now. Is the master losing sensation? Tianyin pondered silently. Not only have I lost sensation, but I can hardly breathe. Chen Hao lamented. The loss of sensation indicates that the master has reached the limit of the fourth cave secret realm. Tianyin communicated further. It just requires one final spark. If this fellow can deliver a full-force strike, then a complete breakthrough is within reach. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao was left speechless. To be honest, he had considered detonating his primordial spirit to end his suffering on the spot. Yet, having endured such torment, he felt a twinge of reluctance. Kill. In the next instant, he let out a cold shout and, with his bloodied fist, he met Qianyu's incoming punch head-on. Crack. However, his already fractured right hand was instantly shattered into 3 segments by Qianyu's blow. You overestimate your abilities. Qianyu scoffed, swiftly delivering a kick that struck Chen Hao's left arm. The force was so tremendous that it not only broke the bones in Chen Hao's arm, but also sent him flying through the air. You can only manage these few tricks. Despite the incapacitation of both arms, Chen Hao's spirit remained unyielding, his mouth refusing to show submission. Clearly, he was attempting to provoke Qianyu, hoping to compel him to unleash a powerful move. Are you attempting to deliberately irritate me for a swift end? Qianyu replied coldly with a smirk before shaking his head. No, no, no. I only wish to pulverize your head into a bloody pulp, punch by punch. Boom. Before his words could fully resonate, Qianyu's figure lunged forward, raising his fist to strike. This fist, enveloped in the essence of the Spirit King, resembled a meteor tearing through the void. Should it connect, it would likely not only claim Chen Hao's life but also leave him with a severely damaged mind. Deprived of the ability to block with his hands, Chen Hao swiftly executed a backward somersault to evade the attack. Although Yi Maid's punch missed its target, S reflexes were astonishingly quick. With a fluid motion, he spread his fingers wide, and amidst the surging gray essence, his left hand transformed into a razor-sharp claw, entirely covered in gray scales. In an instant, this unexpected strike pierced through Chen Hao's chest and out his back, sealing his fate. In the following moment, seized Chen Hao, pulling him closer, and aimed his right fist directly at the center of Chen Hao's forehead, preparing to deliver a devastating blow. However, just as despair engulfed Chen Hao, he felt the chaotic, indestructible runes within him ignite as if set aflame. The silver luminescence twisted and morphed into a radiant sphere of holy light, condensing above his energy sea. The 5th secret realm of the cave heaven was successfully excavated. In that fleeting instant, 5 milky white auras encircled his body, clearly manifesting the mysterious energy emitted from the 5 cave heavens. With a thunderous roar, Chen Hao unleashed all his reserves. As the dark golden essence surged throughout his being, it forcefully repelled who had been bearing down on him. Not only that, but the previously mangled state of his body and the two crippled arms began to regenerate rapidly, flesh and bone reforming under the nourishment of the 5 auras. It is essential to note that ordinary energies could not heal such grievous wounds, yet the energy from his cave heavens was imbued with indestructible runes. As long as his primordial spirit remained intact, these runes would mend all inflicted injuries. As was thrown back, his eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had witnessed a ghost. The sight before him was utterly shocking. The man who had been reduced to a bloody mess, his internal organs shattered, was not only healed of his injuries but also exhibited skin that glistened with an almost ethereal radiance. It was a spectacle that defied belief, bordering on the absurd. All thanks to your assistance. After fully recovering, Chen Hao turned his gaze towards, whose expression had crystallized in shock. Do you possess some secret technique for body refinement? Which is why you have been using me to strike at you. Upon hearing Chen Hao's words, seemed to grasp something in an instant. It appears your knowledge is rather extensive. Chen Hao smiled, then his expression turned serious. Since you have helped me refine for so long, it is only fair that I reciprocate. This is a matter of courtesy, is it not? Chapter 58. Braised Tail and Soup from the Dragon's Head. Boom. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chen Hao surged forward like a specter piercing through the void, unleashing the heavenly tyrant true dragon fist. Aimed directly at Qianyu. Having excavated 5 secret realms and fully unleashed his 5th-tier spiritual power, he was no longer comparable to his former self, whether in speed or strength. Crack. In that instant, Qianyu bore an uncanny resemblance to Chen Hao during their initial encounter. He attempted to evade, but it was far too late. He could only cross his arms to block. However, the terrifying force of Chen Hao's punch shattered his arms upon impact. The formidable dragon fist imprint pierced straight through Qianyu's chest. Though Qianyu had also excavated 5 secret realms, his cultivation was still 2 tiers below Chen Hao. 1 tier of difference is akin to a chasm. To illustrate, it is comparable to a 70-kilogram fighter facing an 80-kilogram fighter. A 2-tier difference is like a 70-kilogram fighter confronting a 90-kilogram fighter. Of course, this is merely a metaphor. Roar. In the next moment, Qianyu, who had been sent sprawling and coughing up blood from the impact, let out a soul-stirring, beastly roar. Simultaneously, a surge of gray mist enveloped him, elongating his human form until he transformed into a gray dragon nearly 100 feet long. Though his head bore some resemblance to a dragon, his body resembled that of a colossal serpent, devoid of dragon claws and the inherent majesty of a dragon. Instead, it exuded a ferocious and overwhelming malice. However, it was evident that the aura emanating from the transformed Qianyu was significantly more potent than before. According to the records in the Heavenly Physician's Manual, consuming the flesh and blood of such a magical dragon not only enhances beauty but also nourishes both yin and yang, boasting a flavor that is nothing short of exquisite. Despite being dwarfed by the monstrous Qianyu, who now resembled an ant in size, Chen Hao felt no fear. Rather, he contemplated the benefits of Qianyu's flesh and blood. Roar. As the transformed dragon let out a furious roar, it suddenly lashed out with its tail. This strike was capable of splitting mountains and parting seas, possessing an unparalleled might. Even a true spirit sovereign would find it difficult to withstand. Boom. Chen Hao was remarkably decisive. Instead of retreating, he unleashed the formidable 10-layered heavenly tyrant true dragon fist, with a resounding roar reminiscent of a dragon's cry. The moment the fist imprint was cast, it transformed into a golden dragon head the size of a house, gaping wide. As it collided with Qianyu's serpentine body, it was akin to a vicious bite. Accompanied by Qianyu's anguished howl, his thrashing tail was brutally torn apart by the dragon-headed fist imprint. In an instant, the sky appeared to be stained crimson with blood. A segment of the tail, measuring 7 to 8 meters in length, plummeted from the heavens, and Chen Hao deftly stowed it away in his storage pouch. Upon hearing the anguished wail, the previously pursuing Bingwei was momentarily taken aback. This prodigious creature, when she glanced back, a chill ran down her spine, nearly causing her to tumble from the void. For she witnessed Chen Hao collecting the bloodied tail. Although this scene seemed surreal, the reality was undeniable. Roaring in fury, Qianyu was consumed by rage at the sight of his tail being taken by Chen Hao. To him, this was an insufferable humiliation, a disgrace far more painful than death itself. The tail, intended for braising, and the dragon head, destined for soup, promised to be utterly delectable. With a swift stride, Chen Hao unleashed a powerful punch once more. Boom. Yet at that moment, the very fabric of the surrounding world trembled violently. A colossal hand, reminiscent of a mountain and shrouded in swirling gray mist, suddenly materialized above Chen Hao's head. It resembled an immense hand that transcended time and space, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance. As the gigantic hand descended, the very void of the universe around him quaked incessantly. What on earth is happening? Chen Hao was taken aback, instinctively darting to the side and retreating at great speed. This is a hand formed by the incantation patterns, also known as the Hand of the Tianin hurriedly explained in hushed tones. Moreover, judging by this aura, the cultivator behind this attack has reached the pinnacle of the spirit sovereign realm. Elders of the two clans swiftly eliminate him. As he beheld the enormous hand materializing out of thin air, Chen Yu cried out urgently, as if he had grasped a lifeline in that moment. Boom! The colossal hand struck once more, the pressure of the sovereign overwhelming. Wherever it passed, the very fabric of space rippled as if it were water, creating endless waves that surged forth. Chen Hao was taken aback. He intended to swiftly evade, but the surrounding void seemed to be ensnared by a terrifying aura, rendering his application of the Qian Kuan flash move unexpectedly sluggish. Suddenly, as that enormous hand reached out towards him, another colossal hand emerged from the void, a hand of earthy yellow hue. Rather than advancing towards Chen Hao, it collided with the surging gray hand with a thunderous impact. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, the gray hand, adorned with mystical patterns, shattered into countless fragments, turning the entire realm into a sea of gray. Simultaneously, the shockwave from the explosion sent Chen Hao and the severed-tailed Qian Yu hurtling backward for hundreds of feet, causing them to cough up blood incessantly. Fellow cultivator, you have overstepped your boundaries. A cold and resonant male voice echoed through the void. The earthy yellow hand stood defiantly in front of Chen Hao. Is it the sect master? Upon hearing this voice, Chen Hao felt a surge of joy. Although he had never encountered the sect master, Qing Mengshan, he had heard his voice before in the southern courtyard, especially when he beheld the mystical hand shielding him. He nearly exclaimed, "Second brother." It is worth noting that the sect master, Qing Mengshan, is indeed the younger brother of his sworn brother, Qing Chao. This is the territory of my demon domain. Dare you speak of overstepping? A cold inquiry resonated from the heavens above, unmistakably the voice of Qian Cheng, the elder of the second clan, whom Qian Yu had mentioned earlier. Chapter 59, I do not kill humans. Do you not recall, hundreds of years ago, the various clans of the demon domain signed the northern boundary prohibition with my spirit domain? Qing Mengshan's voice conveyed a stern warning. No cultivator above the spirit king realm is permitted to tread here, and as a half-step spirit emperor, how can you knowingly defy this decree? Do not bore me with these trivialities. Qian Cheng retorted furiously. I tell you, Qing Mengshan, if you dare intervene today, my demon dragon clan shall be at odds with you. Clearly, Qian Cheng possessed considerable confidence, showing no signs of fear despite knowing the other's identity. After all, their ancestor, Qian Shaodian, had achieved the spirit emperor realm a century prior. What do you mean by intervening? Qing Mengshan questioned. You indiscriminately seek to kill my sect's disciple. How can my sect allow such recklessness? Are you aware that this child not only trespassed into my demon clan, but also killed my disciple, Bing Qi, and obliterated her entire Hook King Valley? Qian Cheng replied coldly. I, Qian Cheng, have never sought out trouble, but today, I must settle this score. Settle your own grievances. It was indeed your serpent demon disciple who captured me and intended to violate and subsequently slay me. How can you possibly blame me for turning the tables and vanquishing her? Chen Hao spread his hands in rebuttal. Do you understand what is meant by justifiable defense? I am the victim here, am I not? You think you have the right to take a life? Qian Yu retorted coldly, I did not slay a human, but rather a demon that feasts upon hearts and souls. Chen Hao, with an air of dominance, boldly confronted Qian Yu, declaring, if you dare to contest, come forth for a duel. Cease your incessant prattle. You wretched beast, do not be so audacious. Qian Sheng retorted coldly. Do you not realize you have sown the seeds of calamity? My sect has understood the situation. Qing Mengshan interjected. This matter can indeed be resolved easily. Would you be willing to heed my counsel? Unless you eliminate this youth, rest assured, the matter will remain unresolved. Qian Sheng's stance was unyielding. You may kill him, but the one to do so shall not be you. Qing Mengshan continued. After all, we are all seekers of the truth, and this discord arose among the younger generation. If you intend to resolve it through oppression, my sect shall never acquiesce. I fail to comprehend your meaning. It is quite simple. If you truly wish to end his life, seek out his peers and challenge him openly. Qing Mengshan communicated telepathically, of course, if you're unsatisfied. Feel free to summon your ancestor to face me in battle. It was clear that Qing Mengshan's words were resolute, and his position was formidable. Today, Qianxing could not lay a finger on a single hair of Chen Hao. Upon hearing this, Qianxing was filled with inexplicable rage. Ah, Qing Mengshan. Are you provoking my great demon clan? My sect has never sought trouble, yet we fear none. Qing Mengshan replied, I have presented my views. The decision lies with you. Very well, you shall await my return. With matters reached this point, Qianxing refrained from further banter, for he understood that Qing Mengshan was not to be trifled with. Suddenly, the sky erupted with 2 clouds of gray mist, enveloping the distant ice moon and the tailless demon serpent, Qianyu, before vanishing into thin air. How infuriating! Chen Hao gritted his teeth, particularly as he watched the ice moon being taken away. Yet, he felt helpless. For no one could have anticipated that the second elder of the Yaojiao clan, Qianxing, would emerge midway and thwart his plans. However, he also felt a sense of gratitude, for Qing Mengshan had rescued him at this critical juncture. Turning around, he directed a fist towards the sky, expressing his thanks to the sect leader for his timely intervention. Why must you be so formal with me? Qing Mengshan's voice resonated in his mind. On the contrary, I ought to be expressing my gratitude to you. Now that you and my elder brother have sworn brotherhood, we are indeed brothers by ties. So let's dispense with the pleasantries. It was evident that Qing Mengshan was already aware of everything. Had it all come to an end? With the sect leader present? Who would dare to act recklessly? Thank the heavens, he had managed to preserve his life. In the distance, a group of cultivators hiding in the ancient forest collectively exhaled in relief. They had not anticipated that Chen Hao had concealed his capabilities so profoundly. His potential surely could not be merely the score of 10 from the previous assessment. If it were not 10, it must be at least 8 or 9. Otherwise, how could he have achieved the rank of Spirit King in less than a month? They were perplexed about what kind of person he truly was and why he felt the need to hide his true self. If they were in his position, they would have likely rushed to the inner sect by now. Had they not heard of the saying, heavenly jealousy of the talented? His ability to conceal himself and maintain a low profile demonstrated great wisdom. As the crowd regained their composure, they began to discuss Chen Hao fervently. It was clear that his strength had been completely revealed now. Buzz. In the next moment, a massive silver portal materialized within the Demon Spirit Mountain range. Simultaneously, Qing Mengshan's voice echoed through the sky. This year's demon hunting convention is hereby concluded. Everyone may return to the sect. Concluded? But there are still 3 days left. Chen Hao questioned, perhaps the only one who dared to voice such a query at that moment, as he still coveted the prize for first place. Surviving is a victory in itself. We should leave quickly. Lin Feng shouted. What if that old scoundrel Qianxing truly brings his ancestor here? That would be a tremendous hassle. With the sect leader here, what do we have to fear? Chen Hao replied confidently. Do not stir trouble. Qing Mengshan quickly conveyed through thought. Rest assured, upon our return, the Grand Elder will discreetly present you with the reward for first place. If you find yourself unsatisfied or desire something else, feel free to approach me. Qing Mengshan was well aware of Chen Hao's thoughts. My second brother is truly good to me. Chen Hao was filled with secret delight within the palace of the great clan elder, Qian Folin, of the Yaojiao clan. Great elder, you must seek justice for me. Upon returning to the Yaojiao clan with Bingwei and Qianyu, Qianxing immediately sought out Qian Folin, recounting the events involving the prodigious Chen Hao and their encounters. We must swiftly eliminate that rascal Chen Hao. Qianyu interjected, expressing grave suspicions about him. Echoing Bing Yue's earlier assertions of his extraordinary potential, he also recounted the battle with Chen Hao, particularly noting how the latter had unexpectedly opened 5 secret realms and utilized the power of those realms to mend his injuries. How could mere realm energy possibly heal wounds? Qian Fenglin furrowed his brow, pondering whether the young man had mastered some ancient body tempering technique. Yet, as far as I know, there are no such techniques within the Qixin sect. Thus, we must devise a plan to capture him. If we can extract his memories, we will uncover everything. Qian Yu continued. Moreover, I have unexpectedly discovered a young individual within the Qixin sect who has awakened the primordial dragon bloodline. Primordial dragon bloodline? Qian Fenglin questioned, astonished. How could such a being exist in this vast mundane realm? It is said that in ancient times, this 7 domains was a fragment that fell from the divine realm. Qianxing remarked, while the existence of divine and demonic bloodlines in this world may seem astonishing, it is not entirely surprising. The harsh environment of the 7 domains likely hinders the awakening of such bloodlines. We must uncover the origins of this individual, Qian Fenglin stated solemnly. If he truly is a descendant of the dragon, he would hold immense significance for our clan. Investigating him is not difficult, and I have a clever approach. Bingwei suddenly interjected. What clever approach? Did not Qing Mengshan suggest that we could send peers to challenge Chen Hao at any time? Bingwei smirked. Just imagine. If we proposed that, upon his defeat, he must yield the dragon descendant as a condition, would that not be perfect? That is a foolish idea, Jian Yu scoffed, shaking his head. Currently in our clan, apart from this young master, who else could face him as an equal? Moreover, the condition you propose is absurd. Would Qing Mengshan easily agree to that? If we truly wish to eliminate that little beast Chen Hao among our peers, there is but one solution, Qian Fenglin abruptly declared. Firstly, we must seek out the unparalleled genius of the Tianhu clan. Are you referring to Mingxi? Qian Yu inquired, astonished. She would be difficult to enlist, you know. Mengxi is the pinnacle of talent among the demon clan. She not only possesses an extraordinary potential, but, at merely a little over 20 years of age, has already attained the esteemed realm of spirit sovereign. This is precisely the woman that Qian Yu has long desired yet could never attain. I share a modest rapport with her master, so enlisting her assistance should pose no significant challenge. Qian Fenglin furrowed his brow, then turned to Qian Shang. You shall investigate the lineage of that dragon descendant. As for locating Mengxi, that responsibility lies with me. Remember, once you ascertain the truth, it is imperative to capture that young man's relatives alive. Subsequently, we shall have Mengxi challenge Chen Hao, thereby achieving a mutually beneficial outcome. Truly, the wisdom of the clan elder is unparalleled. Bingyu expressed profound admiration. In the 7 celestial sect, Chen Hao, you wretched beast, surrender your life. Just after returning to the plaza through the teleportation portal, I witnessed Elder Chen Gui wielding a sword aura that spans several feet, aimed directly at Chen Hao's head. Perish, you little beast. Simultaneously, Elder Jiang Duayu exuded an overwhelming aura of slaughter, charging at Chen Hao with ferocity. In an instant, an overwhelming and terrifying pressure enveloped the area, causing the disciples present to cough up blood uncontrollably. It is essential to recognize that these are 2 formidable individuals who have reached the first tier of the spirit sovereign realm. What is a spirit sovereign? With a mere expression of anger, they can alter the heavens. With a mere gesture, they can upheave the seas. Do not act recklessly. At that moment, the figure of Grand Elder Yun Migfei appeared, standing resolutely in front of Chen Hao, and he coldly addressed the seemingly frenzied duo. What is the meaning of your actions? Chen Hao innocently spread his hands. You killed Xiao Xiong, yet you dare to ask me what it means? Chen Gui gritted his teeth and shouted in fury. If I do not flay you alive today, I refuse to be human. That wretched woman. Beside him, Wang Taizhu seethed, his teeth clenched in anger, casting a fierce glare at Yi Ling, who stood not far away. It was evident that Chen Gui and Jiang Duyu had learned of the news so swiftly because Yi Ling had just returned to report it to them. Elder, do you know that this is a murderous fiend? Jiang Duyu exclaimed in indignation. Do you also know this brat has been feigning incompetence all along? Moreover, it was he who killed Yao Chun. What calamity! What difference does it make to kill him? Just then, Jiang Daili and Zhao Ye suddenly entered the crowd's line of sight. The one who spoke was Zhao Ye. Presumptuous. Who do you think you are to speak here? Chen Gui coldly rebuked Zhao Ye. Yet Zhao Ye merely smiled icily. If I lack the right to speak, then you 2 old rogues, who secretly trafficked my sect's disciples with Bai Eugene, have even less right. Upon hearing this, both Chen Gui and Jiang Duyu were momentarily stunned. Nonsense, Jiang Duyu retorted angrily. I have no idea what you're babbling about. Bus. Zhao Ye wasted no time, pulling out and projecting its images into the void, resembling a colossal ethereal projector. The scene revealed first showed Jiang Duyu, Chen Gui, and Bai Eugene in a jovial conversation at Tianjing Valley, followed by Bai Eugene transforming into Gujin's likeness, engaging in transactions with 2 beings from the demon clan. Clearly, Zhao Ye intended to publicly expose Chen Gui and Jiang Duyu's nefarious deeds through them. My heavens! The Dean Bai is actually a human trafficker? How terrifying! Selling his own disciples. What kind of human does such a thing? This is utterly insane. The onlookers were astonished, even breaking out in cold sweat. Their gazes involuntarily shifted toward Jiang Duyu and Chen Gui. What does this signify? Jiang Duyu asked, his expression grave. In that scene from Tianjing Valley, we were clearly investigating He Qing's death. How can you claim we colluded with Bai Eugene? Zhao Ye, are you attempting to frame us to save Chen Hao? Chen Gui inquired, echoing the sentiment. It must be said, These two old rogues were remarkably cunning and composed. Even Zhao Ye found herself at a loss for words, for although they had captured the images, it recorded no sound whatsoever. Summon Gujin to me at once. I shall unveil the memories of that fateful day in Tianjing Valley for all to witness. Jiang daily gestured with his hand. In truth, ever since Zhao Ye's return, they had swiftly apprehended Gujin, who had replaced Bai Eugene. It is worth noting that Gujin was a trusted confidant of Bai Eugene and Jiang Duoyu. And should his secrets come to light, the entire truth would inevitably be revealed. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred when a disciple rushed in with alarming news. Elder Wu, Gujin has just self-immolated his primordial spirit. He is dead. This shocking revelation left Zhao Ye and Jiang Daily profoundly dismayed. Gujin was the sole key witness capable of corroborating the actions of Jiang Duoyu and others. Meanwhile, Jiang Duoyu and Chen Gui exhaled a sigh of relief. Subsequently, Jiang Duoyu, with a dark expression, rebuked, "Do you comprehend that defaming an elder is a capital offense? You two old fellows truly possess remarkable composure." Chen Hao shook his head with a smile. "Barring any unforeseen circumstances, I surmise that the two of you will undoubtedly escape from the Seven Immortals sect shortly. However, I fear that you may not have the opportunity to do so." Chapter 61. If one wishes to keep something hidden, one must not engage in it. "Little beast, what nonsense are you spouting?" Chen Gui rebuked. "Nonsense?" Chen Hao smiled calmly. "I have heard from Bai Eugene himself that the previous exodus of geniuses from the inner sect was indeed a scheme orchestrated by you, aimed at undermining the Seven Immortals sect. You slander me." Jiang Duoyu's expression shifted dramatically as he stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Chen Hao, exclaiming, "If you dare utter another word of nonsense, I shall end your life this very instant. Do you think I am invisible?" Elder Yin Mingfei shot a stern glance at Jiang Duoyu before turning his attention back to Chen Hao. "What else do you know? I am also aware that these three old scoundrels have long been bribed by the royal family of the sacred domain." Chen Hao continued, to put it plainly. "Bai Eugene is responsible for undermining the outer sect, while these two old scoundrels are in charge of the inner sect. If they can successfully complete their tasks, then when the holy domain invades and unifies the spirit domain, they will enjoy endless wealth and glory." Silence. Jiang Duoyu's face twitched uncontrollably at this speech, and he felt an overwhelming urge to strike Chen Hao down immediately. He then added, "There is no evidence to support your claims. Only a fool would believe such nonsense. If one wishes to keep a secret, one must not act in a way that invites scrutiny." At that moment, a voice suddenly resounded across the entire plaza. Simultaneously, a young man clad in white robes appeared before Chen Hao and the others. Although he appeared to be in his 30s, he was, in fact, an ancient being who had lived for nearly 1,000 years. "Greetings, Sect Master." Upon seeing him, the high-ranking members and disciples present all knelt in reverence. "The Sect Master has arrived. Why do you not kneel?" Zhao Ye quickly tugged at Chen Hao's hand, whispering a reminder. "I am a genius. The Sect Master would not deign to make me kneel." Chen Hao replied with a calm smile. "Are you getting a bit too arrogant?" Yi Xiaochuan questioned, his brows furrowing in concern. Lin Feng also shot Chen Hao a warning glance, urging him to comply and kneel quickly. "Sect Master, do you see how this little brat is anything but normal?" Jiang Duoyu hastily interjected. "You must not believe his fabrications." "Indeed, Sect Master." Chen Gui added with a tone of feigned sorrow, "This boy is a great calamity and must not be allowed to remain. He has already killed Yao Chun and has now taken the lives of Zheng Li and my disciple Xiao Xiong. I have witnesses to prove it. In fact, I am also a witness." Qing Mingshan replied coolly. "I not only saw Xiao Xiong attempting to seize his prey, but I also observed Zhang Li launching a surprise attack to take his life. Yet, in the end, it was Chen Hao who turned the tide and eliminated them." Upon hearing this, both Jiang Duoyu and Chen Gui were left speechless. The demon hunting conference was intended as a trial of endurance and unity for the disciples, especially in dire situations. Qing Mingshan continued, "But what did the inner sect disciples Xiao Xiong and Zhang Li do? They not only failed to support the new outer sect disciples but also resorted to unscrupulous means to rob the newcomers and even plotted to kill their own kind. I wish to ask, does this not constitute a calamity? It is indeed a grave misfortune. I never expected Xiao Xiong to be such a person." Jiang Duoyu exclaimed. "I simply dared not speak against him. To be honest, we had nearly captured our prey, only for him to snatch it away, and we could only seethe in silence. What does this mean?" At that moment, we encountered a group of bloodthirsty demonic bulls. To our dismay, Xiao Xiong not only refrained from offering assistance, but instead chose to stand aside and watch the spectacle. It was only after our comrades had nearly perished that he finally intervened to clear the scene, leaving us with nothing in the end. He presents himself as a virtuous gentleman, yet behind the facade lurks a treacherous and cunning scoundrel. In that instant, the disciples seized the opportunity to vent their frustrations, voicing their grievances in unison. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng and Yi Xiaochuan, who had been anxiously concerned for Chen Hao, felt a wave of relief wash over them. Chen Gui cast a furious glance at the crowd, as if wishing to strike them down with a single blow. Enough. Now that the circumstances surrounding the deaths of Xiao Xiong and Zheng Li have been clarified, it is time to address the two of you. Qing Tian Mengshan surveyed Jiang Duiyu and Chen Gui with a piercing gaze. If you can honestly confess in front of everyone, our sect will take into account your over a century of service to the Seven Immortals sect and spare your lives. This statement clearly indicated that Qi Tian Mengshan's trust in them had waned significantly. It is rare for the sect leader to acknowledge our century-long loyalty to the Seven Immortals sect. Jiang Duiyu sighed, expressing his disbelief that you would trust the wild claims of a mere yellow-haired youth while refusing to place faith in our loyalty. What a remarkable display of a century-old loyal servant. Chen Hao chuckled and suggested, how about this? Allow the sect master to delve into your sea of consciousness, and then you may prove your innocence, if you will. Upon hearing this, Jiang Duiyu nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood in frustration. Simultaneously, it was evident that Chen Gui's hand had stealthily crept into his storage pouch. While others might remain oblivious, at that moment, Chen Hao, through the supreme divine eye, discerned the old man's hand reaching towards a blue talisman. Chen Hao hurriedly shouted at Qing Mengshan, second brother, quickly subdue this old rogue. The address caught everyone off guard, leaving them in a state of bewilderment. Even Chen Gui, who was about to crush the talisman, paused in surprise. Boom! Before anyone could regain their composure, Qing Mengshan reached out and firmly grasped Chen Gui's crown, twisting him with a swift motion. Little beast! In that instant, Jiang Duiyu unexpectedly darted forward and seized Chen Hao's neck with a vice-like grip. Time seemed to freeze. Jiang Duiyu, are you out of your mind? Qing Mengshan turned and shouted coldly, if you dare to harm him today, our sect will not spare you. I may be mad, but it is your actions that have driven me to this point. Jiang Duiyu retorted with venomous eyes. What merit does this little beast possess that earns your trust? You know better than anyone what you have done. Jia stepped forward urgently. The sect leader has already stated that if you confess honestly, you will be spared. What purpose does capturing Chen Hao serve? Spared? Jiang Duiyu's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he shouted, I tell you, even if I must die today, I will take this little beast with me. As he spoke, a blinding silver light emanated from his hand, accompanied by a powerful aura of a spirit sovereign that surged from his being. It was clear that he was resolute in his intent to crush Chen Hao. No, no. At that moment, Zhao Ye, Yin, and Qing Mengshan stared wide-eyed, filled with utmost concern. Die, die. Jiang Duiyu appeared frenzied, his old teeth gritted, exuding an overwhelming aura of bloodlust. However, to his horror, he discovered that this boy's neck felt as though it were forged from steel, no matter how hard he tried. He could not budge him an inch. Go ahead, squeeze if you can, but must you spew so much saliva? Chen Hao remained remarkably calm, wiping the spittle from his face, showing no signs of resistance. In truth, he had initially been intimidated by Jiang Duiyu's spirit sovereign aura. Yet, regardless of its intensity, it was of no consequence, for this old rogue was merely an ordinary Yuan cultivator, and his cultivation was only at the first level of spirit sovereign. Chen Hao, on the other hand, had excavated 5 secret realms, endowing him with extraordinary strength. To put it plainly, should he choose to unleash his full potential, he could easily suppress Jiang Duiyu, even if it meant crossing realms. In that moment, not only was Jiang Duiyu left speechless, but everyone present was equally stunned by the scene unfolding before them. It is essential to understand that a revered cultivator possesses the power to crush an entire realm with but a squeeze, let alone a mere human neck. You wretched fiend! Jiang Duiyu reacted swiftly, tightening his grip around Chen Hao's throat while conjuring a palm print with his other hand, aiming to strike directly at Chen Hao's brow. Boom! However, before Jiang Duiyu's hand could make contact, a massive, earthen-colored hand descended from above, clearly crafted from mystical runes. The wielder of this formidable hand was none other than the imposing Qing Mengshan, who had been restraining Chen Gui. With a swift motion, this rune-formed hand obliterated Jiang Duiyu's head, reducing it to a mist of crimson, effectively annihilating his very soul. Thus, the third elder of the 7 celestial sect met his untimely demise on the spot. Damn it! Qing Mengshan exclaimed coldly. Ah, spare me. Chen Gui was utterly horrified at the sight. Please, my lord, I confess. I will divulge everything. He pleaded. It is true, just as Chen Hao stated. We have been bought off by the Holy Domain's royal family. Moreover, it is not just us. Numerous high-ranking officials from various sects have already defected to the Holy Domain. According to his account, the decline and dissolution of the other three factions within the spirit domain were orchestrated by the nefarious machinations of the Holy Domain's royalty. Furthermore, even those sects that once allied with the spirit domain have been infiltrated by the Holy Domain's agents. The current state of the source domain has merged seamlessly with the Holy Domain. I refuse to accept this. You are all elders, enjoying considerable privileges. How could you be swayed? Chen Hao furrowed his brows and questioned, is money truly that significant to cultivators? If it were merely about wealth, we would not be easily swayed. Chen Gui responded, you must understand that the source domain has formed an alliance with the sacred domain, alongside the demon domain. The future trends are all inclined towards the sacred domain. If we can contribute to the sacred domain early on, our futures will also be much brighter. Those who oppose the sacred domain are destined for a dismal fate. Clearly, in the eyes of Chen Gui and others, aligning with the sacred domain was the wisest choice. After all, the power of the sacred domain is overwhelmingly strong. Unifying the spiritual and wilderness domains is merely a matter of time. You are still an elder of our seven celestial sect. Qi Tian Mengshan exclaimed, displaying disappointment. Not only do you fail to strengthen our sect, but you also conspire with the sacred domain to harm us? Please spare my life, sect master. You just said that as long as I confess, you would not kill me. However, with a thunderous clap, Qi Tian Mengshan struck Chen Gui in the abdomen, sending him flying. Upon landing, Chen Gui coughed up blood incessantly. His once gray hair instantly turned stark white, and he appeared aged as if he had lived for centuries. It was evident that Qi Tian Mengshan's strike had shattered his energy core, rendering his cultivation utterly wasted. I devoted great effort to nurture you, only to be met with betrayal. Qi Tian Mengshan lamented, shaking his head. This cultivation does not belong to you. As for your worthless life, may you keep it to repent. Now, leave. Chen Gui dared not utter another word, trembling as he hastily fled the seven celestial sect. The sect master is too merciful, had it been me. I would have annihilated that old scoundrel. It is not mercy but sorrow that moves the sect master. You must realize that these elders were personally nurtured by him. A sigh echoed among the disciples, who could empathize with Qi Tian Mengshan's struggles. Sect master, Yang Wei from the northern courtyard in Luda, the butcher from the western courtyard, have gone missing. At that moment, the second elder, Fan Tong, hurriedly approached from the periphery. In truth, Qi Tian Mengshan had been secretly investigating these individuals and intended to execute them today, hence sending Fan Tong to apprehend them. However, those two old scoundrels were exceedingly cunning and seemed to have anticipated this, thus making their escape. Let them go. Qi Tian Mengshan waved his hand, then turned to Jiang Daily. From today forth, you shall assume the position of third elder. Thank you for your promotion, sect master. Jiang Daily bowed in gratitude. The next moment, Qi Tian Mengshan glanced at Chen Hao, then at Zhao Ye, a complex emotion flickering across his face. What troubles you, sect master? Zhao Ye was perplexed. The sect had initially intended to promote you to the position of fourth elder, but this lineage? To be frank, Chen Hao is now the third brother of our sect. And he is also the savior of our eldest brother, Qing Chao. Qing Mengshan did not conceal the truth any longer. Astonishment filled the air. This young man had indeed become the third brother of the sect master. Furthermore, he was the benefactor of Elder Qing. No wonder he had just addressed the sect master as second brother. Everyone was flabbergasted. Not only Zhao Ye and Lin Feng, but even the three elders present were utterly shocked. It was simply unbelievable. This fellow had truly brought us numerous surprises. Yi Xiaochuan chuckled wryly. He had initially thought that Chen Hao was already impressive enough, but he never anticipated that he would be this remarkable. Wang Taizhu seemed at a loss for words, unable to express the excitement swelling within him. Let each call out to one another in their own way. Why should second brother be troubled? Chen Hao was quite straightforward. Unbeknownst to him, his familiarity in addressing second brother sent shivers down the spines of everyone present, though more so with envy. Chapter 63. Perhaps one can contend against five. Then let us heed the third brother's words. From now on, we shall address one another in our own manner. Qing Mengshan smiled with satisfaction. From this day forth, Zhao Ye shall assume the role of fourth elder and also oversee the four branches of the outer sect. What is this? Master, shouldn't you express your gratitude to my second brother? Chen Hao feigned jest and patted Zhao Ye on the shoulder. Even the composed Zhao Yu was nearly bewildered at this moment. A few elders shall visit my grand hall shortly. Our sect has matters to discuss with you all. With that declaration, Qing Mengshan vanished from sight. Ah, Brother Chen, I beseech you to accept a bow from this humble girl, Xinjin. Go away with your antics. I too implore Brother Chen to accept a bow from me. It was as if Qing Mengshan carried an invisible pressure with him, while he was present. The crowd seemed hesitant to speak freely. However, his departure ignited a fervor within the square. At that moment, not only the female disciples, but even the male disciples surrounded Chen Hao with expressions of admiration. I'm truly exasperated with this shameless bunch, Wang Taizhu exclaimed, not long ago. They had bound us and derided Chen Hao as a useless jinx. How can they now shamelessly cling to his coattails? Such is the nature of reality. Humanity is indeed fickle. Yi Xiaochuan shook his head with a sigh, realizing that one should not judge others merely by appearances. Enough of this nonsense. Let us return to our respective duties. Jia quickly pulled Chen Hao aside and signaled for the others to disperse. Then, with curiosity, she inquired, if I am not mistaken, you intentionally allowed Bai Eugene to capture you, did you not? Indeed, he affirmed. For it was the only way to infiltrate the lair of the Goshi clan and eradicate Ice Chi and the others. Chen Hao did not conceal his intentions any longer, directly stating his purpose. He also mentioned the death of Bai Eugene and the subsequent events where Master Bing Qi sent Qian Sheng to pursue him. It became clear. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng and Yi Xiaochuan seemed to finally understand why the Yao Zhao clan sought trouble with Chen Hao. Yet, you were merely at the spirit master level at that time. From where did your confidence arise? Is your inquiry not a tad excessive? Before Zhao Ye could finish her question, the elder Yun Mingfei, standing nearby, interrupted her, saying, you are well aware that Uncle Chen has always feigned humility and pretended to be a fool. Why must you pry so deeply? Uncle Chen? Upon hearing Yun Mingfei's address to Chen Hao, everyone present felt utterly bewildered. It seemed the hierarchy was utterly in disarray. We are disciples of the sect leader. And now it is common knowledge that he is the brother of the sect leader, if I were to call him by name. Would that not be disrespectful to our esteemed master? Yun Mingfei maintained a serious demeanor, appearing entirely devoid of jest. He then pulled Chen Hao aside and handed him a storage bag, whispering gently, Uncle Chen, this is the first place reward that the sect leader asked me to deliver to you. Should you require anything further in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Thank you, thank you. Please, there is no need for such formality. Chen Hao replied. Yun Mingfei smiled, and then turned to the other elders, stating, come. The sect leader seeks our counsel on other matters. At this point, Zhao Ye refrained from saying anything further and followed Yun Mingfei and the others out of the square. Goodness, Brother Chen, does this mean we must now refer to you as our grandmaster? Wang Taizhu pondered for a moment, seemingly grasping his own standing. I've already said we should just call each other by our names. Why must you get so tangled up in this? Chen Hao waved his hand, and the tower promptly arrived beside Yi Yin, who had been silently engulfed in sorrow, clutching a storage bag. All right, hand over your brother's head and body to me. Brother Chen, you can't truly expect me to hand him over, Yi Yin expressed her disbelief. Just give it to me. Why the need for so many questions? As she spoke, Chen Hao took the storage bag from her grasp and hurried towards the southern courtyard, with the crowd following closely, filled with curiosity. In the Hall of the Seven Immortals, Fan Tong, could you enlighten us about your disciple, Yiling's qualifications? As the four elders entered the hall, they immediately noticed Qing Mengshan, who stood with hands clasped behind his back, casting a direct gaze at the second elder, Fan Tong. She hails from the source domain, is 18 years old, possesses a potential rating of 7, and has awakened a 5-star sacred water talent. She joined our sect just last year and is currently at the spiritual pattern realm. Fan Tong responded honestly, then inquired, why does the sect master suddenly ask about her? Is she also from the source domain? Qing Mengshan frowned slightly. You should be aware that the royal family of the source domain has secretly allied with the royal family of the sacred domain. As such, anyone from the source domain makes us quite sensitive. Does the sect master imply that Yiling is an undercover spy in our sect? Fan Tong questioned, bewildered. One must never harbor ill intentions, but always be vigilant against others. Qing Mengshan remarked. Often, seemingly inconspicuous individuals are the true instigators of calamity. Take Xiao Xiong, for instance. He is also from the source domain. His master, Qin Gui, was doing well until Xiao Xiong arrived, after which he abruptly betrayed the sect. Reflect upon this. The disciples understand what to do now. Fan Tong replied, recognizing the gravity of the situation. This unexpected demand to conclude the demon hunting conference midway is indeed surprising. Qing Mengshan sighed softly. With the challenges from the Academy of All Gods looming, do you have a more direct approach to nominate 3 distinguished disciples? Does the sect master mean that the Academy of All Gods intends to send 3 disciples to spar with our sect? Zhao Ye questioned, clearly unaware of the sparring rules of the Academy. Traditionally, there are 5 matches, but if we manage to win 3. Qing Mengshan left the statement unfinished. Lacking confidence. Winning 3 matches against the Academy of All Gods seemed quite unrealistic, especially given the dwindling talents within the 7 Immortals sect. Considering Chen Hao's prowess, I dare say he alone could win all 5 matches. Zhao Ye exclaimed with confidence. Could you refrain from calling him a mere boy? Yun Mingfei interjected hastily, feeling that Zhao Ye's words were somewhat abrasive. My apologies, esteemed elder, it was my oversight, Zhao Ye replied sheepishly. Naturally, we trust in his capabilities. Qing Mengshan nodded. Yet a shadow of sorrow crossed his face. Regrettably, the rules of this competition dictated that each participant could only engage in a single battle. Thus, we still require 2 more individuals. Rest assured, the sect leader, we shall diligently select and train the remaining 2. Chapter 64, The Third Seal. Celestial Star, what on earth is he scheming? Upon returning to the southern courtyard, Chen Hao entered his chamber alone, carrying Yiming's dismembered body, and deliberately sealed the door. Brother Chen had previously mentioned that my brother was not dead and could still be revived. I wonder if there is any truth to that. Yi Yan, filled with curiosity, could only pray fervently. How could he possibly save someone whose head and body had been separated? Lin Feng's face was awash with skepticism. If he truly resurrected Yiming, he would cease to be human and ascend to the divine. Creak. However, before Yi Xiaochuan could finish his sentence, the door swung open, revealing Chen Hao, who appeared pale. What in the world? Is he back from the dead? Upon seeing Yiming, who stood bewildered in place, a chill ran down everyone's spine. Even Yi Yan couldn't help but widen her beautiful eyes in disbelief, her heart racing with tumultuous emotions. Wasn't I killed by that monstrous serpent? Where am I? Yiming gazed curiously at the crowd gathered by the door. How did you accomplish this? As Chen Hao staggered out of the room, Yi Xiaochuan rushed forward. To be honest, before arriving at the 7 Immortals sect, I had learned some techniques from a mysterious physician. My earlier assistance to Elder Qing was also due to that. I felt a bit dizzy and thought I would take a nap. Yet, before Chen Hao could weave this elaborate tale, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed to the ground. In truth, he had exhausted his spiritual and elemental energy while merging Yiming's body and head with the chaotic celestial cauldron. Hiss! Why does it smell like my master? After an indeterminate period, Chen Hao gradually regained consciousness, realizing he was in an ancient, elegant room. As clarity returned, he recognized it to be Master Zhao Ye's chamber. Undoubtedly, having revealed his strength, his treatment was now extraordinary. Brother Chen has been asleep for 2 days and nights. Why hasn't he awakened? Rest assured, Master and the elders have assured us that he is merely experiencing severe internal exhaustion and will be fine after a good rest. Through the door, Wang Taizhu and Yi Xiaochuan could be seen meditating at the entrance. Master, the 3rd seal has been unlocked. Should we go and investigate? At that moment, the chaotic celestial seal conveyed a reminder from within his mind. Rumble. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Hao concentrated his consciousness and entered the realm of the seal. Indeed, as foretold by the heavenly seal, in this moment, apart from the 2 previously parallel portals, a magnificent portal, radiant with golden light, materialized out of thin air. What could this be? As Chen Hao approached the portal and scrutinized the scene within, he was instantly rendered speechless. Within the portal, a vast void manifested itself, revealing a colossal black hole. However, above this black hole sat a skeletal frame, devoid of any signs of life. This skeleton appeared as though it were forged from gold. And even in its lifeless state, the aura it emanated was profoundly oppressive. This figure was known as Tianxing, once the sovereign of a vast universe. The chaotic heavenly seal noted with a gentle sigh, "Alas, we have arrived too late. He is already fallen." Fallen? With a sudden jolt of alarm, Chen Hao pondered the implications of the seal. Rest assured, the chaos heavenly seal elucidated, "I have just inspected it. Though he has fallen, prior to his demise, he meticulously established a grand formation around the entrance of that calamity's source. As long as his Dao bone remains intact, this sealing formation shall not easily be dismantled." Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the air, emanating from the golden skeleton. Chen Hao's heart raced as he focused his gaze, witnessing the top of the golden skull fracture and transform into a wisp of golden ash, dissipating into nothingness. Heavens! If it completely disintegrates, will the creatures from the black hole source not emerge? Indeed, the heavenly seal replied decisively. However, my master need not fret. I believe this skeletal form will not succumb to complete disintegration in the immediate future. Does it require your insight to deduce that? Chen Hao found himself at a loss for words. Unable to restrain himself, he promptly stepped into the sealed portal, driven by a desire to assess the degree of weathering of the skeletal frame. Yet, to his astonishment, as soon as he crossed the threshold, 5 golden orbs of light surged directly into his consciousness. Chen Hao was initially taken aback, but soon began to delve into the 5 luminous orbs that had merged with his consciousness. To his astonishment, he discovered that these 5 enigmatic orbs were, in fact, the spiritual imprints of 5 unparalleled legacies left behind by the celestial stars. Upon further investigation, he garnered a rudimentary understanding of these extraordinary techniques. The first technique was the 10,000 stars heavenly net, a transcendent ability that harnesses the essence of the stars to enhance one's corporeal form. Once unleashed, it can devour the essence of countless stars, forging the practitioner's physical realm. The second technique was the 10,000 paths star fist, a remarkable art that crystallizes the power of the stars into stellar fist imprints. The third technique was the 9 transformations star soul palm, which refines star patterns using stellar energy, subsequently transforming those patterns into palms. The term 9 transformations refers to 9 distinct realms of star patterns. For instance, achieving the first transformation allows one to wield a palm that can obscure the heavens and lift mountains. Reaching the 9th transformation would enable one to overturn the very heavens with a mere flick of the fingers. The fourth technique was the chaotic stars of the 10 directions, also refined with stellar energy, capable of summoning countless shooting stars to obliterate all in their path. However, the requirements for practicing this technique are quite demanding. The practitioner must at least attain a divine realm in their physical cultivation. The fifth technique was the devouring of the starry sky, a formidable and nearly forbidden power. Mastery of this technique necessitates that one's physical cultivation reaches the level of an immortal emperor. At its pinnacle, a single roar can shatter the sun and moon, while a breath can draw in myriad star systems. Upon grasping this knowledge, Chen Hao felt an overwhelming surge of excitement and shock. Indeed, if he were to master these techniques, he would become virtually invincible. However, it seemed unlikely that his master could learn these legacies from the celestial stars. Suddenly, the Chaos Heavenly Seal spoke. For what I know, the celestial stars did not follow the dual cultivation of the primal body that you pursue, but rather the path of star cultivation. Star cultivation? Chen Hao was taken aback. Hadn't Gumia previously stated that the dual cultivation of the original body was the mainstream path? Yet now, a new path of star cultivation had emerged. Although the cultivation of the original body was indeed predominant, the vast world of cultivation was replete with diverse systems. The introduction of the Chaos Heaven Seal elucidated that, ultimately, any system's final goal could be reduced to a singular pursuit, the quest for the Tao's extremity. What is this Tao's extremity? I merely wish to understand why I cannot cultivate with these 5 techniques at my disposal. Chen Hao pondered, bewildered. The master's innate talent is indeed extraordinary, however. It is not suited for the path of star cultivation, the Heaven Seal responded. The primary requirement to become a star cultivator is that the cultivator's physique must be sufficiently pure. According to its explanation, purity referred to one who had never practiced any cultivation system. The second requirement was to possess the Supreme Dead Sea. The so-called Supreme Dead Sea was as solid as rock, an inexorably sealed sea of energy, hence its name. If either of these 2 conditions was lacking, one could not embark on the path of star cultivation. How unfortunate to waste these 5 divine techniques. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Wait, what is this? However, in that fleeting moment, he suddenly noticed that within the skeletal hand of the celestial star, there lay a dusty piece of beast skin. Master, quickly open it. With a resonant hum. Upon revealing the skin, a decayed visage emerged, its countenance marred by rot. Simultaneously, the grotesque face spoke. I apologize, esteemed Heaven Seal. I have done my utmost. Should you return to the one who governs you, this legacy of 5 techniques shall be entrusted to him. If the Seal Master can cultivate my legacy, it would be most fortuitous. If not, I hope you can swiftly journey to the upper divine realm to locate my reincarnation, and serve the Seal Master in safeguarding this last bastion of our vast world. As soon as the words were uttered, the beast skin transformed into a wisp of gray dust, dissipating from Chen Hao's grasp. Undoubtedly, This was a farewell letter left by the celestial star. Sigh. Inexplicably, a surge of bittersweet emotion welled within him upon reading this letter. Who could bear to accept that a once magnificent sovereign of the myriad universes had fallen to such a state? Yet, reality bore witness to the truth. This formidable being had indeed perished, and the denouement was profoundly sorrowful. Of course, he now understood that if he wished to maintain the third seal, he must heed the celestial star's words and find its reincarnation before this skeletal form disintegrated, returning the legacy to its rightful owner. I say, my friend, what is it that troubles you? Have you not brought us any precious herbs? At this moment, a sudden greeting from Ling Tian emerged from the first seal. Hearing about the precious elixir, Chen Hao regained his focus. Simultaneously, he produced all the spiritual herbs he had recently gathered. For instance, he had acquired 10,000 4th to 5th grade herbs from Bing Qi, as well as rewards bestowed upon him just days prior by Yun Mingfei. In addition to 100,000 5th grade herbs and 10 sacred herbs, there was also a golden-hued fragment of a page. Along the edge of that fragment, 5 intricately twisted characters were distinctly visible. The mysterious Hunyuan dragon capture technique? This must be yet another incomplete technique. Chen Hao did not rush to comprehend. Instead, he directly extracted the chaos celestial cauldron, planning to refine this assortment of spiritual herbs first. Wait, master of the seal. The ancient figure within the second seal's gate, Gu Mia, quickly interjected. You aren't intending to throw them all in for refining again, are you? Is there a problem? Chen Hao inquired. He fears that you might only refine a single herb again, and then, upon breaking it apart, you would lose a significant portion of its medicinal properties. Ling Tian remarked with a smile and a shake of his head. Very well. Chen Hao was quite pragmatic, promptly dividing the medicinal herbs into 2 portions and placing them into the chaos celestial cauldron. A resounding hum echoed. He successfully refined 5 strands of sacred herbs along with 55,000 5th grade spiritual herbs, resulting in the acquisition of a mutated celestial herb. Distinctive trait, none. He then successfully refined another 5 strands of sacred herbs and the same amount of 5th grade spiritual herbs, yielding a mutated celestial essence pill. Distinctive trait, instant restoration of celestial power. A celestial pill? Chen Hao was taken aback. The herbs used in this second batch were remarkably different from the first. However, even a fool would recognize that a celestial pill is undoubtedly superior to a celestial herb. After all, dozens of celestial herbs might not guarantee the successful concoction of a single celestial pill. Unbeknownst to the master, continuous refining of precious herbs in the chaos celestial cauldron would enhance the quality progressively. The heavenly seal elucidated further, explaining that the residual properties from previous herbs would influence the next batch during the refining process. Using the essence pill for brewing wine should yield commendable results. Brewing wine with celestial herbs is no different, is it? Ling Tian interjected hastily. You must understand, my spiritual essence is gravely depleted. I am in dire need of this essence pill to replenish my strength. My soul fire is on the verge of extinguishing. I too require sustenance. Thus, the discourse resumed. Chen Hao found himself in a rather amusing predicament, promptly suggesting, how about this? I shall bestow the elixir upon Senior Ling for now. And next time I will compensate Senior Gil. Agreed? Very well. In light of the Master of Seal's standing, I shall refrain from holding it against him. Gu Mian nodded in acknowledgement, yet added, Master of Seal, might I request that you procure a greater quantity of wine for me next time? I assure you, it will be to your satisfaction. Chen Hao chuckled, feeling somewhat relieved. Ling Tian, having consumed the immortal Yuan pill, could not help but express his sentiments. At this juncture, Chen Hao finally produced the tattered page, simultaneously activating the supreme heavenly eye to delve into its mysteries. With a resonating hum, the moment he channeled his primordial energy to extend his right palm and activate the dragon seizing hand's inscription, a colossal dragon's claw, gleaming in a dark golden hue and resembling the size of a house, manifested in the void. The Hunyuan dragon seizing hand? Ling Tian furrowed his brow. Chen Hao inquired, Senior, are you familiar with this minor path technique? Not only am I familiar with it, Ling Tian replied, but the creator of this technique once stood alongside me in our battle against the formidable foes from another realm. He continued. This individual hailed from the ancient epoch of Tiangu, a sovereign of unmatched power, and was revered as the supreme 8-legged ancestral dragon of the dragon lineage. Alas, he ultimately perished in that cataclysmic confrontation. Curious, Chen Hao asked, what manner of beings were these so-called foes from another realm? It appeared that Chen Hao was more eager to comprehend the nature of the ancestral dragon and the adversaries Ling Tian had spoken of, as he had long been intrigued by the formidable strength of the enemies they once faced. To be candid, Ling Tian confessed, even I have yet to fully grasp the origins of these entities. All I can share with you, my young friend, is that they are terrifying creatures that exist by consuming all living things. Are these beings lurking just beyond your seal? Chen Hao pointed to the black hole behind Ling Tian. Indeed, but not entirely, Ling Tian patiently responded. If you truly wish to comprehend these matters, I suggest you first grasp the intricacies of your current world. Otherwise, even if I elucidate, you would undoubtedly struggle to comprehend. Chapter 66. The bearer of the future standard you haven't even spoken yet. How can you assert that I wouldn't understand? Chen Hao's curiosity intensified. This pertains to one's worldview. Once broached, it could take 3 days to fully articulate. Gumia interjected in simple terms. The world where the master of the seal resides is known as the primordial universe. It is the only remnants left after the incursion of foreign realms, a shattered world. Our duty is to guard the area where the order of the primordial universe is most fragile. Primordial universe? Chen Hao was filled with astonishment, pondering whether they had all emerged from this ancestral realm before leveraging their own immense strength to conquer the myriad universes. The understanding of the Lord of the Seal was indeed accurate. Gumia nodded with a smile, clarifying that their intent was not to conquer the myriad universes, but rather to excavate the chaos and subsequently forge one realm after another within the myriad universes. To put it simply, the myriad universes they once presided over were not seized through force, but meticulously crafted by their own hands. They then nurtured all things and spirits within their respective dominions, leading the beings born in those worlds to venerate them as celestial deities, commonly referred to as the Heavenly Father. Alas, the splendor of their past achievements was shattered by the incursion of foreign realms, as Ling Tian deeply sighed. According to his account, that battle was exceedingly brutal, resulting in an unfathomable number of lives lost. It was not until the cessation of the cataclysmic conflict that the Chaos Heavenly Seal made its appearance. It was indeed its emergence that salvaged these nearly lifeless masters of the myriad universes, eventually guiding them back to the ancestral realm of the original universe. The Chaos Heavenly Seal spared no expense in restoring the severely damaged ancestral land, while also ensuring that the surviving masters of the myriad universes were stationed in the most vulnerable areas of the order of the original worlds. So, it was you who saved them? Chen Hao suddenly realized why Gu Mie and the others were so obedient to the Chaos Heavenly Seal. Once the primordial universe was destroyed, there would truly be no hope left. The Chaos Heavenly Seal responded, expressing a desire to save them, hoping they could defend this last remnant of land. If beings from other realms invade the primordial universe again, in their current state, they may not be able to hold their ground, Chen Hao inquired. Since my master has spoken so candidly, I shall not withhold the truth any longer. The Chaos Heavenly Seal sighed. The primary reason for our fusion is my hope that one day you will not only grow stronger, but also establish your own influence, enabling you to confront the beings from other realms in the future. A sudden jolt coursed through Chen Hao's heart, as it appeared that this had all been meticulously planned from the outset. A scheme, perhaps? Initially, he had been tasked with nurturing these celestial beings, and now, astonishingly, this individual expected him to forge a power to contend against those otherworldly entities that even the heavens struggled to subdue. Please do not misunderstand me, Master. Tianyin hastily clarified. In truth, I was also guided by a wise figure in the past, and this was not a ploy I deliberately devised. A wise figure? Who might that be? Chen Hao inquired, filled with skepticism. He claimed to be surnamed Su and hailed from the abyss of chaos. Beyond that, I cannot say. Tianyin replied candidly. Moreover, I was exceedingly weak at that time, so he placed me into the coffin of the heavens to slumber, advising me to patiently await the arrival of the true master who could genuinely harness my power to alter the future. True master indeed? I am but a grave robber. Who knew I would encounter you? Chen Hao chuckled bitterly. That is precisely why I said all of this is the will of the heavens. Tianyin smiled. With your extraordinary talents, coupled with my assistance and that of these ancient guardians of the seal, I firmly believe your future shines brightly. I reiterate, since we are here, we shall find peace, Ling Tian remarked with a smile. As long as you, young brother, are willing to lead us old spirits onward, the future will undoubtedly brim with promise. At this juncture, Chen Hao began to comprehend a vital truth. His mission was not solely to rescue these celestial beings or merely to oversee the seal. For Tian had made it abundantly clear that he must also bear the banner against the otherworldly menace in the future. The weight of this responsibility was not to be taken lightly. By the way, young brother, I noticed that the patterns of your primordial dragon capturing hand are incomplete. Ling Tian waved his hand. Come closer, and I shall assist you in perfecting this technique. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao felt a surge of joy and hurried forward. Buzz. Indeed, as Ling Tian pointed toward Chen Hao's brow. The dragon capturing patterns concealed within his consciousness not only sharpened from their previous obscurity, but transformed from a single claw mark into a magnificent 8-clawed design. Goodness! There are 8 in total. Chen Hao marveled in astonishment upon introspection. The ancestral dragon was known to possess 8 limbs, and this technique was indeed derived from its primal patterns. Ling Tian explained, however, young brother, you must remember, should your cultivation fall below the divine realm, it is best not to unleash all 8 claw patterns at once, as this technique consumes a considerable amount of vital energy. According to him, this technique held boundless profundity, capable of subduing foes from afar while also manifesting in various striking forms. Furthermore, it would evolve alongside the cultivator's progress. The sole drawback was its significant energy expenditure. Master, have you returned? Yes. Has Chen Hao not yet awakened? Not yet. He is deep in slumber. What troubles you, master? Alas, this is troublesome. At that moment, a sudden exchange of conversation between Zhao Ye and Yi Xiaochuan could be heard from outside the room. Sensing Zhao Ye's anxious tone, Chen Hao immediately withdrew his thoughts and rose to open the door. Brother Chen, are you all right? Wang Taizhu hurriedly stepped forward. A good sleep has improved my condition considerably. Chen Hao nodded and then turned to Zhao Ye. Has master encountered any difficulties? To be honest, the recent task of selecting disciples to participate in the Divine Academy's competition has already been quite a headache for me. I never expected to receive a challenge letter from the Yao Jiao clan just now. Zhao Ye's face was filled with anxiety, and moreover, it was directed at you. What does it matter? I shall accept their challenge. Chen Hao responded decisively. In truth, just a few days prior, when Qing Mingshan had uttered those words to Qian Sheng, he had already anticipated that the Yao Jiao clan would seek someone to challenge him. He understood well that if the Yao Jiao clan did not eliminate him, they would certainly not rest easy. I know you are strong and confident, but this challenger is not an ordinary opponent, Zhao Ye cautioned. That challenger hails from the top-tier talent of the Yahoo clan, Mingxi. It is said that although she is barely in her 20s, her potential has reached an astonishing 8 points, and her cultivation stands at the spirit sovereign level. Chapter 67. Such an abnormal body refinement method. Upon hearing this, Wang Taizhu could not help but gasp in shock. Wait a moment, master. Didn't you just say the Yao Jiao clan was the one issuing the challenge? How did it turn into a genius from the Yahoo clan? The only genius from the Yao Jiao clan who could be considered Chen Hao's peer is Qian Yu. But he had already been defeated by Chen Hao last time. Zhao Ye replied, thus, they wish to kill Chen Hao to avenge their humiliation. And they can only seek the talents of the Yahoo clan. When will the challenge take place? Although Chen Hao was not familiar with this so-called top talent of the demon domain, he felt no fear in his heart. It will be tomorrow, at the boundary between the demon domain and the spirit domain. Zhao Ye responded, in fact, you could refuse this challenge, and we have ample reason to do so. As the time for the Divine Academy's challenge draws near, she surely does not want anything unexpected to happen to you at this critical moment. After all, you are currently the only one from our 7 celestial sect who can hold our ground. There is no need to seek any justification. Nor should we allow those demon spirits to look down upon us. Chen Hao spoke with utmost seriousness. Master, feel free to respond, informing them that I, Chen Hao, shall undoubtedly arrive punctually at noon tomorrow. Well, very well. Since you possess such confidence, I shall convene with the elders forthwith. Zhao Ye, without further ado, hurriedly departed from the residence. By the way, why do you remain here instead of pursuing your cultivation? Chen Hao turned to Wang Taizhu and Yi Xiaochuan. His master suspected that there might be a traitor within the 7 celestial sect. Therefore, as a precaution, she not only arranged for you to stay in her residence, but also instructed us to keep a watchful eye on you. As he spoke, Yi Xiaochuan couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh, admitting, to be honest, I am truly filled with envy and resentment towards you. It was evident that his words stemmed from a genuine admiration for Chen Hao. What is there to envy? As long as you put in enough effort, you too can inspire envy in others. Chen Hao replied with a smile. You think everyone can be as extraordinary as you? Yi Xiaochuan shook his head. But to be honest, I really want to ask you how to achieve such an extraordinary enhancement of both cultivation and physique. Brother Chen, I would also like to seek your guidance. Wang Taizhu quickly interjected. I have no objections to teaching you, but before that, you must agree to two conditions. Two mere conditions? As long as Brother Chen allows me to follow you, I would not hesitate to face any peril, even if it means traversing mountains of blades or seas of fire. Wang Taizhu declared with a thump of his chest. First, you must remain united. Whatever we do must first receive my approval. Chen Hao spoke with a grave expression, stating firmly, secondly, the information you receive must not be disseminated or shared with anyone. Not even in death. No problem. Yi Xiaochuan and Wang Taizhu nodded vigorously. Having resolutely decided to align themselves with him, these two trivial conditions were of no consequence. Buzzing echoes filled the air. Chen Hao was quite straightforward, promptly imprinting the runes from the Eternal Chaos Sutra into the bodies of the two individuals. Is this truly the end? Why am I unable to channel these runes? As he felt the imprints of the runes, Yi Xiaochuan couldn't help but be taken aback. Do you understand why I insisted that Xiao Xiong strike me last time? Chen Hao smiled mysteriously, recalling the scene from a few days ago when Qian Yu unleashed a fierce beating upon me. I trust you all witnessed it, did you not? Are you suggesting that this technique requires enduring physical punishment to refine the body? Yi Xiaochuan inquired with skepticism. Indeed, as long as your primordial spirit remains unharmed. All you need to do is relentlessly torment your own body. Chen Hao simply replied, remember, the heavier the trauma, the faster the body refinement. As for your injuries, fret not, for this method possesses inherent restorative capabilities. No wonder your wounds are so severe, yet can heal autonomously. At this moment, Yi Xiaochuan finally comprehended the situation entirely. What a bizarre method of body refinement, yet I find it exceedingly appealing. Wang Taizhu was momentarily taken aback, then seemingly produced two sharp blades from nowhere. Ego, how about we inflict some harm upon each other? Let's first observe the restorative effects of this technique. Yi Xiaochuan, feeling somewhat speechless, replied, I believe it would be more prudent to practice in the gravity chamber first. Wait, Ego, I want to join too. Oh, by the way, Chen Go, Yiming asked me to give you this. As he was about to leave, Wang Taizhu did not forget to present a letter to Chen Hao before departing the estate with great enthusiasm. Upon opening it, Chen Hao discovered the following message. Chen Hao, I hope you can forgive me for the previous matters. I originally intended to express my gratitude to you in person for your life-saving grace. But you were still in a coma. Now, the Wang residence has sent word for my sister and me to return promptly. So I can only wait until we meet again to repay your immense kindness. Seeing this, Chen Hao merely smiled. He then gazed at the horizon and sighed, wondering where the reincarnation of that celestial star might be. In truth, his mind was predominantly occupied with the matter of the seal. The celestial star within the third seal had perished, and now it merely relied upon the body of Tao to maintain the seal. Should the body deteriorate completely, it would signify the seal's rupture, and danger would undoubtedly ensue. He understood well that to solidify the seal, he must swiftly locate the reincarnated celestial star, allowing it to inherit the legacy of its former life and return to safeguard the seal. Master need not worry excessively. The celestial star's corporeal form is not so easily diminished. The heavenly seal comforted silently. In my estimation, it should endure for another 100 to 80 years without issue. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao felt considerably relieved. He did not remain idle, summoning the Dao Pulu to enhance his cultivation. After all, he was unaware of the strength possessed by the fox demon, Mengshi, who was to challenge him the following day. However, it was not difficult to surmise that the demon fox must possess formidable physical prowess, for the innate physique of demonkind surpasses that of humans. Moreover, this demon fox was the foremost prodigy of the current demon domain. If, by chance, the opponent had also excavated 5 secret realms, then with his current cultivation at the 5th stage of the Spirit King realm, victory would undoubtedly elude him. Thus, the only course of action available to him was to strive diligently to elevate his cultivation. Buzz, compared to the demon spirit mountains, the efficacy of absorbing surrounding primordial energy with the Dao Pulu in the 7 Immortals sect was markedly different. In merely an hour, he elevated his cultivation to the pinnacle of the 6th stage of the Spirit King realm. Certainly, this was not his objective. As the hours passed and the sky darkened, he finally advanced to the 1st level of the Spirit Sovereign realm. This marked the inception of an entirely new domain. Chapter 68, A Hidden Strike. Upon introspection of his primordial sea, he observed a significant transformation in his infant-like primordial spirit, now enveloped in silvery flames akin to a newly born child. At this juncture, he no longer felt the urgency to elevate his status to its zenith, but instead, he undertook a profound consolidation of his various shortcomings, particularly concerning the supreme heavenly eye. He was pleasantly surprised to discover that both his penetrating and illusory vision had undergone a qualitative enhancement. Should he attain the Spirit Emperor level, he would be able to employ his newfound insights. Chen Hao was filled with anticipation, for once he employed the supreme insight, he could not only delve into the past of others, but also perceive the future fortunes of an individual. Brother Chen, he chuckled, and after a moment of consolidation, just as he intended to check on Wang Taizhu and his companion's body tempering progress, he was astonished to see those two fellows returning with exuberant expressions. Through the lens of supreme observation, it became apparent that at that moment, both Wang Taizhu and Yi Xiaochuan had opened a hidden realm within their energy seas. It was truly astonishing. He had not anticipated that the method he imparted would be so profound. Yi Xiaochuan was beside himself with excitement, as if he had never felt such joy before. Though the initial stages were excruciating, the subsequent experience was indescribably delightful. Wang Taizhu hurriedly stepped forward to share his own sentiments, and in his excitement, he grasped Chen Hao's hand, exclaiming fervently, "If only I were a woman! Come on! Can you not be so overly enthusiastic?" Chen Hao quickly shook off Wang Taizhu's massive hand. "Not to mention this simpleton, I find it hard to remain composed." Yi Xiaochuan remarked, "This gift of fortune you have bestowed upon me, I truly cannot express my gratitude, and can only bow in reverence." As he spoke these words, he knelt down. In truth, prior to receiving this body-tempering technique, they were unaware of its wondrous nature. However, after they carved out a secret realm within mere hours, they truly began to experience and realize the immense value and unparalleled nature of the fortune that Chen Hao had granted them. "That's enough." Chen Hao hurriedly supported Yi Xiaochuan, smiling as he said, "What reason is there to kneel before one's own brother? You actually regard me as your brother?" Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaochuan felt an inexplicable surge of emotion. Despite his usual aloofness, his eyes grew misty at that moment. As the saying goes, no pain, no gain. We are all individuals of strong character. Why must we constantly dwell on the past? Chen Hao waved his hand and chuckled, "Since we have come together, it must be fate. If you don't mind, you can call me Brother Chen from now on." "Brother Chen, now that feels just right." Chen Hao nodded with a smile, and then said, "By the way, Taizhu, you two take this to Senior Sister Fu to stew, and inform the disciples of the South Courtyard that I'll be treating them to a late-night snack tonight. Don't forget to pack some for me." As he spoke, he took out a hefty dragon tail from his storage bag. All right. Wang Taizhu and Yi Xiaochuan, being quite practical, hoisted the enormous dragon tail and dashed towards the female disciples' dormitory. "Oh my, what have you two brought back?" one exclaimed. "Wait, isn't this the tail that Chen Hao cut from Qianyu before? Brother Chen asked us to bring it to Senior Sister Fu for cooking, and he's inviting all the disciples from the South Courtyard for a late-night feast. Can this be eaten?" This is the tail of a spirit king dragon. Consuming it not only enhances beauty, but also aids in cultivation. Upon seeing the dragon tail, the female dormitory erupted in excitement. Although Fu Xiaoxiao felt a bit apprehensive, she ultimately went to the kitchen, lured by Yi Xiaochuan's enticing words. She meticulously prepared several dishes using the tail, such as braised, steamed, boiled, and cold-tossed variations. Soon, a unique and rich aroma wafted throughout the South Courtyard. Meanwhile, Wang Taizhu called all the disciples from the courtyard, even including the senior brother Lin Feng. "How fragrant! But can we really eat this? Just a little taste, please. Wow, this is delicious." Indeed, not only is it tasty, but the meat also contains an exceptionally rich spiritual essence. Initially, no one dared to partake, especially the female disciples, but soon their movements became quicker than anyone else's. "I never expected Brother Chen to be so magnanimous, not holding past grievances against us, but instead treating us to such exquisite fare. Calling him junior brother now makes me feel unworthy, even ashamed. Who would have thought he is such a hidden genius?" It is said that he possesses a remarkable medical skill, having previously saved Elder Qingge and just a few days ago revived the seemingly deceased Yiming. "I can't help but wonder if our Brother Chen might be a reincarnated deity, disguising his brilliance merely to rescue our 7 immortal sect." Meanwhile, the other disciples felt an inexplicable emotion and began speculating about Chen Hao's true origins. "Wait, Brother Chen hasn't he arrived yet? Leave some for me to take home." Wang Taizhu exclaimed in astonishment. "By the time you remember, it will probably be gone." Fu Xiaoxiao playfully tapped Wang Taizhu on the forehead and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I already sent some to him through Xiaochuan." Who, however, just as Yi Xiaochuan arrived at the entrance of the southern courtyard's grand hall with a basket of food, he was suddenly startled by an arrow shimmering with a silvery glow that brushed past his ear and embedded itself deeply into a nearby pillar. It was evident that the arrowhead was wrapped in oiled paper. What was happening? Hearing the commotion, Chen Hao hurriedly rushed out. In truth, he had refrained from joining the others to savor the tale of the mythical flood dragon, fearing an incessant barrage of questions from them. Rather than face such inquiries, he deemed it more prudent to seize this opportunity to further solidify his cultivation in preparation for future breakthroughs. It seemed the arrow was intended as a message, but the cinder had already vanished without a trace. Yi Xiaochuan, with a solemn expression, shook his head. It appeared that there were indeed traitors within the Seven Immortals sect. Undoubtedly, outsiders could never infiltrate the sect, and thus, the archer must have been someone from within. Chen Hao quickly scanned the surroundings, yet regrettably, it seemed as though the individual had vanished into thin air. Even with his supreme celestial eye, he could not capture a trace of their presence. Not dwelling on this further, he turned and removed the oil paper from above. Inscribed upon it were the words, "Chen Hao, I hope you will convey to Wang Taizhu that if he does not wish for his mother and sister to be served as breakfast, he should be advised to graciously visit the Yaojiao clan." Chapter 69. You came here, yet wish to depart? What does this mean? Yi Xiaochuan pondered with uncertainty. How could the Yaojiao clan have abducted that foolish man's family? Have you forgotten that Wang Taizhu awakened the bloodline of the demon dragon? Chen Hao, with a frown, remarked, I truly did not expect that despicable and shameless lot would resort to such underhanded tactics. What would happen if that simpleton were to find out? In an instant, Yi Xiaochuan grasped the situation and was filled with deep concern. Let us keep this from him for now. Chen Hao hurriedly waved his hand, believing that those ruffians would refrain from harming Wang Taizhu's family until they had captured him. However, what if those brutes truly devoured his loved ones by dawn? Yi Xiaochuan was consumed by anxiety. The Yaojiao clan had always been notorious for their ruthless demeanor. Their threats were not mere words, but promises that were swiftly fulfilled. Surely not, he concluded, for I sense that this matter is not solely aimed at Taizhu, but serves as a warning directed at me as well. Chen Hao speculated. If that were not the case, the person would not have taken the trouble to shoot the arrow here and deliberately asked me to relay the message to Taizhu. I was somewhat perplexed. Yi Xiaochuan inquired, consider this. Why would the letter request me to persuade Taizhu? Chen Hao replied, isn't it obvious that they are equally concerned about Wang Taizhu not showing up for the appointment? Thus, I surmise they wish to provide me with an opportunity to hand Wang Taizhu over to them, perhaps in hopes of sparing my own life. What do you intend to do? Yi Xiaochuan inquired. First, I shall fulfill their desires and bring Taizhu with me tomorrow. Isn't that akin to leading a lamb into the jaws of a tiger? Who is the lamb and who is the tiger? Until the very end, no one can ascertain. Chen Hao shook his head and said, I brought Taizhu here solely to divert their attention. If I wish to rescue Taizhu's family, I must defeat Meng Shi by tomorrow. The following day, at the break of dawn, Zhao Yu escorted Chen Hao to the grand hall of the sect leader. Accompanying them were Yi Xiaochuan and Wang Taizhu. Not a single disciple was present, as the higher-ups of the sect had chosen not to disclose Meng Shi's challenge to Chen Hao. Thus, only a handful of individuals within the hall were privy to this matter. Third brother, are you certain you wish to accept the challenge? As soon as they entered the hall, Qing Mingshan proactively approached them. Let us first assess the situation. Chen Hao nodded and remarked, after all, you had previously promised them in person that they could challenge me at any time. If you refuse now, the situation will undoubtedly become more complicated. Qing Mingshan shook his head and sighed. Alas, I only wished to protect you. Had I known it would come to this, I would have refrained from making those statements. It's nothing. Chen Hao waved his hand and smiled, stating, in my opinion, it is not disgraceful if we cannot prevail. However, if we shy away from accepting challenges, that would indeed be a true embarrassment. Very well. You must also act wisely. If the situation becomes dire, retreat immediately. Elders, I implore you to keep a vigilant watch. Understood. With that, Qiong Mingshan swept his palm through the air, and amidst the flickering of mystical symbols, a portal of resplendent silver appeared before the crowd. What brings you two here to join the fray? Yun Mingfei inquired, glancing at Yi Xiaochuan and Wang Taizhu. It was I who summoned them to rally my spirits. Chen Hao waved his hand and promptly stepped into the portal. Upon arriving at the other side, it felt as though he had entered an entirely different realm. Before him lay an expansive and desolate mountain range, stretching endlessly into the horizon. Not far away, in the void, stood dozens of figures with an air of pride. Among them, aside from Chen Yu, Bing Yu, and the elderly man clad in a black robe who led them, were two exceptionally beautiful women, exuding an extraordinary grace. Could it truly be her? Chen Hao furrowed his brow, instantly recognizing the enchanting woman behind him, who was swaying with 5 white, furry tails, none other than the fox spirit. Meng Ku, who had previously engaged in trade with Bai Eugene, though Meng Ku was undeniably stunning. Her beauty pale in comparison to the ethereal figure standing beside her in white. The allure of the white-clad woman was not merely in her appearance or physique, but in the unique aura she exuded, which was entirely unmatched by Meng Ku. What was particularly striking was the presence of 6 silvery foxtails gracefully trailing behind the woman. It was evident that she must be the renowned genius of the demon realm, Meng Shi. Is she truly that formidable? Chen Hao gasped as he briefly assessed Meng Shi's aura, unable to suppress a shiver. It dawned on him that this seemingly delicate and alluring woman possessed a staggering 6 heavenly secret realms within her aura. Goodness! She truly lived up to her reputation as the foremost prodigy of the demon realm. In truth, this revelation completely surpassed Chen Hao's expectations from the previous day. He had assumed that although Meng Shi belonged to the demon race, she was merely a female fox spirit and would not place excessive importance on physical prowess. He had estimated her capabilities to be at most 5 heavenly secret realms. Yet, the reality was starkly different from his assumptions. What? Is she already faltering before the challenge has even begun? I heard from Bing Yu that you are quite formidable. I wonder if that is indeed the case. Just then, Meng Ke suddenly shot a peculiar smile at Chen Hao. How did you perceive my fear? Chen Hao felt somewhat perplexed. I had forgotten to remind you that the Fox Demon clan is proficient in heart-stealing techniques. Zhao Yu whispered a warning. Anyone who makes eye contact with them will have their innermost thoughts eavesdropped upon. A heart-stealing technique that captures one's very essence? Chen Hao was momentarily taken aback. It appeared that the Fox Demon clan was far from ordinary. I find that Meng Shi is equally formidable. Master Uncle, shall we not rush? Even if we must retreat, we should at least bid farewell, Shun Tiwi? Before Yun Mingfei could whisper a word of counsel, Chen Hao waved his hand to interrupt. Having come this far, could he possibly consider leaving? Though his voice was but a whisper, it could hardly escape the keen ears of the black-robed elder, Qian Xing. If you possess the capability, let appear from your Demon Dragon clan challenge me. Zhao Yu retorted coldly, asserting that if the Demon Dragon clan lacked worthy opponents, they would not remain for the encounter. Clearly, Zhao Yu sought to provide Chen Hao with an avenue of retreat, for she had just realized that Meng Shi was not someone easily dealt with by Chen Hao alone. It was likely that even the esteemed elders Yun Mingfei or Fan Tong, both of the Spirit Sovereign Realm, would struggle against her. With a cultivation at the Spirit Sovereign Realm and a physique embodying the 6 portals of the Heavenly Secret Realm, such a prodigy could even stand a chance in a cross-realm challenge against the Spirit Emperor. What is there to fight about? The Demon Dragon clan has maintained amicable relations with my Heavenly Fox clan for generations. What objection could there be to my representing them in a challenge against Chen Hao? Meng Shi suddenly interjected. Moreover, did not your sect master declare that any peer wishing to eliminate Chen Hao could challenge him at any time? Is it truly so frivolous for the illustrious Spirit Emperor Qing Mengshan of the 7 Celestial Sect to make such statements? If word of this were to spread, how could your 7 Celestial Sect maintain its dignity in the world? Upon hearing this, Zhao Yu found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Let me make this clear to you. Chen Hao, you now face 2 choices. Qian Yu stated coldly. Either accept Meng Shi's challenge, or detonate your primordial spirit before us. Chapter 70. Beware of her enchantment. You, a defeated foe, possess no qualifications to threaten my brother Chen. Wang Taizhu retorted angrily. Had you not spoken? I might have almost overlooked you. Qian Yu first cast a glance at Wang Taizhu before turning to Chen Hao with a smile. It seems you are quite perceptive, having indeed brought him along. However, regrettably, do not delude yourself into thinking we will spare you for this. Undoubtedly, the arrows that pierced the Great Hall last night were dispatched by an informant within the 7 Celestial Sect, as instructed by Qian Yu. Furthermore, the meaning of that letter was precisely as Chen Hao had surmised. Have you truly taken me for a mere child? Chen Hao scoffed disdainfully. Brother Chen, what are you discussing? Wang Taizhu inquired. Last night, they delivered a letter claiming that your mother and sister had been kidnapped by them. Chen Hao spoke candidly, expressing his disdain. Moreover, you wish for me to surrender you to them. Why must you lay hands on my family? Before Chen Hao could finish his words, Wang Taizhu shot an angry glare at Qianyu. Calm yourself, Qianyu replied with a smile. As long as you agree to return with us, I can assure you that both you and your mother and sister will be safe, and my clan will treat you well. Treat you well? Return my mother and sister to me. Wang Taizhu erupted, his body swelling dramatically as the bloodline of the demon dragon surged within him. The ethereal visage of a demon dragon loomed behind him, appearing strikingly vivid and awe-inspiring. This lad is indeed a descendant of the demon dragon. Witnessing this scene, Qian Sheng's heart raced, solidifying his belief in Wang Taizhu's identity. Calm down, Zhao Ye shouted, her voice ringing out. As she gestured, a radiant sigil formed in her palm, manifesting as a magical imprint that forcibly restrained Wang Taizhu, who was eager to charge forward. To kidnap the kin of my sect's disciple, do you demons have no shame? Yun Mingfei retorted coldly. Is this a public provocation against my sect? Elder Yun, do not misunderstand. Qian Sheng sneered. We merely wish to honor your disciple Wang Taizhu, which is why we have invited his family to visit our clan. Our disciple does not require your kind's admiration. Fan Tong interjected sternly. I advise you to release them promptly. Otherwise, our sect will not stand idly by. Releasing them is simple. Mingxi suddenly pointed at Chen Hao. If you hand this individual over to us, we can discuss terms. Ah, it seems that as long as I live, you will not cease your pursuits. Chen Hao shook his head with a sigh, then turned to Mingxi and nodded, saying, Very well, I shall grant you the opportunity to take my life. However, before that, I have one condition. What right do you, a mere servant, have to negotiate terms? Mingyu coldly retorted. And what authority do you possess to speak before me? Chen Hao cast a cold glance at Bingwei, filled with disdain. He lamented that he had not exerted himself fully to eliminate her back then. Upon hearing this, Bingwei could only grit her teeth in frustration, left speechless and unable to retaliate. Underneath your guise, you are but a fragile shell? Ming couldn't help but smirk alluringly, teasingly remarking, Are you intentionally trying to entice me? If you dare, we could test it out privately. With an expression of indifference, Chen Hao cast a fleeting glance at Meng Ku. However, I suggest you cleanse yourself thoroughly, for I have a strong aversion to the scent of a fox. Enough idle chatter. Meng Shi's countenance darkened as she stepped forward, her figure manifesting in the very center of the void. Adopting an air of superiority, she gazed down upon Chen Hao, declaring, If you can defeat me, not just one condition, but even 10, I shall acquiesce. Boom. Chen Hao did not hesitate and unleashed his full potential on the spot. Instantly, a surge of dark golden primordial flames erupted from his body, accompanied by 5 streams of white energy swirling around him. An overwhelming aura of a spirit sovereign radiated in all directions. Had he truly attained the status of a spirit sovereign? Moreover, had he carved out 5 secret realms? Witnessing this scene, Zhao Ye, who had initially intended to call out to Chen Hao, found her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. Is this truly my disciple? It seems that no one would believe it even if I were to speak of it. At this moment, not only was Zhao Ye's mind in utter disarray, but even Yun Mingfei and Fan Tong, present at the scene, were left utterly astonished. Naturally, they could deduce why Chen Hao possessed such confidence to confront Meng Shi. A prodigy, indeed, he is a true marvel. On the other end, Qianyu was utterly shaken to the core. Goodness, it has only been a few days. This fellow has actually ascended from the 5th rank of Spirit King to the 1st rank of Spirit Sovereign? As long as this child remains unvanquished, he is destined to become a significant calamity in the future. One could see the changing expressions on Qian Sheng's face as he secretly conveyed to Meng Shi, Today, we must eliminate him at any cost. In truth, had he not been wary of Qing Mei Shan observing from the shadows, he would have rushed forth to annihilate Chen Hao himself. It was indeed quite surprising. However, before me, you remain too weak. Observing the fully unleashed Chen Hao, although Meng Shi felt a sense of shock within her heart, her expression remained remarkably composed and serene. I merely possess one less secret realm than you. What is there for you to be so arrogant about? With a disdainful smile, Chen Hao warned, Don't let me discover your weaknesses. Boom. Before his words could even settle, he clenched his fist and charged towards Meng Shi with fervor. The reason for Chen Hao's full-blown display of power and his intent to reveal his true capabilities was to demonstrate to Meng Shi that he was not so easily vanquished. If she wished to defeat him, she must exert her utmost strength with every strike. In truth, he yearned for Meng Shi to unleash her full fury upon him. Buzz. However, before Chen Hao's fist could reach Meng Shi, her seemingly clear eyes suddenly flickered with 2 eerie and soul-stirring silver lights. Simultaneously, those 2 beams of silver glimmered like bolts of lightning, reflecting back into Chen Hao's gaze. Do not gaze into her eyes, beware of her soul-snatching technique. Yun Mingfei shouted urgently. Unfortunately, it was too late. Chen Hao, who had been enveloped in a blazing aura, found his body stiffening in the void, his once vibrant flames dimming. He appeared as if he had lost his very essence, staring blankly at Meng Shi. Not good. Elder Fan Tong exclaimed in alarm. It is well known that among the most formidable secret arts of the Fox Demon clan, aside from the heart-stealing sorcery, the soul-snatching technique is the most terrifying. This art can induce illusions in the mind, causing one's soul to become ensnared in a labyrinth of self-illusion, utterly unable to escape. In essence, anyone ensnared by this technique, even if they survive, would inevitably lead a life of disarray, their intellect diminished to that of a simpleton. Chapter 71. A mere novice dares to show off? Goodness. So many goddesses. At this moment, Chen Hao's eyes were suddenly graced by the vision of 6 ethereal maidens, all completely bare. Each reminiscent of the goddesses he had envisioned during his nightly meditations on Earth. Figures such as Bing Bing, Ying Ying, and even the captivating Shinoda were present. Astonishingly, even the enchanting Deji, adorned with feline ears and possessing a breathtaking visage and form, had made an appearance. Little brother, do you find us beautiful? Come, play with us. Hurry up, we can hardly wait. The maidens, like celestial beings, were breathtakingly exquisite. Their seductive postures stirred a fervor within, igniting a passionate fire that surged to the very crown of his head. He could only chuckle in disbelief. Chen Hao poked his hand, a radiant smile illuminating his face. What could Chen Ge be doing? Why does he smile so lewdly? Observing Chen Hao, who was stepping through the void, poking his hand while grinning at Mingxi, Xiaochuan could not help but feel a wave of apprehension. The scene before him was utterly different from what we perceived. Yun Mingfei, with a serious expression, declared, No. If he approaches Mengxi unguarded, he will be doomed. Elder Yun, I advise you to adhere to the rules of this challenge. As Yun Mingfei seemed to be on the verge of losing his composure, Qian Shang, across from him, hastily issued a warning. Clearly, if Yun Mingfei dared to intervene at this moment, Qian Xing would not remain passive. Boom. However, just as that seemingly infatuated and soulless Chen Hao was about to get closer to Mingxi, his expression suddenly sharpened. He raised his leg and forcefully kicked Mingxi in the chest. This kick, infused with 5 streams of power, was far from gentle. Even someone as powerful as Mingxi was sent soaring several dozen feet away. How could this be possible? Stabilizing her form, Mingxi was filled with both shock and fury. It was inconceivable that he had clearly fallen victim to her soul-snatching technique, had lowered all defenses, and was on the verge of being annihilated by her palm. Yet this fellow managed to suddenly break free from her illusion. How dare such a petty trickster flaunt his skills before her? With a derisive snort, Chen Hao scoffed at the notion of being a top-tier genius, asserting that the true title belonged to the cunning fox of the demon realm. In truth, Mengxi's soul-binding technique had no effect on him whatsoever. He not only discerned her intentions immediately, but had even contemplated playing a trick on her with an illusion. However, he deemed it a waste of time, for this fox maiden possessed formidable mental strength. Even if he attempted to ensnare her with illusions, it would only serve to momentarily restrain her, or perhaps yield no results at all. Rather than pursuing such futile tactics, he resolved to approach her directly and deliver a decisive blow instead, an act of both physical and psychological assault. Even if a single strike did not vanquish her, it would surely shatter her mental defenses. You are doomed. At Chen Hao's mocking words, Mengxi unleashed a chilling cry. In that instant, a brilliant silver light erupted from her, and her 6 fox tails stood erect, brimming with power. Concurrently, her seemingly fluffy tails expanded and elongated, transforming into lethal weapons as they tore through the void, hurtling toward Chen Hao. Die. With another icy shout from Mengxi, Chen Hao found himself cornered. Instinctively shielding his head with his arms, the 6 tails lashed out with tremendous force, ripping away chunks of flesh from his chest, back, and limbs. In that moment, blood gushed forth, staining Chen Hao's entire body and turning the once pure tails a deep crimson. I shall skin you alive. Mingxi gritted her teeth and cried out once more, her tails relentlessly striking Chen Hao. Each whip of her tails tore away more of his flesh, leaving him in excruciating pain. Despite his formidable physique, even he could not suppress a roar of agony. Yet, he exhibited no inclination to evade or retreat. Why don't you dodge? Zhao shouted, her heart filled with anxiety and concern. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before Chen Hao was reduced to a bloody mess. Master, don't worry, let that fox demon lash out at him. Xiaochuan quickly reassured. What do you mean by that? Zhao retorted, incensed. Xiaochuan hesitated before responding, just don't fret. I believe that in the end, Brother Chen will emerge victorious. He certainly wouldn't divulge to Zhaoye that Chen Hao was intentionally seeking punishment. I had thought that lad was truly formidable. On the other side, Meng Ku, who stood by watching the spectacle, could not help but shake her head with a disdainful smile, deeming him merely a fool who could only talk big. However, something seemed amiss with that young man. At that moment, Qianyu, witnessing the scene, felt his expression stiffen. It was as if he had encountered an extraordinarily familiar sight in that fleeting instant. He hurriedly called out to Mingxi, "Stop immediately. Do not strike his body any further. It is unwise." "Are you jesting with me?" Mingxi coldly shot a glance at Qianyu, seemingly perplexed. "I am not jesting. I neglected to inform you earlier that this prodigy is cultivating a unique body tempering technique. The more you strike his body, the stronger he becomes." Qianyu shouted repeatedly. "If you must strike, aim for his head. It would be best to seize the opportunity to extinguish his primordial spirit in one decisive blow. If you continue this way, it is likely that this prodigy will soon carve out the sixth secret realm, a body tempering technique that grows stronger with each blow." Mengxi was momentarily taken aback. Not only her, but even Zhaoye and the others were left in a daze. However, Zhaoye quickly regained her composure and turned to Xiaochuan, questioning whether he truly possessed such a body tempering technique. Clearly, if Xiaochuan was unaware, why had he just reassured her not to worry about Chen Hao being struck? "I do not know." Xiaochuan promptly shook his head. "Then sever the primordial spirit of this human slave." With that, Mengxi did not continue to recklessly use her foxtail to strike Chen Hao, but instead conjured a sword aura measuring a yard in length, aiming it towards the arms that tightly shielded his head. With a sharp sound, this sword, imbued with the essence of a revered being and the power of the six paths, would not only sever Chen Hao's arms but could easily decapitate him. Upon witnessing this, would Chen Hao be foolish enough to take the sword aura head-on? He swiftly dodged and leaped, his body gliding past the sword aura as he hastily formed the seal for the Hunyuan dragon capture technique. With a roar, at the moment his right hand extended, a golden dragon claw, as large as a house, materialized above Mengxi's head, accompanied by a thunderous dragon's roar that resonated through the air. This awe-inspiring dragon's roar seemed to possess an intangible intimidation. Even someone as formidable as Mengxi could not help but feel a tremor in her heart. How could the patterns of the Hunyuan dragon capture technique be executed with such perfection? Simultaneously, the Grand Elder Yun Mengfei was taken aback. He too had practiced the Hunyuan dragon capture technique, yet his rendition was incomplete. Even the dragon claw manifested during his practice was flawed. Now, what Chen Hao displayed appeared to be akin to a genuine dragon claw descending upon the world. Boom! As the dragon's hand swooped down, Mengxi's reaction was swift. She evaded with a graceful step and descended upon Chen Hao with lethal intent. With a raised palm, she struck directly at his forehead. "You have indeed fallen into my trap." Yet, to her astonishment, Chen Hao not only remained undaunted but also revealed an irresistibly wicked smile. In the fleeting moment, he sidestepped Mengxi's palm strike. He boldly opened his arms and embraced her tightly, intertwining his fingers to bind her limbs immovably. "Get away from me!" Mengxi shouted furiously, her entire being ablaze with primal energy as she attempted to force Chen Hao away. However, his grip was unwavering, and on his clasped fingers lingered two awe-inspiring dragon-capturing patterns. Although 6 streams of power surged within Mengxi, she found herself unable to break free from his hold. In a moment of desperation, she swung her 6 tails, striking fiercely against Chen Hao's back. With a swift motion, one of her fox tails morphed into a sharp spear, thrusting towards the nape of his neck. Yet, at that critical juncture, Chen Hao audaciously bit down on Mengxi's ear. "Ah, you wretched slave." Mengxi quivered, her voice rising in fury, teetering on the brink of madness. In truth, she had never had any physical contact with a male before. Although most creatures of her kind required the balance of yin and yang energies for cultivation, she was an exception, practicing the celestial arts of the Jade Fox lineage. Engaging with any man before igniting her divine fire would spell the end of her future. Having always maintained her purity, she felt an overwhelming discomfort in that moment. Unbeknownst to her, this was precisely the effect Chen Hao sought. In fact, before he employed the dragon-catching technique on her, the Chaos Heavenly Seal had already discerned Mingxi's Jade Fox essence and surmised her path of cultivation. Thus, it had subtly advised Chen Hao that to triumph over her easily, he must first assault her heart and spirit, employing physical disruption and violation as his method. This was the true reason behind Chen Hao's intimidation of Mingxi, compelling her to strike first, and subsequently drawing her into an embrace while biting her ear. What a despicable beast! Qianyu could not suppress his outrage as he witnessed Chen Hao holding Mingxi and biting her ear. Mingxi was his goddess, yet now, she was being desecrated by a mere human. Could that brat have discerned her vulnerability? Dreaming of this scene, Monk was momentarily taken aback, her heart sinking in dismay. It is essential to understand that the Jade Fox celestial technique cultivated by Mengxi is beyond the comprehension of humans, save for the demon race. Yet, this human has resorted to such despicable means. What does it signify? She then hastily shouted, "Sister, this human has discerned your weakness. You must remain composed. I shall kill you." Upon hearing this, Mingxi's expression tightened, as if suddenly awakened from a stupor. In an instant, the 6 fox tails behind her transformed into 6 silver battle spears, each enveloped in a raging silver flame, exuding an aura of murderous intent that soared to the heavens. Any one of them could easily shatter Chen Hao's skull and annihilate his primordial spirit. To everyone's astonishment, Chen Hao made an intimate connection with Mingxi's trembling pink lips. At once, Mingxi appeared completely dazed, her beautiful eyes wide with shock. Especially her 6 tails, which were brimming with lethal intent and aimed at piercing Chen Hao's skull, instantly softened and retreated. The shameless little wretch. Seeing this, Qianqing seemed unable to bear it any longer. With a solemn expression, he began to cultivate a sword aura interwoven with lightning-like runes in his palm, aiming to catch the immobilized Chen Hao off guard. "Qianqing, you would do well to adhere to the rules of this challenge," Yun Mingfei coldly warned. "Should you dare to intervene, do not blame me for having my master join the fray." Clearly, he was returning Qianqing's earlier words. This little beast was blatantly behaving like a rogue. Qianqing gritted his teeth and spat angrily, his gaze sweeping around. In truth, with his formidable strength at the 5th stage of the spirit sovereign realm, and having carved 6 secret realms, he could easily suppress everyone present. However, he harbored concerns about the sudden emergence of King Mingshan. Yet, in the next moment, Mingxi, who had lost her sanity, suddenly emitted a peculiar green light from her brow. Within that beam of light, a small sword, approximately a foot in length and engulfed in green flames, shot forth directly towards Chen Hao's brow. What a terrifying aura! Upon seeing this, Chen Hao's expression shifted dramatically. He quickly turned his head to evade while simultaneously shaking off Mingxi. With a painful gasp, he found that although the small sword had struck his brow, it had instantly pierced through his right chest. Even more horrifying was the sight of green runes spreading from the wound, resembling corrosive acid. These runes rapidly eroded his flesh, turning the blood and tissue at his chest into wisps of green smoke. A searing pain enveloped him, and even Chen Hao, who practiced the indestructible scriptures, could not help but let out a wretched cry. This scene arrived with an overwhelming abruptness. Just moments ago, he had intended to employ the dragon capture technique to deliver a fatal strike to the back of Mingxi's head, who was deeply tormented by her spirit. Yet, he could not have anticipated that this enchanting woman would, at such a critical moment, summon forth a small sword imbued with an overwhelming aura from her primordial spirit. What transpired? Jiayu was taken aback. It was, astonishingly, a spirit emperor artifact exuding the essence of the undead. Meng Yunfei, upon witnessing this, was equally astonished. How could she possess a spirit emperor artifact from the undead clan? Yi Xiaochuan was utterly shocked. It is well known that the undead clan is not only shrouded in mystery, but also possesses unparalleled strength. They truly exist within the nether domain of the 7 territories. It is said that the beings of this clan are transformations of ancient corpses reborn. The specifics of this transformation remain an enigma, and no one dares to investigate further. However, it is fortunate that these beings have never set foot in the outer realms, for they are bound by ancestral prohibitions that forbid them from entangling with any beings from other worlds. Of course, should any outsider dare provoke them, the consequences would be dire. Now, how could a spirit emperor artifact from the undead clan manifest within the primordial spirit of the enchanting fox, Mengxi? You shameless wretch, I shall ensure your demise is complete. With a furious shout, Mengxi unleashed the small sword, which, in an instant, transformed into a magnificent blade measuring 7 feet in length. In a flurry of swift movements, she had already brought the sword to confront Chen Hao. This blade, enveloped in an ominous aura of the spirit emperor and radiating green corpse flames, resembled a harbinger of death emerging from the depths of hell. To say that merely being struck by it would be perilous is an understatement. Even the corpse flames emanating from the blade could swiftly corrode flesh and blood into putrid ichor, evaporating it into nothingness. Goodness, this thing is exceedingly toxic. Chen Hao swiftly evaded, his body moving laterally as he dodged repeatedly. Although he possessed the indestructible scriptures, which could autonomously absorb any damage to restore his injuries, the rate at which these scriptures healed him at this moment was astonishingly slow. It was evident that this was due to the miasma of death that lingered upon the sword, a venom derived from a formidable spirit emperor-level corpse. Fortunately, his physique was remarkably resilient, bolstered by the indestructible runes within him. Had he been an ordinary spirit venerable practitioner, he would have likely been entirely dissolved by that toxic essence by now. The poison is indeed quite potent. But if such wounds were to be inflicted upon you a few more times, I believe you would swiftly attain the pinnacle of the sixth cave of the secret realm. However, the chaotic heavenly seal whispered this in the shadows. Chen Hao was momentarily speechless. My goodness. He felt as though he was on the brink of death, especially with the sensation of the corpse poison corroding his flesh, rendering existence more agonizing than death itself. All he desired was to endure, for this was a torment beyond what any ordinary person could withstand. How can this enchantress, possessing only the cultivation of a spirit sovereign, harbor a spirit emperor artifact within her primordial spirit? Moreover, it is a relic of the underworld. While evading, he discreetly inquired of Tianyin. That artifact is not nurtured by her. Tianyin analyzed quietly. Rather, it has been deliberately suppressed by someone. Its tremendous power restrained and embedded within her primordial spirit for her protection. In simpler terms, this artifact was akin to Mingxi's trump card. Should her life be in peril, it would instinctively spring into action. Not good. Chen Yu suddenly warned Mingxi that Demon's wound is healing again. The fact that the wound could autonomously mend itself despite being afflicted by the Emperor of the Underworld's poison was astonishing. Qian Sheng's expression darkened, his thoughts tumultuous. In truth, he preferred to capture Chen Hao alive, for the research value of this prodigy was immeasurable. Die. With a thrust, as Mingxi swung her sword with all her might. Chen Hao did not evade. Instead, he brazenly accepted the blow with his chest. The sword pierced through him in an instant, front to back. This scene sent shivers down the spines of Zhao Ye and the others who witnessed it. Was he resorting to self-harm again? Meanwhile, on the other side, Bingyu watched with mounting anxiety, for this was not her first time witnessing such a spectacle. Xianyu couldn't help but shout again, "Stop stabbing his body. Aim for his primordial spirit." Clearly, no one understood better than him the peculiarities of Chen Hao's body refinement method. Silence. Mengxi barked coldly. Before she could withdraw the massive sword from Chen Hao's chest, a long blade of sword energy coalesced in her left palm and slashed toward Chen Hao's forehead. She had recognized his bizarre maneuver. Bang. Yet, Chen Hao leaned back, narrowly evading the sword energy, simultaneously delivering a kick to Mingxi's abdomen. In an instant, the sword engulfed in green flames was extracted from his chest. Puff. Though the sword was withdrawn, the tumultuous sensation and excruciating pain of his innards being corroded drove Chen Hao to the brink of madness, causing tears to well up and spill from the corners of his eyes. Hiss. Just as Mengxi lunged forward again to stab at Chen Hao's brow, he astonishingly seized the blade's edge with his palm. Buzz. Meanwhile, upon his physical form, a dark golden essence ignited, followed by the emergence of 6 ethereal, milky white flames. Even a fool would grasp the significance of those 6 luminous flames at this moment. Am I hallucinating? Witnessing this spectacle, Yun Mingfei was utterly astounded. On the other side, Qian Sheng and his companions were twitching at the corners of their mouths. Although they were already aware of Chen Hao's mastery in body tempering, they never anticipated it to be so extraordinarily sinister. Self-mutilation aside, he had managed to refine the 6th secret realm in such a brief span of time? I had an ominous premonition just moments ago. Clang. Yet, before Qian Yu could voice his complaint, he beheld Chen Hao, gripping the sword hilt with his bare hands, shattering the tip of the Spirit Emperor's sword with the explosive force of his dragon-seizing technique. In truth, with his current comprehensive power, even an ordinary Spirit Emperor would find him formidable in battle. Moreover, he was executing the most perfected version of the primordial dragon-seizing technique. Yu Mingxi gasped, her chest heaving, as she regarded Chen Hao with the wide-eyed astonishment one might reserve for a monster. Although Chen Hao's cultivation level was comparable to hers, the aura emanating from him was exponentially more potent, instilling within her an unprecedented sense of fear. Thus, the challenge reached its conclusion. No one expected that even the proud Mingxi would utter such words. In truth, she yearned to eliminate Chen Hao more than anyone else. Yet, she was certainly not foolish enough to entangle herself further with a being capable of besting even the Death Corpse Emperor's weapon. To declare an end. What a loss of face for me. Chen Hao flashed a smile at Mingxi, then his expression darkened as he swiftly extended his right hand. Chapter 74. The Death Corpse Poison Pattern. Roar. Accompanied by a resounding dragon's roar, an immense and soul-chilling golden dragon claw materialized from thin air. Although Mingxi sought to evade, she was ultimately a moment too late, becoming firmly ensnared within that dragon-patterned claw. "You little beast, cease this madness." Seeing this, Qianxing hurried to intervene. "Try advancing another step. I dare you." As he uttered this, Chen Hao yanked Mingxi closer. Simultaneously, he pressed the smoldering remnants of the sword, engulfed in corpse flames, directly against Mengxi's forehead. "Should you dare to act recklessly, I assure you that the entire demon clan, and even the death clan, will turn your seven fairies sect into a river of blood." Monk shouted in a threatening tone. "The death clan?" Yun Mingfei furrowed his brow slightly. "It seems your connections are quite extensive, considering even the death clan, which typically remains aloof from worldly affairs, has dealings with you. Let me candidly inform you that my sister's master hails from the esteemed ranks of the Left Guardian of the Nether clan. The enchanting facade upon Meng Ke's visage has now diminished, and I trust you are well aware of the repercussions that accompany offending the Nether clan. But are you also cognizant of the consequences that arise from incurring my wrath?" Chen Hao spoke with a grave tone, asserting that anyone who wished for his demise would surely meet with a dire fate. In that moment, the remnant sword in his hand appeared poised to pierce Mengxi's brow. "Stop!" Qianxing shouted urgently. "Spare her, and I shall immediately return the relatives of Wang Taizhu to you." He cast a fierce glance at Qianyu, signaling her to release the captives. Clearly, Qianxing was genuinely frightened. After all, Mingxi was the foremost prodigy from the demon realm, personally invited by the esteemed elder Qian Fenglin of the prominent clan. Should Mingxi perish here, they would undoubtedly face grave consequences. Qianyu acted decisively, retrieving two individuals from her storage pouch, a middle-aged woman and a strikingly beautiful young girl. Their attire was simple, consisting merely of a piece of beast hide wrapped around their chests and waists. However, they appeared taller than the average woman, their skin a rich bronze, exuding an aura of ruggedness and sincerity reminiscent of the wild. Mother's sister. Upon seeing the mother and daughter pair, Wang Tieju's eyes immediately brimmed with tears. Had Jiaya not restrained him, he would have rushed forward at that very moment. "Elder brother, Taizhu, what is happening? Why have these people captured us? And why do they demand our blood?" It was evident that the pair had been scrutinized by the Yaojia tribe to ascertain their lineage as descendants of the demon dragons, beasts of the Yaojiao tribe. "I, Wang Taizhu, vow that one day I shall personally annihilate your kind." His fury was palpable. "Enough of this nonsense. If you wish for this mother and daughter to live, release Mingxi at once." Qianyu declared boldly. "You had best comply before I change my mind," Chen Hao remarked indifferently. "Are you not going to hurry?" Qianxing shot a glance at Qianyu, his heart ablaze with pent-up rage, yet he restrained himself, for Mingxi's life was paramount. Without further delay, Qianyu presented the captives before Yun Mingfei and the others. "Should we cross paths again, your fortune will not be so favorable." Chen Hao smiled at Mingxi before releasing his grip. In truth, he was contemplating whether to immediately eliminate Mingxi and capture Qianyu to prepare a broth. Of course, this was merely a fleeting thought. "Rest assured, you shall eventually meet your demise at my hands." Mingxi, instead of being angered, smiled in response. As these words were spoken, she transformed into a beam of silver light and surged into the distance. "Qianxing, do you still find this challenge worthy?" Yun Mingfei inquired, his face radiating with a brilliant smile. Yet, Qianxing's countenance was shrouded in a layer of frost. With a swift motion of his sleeve, he conjured a cloud of gray mist that enveloped all the spirit beasts present, vanishing from sight. The phrase "to lose the hen while trying to catch the chicken" perfectly encapsulated his current sentiments and predicament. He had initially intended to eliminate Chen Hao and capture Wang Taizhu, yet the outcome had unexpectedly favored Chen Hao, even resulting in the release of Wang Tieju's family members, whom he had threatened. At that moment, Chen Hao's expression shifted in surprise. Upon introspection, he noticed a thread of green runes emanating from his chest, spreading into his very bones and blood. Accompanying this was a searing pain akin to being scorched by fire. Clearly, this was the residual effect of the corpse poison rune lingering within him. Although he practiced the indestructible Chaos Sutra, the indestructible runes could only absorb and mend injuries, lacking the ability to actively dispel toxins. Bang! Bang! Chen Hao acted decisively, swiftly channeling his vital energy to strike his chest twice. temporarily sealing the venomous patterns to prevent their spread into his dantian and spirit. However, to his astonishment, as he infused his energy, the venomous patterns seemed to thrive, transforming from a mere thread into a swirling mass. In an instant, he found himself spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Brother Chen, what is happening?" Yi Xiaochuan exclaimed in disbelief. Just moments ago, everything seemed fine. Zhao Ye and the others hurriedly gathered around, their earlier expressions of joy swiftly replaced by concern. A searing pain, akin to thousands of ants gnawing at his flesh, surged through Chen Hao, rendering his complexion increasingly pale. "Quick, take him back and let the sect master examine him." Upon returning to the Hall of Seven Immortals, Qing Mengshan examined Chen Hao's condition, his expression shifting dramatically. He then mobilized his imperial vital energy, intending to refine the venomous patterns within Chen Hao's body. "Do not waste your efforts. Vital energy cannot neutralize these venomous patterns. In fact, it will only exacerbate their spread." Chen Hao hastily waved his hand. In truth, he had been intently reviewing the Taoist medical records, but regrettably, it was rather unfortunate that, despite the comprehensive cures for various ailments and injuries documented within, there was no mention of poisonous patterns. There existed only a brief account advocating the use of poison against poison, which pertained solely to the healing of spiritual injuries, rather than this sinister corpse poison. What could possibly be done? As Chen Hao appeared increasingly feeble and wore a visage of agony, those around him were wrought with anxiety to the utmost degree. They never anticipated that the cursed Fox clan would indeed have dealings with the sinister corpse lineage. Yun Mingfei exclaimed indignantly, moreover, that vixen Mengshi employed a magical artifact imbued with the Spirit Emperor's poisonous pattern? I overheard your earlier conversation. Qing Mengshan furrowed his brow and remarked, "The fox demon referred to as the left protector of the underworld clan is, in truth, named Lu Ji, whose essence is that of an ancient imperial corpse. And she is a notorious fugitive who rebelled against the underworld clan in her early years." Chapter 75, The Fourth Seal, Night Shadow. According to his account, it is the underworld clan that has maintained the most decorum among the seven realms, in contrast to humanity. However, ever since Lu Ji's emergence, a tumultuous upheaval has occurred within the underworld clan. To put it succinctly, Lu Ji harbored immense ambition. She not only sought to annihilate the clan leader of the underworld and seize power, but also aspired to ally with the demon clan to establish a formidable force and conquer the entirety of the seven realms. Unfortunately, her ambition was ultimately unveiled by the clan leader, who severely wounded her, leading her to narrowly escape from the underworld realm. It is astonishing that she would seek refuge among the Fox clan and even take Mengshi as her disciple. Qing Mengshan, with a grave expression, stated, "Now she dares to embroil us in this entanglement of fate? The pressing issue is how to eliminate this poisonous pattern plaguing Chen." Wang Taiju voiced his concerns. "Shall I summon Elder Qing to assist us?" Fan Tong suggested. "No need for that." Chen Hao waved his hand, resolutely deciding against informing Fan Tong that Qing Lao was still awaiting his assistance. "Respected sect master, the Academy of Gods has just sent a letter for your perusal." At that moment, a disciple from the inner sect suddenly arrived at the entrance of the Grand Hall. Upon receiving the letter, Qing Mengshan's expression shifted with surprise. Indeed, the challenge to our sect arriving 3 days hence was rather timely. The messenger, an elderly man with red hair, boldly claimed to be the third elder of the Academy of Gods, exhibiting an audacious demeanor and insisting that the sect master meet him outside the archway for a discussion. The disciple inquired, "Sect master, shall I expel him at once?" "Do not act recklessly." Qing Mengshan gestured dismissively. "Take care of Chen Hao. I shall go investigate." With that, he departed from the Grand Hall. What are we to do now? Yun Mingfei was in a state of agitation, particularly upon witnessing Chen Hao's current condition. "Do not worry. This minor poison will not claim my life just yet. In 3 days, I shall surely subdue them all," he coughed. Chen Hao offered words of consolation. Yet internally he felt a profound sense of helplessness. Although he possessed unparalleled medical expertise, he was entirely ignorant of the intricacies of the poison pattern technique. Unbeknownst to you, this challenge is divided into 5 rounds, even if you were capable of defeating 5 opponents single-handedly. The rules dictate that only one individual may accept a challenge at a time. Zhao Ye shook her head and remarked that even if you were to win 1 round, we would still require 2 more disciples to secure victory in this challenge. Moreover, with the poison pattern afflicting you, it is ill-advised for you to engage in further combat. 2 more disciples, you say? Chen Hao could not help but glance at Yi Xiaochuan and Wang Taiju, pondering, aren't you 2 the most suitable candidates? Their cultivation levels still linger in the Spirit Sea realm, How can they possibly engage in battle? Zhao, filled with doubt, remarked, "You must understand that while the cultivation system of the Academy of the Divine Beings differs greatly from ours, in terms of realms, the disciples they have dispatched are, at the very least, at the level of spirit masters or even spirit kings. With 3 days remaining, it should pose no significant issue." Chen Hao appeared to dismiss Zhao Yu's concerns regarding her cultivation. He then glanced at the elders present and instructed, "You need only remember that over the next 3 days, your primary task is to strike their bodies as forcefully as you can. The extent of your success will depend solely on the strength you wield." Upon hearing this, both Yi Xiaochuan and Wang Taizhu were left speechless. Could it be that they, too, had learned the art of body tempering from their master? Suddenly, Yun Mingfei seemed to grasp something important. Time is of the essence. If you wish to achieve victory, you must act promptly according to my guidance. Chen Hao waved his hand, expressing his desire for a moment of silence, imploring others not to pose any further inquiries. "All right, we shall heed your wishes." Zhao nodded, promptly taking hold of the 2 individuals and departing the grand hall alongside the elders. "I must advise you, esteemed elders, to exercise caution. We have merely uncovered a secret realm, and our bodies remain rather fragile," Yi Xiaochuan hastily cautioned. "Remarkable. You have managed to excavate a secret realm without informing me?" Zhao Yu exclaimed in astonishment. "It appears we may yet harbor some hope." Yun Mingfei also felt a surge of joy and reassured the 2, saying, "Rest assured. We are well aware of our limits and shall not bring you to harm." As the crowd departed, Chen Hao felt no further hesitation. He immediately focused his thoughts and entered the sealed area, intending to seek Ling Tian's assistance in resolving the poison markings. "My friend, your complexion seems pallid, and your eyes lack vitality. Could it be that you have been poisoned?" Upon arriving at the sealed location, Ling Tian rose and approached the edge of the golden portal, his keen gaze quickly discerning the situation. "To be precise, I have been afflicted by a spirit emperor's corpse poison marking," Chen Hao candidly expressed. "In the celestial medical tome you transmitted to me, there exists no method to dissolve this toxic pattern, thus I am compelled to seek your assistance." "Merely a toxic pattern of the spirit emperor," Ling Tian chuckled, stroking his beard. "Fortunately, you provided me with a celestial essence pill earlier, which has restored a modicum of vitality. Please, step inside. I shall assist you in dispelling the toxic pattern." "Ha ha ha. It appears that consulting you was indeed the wisest choice." Chen Hao's heart swelled with joy. "That toxic pattern is of great utility to me. Let it not be wasted." Just then, a raspy voice unexpectedly echoed in Chen Hao's ear. It sounded as if it belonged to a woman who had long suffered from thirst. When did this emerge? Turning back, Chen Hao was astounded to find that beside the 3rd sealed portal, a 4th sealed portal had inexplicably materialized. "I had forgotten to inform the master." The Chaos Heavenly Seal responded. "In fact, the moment your cultivation reached the Spirit Sovereign Realm, this 4th sealed portal had already been activated." As it spoke, the resplendent Chaos Heavenly Seal autonomously floated toward the 4th portal. As Chen Hao followed closely behind, he gazed through the portal, revealing a scene within that bore a striking resemblance to the 3 seals encountered earlier, both presenting a vast, gaping black void. Before this abyss, a frail woman with long green hair sat cross-legged in the void. The woman, known as Night Shadow, acknowledged the heavenly seal and its master with a respectful bow. However, the moment she raised her head, Chen Hao could not help but instinctively step back, exclaiming inwardly, "What are you, human or ghost?" The emaciated figure's complexion was as pale as an unblemished sheet of rice paper, and within her deeply sunken eyes flickered eerie, soul-chilling emerald flames. Most astonishingly, aside from her haunting gaze, she possessed neither a nose nor a mouth, prompting Chen Hao to recall a spirit named Aunt May. Yet, the apparition before him was a chillingly realistic incarnation of Aunt May. In Chapter 76, "Do Not Panic, My Lord," Night Shadow sighed and reflected on her past, recalling that she once ranked among the beauties of various realms. Yet, she lamented, she could not escape the ravages of time. "It is indeed the fault of this seal that brought you to this desolate place, enduring the torment of the ages. Otherwise, you would not have found yourself in such a predicament," she mused. The chaotic heavenly seal interjected, expressing hope for understanding, stating that they had no choice. "Had you not saved me in the past, I would have had no chance to survive," it added. Night Shadow shook her head, sighing again. "How could I blame you?" She then turned her attention to Chen Hao, adding, "Moreover, you have brought back our hope for the future." Upon hearing the phrase hope for the future, Chen Hao could only manage a wry smile before curiously inquiring, "By the way, I heard you mention that the poisonous patterns were beneficial to you. What did you mean by that? My lord, you may not be aware that I once walked the path of poison, Night Shadow candidly replied. The nourishment required for my cultivation naturally consists of various rare toxins from this world. The path of poison? Chen Hao was taken aback. Could one truly attain enlightenment through drug use? Previously, he found the celestial path of the star cultivator, Tianqing, to be utterly astonishing, yet this revelation seemed even more preposterous. Poison is not inherently malevolent. The Night Shadow remarked, in other words, while poison can indeed cause harm, it can also be employed to save lives. It ultimately depends on the methods and approaches utilized. Every medicine carries a trace of toxicity. Surely, you comprehend this principle, my lord? I have previously studied the great physician's record of Ling Tian, and thus I naturally grasped this concept. Chen Hao nodded. Yet the heavenly medical record offered little elucidation on the toxicity of substances or their myriad applications. Did you transmit the grand Tao of the heavenly medical record? Night Shadow's expression momentarily faltered. Before she directed her inquiry towards the first sealed gate, I am quite intrigued as to how fellow Ling possesses knowledge of my unparalleled medical arts. The grand Tao of the heavenly medical record is indeed yours? Chen Hao was taken aback. It cannot be said to belong solely to her, rather. It is affiliated with her faction that specializes in toxicology. Ling Tian replied, my acquisition of it is merely due to the teachings of a comrade from her faction. What do you mean by a faction that specializes in toxicology? Night Shadow appeared somewhat displeased with Ling Tian's terminology and promptly corrected. We are the legitimate inheritors of the heavenly medical sect. Do not casually misname and tarnish our reputation, nor mislead the esteemed one. Indeed, it is I who lacks the tact, and I hope fellow knight will not take offense. Ling Tian responded with composure, quickly clasping his fists in apology. As I meet the esteemed one for the first time, I have little to offer. Night Shadow turned her gaze towards Chen Hao, her smile present, yet oddly sinister upon her visage. She then continued, since you have mastered the grand Tao of the heavenly medical record, allow me to assist you in perfecting this art. Are you implying that the heavenly medical record transmitted to me by Senior Ling is not complete? Chen Hao inquired with curiosity. The esteemed one must understand that within our heavenly medical sect, aside from the taboo techniques such as the chaotic heavenly poison used for cultivation, there exist two astonishing medical arts. Night Shadow patiently explained. The grand Tao of the heavenly medical record is merely the lower volume, primarily intended for healing and saving lives. The upper volume is the grand Tao of toxic medicine, which contains records of countless extraordinary poisonous techniques. In simpler terms, if the esteemed one can integrate the toxic medical record with the heavenly medical record, then it would truly be deemed perfect. What a revelation. There exists a grand Tao of toxic medicine as well. Chen Hao was taken aback, pondering whether mastering these two medical arts would liberate him from the dread of poisoning in the future. Indeed, Night Shadow replied with a smile, however. For the sake of prudence, I must present you with a significant gift. Please, my lord, step forward and extend your neck. Why must I extend my neck? He inquired, recalling that traditionally, such practices involved imprinting the mystical patterns upon the forehead. Because what I am bestowing upon you is extraordinary, thus it must be transmitted through the neck. Very well. Without hesitation, Chen Hao tilted his head and extended his neck. However, what he never anticipated was that the seemingly mouthless Night Shadow would, at that moment, reveal a set of snow-white teeth and suddenly bite down on his neck. This unexpected assault was utterly unforeseen. Chen Hao exclaimed in shock, hastily retreating while clutching his neck, and furiously demanded, What have you done to me? Do not panic, my lord. Night Shadow replied with a sinister smile. Not only have I extracted the poisonous markings from your body, but I have also injected a drop of chaotic essence poison into your being. What in the world is chaotic essence poison? Chen Hao felt a moment of bewilderment, yet what astonished him was that upon introspection, the sinister poison markings hidden within his body had completely vanished. This chaotic essence not only safeguarded him from myriad toxins, but also aided him in absorbing the essence of poisonous substances to fortify his physique. Night Shadow elucidated. The most crucial aspect is that, should you desire, you can integrate the absorbed poison markings or liquid into your own supernatural abilities for manifestation. In simpler terms, this drop of chaotic essence acts as a source of toxins. It not only assists Chen Hao in absorbing poison, but also enables him to store it for seamless fusion with his magical inscriptions at any time. The power unleashed from such a toxic amalgamation is, without a doubt, terrifying. While it may sound somewhat unscrupulous, It is, nonetheless, quite practical. Chen Hao, who had been feeling quite despondent, found his spirits lifted in an instant. This was indeed a most valuable bite. However, one must remember that this chaotic essence requires potent toxins for nourishment. It would be wise to consume some poison periodically, Night Shadow smiled. Moreover, the more toxic, the better for your physical and mental well-being. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao could not help but feel somewhat speechless, realizing that such peculiar advice could only come from someone as unconventional as her. He then inquired, "So, does that mean you also require poison for your recovery?" "Indeed." Night Shadow nodded vigorously. "Rest assured, I have no aversion to consuming it, whether it be poison markings, cadavers, or venomous insects. Anything toxic you can procure for me would be greatly appreciated. I am currently in a state of extreme weakness and desperate for poison." What a fearsome woman she is. Even Gumia, who stood by the second seal's entrance, known for his formidable presence, could not help but shudder at her fervor. One could only wonder what sort of character awaited behind the fifth seal. Gazing into the pitch-black void, a sense of anticipation inexplicably welled up within Chen Hao, accompanied by a tinge of worry, as he pondered the level of cultivation required to unlock the next seal. Chapter 77. Dare to harm my brother? It must be noted that these seals are unlocked based on his cultivation level and overall strength. However, it does not imply that with each ascension in his cultivation, he could effortlessly open a portal. Knowing full well the cunning nature of the Fox clan, why would you send him to face the challenge? Have you lost your wits? Alas, this situation is entirely my fault. Yet at that time, what nonsense. Let me tell you, if anything were to happen to Chen Hao, I would loathe you for all eternity. Just then, a conversation between Qing Chao and Qing Mengshan echoed from outside, making it evident that Qing Mengshan had informed Qing Chao of his poisoning incident. Chen Hao hesitated not for a moment and promptly withdrew his thoughts. Upon closer inspection, he beheld Qing Chao, whose visage was filled with ire, particularly when casting a fiery glare at Qing Mengshan. Although Qing Mengshan was the leader of a sect and a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the Spirit Emperor realm, he could only lower his head and endure Qing Chao's scorn, refraining from uttering a single word. After all, Qing Chao was his elder brother. Truly, what a remarkable talent he was, having swiftly attained the status of a Spirit Emperor. As Chen Hao's gaze swept over Qing Chao's primordial spirit and energy sea, he could not help but feel a surge of astonishment. "Are you all right, third brother? Let me see." In the next instant, Qing Chao rushed to Chen Hao's side, his face etched with anxiety, extending his hand to examine Chen Hao's current injuries. "There's no need to look." With a wave of his hand and a smile, Chen Hao reassured his elder brother, "Do not worry, I am perfectly fine now. But you have been afflicted by the Soul Emperor's corpse poison. How could you possibly be unscathed?" Qing Chao's face was etched with concern. "Rest assured, brother, I have now ascended to the realm of the Soul Emperor." Chen Hao continued, "If I were to join forces with the second brother, even if we cannot eradicate those poisonous markings, we can certainly alleviate the majority of them, transferring the burden onto our own bodies. I assure you, I am truly well. You may verify it for yourself." Faced with Qing Chao's insistence, Chen Hao surrendered, extending his hands in openness. Nevertheless, Qing Chao's words brought a flicker of warmth and gratitude to his heart. But, in the next moment, both Qing Chao and Qing Mengshan acted in unison, conducting an examination of Chen Hao's body. "The poison markings have indeed vanished?" Qing Mengshan's expression shifted in astonishment. "How have you achieved this?" To be frank, the enigmatic figure who imparted that peculiar medical art to me also shared some unconventional methods of fortune manipulation. Chen Hao smiled faintly. In truth, he was uncertain whether he could extract those poisonous patterns, yet unexpectedly, through a reckless attempt, he succeeded. What an extraordinary stroke of luck. Qing Mengshan was astonished, unable to fathom how he could force the toxic markings of the Spirit Emperor's corpse to surface. It seemed to him that no matter how miraculous one has fortune, it was improbable to extract all the poisonous designs entirely. "Why do you have so many questions?" Qing Chao cast a cold glance at Qing Mengshan. Then, with his powerful single arm, patted Chen Hao on the shoulder, chuckling, "As long as you are well. That's all that matters. You truly gave me quite a fright just now. By the way, since you have attained the status of Spirit Emperor, why don't we head to the Sacred Herb Valley and assist Elder Qing with his ailment? Don't be hasty." Qing Chao waved his hand dismissively, then turned to Qing Mengshan with a serious expression. "Come, brother. First, let us attend to some matters." "What matters?" Qing Mengshan retorted. "Dare to harm my brother. And what else could I possibly attend to?" Qing Chao coldly replied. "Today, I shall storm into the demon domain and eradicate that demon fox and the demon dragon clan. This shall serve to show those rascals in the sacred domain that the people of the seven celestial sect are not to be trifled with. Let us go." Upon hearing this, Qing Mengshan was left utterly flabbergasted. "Elder brother, perhaps you should calm down first." Chen Hao hastily grasped Qing Chao's arm, expressing his faith in both his and the second brother's abilities. However, he cautioned that if they were to recklessly unleash havoc in the demon domain at this moment, it would undoubtedly accelerate the sacred domain's invasion plans against the spirit domain. He acknowledged the bond of friendship they shared, yet emphasized the futility of such impulsive actions. Third brother's words rang true. Qing Mengshan added, "In 3 days, the Academy of Gods will dispatch disciples to challenge our sect. Their intent is merely to gauge our foundation, while we can seize this opportunity to assess theirs. If we are to seek retribution for third brother, it would be wise to wait until after this challenge conference." "Very well," Chen Hao conceded. "Since you all feel this way, let them linger a few more days." Upon hearing this, Qing Chao, though still discontented, nodded in agreement. "Let us first address the issues concerning Elder Qing." With that, the trio ceased their discussions and proceeded directly to the sacred medicine valley. Chen Hao's eagerness to heal Qing Qiong stemmed from concerns regarding the Academy of Gods' impending challenge. In the present Seven Immortals sect, only Qing Mengshan could exert a measure of deterrence against the sacred domain. However, should he manage to utilize the Chaos Heavenly Cauldron in conjunction with Qing Chao and Qing Mengshan's Spirit Emperor essence to sever and reconstruct Elder Qing's energy sea, the Elder would undoubtedly regain his former peak state in no time. This would empower the Seven Immortals sect with 2 formidable Spirit Emperors, capable of both intimidating the Academy of Gods and deterring the sacred domain's covetous gaze upon the spirit domain. As Chen Hao prepared for Elder Qing's treatment, he discreetly leveraged the Chaos Heavenly Cauldron, prompting Qing Chao and his brother to continuously funnel their essence into him, although this bewildered Qing Mengshan and his brother, rendering them unable to fathom Chen Hao's methods. The moment Chen Hao's palm made contact with Qing Qiong's body, an astonishing transformation unfolded. The seemingly aged Elder Qing began to undergo a remarkable metamorphosis, his skin rejuvenating visibly, while his energy experienced monumental upheaval. Even the withered primordial spirit rapidly revived, and his long-declining cultivation steadily ascended towards its former zenith. With a resounding hum, a brilliant silver radiance erupted from Elder Qing's surface, resembling a celestial silver light, both resplendent and captivating. "Incredible! I can once again absorb the essence of heaven and earth." At this moment, after centuries of silence, Qing Qiong's heart brimmed with shock and exhilaration. "Indeed, young friend Chun is a divine being. Please allow me to bow before you." "No need for such formalities, senior." Chen Hao hurriedly stepped forward to assist and advised, "Do not dwell on anything at the moment. Simply maintain a positive mindset and focus on your meditation and breathing here. Given the essence of the world within the sacred herb valley, it is likely that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, you shall return to the pinnacle of Spirit Emperor within 2 days." Chapter 78. May I request a favor from you all? After offering his words of comfort, Chen Hao refrained from elaborating further and, together with the Qin Chao brothers, departed from the sacred herb valley. In truth, Chen Hao contemplated remaining behind to directly transcend from Spirit Sovereign to Spirit Emperor utilizing the Dao Pus. However, he yearned to ascertain the circumstances surrounding Wang Taizhu and Yi Xiaochuan. After all, with less than 3 days remaining until the challenge tournament, if he aspired to secure victory in 3 out of the 5 contests against the Divine Academy, he would need to exert considerable effort. Third brother, do not blame your elder brother for being inquisitive. To be honest, I am quite curious. Are you, perchance, a reincarnation of a divine being? Upon returning to the sect, Qing Chao, who typically posed few inquiries, couldn't help but ask this question. In truth, Qing Mengshan, who stood nearby, had long harbored the same curiosity. Ever since Chen Hao entered the Seven Immortals sect, the once seemingly withering sect had undergone a remarkable transformation. First, he rescued Qing Chao, then aided Qing Mengshan in eradicating the nefarious forces of Bai Yujin, Jiang Duoyu, and others, and now he had even revitalized the once dim and lifeless Qi Tian. All these remarkable events led the Qin Chao brothers to ponder one particular matter. Chen Hao appears to be a divine being sent by the heavens to rescue them, and even the Seven Immortals sect. Is it truly so exaggerated? Chen Hao shook his head and smiled, acknowledging that, in the end, he was merely a wretched soul who had inadvertently arrived in this place. With that, He turned and dashed towards the canyon in the back mountain where Yi Xiaochuan and the others were currently situated. A wretched soul? Qing Mingshan furrowed his brows, casting a glance at Qing Chao, wondering if his elder brother could comprehend what was being said. Boom. Ah, my leg is broken. My waist. Upon arriving at the back mountain canyon, Chen Hao was immediately met with the anguished cries of Yi Xiaochuan and Wang Taizhu. It was evident that the two were being besieged by 4 elders, tossed around like a mere plaything. This method of tempering is insufficient. Allow me to take over. Chen Hao stepped forward and exclaimed, Brother Chen, please save me. If this continues, I shall surely perish. Upon seeing Chen Hao, Wang Taizhu and Yi Xiaochuan looked as if they had encountered a savior. Master Uncle, do not worry. The toxic markings have been subdued by me, and for the time being, I am unharmed. Before Yun Mingfei and the others could voice their inquiries, Chen Hao waved his hand dismissively. He then turned his attention to the 4 elders and inquired, Might I trouble you for a favor? What do you need? I require a substantial quantity of venom, such as arsenic or the highly toxic hemlock. In essence, the more poisonous, the better. Chen Hao replied, I require at least 100,000 gene of quality liquor, aged a millennium and rated at least a 5th grade. What do you need such an abundance of poison and wine for? Jiang Daily inquired, filled with curiosity. Because I recall the peculiar formula imparted to me by that enigmatic apothecary. Chen Hao feigned a serious expression and said, in simple terms, I wish to concoct a vast pool of extraordinary elixirs to counteract the deathly poison within me. However, Zhao Yu appeared troubled, estimating that even scouring the entire 7 immortal sect would yield insufficient quantities of such toxins. Clearly, she trusted Chen Hao's extraordinary remedy, especially since he had previously cured even the venerable Elder Qing. Yet, gathering over 10,000 pounds of potent poison and 100,000 pounds of aged liquor would undoubtedly be impossible within the confines of the 7 immortal sect. As long as we can entirely eradicate the corpse poison from our master uncle's body, we must venture into the outside world to procure these items. Yun Mingfei turned to the other 3, declaring, Time is of the essence. Let us split up and take action. Wait. Chen Hao hastily called out to several individuals, stating, I possess 2 billion spirit crystals. You may utilize this sum for your acquisitions. As he spoke, he casually retrieved a storage bag and handed it to the Grand Elder. 2 billion? Good heavens, where did you acquire such a fortune? Zhao Yu exclaimed in astonishment, while the other elders stood in stunned silence. This was no trifling amount. Not only would it suffice for purchasing poison and fine wine, but it could even be enough to acquire an entire sect. This is the bounty I obtained from dismantling the Go Wang Valley last time, he added. Chen Hao remarked, Feel free to assist me without restraint. But do not hesitate to spend. He certainly would not disclose to these individuals that he possessed an additional 3 billion, a fortune acquired from the treasures of Baiyu. The elders were momentarily rendered speechless. However, they refrained from further discussion and swiftly departed the canyon, each carrying several billion with them. How do you both feel about this? Chen Hao then turned around and approached the 2 individuals struggling on the ground. Their suffering was akin to a fate worse than death. Even the resolute Yi Xiaochuan was on the verge of tears from the pain. Shall we perhaps retreat to the pressure room? I feel that this beating is utterly ineffective. Wang Taizhu lamented repeatedly. It was not that the beating was without purpose, but rather that their assailants were simply too lenient in their approach. Chen Hao shook his head, remarking that the injuries were merely superficial, akin to the playful scuffles of children. Suddenly, as his words fell, a dark golden essence ignited around his body, emanating an invisible pressure that enveloped Wang Taizhu and Yi Xiaochuan. Before Chen Hao could approach, both men coughed up copious amounts of blood, their internal organs crushed by the sudden onslaught of force. Simultaneously, Chen Hao extended his hands, and the dragon patterns within his palms twisted, transforming into 2 golden claws the size of large fans, descending upon the 2 men. Brother Chen, please don't, they cried. It is said that only through enduring hardship can one rise above others. If they wished to become strong, they had to endure alongside Chen Hao. The day would be etched in their memories forever, for Chen Hao's method of refining their bodies surpassed the imagination of ordinary individuals. However, he exercised meticulous control over the intensity of his assaults, ensuring their lives were spared while subjecting their bodies to extreme trauma. He would also temper his strikes, allowing their injuries to heal, only to unleash his fury once more when the time was right. His proficiency stemmed from lessons learned through his own experiences of enduring pain. Fortunately, as night approached, both Wang Taizhu and Yi Xiaochuan managed to carve out a second secret realm. Ha, we succeeded, they exclaimed. It feels like our recovery speed has significantly increased. Though battered and bruised, their bodies far from intact, The sight of their achievement brought genuine joy to their faces. "Brother Chen, bring it on," they urged. "Are you afraid of pain? Come on, I'm numb to it now. I won T-die, and I can grow stronger. Strike me as you please." In that moment, rather than resent Chen Hao, they eagerly requested more punishment. Perhaps only those who have tasted the bitterness before the sweetness can truly appreciate the joy it brings. "That's what I've been waiting to hear," Chen Hao responded, unleashing another wave of force. If anyone had been present, they would undoubtedly have deemed the trio insane. Yet, unbeknownst to all, these three so-called madmen would become terrifying figures in the future. Chapter 79, My Letter? In the depths of the demon domain. Within the forbidden territory of the demon fox clan, a blood-red palace shrouded in green mist materialized. Upon closer inspection, one can discern that the walls in the grand entrance of the temple are inlaid with an abundance of human skulls. Some are nearly weathered to dust, while others still drip with fresh blood, creating an overall atmosphere that is both eerie and terrifying. Outside the temple, Dream Shi, Dream Ku, along with Qian Xing and Qian Yu from the Serpent Demon clan, are kneeling before the entrance. Moments ago, Qian Xing had recounted the confrontation between Chen Hao and Dream Shi in detail to the master within the temple. "Have you investigated Chen Hao's background?" In the chamber, a figure enveloped in swirling green mist rose from a bone chair. This was a woman with flowing crimson hair and an alluring silhouette. Although she wore a golden skull mask that concealed her enigmatic visage, it could not obscure the formidable aura she exuded. This individual was none other than Dream Shi's master, Lu Ji. To be precise, she was once a left guardian of the underworld corpse clan, and her cultivation had now reached the third tier of the spirit emperor realm. Her strength unfathomable. "I have looked into it, but the results yielded nothing substantial," Qian Xing replied. "What we do know is that he was initially sold to my disciple, Bing Yu. At that time, he was merely immortal. However, since joining the Seven Celestial sect, he seems to have transformed entirely. The sect is barely a millennium old, and to my knowledge, it does not possess any particularly noteworthy techniques." Lu Ji inquired, perplexed. How could he possess such an extraordinary body-refining technique? "I had previously discussed this matter with the elders of the clan," Qian Xing nodded. "Thus, we invited your disciple to challenge him, with the true intention of capturing him for thorough investigation. However, we did not anticipate. Rest assured, he has been poisoned by the deadly markings of the absolute nether sword. Even if his body-refining technique is remarkable, I doubt he will survive beyond a few days." Dream Shi remarked coldly. "I don't believe that prodigy will perish so easily," Qian Yu countered, shaking his head. "My informant just relayed that Chen Hao has stabilized the poison within him, and he has even instructed them to procure poison and rice wine, claiming he intends to employ a strategy of using poison against poison." "Using poison against poison?" Dream Ku exclaimed, astonished. "Are you certain your informant's information is credible?" "My informant is none other than Fan Tong, the second elder of the current Seven Celestial sect. His intelligence cannot be doubted," Qian Yu asserted. "Furthermore, he mentioned that Chen Hao has imparted that extraordinary body-refining technique to Wang Taizhu and Yi Xiaochuan, intending to cultivate them to face the challenge from the disciples of the Divine Academy in 3 days. Thus, it is evident that Chen Hao's technique does not belong to the Seven Celestial sect," Qian Xing stated, his expression serious. "We must devise a means to capture that young man swiftly. Any attempt will be futile," Lu Ji interjected, raising her hand. "You must understand that until the holy domain launches a full-scale invasion of the spirit domain, we cannot recklessly intervene in the spirit domain." However, upon hearing Qian Yu's words, "I have conceived a brilliant idea." Lu Ji turned to face Qian Yu and said, "Since Chen Hao has already imparted the body-refining technique to Yi Xiaochuan and Wang Taizhu, why not have your informant take action against these two individuals? Unbeknownst to you, my lord, we previously captured Wang Taizhu's relatives, yet yielded no results," replied Qian Xing, shaking his head. "Have you grown senile in your old age?" Lu Ji retorted coldly, "Why not directly coerce their family members, sending a message for them to return, and then proceed to apprehend them? Your wisdom is truly unparalleled." Qian Yu quickly bowed and smiled. "I shall communicate with Fan Tong at once and devise a means to capture Yi Xiaochuan alive." Clearly, Wang Taizhu is no longer viable, as his family now resides within the Seven Immortals sect. As for Chen Hao, even a fool could deduce that Qing Mei Shan is perpetually vigilant, making it impossible to seize him. Thus, the most suitable target for our endeavors is undoubtedly Yi Xiaochuan. In the blink of an eye, 2 days swiftly passed. Once more, in the canyon, Yi Xiaochuan appeared, his body riddled with wounds, yet at this moment, he resembled a frenzied spirit. You have already refined 4 portals to the secret realm. That is indeed commendable. Chen Hao consoled. Although Tai Zhu possesses a slight advantage over you, it is merely due to his distinct constitution, coupled with the awakening of the ancient dragon bloodline. Indeed, over the past 2 days, both Wang Taizhu and Yi Xiaochuan have endured unimaginable hardships. However, the outcomes are remarkably promising, as Wang Taizhu has successfully excavated the 5th celestial cave, while Yi Xiaochuan has uncovered the 4th celestial secret realm. Regrettably, despite their equal suffering, the disparity in their innate potential has led to a difference in the number of celestial realms they have unearthed. This naturally leaves Yi Xiaochuan feeling somewhat discontented. Alas, I never anticipated that I would be the true underachiever. Upon regaining his composure, Yi Xiaochuan wore a bitter expression. In truth, when he first entered the sect, he held a certain disdain for Chen Hao and Wang Taizhu, as his cultivation had already reached the 6th stage of the Spirit Sea realm. Yet now, reflecting on their accomplishments, particularly in light of Chen Hao and Wang Taizhu's current achievements, he wished he could vanish into the earth. Patience is key. Innate potential does not dictate the future. It is the honing of one's skills that holds paramount importance. Chen Hao patted Yi Xiaochuan on the shoulder and remarked, "Time is of the essence. Although you both have improved within the realm of the cave heaven, your cultivation remains insufficient. We must address this promptly." With that, he grasped the weary duo and prepared to soar towards the sacred medicine valley. The challenge day looms just 2 days hence, and in Chen Hao's perspective, if Wang Taizhu and Yi Xiaochuan are to secure their victories, mere access to the cave heaven will not suffice. Their cultivation must be elevated as well. It is essential to understand that the cave heaven signifies the latent power within one's physique, while the cultivation essence is vital for mental fortitude and the execution of spiritual incantations. Wait a moment, junior brother Chen. At that moment, their senior brother, Lin Feng, unexpectedly arrived at the canyon's edge, shouting urgently. "What is it, senior brother?" Chen Hao inquired. Lin Feng, breathless from exertion, approached with haste. "I have just received 2 letters, one for you and another from Xiaochuan's family." "A letter for me?" Chen Hao could not help but feel somewhat perplexed as he quickly accepted the message. "Brother Chen, in 3 days, I shall be wed to the 7 Kings Manor of the Source Domain. To be honest, I am quite reluctant to share this news with you. Yet I sincerely wish to see you one last time. Yuyan, farewell." "A marriage to the 7 Kings Manor of the Source Domain?" Chen Hao's expression momentarily froze, and then he cast a glance at Lin Feng. "Ah, I recall hearing from Zheng Li that Yao Chun is none other than the heir from the 7th royal mansion of the Source Domain, isn't he? He has already met his demise. Who else could possibly wed Yi Yin?" Chapter 80. Addiction to cultivation. Yao Chun was the 2nd son, and he had an elder brother named Yao Tian. Lin Feng replied, "It is likely that Yao Tian, at the 8th level, harbors ill intentions, considering that Yao Chun's death was instigated by Yi Yin. If she were to marry him, the consequences are all too predictable." Though Yi Yin did not explicitly mention in her letter that this was an arranged marriage, it was evident even to a fool that she was undoubtedly coerced. It was not difficult to surmise that Yu Tian's desire to take Yi Yin as his bride was motivated by a wish to bring her over, slowly tormenting her as a means of avenging his brother Yao Chun's death. However, judging from the letter, it appears that the princess of Yi has indeed captured your heart. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Chen Hao shook his head with a smile. In truth, he had always regarded Yi Yin as a friend, never anticipating that she might secretly harbor feelings for him. How could this be? Meanwhile, on the other side, the expression of Yi Xiaochuan, who held the letter, shifted tumultuously. What could have transpired? Chen Hao inquired. The letter stated that my father had succumbed to the perils of his cultivation, now rendered incoherent, urging me to hasten back to the Cangjin villa. Yi Xiaochuan's face was a tapestry of emotions, struggling to comprehend. His father, a man of utmost prudence. How could he have fallen into such a predicament? The challenge conference is merely 2 days away. You cannot possibly depart now, and even if you were to return, it would not alleviate the situation. Chen Hao furrowed his brows and then turned to Lin Feng. "I would trouble you, master brother, to send a letter back to Xiaochuan's family. They should gather 3 qian of Qinghun grass, 1 liang of Yuzhangzi, 1 piece of soyuan fruit, 8 liang of qi shui root, and 3 jin of ling zhen, due to concoct together. It is imperative that during the brewing process, 3 liang of jipa grass be added to the firewood. When the potion is reduced to 3 sips, he should take it." "All right. I shall send the reply at once." Lin Feng nodded and promptly turned to leave. "Brother Chen, can this remedy truly cure someone who has fallen into demonic obsession?" Although Chen Hao's medical skills were beyond doubt, Yi Xiaochuan could not help but feel a twinge of concern. For this was his first encounter with the notion of using a potion to treat such a condition. This prescription is effective. It can cure not only mortals, but even cultivators above the immortal realm who have succumbed to demonic obsession. With a confident smile, Chen Hao declared, "All right, let us not squander any more time." He promptly led the two individuals into the sacred medicine valley. Rather than disturbing the rejuvenating Qing Lao, he opted for a secluded area rich in spiritual energy. Summoning the Daopu, he instructed, "Taishu, you may sit down and begin your cultivation." "What is this thing?" Wang Taizhu pondered, staring bewilderedly at the tattered mat. "Never mind what it is, just follow my instructions." Buzz. As soon as Wang Taizhu settled onto the mat, a radiant silver light instantly enveloped his entire being. What on earth? How did my cultivation rise so dramatically? In a moment of sheer excitement, Wang Taizhu found himself at a loss for words. Unbelievably, within mere seconds, his cultivation had ascended by an entire level. Where did all this nonsense come from? Chen Hao advised, maintain a positive mindset. Once your cultivation reaches the spirit origin realm, pause to consolidate your progress, and then switch to Xiaochuan. Wonderful. Haha. I've leveled up again. This feels absolutely exhilarating. Wang Taizhu nodded eagerly, unable to suppress a laugh. Witnessing the scene, Yi Xiaochuan shook his head in disbelief, fearing he might be experiencing an illusion, especially as he felt Wang Taizhu's cultivation soaring at an astonishing rate, completely overturning his previous understanding. All right, you've reached the spirit origin realm. Focus on consolidation, then switch to Xiaochuan. Before Yi Xiaochuan could gather his thoughts, Chen Hao swiftly pulled the blissful Wang Taizhu aside. I finally comprehend why Brother Chen's cultivation has advanced so rapidly. It all hinges on this extraordinary meditation cushion. Wang Taizhu, with a look of unfulfilled longing, seemed to finally grasp the situation. Xiaochuan, why are you still dawdling? Hurry up. Understood. In the subsequent day and a half, the two initially shocked individuals gradually found their composure. Their cultivation levels significantly surged, aided by the continuous support of the Dao cushion, especially for Wang Taizhu, who had awakened the bloodline of the demon dragon. He not only opened 5 secret realms but also reached the pinnacle of the Spirit King realm. Indeed, he could now face a spirit venerable of the single-element cultivation without any issues. As for Yi Xiaochuan, perhaps due to his innate potential, the Dao cushion ceased its operation as he ascended to the peak of the Spirit Master realm. Nevertheless, given his 4 secret realms and the comprehensive strength of a peak Spirit Master, an average Spirit King cultivator would certainly not pose a challenge for him. Brother Chen, why not let me cultivate a bit longer and directly break through to the Spirit Venerable realm? Wang Taizhu expressed his yearning, seemingly addicted to the practice. I've already told you, advancing your cultivation too quickly will only ruin your future. Chen Hao warned, in the span of merely a day and a half, you have ascended from the Spirit Sea realm, traversing several stages to achieve a half-step Spirit Sovereign. This is undeniably an extraordinary feat, in truth. Had it not been for the imminent challenge posed by the Academy of Deities, I would not have brought forth the Dao Pu to facilitate your cultivation. Nor would I have permitted such rapid advancements in your powers within such a brief time frame. It is crucial to remember that each transition into a new realm necessitates a certain period for solidifying one's foundation. Recklessly enhancing your cultivation will only destabilize your Dao foundation. While the repercussions may not be evident initially, they will undoubtedly manifest once you reach the divine path, rendering your efforts futile. To have encountered Brother Chen is a stroke of fortune that may well span several lifetimes, and yet you remain unsatisfied. You fool. Yi Xiaochuan sighed with a laugh. To be honest, I still feel as though I am dreaming. Everything seems too surreal. At that moment, the third elder of the Academy of Deities, Moses, accompanied by numerous disciples, arrived to pay a visit to the 7 celestial sect. Suddenly, a resonant sound wave reverberated from outside the sect. However, the peculiar accent of the speaker conveyed a sense of strangeness. Goodness, are they Westerners? As Chen Hao peered through the supreme heavenly eye towards the entrance, he discerned that the one projecting the sound was an elder with long red hair and distinctly Western features. Behind him trailed several dozen young men and women, riding various fierce exotic beasts. The men were towering and robust, each nearly 3 meters tall, while the women, too, stood at an impressive 2 meters. All possessing striking blonde hair and blue eyes, exuding extraordinary beauty and presence. Chapter 81. The Academy of Deities comes to battle. Please welcome Elder Moses and all esteemed guests to our humble sect. At this juncture, A voice from within the sect echoed, inviting them. Oh my, is this truly the seven celestial sect? Compared to our academy of deities, this Eastern sect appears rather destitute. Just look at those disciples, they all seem emaciated, akin to dwarfs suffering from severe illness. Do they truly expect us to engage in a challenge? Laughter erupted from the group of challengers, their amusement unmistakable as they beheld the Eastern practitioners, their gazes dripping with disdain, sizing them up as though from a lofty perch. Upon reaching the expansive square outside the seven celestial great hall, they finally halted. Qingtian Mengshan and the four elders, who had just returned from outside, were already awaiting their arrival. Within the void of the square, a magnificent square stone platform materialized, precisely arranged by Qingtian Mengshan a day prior. Designed to prevent the leakage of energy and magical patterns during combat, a virtual arena for their impending confrontation. Curse you. As soon as Chen Hao and his companions arrived at the square, Wang Taizhu bellowed at the blonde youth, who wore a mocking smile. You little imp. Are you trying to provoke me? The blonde youth looked down at Wang Taizhu, his expression momentarily darkening. In truth, Wang Taizhu, standing nearly 2 meters tall, was quite imposing. Yet, before the blonde youth, he appeared a full meter shorter. Enough, Moors, there's no need to stoop to his level. The elder Moses waved his hand dismissively. He then turned to Qing Mengshan. Qing Zhongzhu, are you prepared to face our challenge? Upon hearing this, Qing Mengshan first glanced at Chen Hao. And upon receiving a nod in affirmation, he replied, You have traveled a long distance. You must be weary. Perhaps we should rest for a couple of days? We arrived via a magical teleportation array, so there is no need for concern. Zhongzhu, Moses chuckled. What kind of bizarre cultivation system do these individuals follow? Chen Hao raised an eyebrow, secretly inquiring of the chaos celestial seal. He had been observing these individuals' internal physiques all this while. Strangely, they seemed devoid of any aura or primordial spirit. For instance, the elder Moses appeared to harbor only a blazing flame deep within his forehead. It was utterly unclear what realm he occupied or how formidable his strength truly was. From my earlier observations, their cultivation system is not overly complex. It comprises merely 4 paths: magicians, warriors, knights, and sorcerers. The chaos celestial seal elucidated. Take Moses for instance. He is actually a fire magician at the 3-stage level of the 7 stars, and the flame within his forehead serves as his primordial spirit, or what can also be termed as his fire seed. As for the youth named Moors, he is a warrior, primarily focusing on physical prowess, akin to your own path of body cultivation. If you scrutinize his interior, you'll notice he possesses 5 hidden realms. Thanks to the seal's explanation, Chen Hao finally grasped the situation. The Academy of the Gods system broadly categorizes into 4 types: magicians, who specialize in wind, fire, earth, and lightning, focusing on the growth of elemental seeds; warriors, who concentrate on physical cultivation; knights, who emphasize the development of their innate beast souls; and sorcerers, who delve into necromancy, prioritizing the growth of spiritual souls. These 4 systems share a unified yet simple hierarchy, from 1 star to 7 stars, with each star further divided into 6 segments. And that is all. In fact, this corresponds closely to the 7 realms of the Eastern schools of thought, with no substantial difference. It can only be said that the resources and methods required for their cultivation differ. Since that is the case, Elder Moses, perhaps you might enlighten us regarding the rules of this challenge. Qing Meishan remarked, You should understand the long-standing rules of our academy. The challenge will consist of 5 rounds. Moses replied, Our academy has dispatched 5 disciples, ranging from 2 star to 6 star. You shall also send forth 5 disciples from the lowest spirit origin realm to the spirit sovereign realm, with each disciple of equivalent rank facing off in individual duels. Then allow me to be the first to take on the challenge. However, at that moment, a tall figure suddenly leaped from the crowd, landing upon the martial stage in midair. Yiming. Upon recognizing the individual, Chen Hao felt a jolt of surprise. Wasn't this person supposed to have returned to the 9th Prince's mansion alongside Yi Yin? How could he possibly appear here at this moment? He returned with me this morning, and his sole purpose for coming back was to invite you to the 9th Prince's mansion. Elder Zhang Daily murmured softly beside him. Although he did not elaborate further, it was not difficult for Chen Hao to deduce that Yi Ming had likely hurried back to fulfill his sister's final wish. Yet, should he even participate in this contest? Despite Yi Ming having reached the 1st stage of the spirit origin realm, Chen Hao considered his rank still somewhat insufficient. If the opposing party were to send a peak 2-star practitioner, would Yi Ming not be at a significant disadvantage? It is worth noting that Moses had merely stated equivalent realm, without specifying the stages. Currently, among the disciples within the sect, Yi Ming possessed the highest potential and talent in the spirit origin realm. Jiang Daili shook his head. Moreover, upon my return, I discussed this with the sect leader, and it appears that he is only meant to test the waters in this first battle. Clearly, from his tone, it seemed that neither he nor the sect leader intended for Yi Ming to triumph in this initial round. Well, you do look rather fair-skinned. So allow me to teach you a thing or two. The next moment, a woman draped in a black cloak, her head concealed beneath a large hood, suddenly sprang onto the martial stage. Observing closely, it was evident that she was a sorceress, and judging by the size of the soul within her sea of consciousness, her cultivation had astonishingly reached the 5-star stage. In terms of the Eastern realm classification, this equated to the 5th stage of the spirit origin realm. I oppose. Chen Hao quickly raised his hand and exclaimed, "The rules of this competition are unjust. Different stages within the same realm, and the disparity in ranks is so significant. This is clearly an act of bullying, isn't it?" "I apologize, but your objection is futile." Moses chuckled while stroking his beard. "Since it is we who are issuing the challenge, the rules ought to be determined by us." Chen Hao ground his teeth in frustration, questioning the very purpose of this challenge. Would it not be simpler to concede victory to you? Young individuals ought to refrain from speaking thoughtlessly. Moses sneered, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. Should you lose this challenge, your esteemed leader must affix his signature and seal to this contract. Do you comprehend? Chapter 82. A pitiful and ridiculous bunch of dwarfs simultaneously. A radiant light emanated from his palm, and a golden parchment materialized in the air before him. It bore the following inscription: "The 7 Immortals sect willingly accepts the challenge from the Divine Academy. Should the 7 Immortals sect fail in this contest, it shall henceforth unconditionally submit to all directives of the Divine Academy. Any breach of this agreement will result in dire consequences." Do you believe this is merely childish play? Chen Hao cast a cold glance at Moses, then turned his gaze towards Qing Mengshan, silently inquiring, "Second brother, you cannot genuinely endorse such a ridiculous contract, can you?" "I certainly do not," Qing Mengshan replied resolutely in a hushed tone. "However, if we were to lose, the plan for the sacred domain to invade the spiritual domain would be expedited. To put it plainly, the invasion of the spiritual domain by the sacred domain is merely a matter of time." His decision to accept this challenge was simply a means to delay the impending invasion. Alas, Chen Hao felt a profound sense of helplessness as he glared at Moses. What if we win? Why is that not mentioned in the agreement? He chuckled. Does he really think he can win? This little fellow's brain must not have fully matured yet. Unbeknownst to him, his words elicited a hearty laughter from the group hailing from the Academy of Gods. "Brother Chen, pay no heed to those fools. Once we take the stage, I shall make short work of him." Yi Xiaochuan seethed, his fists clenched so tightly that sparks seemed ready to ignite. "Rest assured, should you truly manage to best us in 3 matches at this point." Moses could hardly contain his mirth, nearly bursting into laughter. "Apologies, I was suddenly reminded of something amusing and lost my composure. My sincerest apologies." He waved his hand dismissively, continuing, "If you genuinely succeed in overcoming us in 3 matches, I assure you we shall never trouble you again." However, to the astonishment of all present, before Moses could finish his statement, the sorceress on the combat stage moved with a swiftness that seemed to cleave through the very fabric of space. With a flick of her wrist, her palm transformed into a gleaming, obsidian claw, and before Yi Ming could even react, she had pierced through his abdomen with it. As Yi Ming's eyes widened in shock, blood spilling from his mouth, the sorceress effortlessly lifted him and hurled him out of the combat arena. What the hell? This is utterly lacking in martial ethics. The crowd was left dumbfounded, their indignation reaching a boiling point. How could that hooded woman, already superior in cultivation to Yi Ming, resort to such a sneak attack? Not only the spectators, but even Chen Hao felt a surge of rage, ready to charge forward. "Do you have no shame?" Jiang Daili swiftly caught Yi Ming, shouting furiously at Moses. Is there any fault in sending him down early? He was destined to lose anyway. Before Moses could respond, the hooded woman flashed an enigmatic smile at Jiang Daili, licking her blood-stained finger. Not bad. He must still be a virgin, huh? Ha ha. Enough, Lena. Moses gestured for the sorceress to descend, then turned to Qing Mengshan with a smile. "Master Qing, are you convinced? If not, I permit you to select another disciple of the same realm to challenge Lena." Qing Mengshan said nothing, merely nodding at Yun Mingfei standing nearby. "I declare the first challenge." Won by Lena of the Academy of Gods, Yun Mingfei announced, filled with dissatisfaction. The next match shall be a confrontation between our spiritual pattern realm practitioner and a 3-star practitioner from the Academy of Gods. Let it commence. Whoosh. In the next moment, a tall figure clad in a black robe, wielding a scythe of death, suddenly leaped onto the martial arts platform. It was evident that he was, like Lena, a sorcerer. However, this individual possessed a cultivation level of the 2nd stage of the 3rd star, akin to a 2nd-tier practitioner in the Eastern system. Those diminutive Easterners, Grandpa Lagu, only seek a defeat from you. The man coldly swept his gaze over the audience below. His towering height of nearly 3 meters, coupled with the naturally swirling black flames that enveloped him, rendered him akin to a harbinger of death come to harvest souls. What audacity does a mere 3rd-star wretch possess? Wang Taiju bellowed in anger. I see your cultivation is on par with mine. Why not engage in a one-on-one duel later? The golden-haired youth, known as Mouse, could not help but respond to Wang Taiju with a cold smile. You'd best take a few more breaths of air now. Wang Taiju retorted coldly. If not, there may be no chance left. Where has Zhou Ming gone? At that moment, Yun Mingfei anxiously scanned the ranks of the 7 immortal sect disciples. The one who had just been present had seemingly vanished without a trace. The crowd grew increasingly restless. Clearly, Zhou Ming was the prime candidate put forth by the sect to confront the challenge of the spirit pattern realm. Yet, this individual had already disappeared. What a pitiful and laughable bunch of small fry. On the martial arts platform, Lagu shook his head with a cold smile. Is there truly no one else willing to step forward? Practitioner of the 2nd stage of the spirit pattern realm, Lin Feng, comes forth to challenge. Just then, the elder brother from the southern courtyard, Lin Feng, boldly ascended the martial arts platform. Lin Feng, Zhao Yu exclaimed in disbelief. Who allowed you to go up there? Hurry back down. Although Lin Feng's cultivation was comparable to that of Lagu, Zhao Yu was far from reassured. For Lin Feng had been cultivating in the outer sect and had not received the focused training of the inner sect. He had only practiced some superior techniques at best, never having encountered anything of fine quality. Master, do not worry. Allow me to handle this duel. Lin Feng replied confidently as an outer disciple of the 7 immortal sect. I too can vanquish these foreign scourges. Boom. As soon as the words left his lips, a resplendent silver flame erupted around his body. Simultaneously, a shining spectral image of a battle spear materialized behind him, clearly a manifestation of Lin Feng's innate divine weapon talent. Do you truly believe that just because we share the same realm, you can compare your strength to mine? Lagu sneered coldly. Buzz. In the next moment, he lunged forward, swinging the scythe of death with a swift motion. As the scythe sliced through the air, it transformed into a massive black crescent aimed directly at Lin Feng's neck. Kill. Upon witnessing this, Lin Feng did not retreat but advanced instead. With a mere gesture, the phantom of the battle spear behind him transformed instantaneously into a mystical patterned weapon, piercing the void as it clashed violently with the scythe wielded by Lagu. A resounding boom echoed as a dazzling silver light intertwined with black flames on the battle platform. In that fleeting moment of confrontation, Lagu's right hand spread wide, and from his palm materialized a skull adorned with sharp fangs, exuding wisps of black flames, which he then thrust towards Lin Feng's forehead with tremendous force. Chapter 83. A remarkable move. The primordial dragon, seizing hand. Be careful, exclaimed Chen Hao, unable to suppress a shiver of apprehension for Lin Feng. The potency of the skull conjured by Lagu was not something an average spirit pattern realm cultivator could withstand, particularly for Lin Feng, who solely cultivated his primordial spirit. A direct hit would result in a catastrophic explosion of both his head and spirit. Yet, Lin Feng managed to evade this lethal strike with a swift motion. However, Lagu's reflexes were astonishingly rapid, and he followed up with a devastating blow to Lin Feng's chest. The impact caused Lin Feng's torso to cave in, a surge of black flames tearing through his body from front to back. As he coughed blood, Lagu delivered a kick to Lin Feng's abdomen, sending him hurtling through the air. At this sight, the hearts of the disciples from the 7 Immortals sect sank. It was painfully evident that Lin Feng had succumbed to defeat. Despite being on par with Lagu in terms of cultivation level, Lin Feng's combat experience was starkly inferior. The most crucial point was that Lagu outmatched him in both speed and technique. Shorty, if you have the ability, come and take another move from me. Unexpectedly, before Lin Feng could regain his footing, Lagu swung his death scythe once more, aiming for Lin Feng's neck. He was intentionally provoking him. Chen Hao urgently called out. Come down quickly. What do I have to fear from this crimson-haired demon? Lin Feng retorted defiantly. In a swift maneuver, he rolled and evaded, then propelled himself into the air, unleashing a stroke of sword energy from his palm. Prepare to meet your end, you little runt. Ragu countered with a sweeping motion of his scythe, effortlessly dispelling Lin Feng's sword energy. More terrifying was the fact that a dozen spectral skeletons surged forth from the blade, their ghostly forms cloaked in an aura of dread. Though they were mere phantoms, the weapons they wielded pierced the void with an ominous power, indistinguishable from tangible weaponry. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Feng darted to evade, simultaneously launching slashes of sword energy toward the eerie specters. Yet, alas, his movements proved too sluggish. As two spectral blades pierced through his back and chest, one of the phantoms nearly severed his neck. Pathetic trash, I wonder how long you can endure. Ragu smirked, swinging his death scythe once more. In the next moment, a ghastly assembly of over 20 spectral figures materialized before him. I'll fight you to the bitter end, Lin Feng declared, undeterred. He swiftly maneuvered around the wraiths and charged fervently toward Ragu. With gritted teeth, he summoned a radiant burst of silver light from his brow, channeling all his internal energy, intending to detonate his own spirit and take Ragu down with him. Don't be reckless, Zhao Ye shouted in alarm, clearly recognizing Lin Feng's perilous intent. Master brother. Upon witnessing this scene, Fu Xiaoxiao and Qin Xiaobei were nearly brought to tears with worry. Boom. Realizing Lin Feng was on the verge of self-destruction, Chen Hao could no longer hesitate. He decisively executed a dragon grasp technique, manifesting golden claws that not only confined Lin Feng's energy but also swiftly pulled him back from the fighting platform. Have you lost your mind? Chen Hao shouted at Lin Feng. What gives such trash the right to risk your life? Lin Feng, intending to retort, instead coughed up a mouthful of blood. What a formidable technique, the mixed element dragon capture. Moses first cast a glance at Chen Hao, then turned to Qing Mengshan, sneering, your disciple is quite remarkable, isn't he? He manages to execute this incomplete technique so flawlessly. I am also quite curious as to how Elder Moses became acquainted with such a mere remnant technique. Qing Mengshan coldly countered. In truth, he could easily conjecture the answer. The techniques of the 7 celestial sects had surely been leaked by previous infiltrators like Jiang Duiyu. Otherwise, how could Moses recognize the mixed element dragon capture and know it was a remnant technique? Though I am a sorcerer, I find the mystical arts of your Eastern traditions quite intriguing, Moses remarked with a shrug, especially those ancient, fragmented techniques and their histories. Qing Mengshan chose not to engage further, glancing at Yun Mingfei instead. The second match has concluded, with the victory going to the Academy of Gods Ragu, Yun Mingfei declared, looking somewhat helpless. The third match will pit a 4-star disciple from the Academy of Gods against one of our 7 celestial sect spirit masters. Let the duel commence. Ragu, seemingly unsatisfied, spread his hands and smiled as he approached the stage, turning to a nearby blonde youth and saying, Modi, I suggest you end this battle swiftly. Playing with these little ones is utterly uninteresting. Modi, the blonde youth, merely chuckled coldly. Upon taking the stage, he addressed the audience, let it be known. Anyone who challenges me, Modi, has never left the arena alive. If you wish to perish, feel free to step forward. Then let us declare. No one leaves the arena unscathed. With a flicker, Xiu Chuan appeared on the martial arts platform. Kid, I admire your confidence, Modi sneered, raising an eyebrow. But your confidence will soon turn to despair. With a low rumble, a blinding dark light suddenly erupted from the center of his forehead, enveloping him entirely. Roar. Accompanied by a resounding beastly roar, a black spear manifested in Modi's hand, while beneath him appeared a monstrous beast, its size comparable to a house, with a menacing demeanor. Upon closer inspection, the creature bore a head resembling that of a dragon, yet its body was extraordinarily bulky, covered in black scales. And it sported a pair of bat-like wings on its back. What on earth is that? The crowd was perplexed, and even Chen Hao couldn't help but feel a twinge of curiosity. After all, this was the first time he had encountered such a creature. It was a dragon, an essential steed for any dragon rider. Yun Mingfei remarked that, to be precise, this being had been implanted into Morty's consciousness even before it hatched from its egg, growing alongside him. According to his account, the foremost concern of a dragon rider is their steed, followed by the refinement of their own physique and the pursuit of martial prowess, among other aspects. The dragon nurtured by the dragon rider is akin to the primordial spirit of an Eastern cultivator. Thus, while the earth dragon may be formidable, it must inherently possess its own vulnerabilities. Chen Hao's face displayed a contemplative expression as he cast a glance at the dragon in the distance. Chapter 84. Its weakness lies in the chrysanthemum. Boom. At that moment, Morty, wielding a long spear, urged the dragon to launch a fierce assault on Yi Xiaochuan. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Yi Xiaochuan leaped into the air, his right palm striking forth, unleashing waves of sword energy that numbered in the dozens, if not hundreds. Clang, clang, clang. However, the sword energy was unexpectedly met head-on by the soaring earth dragon, which absorbed the impact entirely. As the sword energy collided with its body, sparks flew in a dazzling display. Is this all you can do? Hiss. Morty's expression darkened, the long spear in his hand resembling a black dragon traversing the void, hurtling towards Yi Xiaochuan's brow with astonishing speed and force. In the face of this onslaught, Yi Xiaochuan remained remarkably composed. Just as the spear tip was about to make contact with his forehead, he elegantly tilted his head, grasping the spear shaft with his left hand. His internal energy surged explosively, and with 4 strands of force coiling around his left arm, he yanked forcefully. Even a powerhouse like Morty was momentarily taken aback, his body swaying violently, nearly being thrown off the back of the earth dragon by Yi Xiaochuan's maneuver. Roar. Just then, the earth dragon suddenly opened its mouth and unleashed a torrent of flames towards Yi Xiaochuan. Get down. Yet, as the flames surged toward him, Yi Xiaochuan not only did not evade but instead stepped into the inferno, allowing his garments to be consumed. With a tremor of his left arm, he astonishingly lifted Morty, who was still grasping the spear, into the air. Simultaneously, he swung his left arm with great force, sending Morty and his spear hurtling off the battle platform. Wow. Yi Gu is incredible. Wang Taizhu, who had been harboring a belly full of grievances, felt a surge of passionate excitement. Finally, a victory has been achieved. Ha! My goodness. How has Yi Xiaochuan become so formidable so suddenly? Indeed, I recall he was merely a new disciple. Was he not? Do you not know? Our brother Chen has recently imparted to him a body tempering technique. In just a few short days, how could his cultivation and physique have transformed so drastically? Meanwhile, the entire arena erupted in a cacophony of astonishment and fervent discussion. Observing this scene, Chen Hao wore a satisfied smile, feeling an inexplicable sense of pride. After all, Xiaochuan was his creation. How could this be? Brother Morty was actually thrown off the battle platform by a mere little fellow? At this moment, the disciples from the Academy of Gods were expressions of disbelief. Morty was among the most talented cultivators in their academy, possessing immense strength and rarely facing rivals among his peers. It seems I have underestimated the 7 celestial sects. Moses' countenance grew increasingly grim. With a roar, the earth dragon on the stage unleashed a thunderous bellow, seemingly intent on charging towards Yi Xiaochuan. However, witnessing its master about to plummet from the void, it hesitated, hastily flapping its wings to dive away. It is known that a dragon knight cannot soar until igniting the divine fire. Surely, the taste of earth dragon meat must surpass that of the demon serpent. Yet, Yi Xiaochuan flashed a wicked smile, then performed a swift movement, seizing the massive tail of the earth dragon with his bare hands and spinning it midair. You insolent brat, cease this madness. Below, Elder Moses, who had caught Morty, shouted furiously at Yi Xiaochuan on the stage. Boom. Yi Xiaochuan, however, paid him no heed as he swung the colossal earth dragon and smashed it down onto the martial arena. In that instant, the entire arena trembled violently. Roar. Astonishingly, the earth dragon's exterior bore not a single scratch. Instead, it let out an enraged roar, preparing to rise once more from the ground. Its neck blazed with fiery intensity, as if it were about to unleash a torrent of flames at any moment. Its weakness lies in the rear. Pierce it with sword energy. Chen Hao hastily reminded. Hiss. Yi Xiaochuan, displaying remarkable decisiveness, swiftly leaped and positioned himself at the tail end of the earth dragon. Simultaneously, a silver sword aura, stretching nearly 10 feet, surged forth from the tip of his right hand. Oh, for heaven's sake! Third Elder, please save my dragon. This scene left Morty in a state of frantic anxiety. Stop it, you little brat! Moses bellowed, attempting to personally intervene and halt Yi Xiaochuan's crude actions. Moses Elder, you would do well to maintain your composure. Upon witnessing this, Qing Mengshan retorted coldly. Although this admonition seemed inconsequential to outsiders, it resonated with Moses, causing him to be propelled backward as if struck by an unseen force. In truth, Qing Mengshan had employed a formidable technique known as the ancient lion's roar directed at Moses. How dare you lay a hand on me? Moses exclaimed as he landed, unable to suppress the urge to clutch his chest, nearly coughing up blood. This is a duel between disciples. How can you, as an elder of the Academy of the Gods, interfere? Qing Mingshan countered icily. In reality, he had longed for an opportunity to reprimand this old scoundrel. However, his ancient lion's roar was merely a residual technique, insufficient to inflict actual harm on Moses. Then make him stop at once, Moses demanded. Did that golden-haired demon not proclaim that none who faced him would leave the stage alive? Before his words could fully escape his lips, Yi Xiaochuan, wielding his sword aura, thrust forcefully toward the dragon's vulnerable spot. Instantly, the once ferocious and intimidating earth dragon had its scales raised in alarm, emitting a high-pitched and agonized wail. With a swift motion, as Yi Xiaochuan withdrew his sword aura, the dragon's tail was drenched in blood, and its entrails lay scattered upon the ground. It crashed heavily to the earth. In that very moment when Yi Xiaochuan's lengthy sword aura pierced the dragon's body, it had shattered the creature's internal organs and pierced its beastly soul. To everyone's astonishment, Morty, who had been standing below the stage, suddenly spewed forth a mouthful of blood, a gruesome crimson fissure appearing at the center of his forehead. With a sudden convulsion, he collapsed lifelessly on the spot. Oh no, Morty! The crowd from the Academy of the Gods was engulfed in fury. Qing Mingshan, you are deliberately allowing your disciple to commit murder, especially Moses, who trembled with rage, seemingly eager to leap onto the martial stage and tear Yi Xiaochuan to shreds. Chapter 85. Dare to compare heights with your grandfather, Iron Pillar? What is happening? It is evident that the creature has perished, so how could Morty have met his untimely demise? The disciples of the seven celestial sects were left utterly bewildered by this sudden turn of events. The mount of a dragon knight is akin to the primordial spirit of our Eastern cultivators. If the primordial spirit is extinguished, do you truly believe the master can survive? Yun Mingfei, wearing a serene smile, quietly elucidated to the disciples beside him. Given that this is a challenge, especially one between cultivators, death is an inevitable outcome. Qing Mingshan responded with an air of composure. If it were my disciple who had fallen, how would you respond to me? But you are doing this intentionally. Moses exclaimed with indignation. And what if I am? Yi Xiaochuan retorted coldly. Allow me to offer you a word of caution. If you wish to concede and retreat to the holy domain, you may still do so. Otherwise, the consequences may prove far more terrifying than you can fathom. Look at your bravado. Winning a single match has made you act as if you have triumphed in the entire challenge. At that moment, a striking woman with flowing blue hair and a staff suddenly directed a chilling smile towards Yi Xiaochuan. Her tall, graceful figure was not only breathtakingly beautiful but also radiated an extraordinary presence. Her smile was a captivating blend of charm. Yet it was laced with a palpable air of derision. By the heavens, she is actually a 6-star, 3rd-tier mage? Chen Hao was secretly taken aback. Through the supreme perspective, he finally noticed a crystalline blue orb gathering within the woman's sea of consciousness. It was evident that she was a sorceress and a water magic practitioner at that. Elder Moses, do you concede to the challenge of this 3rd round? At that moment, Grand Elder Yun Mengfei could not help but inquire of Moses. Upon hearing this, it was apparent that Moses' expression had turned to one of utmost frostiness as he proclaimed from this moment forth. The outcomes of the next 2 matches shall be determined by life and death. Clearly, he intended to seek public retribution, exuding an air of significant confidence. For the following 2 contenders he brought forth were indeed the most formidable disciples from his Academy of Gods. No problem. Qing Tian Mingshan decisively nodded, appearing even more self-assured than Moses himself. Well then, I now declare that in the 3rd challenge, Yi Xiaochuan of the 7 Celestial Sect is the victor, Yun Mengfei announced, adding that the next duel would pit a 5-star cultivator from the Academy of Gods against a Spirit King cultivator from the 7 Celestial Sect. Let the battle commence. Hey, little shorty, weren't you quite arrogant just now? Come on. The next moment, the spear wielder from the Academy of Gods, Mars, stepped onto the martial platform with a single stride. In his hand appeared a silver giant sword, approximately 10 feet long, as he bellowed towards Wang Taizhu below. Looking up, Mars resembled an ancient giant wielding a colossal sword, his aura exceedingly imposing. Little shorty? Wang Taizhu smirked coldly, and as he stepped onto the martial platform, the entire arena trembled. Go to hell. Boom. With Mars's thunderous shout, a dazzling and intimidating inferno erupted around his body. Not only that, but a blinding flame also engulfed the giant's sword in his grasp, resembling molten lava, fiery and soul-stirring. As the fiery sword descended towards Wang Taizhu, it bore an uncanny resemblance to a hellfire blade, igniting the air in its wake. Clang. However, To everyone's astonishment, Wang Taizhu showed no intention of evading. Instead, he raised his hand and seized the blade of the giant sword with his bare hands. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. Not only the members of the Seven Celestial Sect, but even those from the Academy of Gods drew in a sharp breath at this spectacle. It was common knowledge that the power of Mars's strike could effortlessly obliterate an entire city. Yet now, that seemingly diminutive figure, who appeared to have barely reached a meter in height, had caught the blade barehanded. This lad was evidently practicing dual cultivation of the primordial body, and he had also excavated 5 hidden realms. It seemed that Moses had only just begun to realize that this youth was far from ordinary. To be precise, at first, he was akin to Mao's, merely sensing the cultivation aura of Wang Taizhu. Regarding the secret realm of Dongtian, without an eruption from the other party, they certainly could not perceive it. Yet now, he beheld 5 strands of milky white Dongtian energy swirling around Wang Taizhu's right arm. Were these timid Easterners now engaging in body cultivation as well? This was troubling. Although Mao's possessed 5 Dongtian apertures, this Eastern youth, in addition to his 5 apertures, also wielded the cultivation of a spirit king. Upon hearing Moses' words, the disciples from the Academy of Gods were struck with astonishment, and an ominous feeling began to rise within their hearts. Suddenly, a shocking phenomenon unfolded before their eyes. A towering black light erupted from Wang Taizhu's body. Concurrently, he began to expand rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he grew from his original height of 2 meters to 7 or 8 meters tall, his garments bursting apart to reveal his formidable, bulging muscles. Oh my goodness! The crowd was left in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. Particularly Mao's, who, at 3 meters tall, now stood before Wang Taizhu, creating a stark contrast. The enormous sword in his hand, which once seemed intimidating, now appeared as a mere toy pinched between Wang Taizhu's thumb and forefinger. You dare to call me short? Wang Taizhu said coldly, leaning down to question him. Then what do you consider yourself? Mao's, utterly astonished, instinctively released the hilt of his sword and decisively turned to flee the arena. Though he was powerful, he was no fool. Even a fool could recognize that this monster from the east was on an entirely different level. But just as he thought to escape, Wang Taizhu's right hand shot out swiftly, seizing Mao's in his grip. With a squeeze, even Mao's formidable physique could not withstand it. His bones crackled, and his pants dampened immediately. Ah, no. In his anguished cries, his once deep blue eyes turned a blood red, as if his eyeballs might burst from their sockets. Do you still dare to compare heights before your grandpa Taizhu? Wang Taizhu bellowed in fury. Let us see if I don't squeeze your guts out today. Stop. We concede this match. As Mao's teetered on the brink of being crushed, Moses shouted urgently. Did you not say that life and death would determine the outcome? Chen Hao asked indifferently. He is not dead yet. Why are you so anxious? Chapter 86. Challenging all of you. You dare to openly provoke our Academy of Gods? Moses exclaimed in anger. The challenge was initiated by you, and the rules were established by you as well. Chen Hao raised an eyebrow, asking, What, can't you handle defeat? Moses felt a wave of speechlessness wash over him, quickly turning to Qing Meshan, the lord of the Qing sect, as the 4th match reached its conclusion. However, before Moses could finish his sentence, he witnessed Wang Taizhu's hand engulfed in blazing flames, and in an instant, Mars's body was reduced to a puddle of mush, unable to even emit a final scream before meeting his demise on the spot. Pathetic trash. This is what you deserve, Wang Taizhu coldly rebuked, subsequently tossing the mangled remains of Mars off the combat stage. Oh, for heaven's sake, Mars, my brother. The Eastern cultivators were utterly incensed by such arrogance, seeking death. Just as the members of the Divine Academy simmered with indignation, a woman with long blue hair boldly ascended the combat stage. With a roar, a colossal, crystal blue serpent, stretching dozens of feet in length, suddenly erupted from her staff. Though this was merely a water-based spell conjured by the woman, the power it contained and the speed at which it struck were terrifyingly formidable. Boom. Even with Wang Taizhu's intention to evade, he was too late. The serpent struck him squarely in the chest, sending him flying off the combat stage. As he soared through the air, his form instantly reverted to its original state, and he spat a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, his physique was robust enough. Had it been another Spirit King cultivator relying solely on elemental power, their body would have likely exploded on the spot. Die for me. Yet, before Wang Taizhu could crash to the ground, the blue-haired woman once more brandished her staff, causing a massive, soul-chilling blue skeletal claw to materialize behind Wang Taizhu, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Are you looking for trouble? In a critical moment, Chen Hao decisively leaped into the air, executing a dragon-catching technique with a thunderous grip. Boom! With a resounding crash. The skeletal claw was instantly crushed into a swirling mist of blue water, shattering into the void. Are you all right? Chen Hao hastily took over Wang Taizhu. This woman, formidable and possessing a physique as robust as Wang Taizhu's, could not help but spit out 2 large mouthfuls of blood. It was evident that the internal impact from that strike had left his heart cracked, with other internal organs suffering varying degrees of injury. It is noteworthy that with Wang Taizhu's current comprehensive strength, he could easily contend with an ordinary spiritual master who specializes solely in the primordial spirit. This implies that even when facing a 6-star cultivator from the Academy of Gods, he would still possess the capability to fight back. Yet, moments ago, he had been dealt a blow that shattered his 5 viscera by that woman. I had presumed you to be rather formidable. The woman cast a cold glance at Wang Taizhu below, revealing her true opinion. Merely this. Using strength to oppress the weak. Do you still have the audacity to show your face? Chen Hao inquired coldly. What does it mean to oppress the weak with strength? The woman furrowed her brow slightly, and then pointed a finger at Wang Taizhu. This lad not only possesses the cultivation of a spiritual king, but has also carved out 5 secret realms of his own. According to the strength classification of your Eastern cultivators, he is perfectly capable of contending with those at the level of spiritual masters. Meanwhile, Morty is merely a 5-star swordsman. Who do you think is truly oppressing the weak here? Nia was right. This duel is indeed unfair. Moses added, also casting a glance at Qing Mengshan. I believe even a fool could see the disparity in strength here. I recall that your challenge letter specified a duel among cultivators of the same realm. Without any mention of strength levels, did it not? Qing Mengshan remarked. Furthermore, during the first match, Lina was 3 tiers above Yiming. I wonder if that constitutes a disparity in strength and oppression of the weak? Since we are the challengers, it is solely our prerogative to judge the fairness of the challenge. Moses asserted. As for the duel between Mosi and Wang Taizhu, we certainly express our discontent and demand that this match be declared void. They have reaped all the benefits, and what kind of duel is this? I have seen shamelessness before, but today is the first time I have witnessed such blatant audacity. Moses's words immediately provoked discontent among all the disciples of the 7 Fairies sect. Qing, the sect leader, might as well hurry and sign this agreement. The woman named Nia suddenly interjected, stating that for your 7 Fairies sect to fall under the auspices of our Academy of Gods is indeed a significant benefit for you. We have only lost 2 matches thus far. Even if one is declared void, we still have another opportunity to equal the score, do we not? Chen Hao inquired. Is it not rather premature to sign the contract at this juncture? Nia retorted coldly. You must understand that in a challenge match, the notion of a draw is utterly non-existent. You have already lost. From her insinuation, it seemed that even if Chen Hao were to triumph in this final challenge, it would ultimately bear no significance. Moreover, a draw would merely be regarded as a victory for the challenger? I refuse to accept such nonsense. Chen Hao exclaimed with indignation. I, Chen, refuse to comply with this absurd rule. How can a mere child such as yourself alter the regulations established by our esteemed Academy of Gods? Moses retorted coldly, simultaneously producing the contract from within his bosom. Wait a moment. Chen Hao waved his hand and said, since you have the audacity to challenge my sect, I would like to ask, if I were to challenge you now, would you dare to accept? Do you think you are worthy? Nia replied with a cold smile. You believe that by employing the dragon capture technique and breaking through my magical defense, you can act without restraint, do you? I care not how many layers you utilized. I shall ask you this one question. Will you accept my challenge? Chen Hao's expression was grave. What do you mean by that? Moses queried, perplexed. What do you mean by challenging us? Young man, I advise you to think before you speak. Well then, listen closely, Chen Hao continued. I see that you have 31 disciples remaining. Chen Hao responded with an air of dominance, expressing his straightforward intention to challenge them all. Do you understand? This fellow truly dares to speak such words. I suspect he must be mentally unstable or perhaps just an outright lunatic. The disciples from the Academy of the Gods could not help but erupt in laughter. Not only them, but even the disciples and elders of the 7 Immortals sect were left utterly bewildered. Third brother, do not act recklessly. Rest assured, I will not sign that contract. Qing Mengshan hurriedly advised in secret. Moreover, elder brother and elder Qing have long been waiting in the rear hall. I believe it is time for them to emerge and instill some fear into this Moses. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Chapter 87. Everything has its arrangement. Chen Hao responded in a hushed tone. Elder brother and elder Qing are indeed our last resort. If I truly face defeat, we can always bring them forth later. However, if I manage to triumph over them, do you not think the impact of such intimidation would surpass that of our elder brother's appearance? Surely you jest? Qing Tianmengshan's expression shifted in surprise. Indeed, if Chen Hao could genuinely overcome this group of disciples from the Academy of the Gods, the resulting intimidation would undoubtedly eclipse the presence of Qi Tian and Qing Qiong. Furthermore, this would allow them to retain the two as a safeguard for the seven celestial sect against potential future contingencies. Yet, from Qing Tianmengshan's perspective, the notion of Chen Hao single-handedly challenging 31 opponents seemed rather implausible, if not utterly absurd. It was crucial to note that, setting aside the other 30, even the sorceress named Nia alone would be a formidable challenge for Chen Hao. If they all joined forces, one could only surmise that even a war of attrition would ultimately wear him down. Do I appear to be jesting with you? Chen Hao first cast a glance at Qing Meishan, then turned his attention to Moses. Old fool, are you brave enough to let your incompetent disciples accept my challenge? Boy, have you grown weary of life? Moses's expression darkened, as if he were on the verge of striking Chen Hao down in an instant. As a respected elder of the Academy of Gods, he had never been subjected to such indignity. If you seek death, then come forth. At that moment, Nia, standing on the martial arts platform, also directed a cold retort towards Chen Hao. I can't even be bothered to make a move against you alone. Chen Hao waved his finger and then pointed towards the disciples of the Academy of Gods, commanding those with courage to step forward. If I truly lose, then our seven celestial sect shall promptly sign that ridiculous contract. He glanced at the sect master Qing, noting, your disciple seems to possess considerable cultivation. Yet his intellect appears lacking. His confidence was unshakable, for since attaining the rank of a revered one, he had never faced defeat. Before Moses could complete his statement, Qing Mengshan interrupted him. How about this? Let your disciple engage in a contest with him. Should he be vanquished, I shall no longer dispute with you and will sign the contract. Isn't that a superfluous endeavor? Moses replied with a dismissive smile. Not necessarily, Qing Mengshan countered. If you were to lose, I would not acknowledge this contract. Very well. Since we have reached this juncture, I shall grant your disciple his wish for demise. Moses ceased his idle chatter and waved his hand. In that moment, all disciples from the Academy of Gods ascended the martial platform. I shall see just how formidable this Eastern revered cultivator truly is. Little one, come forth and meet your end. Have the audacity to wait for me for 2 minutes. However, Chen Hao waved his hand dismissively and approached Zhaoya. Secretly, he communicated, Master, quickly hand me the collected poisons. What are you planning? Do you intend to poison them? Zhaoya questioned, bewildered. Isn't it rather childish to openly use poison against others? Just give it to me, Chen Hao urged. Left with no choice, Zhaoya reluctantly handed over the storage bag filled with various poisons, discreetly passing it to Chen Hao. Upon opening the bag, he observed numerous vials, each labeled with the names of their respective toxins, such as Centenary Soul Severing Liquid, Millennium Black Widow, 10,000 Essence Crimson, and 8 Directions Corpse Powder, among other vile concoctions. Without hesitation, Chen Hao consumed approximately 10 vials in one breath, green flames erupting from his mouth and nostrils. Zhaoya, witnessing this reckless act, felt her scalp tingle, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. Was this young man truly attempting to take his own life? Do not act rashly, exclaimed Jiang Daili and Yun Mingfei, rushing forward to intervene. Everyone, remain calm and refrain from speaking out of turn. I have everything under control. Chen Hao quickly cast a glance at Zhaoya and the others, discreetly warning each one of them. But you, observing Chen Hao's lips turning dark, Zhaoya was filled with an overwhelming sense of concern. Yun Mingfei and Jiang Daili were equally at a loss for words. They had yet to even take the stage, and he had already consumed over 10 bottles of poison potent enough to kill a spirit emperor. What was he waiting for? Was he already regretting his decision? Wasn't he quite audacious just a moment ago? Why didn't he step up? On the duel platform, the practitioners from the Academy of Gods appeared increasingly impatient. Old man, do you have any more rules to impart? Yet, Chen Hao ignored the crowd and turned to Moses. If I happen to eliminate them all shortly, you won't try to frame me, will you? If you wish to perish, then hurry up and step forward. What else with all this unnecessary chatter? Moses ground his teeth in frustration. Had it not been for the presence of Qing Mengshan, he would have happily taken matters into his own hands and silenced this incessantly verbose individual hundreds of times already. Boom. At that moment, Chen Hao ceased his verbal sparring. As he ascended the duel platform, a surge of dark golden essence erupted around him. Upon closer inspection, one could discern hints of emerald mist interspersed within the dark golden flames. Eliminate him, as Chen Hao waited. The practitioners from the Academy of Gods resembled a pack of ravenous wolves eyeing a hapless lamb. In an instant, 31 cultivators surrounded Chen Hao in the center of the platform. Boom. The next moment, an array of magic spells, combat energies, and sorcery cascaded toward Chen Hao like a torrential flood. My goodness, who can withstand this? Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were utterly dumbfounded, icy dread coursing down their spines. What exactly did Brother Chen intend to do? Not only the others, but even Wang Taiju and Yi Stouchuan gasped in shock. While they were well aware of Chen Hao's formidable strength, they couldn't help but feel a twinge of apprehension at facing the combined might of over 30 individuals. To them, this overwhelming force could undoubtedly obliterate them in an instant. Puff. In that moment, as various techniques struck Chen Hao, despite cradling his head with his hands, he was sent flying by the sheer power of the assault. Blood spewed from his mouth, his garments seemed to evaporate in an instant, and his body was marked with ghastly, bleeding wounds. It appeared that this individual possessed an extraordinary physique as well. Naya's complexion was slightly pale as she strained to observe Chen Hao. Regrettably, she found herself utterly incapable of penetrating the depths of his aura. However, even a fool could discern that Chen Hao possessed an extraordinary physique, for had he been an ordinary individual, the initial barrage of over 30 attackers would have reduced him to mere fragments. Yet, this young man withstood the onslaught, and despite sustaining injuries, his life remained intact. I am curious to see just how extraordinary you truly are. Among them, a golden-haired youth charged forward wielding a broadsword. It was evident that he was a swordsman, and moreover, one whose cultivation had reached an impressive level.